That created a spark as Austin Matthews leaves it for Gensel, who scores! The floodgates are open. Matthews to Gensel, buries it, 4-1 USA.
And blood is in the water, and USA definitely smells that.
As Eichel has it in the right wing circle. Back to Zach Werenski, lets a floater go, rebound, they score! Matthew Tkachuk, second of the game. The brothers have 4. They've got 4, and the U.S. leads 6-1.
Yeah, let that ride, Nelly. You know, I know it's become a joke that every concert you go to, some idiot yells, "Play Freebird!" But then you hear Freebird, and you're like, you know what? I would like to hear Freebird. I'd like to hear somebody play guitar like this. U.S. wins their first game of the Four Nations, where, you guys know this by now, we're the home for the Four Nations. We will have you guys taken care of for each of these Four Nations games. A 2-1 game, yes! A 2-1 game entering the third period, and then Tkachuk scores 15 seconds in, and then Gensel 10 seconds after that, and then the other Tkachuk about 2.5 minutes later. So a 2-1 game became 5-1 in the span of 3 minutes into the third period, and the U.S. takes care of Finland. They win game 1. And now you look to what's next in the Four Nations. You have tomorrow, 11 o'clock is going to be Finland and Sweden. Then at night, 6 o'clock is going to be the U.S. and Canada. So, great for the U.S. I got other things on my mind this morning. And here's what that is. I was looking through, it was a national basketball writer. Was like, I got a little bored, and so I decided to really look up some details and some numbers for that guys are having this year. And he goes, I looked at Nikola Jokic's, and I audibly gasped. And here's why. Nikola Jokic this season is averaging 30 points, 12.5 rebounds, and 10 assists on 58% from the field and 45% from three. But he's doing that 45% from three on an average of 5 3-point attempts per game. This is not somebody that's just gone out there and, he's thrown up, a 3. I'll just give you some guys who are around the same territory as 5 3-pointers a game. You're talking about Drew Holiday. You're talking about R.J. Barrett, Sam Hauser, Tim Hardaway Jr., Lou Dort. LeBron is at 5.6. That's not a small number of threes that you're taking. And the fact that he's doing this, it's weird. Because I've always felt like once Jokic has won one of his MVPs, that's going to be the last MVP that he wins. Like, I just think there's going to be fatigue that sets in, and people aren't going to allow him to win more. And then he wins another. And then he wins another. I don't know if the fatigue's going to set in or not. My guess is that it probably will, but I've been guessing that for about 4 straight years. There is no question on this one, though. This is the best season he's ever had. And this is one of the best seasons the NBA's ever seen from an offensive standpoint. You talk about averaging a triple-double. And maybe the sting of saying that throughout the course of a year, averaging a triple-double, has been muddied with the Westbrook seasons when he was in OKC. But Westbrook did not do it like this. He did not do it in a way that Nikola Jokic is from just a straight efficiency standpoint. What you're seeing from Nikola Jokic this year is quite literally unprecedented. For a guy of his size to average those numbers and do it as efficiently as he has, I don't know if anybody else in league history could do what he's doing. So you put all that together and you say if he wins another MVP, it's going to be 4. Jokic is already going to go down as one of the greatest basketball players to ever live. It's just going to be a matter of where he stacks up on there for people. But think about this for a second. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is also having a fantastic season. It is a 2-horse race. Nobody else is in this. No one else is close. So Shai is averaging 32.5, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 52% from the field, 36% from 3 at about the same rate as Jokic. That's a great season. And if Jokic hadn't won an MVP or 3 of them already, I think you could throw this in the Travis Hunter, Ashton Genty discussion. Remember that? Ashton Genty had one of the most prolific seasons for a running back in the history of college football. But he got caught in the unfortunate year that Travis Hunter just existed. Had Jokic not won any MVPs before this, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is Ashton Genty, and Jokic is Travis Hunter. Like, we've never seen this before. Likely won't see it again, at least not for a long, long time. So how do you vote against that? And I'm not overly concerned whether he wins MVP or not. Great, cool. Would it be amazing if he won 4? Of course. But this is what it's like. It's the immediate connection I made was Travis Hunter and Ashton Genty. And any other year Ashton Genty puts up those numbers, that is a runaway, almost like probably unanimous vote for him to win the Heisman. But Travis Hunter did something historic that no one else has done or probably will do again. Jokic this year is doing something historic that no one has done or, I was going to say will do, unless it's him again down the road. You know what I mean? There's one person capable of doing what he's doing, and it's him again. But then I put that side by side with something else.
I'm a freak of nature. And
what did we have last year that was really unique? And I think that was a first last season. We had an MVP in the NBA and an MVP in the NHL that resided in the same building. And I go, well, let's take a look at Nathan McKinnon. What about him? Nathan McKinnon is also leading the NHL in points through their All-Star break, whatever you want to call it, Four Nations break. You might be on the track to have this happen again. Who knows? Like 2 straight years of the people being crowned best player in the sport in the world residing in the same building in Denver, Colorado. Like, it's a pretty cool place to be. The thing that's different about, and this is obviously no disrespect to McKinnon, but the thing that's different about Jokic, McKinnon's having a great season, and he's had multiple seasons like this now stacked up over and over again. Jokic is a cyborg. You know when you see those videos from, what is it, like Sanford or places like that out on the West Coast that build those robots that do things like, watch it hit this golf shot, hole in one, right? Oh, look at it in the batting cage. Rip a ball 500 feet. Like those types of robots. Jokic is one of those. Except it wasn't in Silicon Valley. It was built in Sombor, Serbia. And there's nothing you can do. The cyborg's going to take over. It's going to eat you. And it's going to do things at numbers and efficiency levels that are unmatched by any human.
Somebody shuffle, baby!
There's just, I don't know what else to say, Nelly. It's you really go down and look at Jokic's numbers, it's the greatest offensive season that's ever existed.
And one difference between him and SGA, let me preface this by saying we don't like the Minnesota Timberwolves. They're stupid. Their fan base is stupid.
Yeah.
The city of Minneapolis is stupid, except for that's where Target is based. Shout out Target. But
Everybody likes a good Target.
They got something right last night. This is a clip from SGA. Thunder are in Minneapolis playing the Timberwolves, and he's at the free throw line. Listen to the crowd.
Those guys, Edwards and Shai Gilgeous, a combined 3 of 20 from the field.
Minnesota needed some size here for the...
They're chanting, free throw merchant.
Oh, yeah.
That's the main difference, man. SGA gets more free throws in a quarter than Jokic has had in his entire career.
And Jokic has gone up against that his whole career against everybody that you're comparing him to. And it was him and Embiid that were battling for MVP. It's the same thing. He got a lot of his numbers based on getting to the line. You know, Shai finishes with 24 points last night. He made 6 shots. He was 6 of 21 from the field. That's just something that doesn't exist for Jokic. And I'm talking about the free throws or just this. Jokic doesn't go 6 of 21 ever. Ever. Like, even for guys who are incredibly good, you take some of the best in NBA history. You take your Kobes and your Michael Jordans and all these guys who are incredible. 6 for 21 was something that happened to them occasionally. It doesn't happen to Jokic. He never has a game like that. Ever. For Jokic to shoot under 50% from the field in a game is like a downright disaster for him. And I think people get confused because they just look at big man and they say, oh, so he's hitting layups all game. I'm like, go watch. He gets a healthy amount of them. But how many times do you see him taking shots, 23 feet from the rim? He's stuck in the corner with half a second left on the shot clock, and he Sambor shuffles his way like over the backboard for a 3. So I'm just going to go through and count these real quick, Nelly. We're gonna pull an old Mike Francesa here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Since the month of December, he has 5 games in which he has less than a 50% field goal percentage. And none of these are like 30%, okay? It's not that. Like, Shai shot 28.6% last night. His less than 50 is 46.2. You know what I mean? It's just you're playing almost a different kind of sport. So whether he wins the MVP or not, to me, is irrelevant to the discussion because we all kind of know what would go into it. If he was a no-time MVP winner, then this is locked up, his, no question about it, and people are talking about it completely differently. But just sit here and appreciate something. Like, I do this occasionally. I was lucky enough. I get hired to do this gig 6 years ago. And it happens to coincide with the time where, first of all, the Avs and Nuggets are in the middle of championship windows, and I got to see them both win one. But secondly, you see somebody like Jokic, and you see somebody like McCarr, and you see somebody like McKinnon. Like, I am existing at the same time that people will talk about these guys for decades. Oh, yeah, that guy's great. You should have seen what Nikola Jokic did on the court, though. Like, you're existing in that time frame. And not only do you get to say that you saw it, you get to watch it every night. You get to see it in person. Like, it's pretty unbelievable. So 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. So, Nelly, I'm sorry. You got to walk me through this. I know that we got the grand prize today for the Safeway gift card, $250. Is there another 50, or is it just the $250 grand prize today?
I believe every show, still giving away another $50
Okay.
all today. And then Kreckman and Lindahl, if I'm going by process of elimination, would give away the grand prize at the end of the day.
So every single show is still giving away a $50 gift card. We'll give you the keyword at 9:20. And then Kreckman Lindahl with the grand prize, $250 gift card to Safeway. So tune in at all the 20s for your chance to win $50 and get that keyword back after this. All right, me and Nelly have donated our bodies to science. We'll let you know the results. I was sleepy this morning, so I went to the vending machine. I got a Diet Mountain Dew. Am I proud of drinking a Diet Mountain Dew at 6:20 in the morning? Not really. But sometimes things need to be done, okay? And so while I was over there, I see this vending machine that we have. It's something called, it's like a chocolate bar. It's called Awake. It's caffeinated chocolate. So I took half. I said, Nelly, you take the other half. Let's see what happens. So let's see if this chocolate bar that claims to be caffeinated it's called Awake. So let's see if it jumps in and kickstarts the system. How do you feel, Nelly? Let's take a check right now.
What are you talking about, Brad? I feel great.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm ready to go.
I will say, tasty. It tasted all right. I give it, 3 big booms.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. The caramel may add an extra boom for me. Nice caramel filling.
Yep. It took it from like a 2.5. The caramel gave it a nice little 3, a full 3. Boom.
By the time the caffeine kicks in, we're going to be giving it 70 booms. Let's go.
Here's the thing. I don't even know if this is going to work because this is naturally how it goes anyway. You start the show sleepy and then you get like 7 o'clock and then you're good. So, whatever. We'll see if we're bouncing off the walls sometime soon. Here's something I was thinking about. Getting to the NFL, what to look for in the offseason, what the Broncos have in front of them, like all of that. And sometimes you're just in a weird position. Like some teams like the Pittsburgh Steelers, you're in a tough spot. You have to make the decision. Are we just going to say it's over? Or are we going to try another kick at the can, even knowing we feel like we don't have a great shot? And all of that needs to be evaluated. The Cowboys in a similar position. We just paid a whole bunch of people a whole lot of money. Do we see this thing through? Or do we just take a couple of years of hell and restart? Those are questions you're faced with. The Broncos had those decisions. And I'll tell you, the most impressive thing to me about what Sean Payton was able to pull off, and I've had a lot of disagreements in the way that he's handled things from an optics standpoint, but along with some game planning. But no. You can't deny this about Sean Payton. The fact that he took a roster that was eating $50 million in dead cap from one player that drafted a rookie quarterback that a lot of us, including myself, questioned at the very start, and took that to the playoffs in that division is incredibly impressive. And it's left you with a pretty stacked deck of what you can do now in the future. The Broncos are in, from this standpoint, the most enviable spot that you would wish and dream to be for a football team. You're in a place where you trust your quarterback, and you have 4 more years of that guy on a rookie contract. There's no better spot. This is where you can go full 49ers. They can't totally push it all in this year because they still have a lot of money from Russell Wilson on the table. But think about what the Niners did. And you can take a model of that and try and recreate it in your own way. Like, do you want to know why the 49ers are panicking right now? That quarterback that they're paying in food stamps is now going to be a gajillionaire. And they're going to pay him. I know that they've kind of done this no matter what quarterback rolls through here, whether it's this dude or Garoppolo or Purdy or whoever. Hey, we have success. Yeah, you want to keep testing that theory, be my guest. It's probably not going to go the way that you'd like. But they were in a position where, yeah, let's go out and let's pay Trent Williams. Screw it. Let's give Christian McCaffrey the highest contract for a running back in the NFL. Let's go out and pay a Debo. Let's go pay a Brandon Ayuk. Let's go pay Fred Warner. Let's go pay Bosa. Let's go pay A whole bunch of our interior defensive linemen who are really good. Let's go out and pay our corners. Let's pay Hufanga. Let's play like all these different guys who were superstars on that team got their money because you didn't spend it on the quarterback. Well, guess where the Broncos are at right now? Same spot. The core of your team, and this is where this is the most important detail. If you're going to do it that way, the core of the team has to be cultivated in-house. That's what the Niners did. Who were their best players? They're usually guys that were drafted and developed by the Niners. It's your George Kittles, it's your Fred Warners, it's those types of guys that are the ones that make the beast go. And then you look for pieces to take you over the top. Like the Broncos are in the infancy stages of that. You have a full deck of draft capital that you can continue to build on that, but you also are going to have a ton of money in just a couple of years because you aren't throwing that towards the quarterback position. And that's where if you're them, I don't think I would spend a good deal of that money on a wide receiver like T. Higgins, but if they did, I could understand it. I would be looking at what do I need to do to go and get big-time running back, big-time tight end? Can I improve linebacker? You know, all of that different stuff. That should be the focus. They've done their due diligence. The things they need to have, they have. You might not think the offensive line is like great league's best, but it's good enough. And maybe that's sort of the main line in the sand for a lot of Broncos fans on how to develop the team from here. There is, and this is odd, offensive line did a good job this year in pass protection. I think you can make a one-to-one correlation that Brock Purdy and his ability, Bo Nix and his ability to get rid of the football quickly and then create more time with his legs had a lot to do with that. But the running game was awful. And this is, to me, like, foundationally, the biggest discussion and thing they have to iron out this offseason is why was the rushing game bad? Was it scheme or was it personnel? If it is personnel, is it offensive line personnel or is it running back personnel? Is it a mixture of both? Is it kind of all of it? Like, that's what they need to fix. Now, from the outside looking in, there are bad running backs with good offensive lines that look good. There are good running backs with bad offensive lines that look good. If you're a good running back, you can kind of make hay. It's the same conversation I have about wideouts. If you're truly a good wideout, you will be good no matter who is throwing you the football. You might not be like top in the NFL type level, but we can go through some really good wide receivers in the past with quarterback play that they had that they made look effective. Like, Larry Fitzgerald in Arizona didn't always have Kurt Warner, but you always knew that Larry Fitzgerald was a monster. Calvin Johnson, his whole career, didn't have Matthew Stafford. He had guys like Sean Hill throwing him the football. He still made it work. There are countless examples of guys who are good at that position that can make it work without the quarterback. I think the same thing applies to running backs and offensive lines or schemes.
And I know it's a very different position, but to what you were saying, Brock Bowers had a legendary tight end rookie season in Vegas with, let me check my notes here, Aiden O'Connell's mustache and Gardner Minshew's jorts throwing to him.
Right. No, he had a historic season as a rookie tight end because if you're good, you will find ways to be productive. And running back's even simpler. You don't have to count on somebody throwing you the football. They're just giving it to you. Now, if you're getting hit 2 yards deep in the backfield, that's one thing. That wasn't happening with Denver last year. You know, if that was the case, And I'll just point it out now. If you think that it was offensive line or scheme was a big problem, then why did it feel like Jaleel McLaughlin had success? The problem with Jaleel is he's too small. I think Jaleel can be on this roster. I think he's an NFL running back, but I don't think he can be your feature back because you can't give him the ball enough. But he was getting around 4.5 yards a carry. Javonte was getting 3.7. Why? I just think that you need an incredible improvement. And that's probably not coming via free agency. I just don't think anybody's good enough. I'm not huge on Najee Harris. He reminds me of just a different version of what Javonte brings to the table, which is a guy who barely gets 4 yards a carry. Now, he's durable. He's sturdy. If you keep feeding him the football, you can have a rushing game that will give you play action. But he's not somebody that you fear. I want somebody you're terrified of. And obviously, I think that Ashton Jeanty could be that guy. It's just a matter of, is he going to drop to 20? You know, I don't know how I feel about trading up for a guy like that. I probably wouldn't unless the deal was just nice enough. But if you get somebody who's a threat back there, it changes a lot. You know, there's some things that are just necessities to be good, efficient football teams. That's one of them. Like when you go through your checklist of things of like, how do you win the football game? It's almost always the same categories, isn't it? Hey, 1, win the turnover battle. 2, stop the run. 3, keep time of possession in your favor. Well, what do all those have in common? Turnovers are quarterback play. Stop the run and time of possession are be good up front in running the football and stopping the run. Like, it's been the same formula for 60 bleeping years in the NFL. If you do that effectively, you're probably going to win.
And to what you're saying about you need that impact player that you can fall on. And when the pass game isn't working, you need a guy who guaranteed can move the ball. And I think about as a Niners fan, I think it's public knowledge at this point, even though I try to kind of play it close to the vest because none of you listening care. During my childhood, their offense was hand the ball off to Frank Gore on first down, hand the ball off to Frank Gore on second down, hand the ball off to Frank Gore on third down, punt.
Yeah.
Because as history showed, it wasn't Alex Smith's fault, but that offense could not pass. And if they didn't have Frank Gore, they never would have scored anything. They would have lost every game. They would have found a way to put negative points on the board. But that guy had a legendary running back career with no other offense around him for the majority of it.
It gives, to me, Bo Nix even more credit for the season that he had. The fact that he wasn't a turnover machine or he wasn't getting sacked every other play, in spite of the defense knowing exactly what you were going to do every single time. Look, if you're talking about run or pass with the Denver Broncos, it's as predictable as you could get last year. And that's why I think it's even more impressive that Bo Nix had a season where, look, man, he had 29 touchdowns and 12 picks, only sacked 24 times, played every single snap, and he did that without any threat of a rushing game. None. The main threat in the rushing game was Bo Nix. Your leading rusher in yards per game this year was Jaleel McLaughlin, who averaged 31. The fact that Bo Nix wasn't dead by week 10 is a miracle. And think about this. You give him a running game that's actually a running game. Think about what that opens up now in play action. Think about what that does now in the ability for him to take off and run himself occasionally. When you have somebody that you're legitimately fearing and scared of. So that's it. Texas says, statistically speaking, Brett, the Broncos O-line was literally the best in the game last season. They were number 1 in pass block win rate and number 1 in run block win rate, meaning any time one of those guys up front had a 1-versus-1 situation, they won at the highest rate in the league. Then the translation there is running backs were that bad. Now, the win rate stuff, I think it's really difficult And I'm not sure exactly who does the measuring on it. Like, I will take it for what it is. I just don't know how they measure these things. You know, it's like when we're sitting on the couch and quarterback throws a terrible interception, you're like, what the hell was he thinking? And they go to the sideline, and what you don't hear or don't see on your television screen is receiver ran the wrong route. It was a timing route that he went out instead of going in, so the ball ended up right in the belly of the safety. So it makes the quarterback look like an idiot when it's not his fault. I don't know how much of that happens in the O-line evaluation of wins and losses per play, but I'll accept that. I'll accept the stat, because to me it felt all year like this was a running back problem. Because nothing could have... Having a pass block that did a pretty damn good job and then not being able to get push up front is pretty crazy.
It was like, who was that guy? I'm blanking on his name. The guy who was a highly touted college pick. I think he played for the Raiders, and there were
Robert Gallery?
No, I'm thinking of there are pictures where you would see from behind the O-line where there would be like the O-line would be parting the Red Sea and he would be running directly into the tackle. Oh man, who am I?
Oh, you're thinking of
Trent
a running
Richardson.
Back. Trent Richardson, yeah.
That's who I think of, where the O-line, and by the way, if that wasn't a case of the Fridays, maybe I need 6 more of those awake bars. But you would see the line literally open and he'd be standing there looking off at the Bay Bridge instead of hitting the hole.
Richardson, was he drafted by Cleveland?
Yeah, I think I'm.
He's a Cleveland.
I think he played for Cleveland and the Jets. I think I'm taking the Jamarcus Russell bust profile and I put that on Trent Richardson. I don't remember if he played for the Raiders. I just remember he could not see where he was supposed to go.
Yeah, it was. Jeez, man. It was Cleveland, and then it was his second year he got traded to Indy. And the year after that, his career was over.
I should have just checked the text line. Andrew, about a minute ago, said, but are they Trent Richardson and Cleveland bad? There you go. Shot Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Has my back.
Taisha says, deep poll Kaner. Nelly has no idea who Robert Gallery is. When you said high draft pick, you were talking about opening up holes on the offensive line. I was thinking high draft pick for the Raiders was Robert Gallery back in the day. It was him.
Shout out that... Okay, it was Adam and Andrew, A names. Yeah, Adam. I had no idea who that was. I was just going to breeze past it. Absolutely.
Hey, Robert Gallery, he looked like, so he was like a 300-pound biker, essentially, is what that guy looked like. Tattoos everywhere. He looked intimidating. He just wasn't all that intimidating when you put the pads on. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line back after this. All right, so here's the situation I got. First of all, I feel bad this morning. By the way, what's our check on our caffeinated chocolate there, Nelly? I'm feeling pretty awake. I'm being honest, I'm feeling pretty awake right now.
I am, but I drink coffee anyway, so I don't know if I'm a good data set. I don't know what was the bar and what was the coffee.
Well, I just realized I should have saved some for our homeboy over there in the studio with you because, look, there's no Vic, no Moser today. Moser's going to make his way back from France, I believe, today or tomorrow. Vic is now off doing something. And so I got Berto in with me today, which I always love talking to Berto. But Berto is, I can tell he's in hell. Like he doesn't want to be up this early. He hates that he's here. He doesn't want to see my face at all. He wants to see his bed.
Well, and especially, you remember when you first joined the station, everybody, myself included, thought that you sounded exactly like Berto. So for people listening at home who maybe
this might be confusing.
Yeah, for people who don't know Berto from Avs and Nuggets and the Blitz and his
from
illustrious career,
station,
exactly.
Yes.
They might be listening and think it's just you talking to yourself, Kaner, but there will be two distinct humans.
So, first of all, my apologies, Berto. I will get you a caffeinated chocolate bar from the vending machine if that would help. Secondly, look, sometimes you call out your own. It happens. We certainly do a lot on this show. Vic calls out me. I call out Moser. Moser calls out Vic, whatever. But the cross-show call-out, and I want to hear, I haven't heard this full thing. I was just told Raj called you an idiot or something yesterday. And I'm assuming this has to do with the Four Nations stuff because nothing gets Raj amped up like a little hockey talk. So can I hear this, Nelly? Can you give me a little bit of what Raj was saying about me yesterday on their show, please?
The players care about this. And that's what changes everything for me. I thought it was going to be kind of rub each other out on the boards, and then here's the puck.
Pause.
Whoa. They're putting guys through the wall. Mm-hmm. Like Shea Theodore, defenseman for the Vegas Golden Knights, broke his wrist in the first period.
That's not good either.
And I heard Brett talking about it.
How do you feel about that?
Shut up. Stop. Don't
Brett?
Yes.
Don't put it into the universe.
All we do is complain about how these mid-season exhibitions are worthless. All we do is complain about how the Pro Bowl, even before it was flag football, was a glorified powder puff game. We complain about how no one in Major League Baseball actually hustles out, or guys, and that's not necessarily true. Guys are still throwing 101 on the inside in the MLB All-Star Game. We complain about how there's no defense or competition in the NBA's All-Star Game. So when we finally get something that resembles actual play, now we're concerned about injuries?
Yeah, pause. Pause for a second. Raj, you're a moron. I don't complain about the All-Star Game. I'm unbothered by the All-Star Game. I think it's silly. But here's the point, and this is something whether you agree with me or not, this is indisputable. This tournament, although fun and fun to watch, means nothing. And it certainly means less than if you win a Stanley Cup. I'll tell you what, Nelly, if I was sitting here as, instead of being in beautiful Denver, Colorado, it's going to be 50 degrees today, cannot wait. If I were not here and I were doing this show in San Jose, go ahead. All of my players on the Sharks, go ahead, balls to the wall. Don't worry about injuries. Go out and play. Because who cares? You aren't winning a title. But I reside in a city that a team can win. And I think it's very easy for people to sit here and say, how can you complain? This is amazing. How much fun is this? Wait a minute, what's that? Oh, McKinnon's out for 2 months? Oh, it could bleed into the postseason? Watch how fast you scramble over to my side. I'm talking about risk. I don't care that the Pro Bowl is a flag football game. Who gives a damn? I don't care that the NBA All-Star Game totals 400 total points. I care that my guys are healthy when I'm trying to win a championship. Again, I think the idea of this is fun and great. And it would be a lot more fun and great had it been in August. Well, what happens when guys get surgeries in the off? Then they don't play, I guess. Because you know what? This tournament doesn't really matter. It's fake. It's made up. They didn't do this for you. They did it to make money. I want to do it for a championship.
This just sounds like I'm just hearing some gum flapping from somebody who doesn't understand the grind of an in-season tournament title. What if we were having this conversation with LeBron or Giannis Antetokounmpo, who have both won IST titles, Brett? Sounds like a loser mentality coming from you.
Texture says, Melo says, look at all my gold medals. Exactly. No. Let's be Melo instead. I'll tell you what. The second that 1 million people show up for a 4 nations gold medal parade as opposed to a Stanley Cup parade, we can have the conversation. My entire point in this is I don't care about the mid-season break stuff and all-star. It doesn't matter. Just like this doesn't matter. Being healthy for a championship does. And I don't even know how, what I'm saying could even be twisted into something that you disagree with. Okay, you know what? I'll get this fixed right now. I got a brand new shiny button on here.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Do you disagree with me? Yes or no? Very simple. 303-504-0925. Just yes or no. Do you disagree? I think what I'm saying makes the most sense in the world. And both Raj and Vic told me to shut up yesterday. For what? Being right? It's that old, what's his name, Hannibal Buress? Why are you booing me? I'm right.
Oh, yeah, from the Eric Andre show.
When I tell you this means nothing, will the players care? Great, I don't. Don't care. I care about the Stanley Cup. I care about the Colorado Avalanche. I do care about the U.S., but you know what? How about this, Nelly? Would anybody listening to my voice right now in our listening area on the radio trade the U.S. losing each 4 nations game by 15 goals if the Avs won a Stanley Cup? Everybody would say yes.
You'd hope they would.
It's great. It's great that the players care about this thing. It is a much better alternative than the All-Star game. What I'd say is this. Give everybody a week off and do this after the season ends. It's like the easiest solution ever to me. It's just, why does it have to be in the middle, not even in the middle of the season, 2 months before the playoffs start? That's all I'm saying. People tell me to shut up. I can't, first of all. My job does not allow me to shut up. If I did that, I would be fired.
I think more people agree with you than you'd think based on the Vic and Raj data. A lot of people coming in on the text line. For example, right here from the 719, 150% agree with you. If Makar goes down, I'm pissed.
That's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, if something, and knock on wood, pray to God it doesn't, if something were to happen, how useless would you see this tournament? For him to get injured that way. Well, Brett, he could get injured falling down the stairs. I would accept that injury more, actually. If you told me that Cale Makar was missing the postseason because he tripped in his kitchen and cut himself on a knife, that is more acceptable of an injury than getting hurt in the 4 Nations tournament. I'm dead serious, by the way. Dead serious. I would accept that more. That's living life. This is a total unnecessary risk to have in the middle of the season. Again, wait till the season ends. Do whatever the hell you want. Anyway, you can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. You know what Safeway is? It's your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. Get out there and get something for your lady, your man, whoever. You can do so with beautiful flower arrangements, savory chocolates, and more. Find everything you need and make it easy with delivery or pickup. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. We will come back with a very angry and sleepy Birdo to join myself next.
Well, now $1:50 to go as Matthews leaves it for Gensel in the offensive zone. Rink wide. Scores! Matthew Tkachuk gets the feed from Zach Werenski. That's a floater from too far out. Power play goal, 3-1 USA. That created a spark as Austin Matthews leaves it for Gensel, who scores! The floodgates are open. Matthews to Gensel, buries it, 4-1 USA.
And blood is in the water, and USA definitely smells that.
Eichel to Tkachuk, he scores! Second of the game for Matthew Tkachuk from Jack Eichel. And 3 minutes in, it's 5-1 USA.
And the floodgates continue to open.
As Eichel has it in the right wing circle. Back to Zach Werenski, lets a floater go, rebound, they score! Matthew Tkachuk, second of the game. The brothers have 4. They've got 4, and the U.S. leads 6-1.
No Vic, no Moj. But here's what we do have.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
My man Berto.
What's up, brother?
What's up, man?
What's up?
So if you're listening in the appetizer hour, I did want to start with an apology. I know that you are a night person, and these early mornings can be draining on a man of your kind of profession.
Yeah, I'm good though, bro. I'm good. Let's do this thing. Like, how long have you been a morning dude? Like, how long have you been doing the show with Moser and Vic? How long has that been?
A little over 6 years now. Yeah.
So for the last 6 years, you've been getting up at like 5 a.m., man.
And I'm a night guy. Like, I still go to bed at like 11 o'clock at night.
Ah, see.
And I'm not a napper. That's why weekends are my safe haven. I get a full 11 hours every single night on the weekend. Got to. But happy to have you here. Always
Thanks,
a
man.
pleasure to talk to
Happy
you.
Valentine's Day, bro. Did you hook the wife up today?
So I did I was explaining this to Vic. So my wife, we don't really do the gift stuff. Even for like anniversaries, there's not like our birthdays are a day apart, so it's always weird. We don't do the gift thing. But I ordered her a foot massager deal. I got that for her.
Like an electric foot massager?
Yeah,
You just put your feet in like a...
It's actually really nice. I tried it once. And you know what? She works from home. She kicks that thing on. Now, I didn't do it today. I ordered it like a week ago.
So she never gets upset with you if you forget a birthday or an anniversary or a holiday.
Hold on. If I forgot, she'd probably be a little upset. But we don't exchange things, is what I'd say.
All right, man. That's okay.
But here's the good news. We've been doing this all week. We got one more chance today, $50 to Safeway. If you guys need a last second, go get some flowers, whatever. We're giving that away at 9:20, at least the key word at 9:20 this morning. So, Berto, U.S., they win 6-1. It was 2-1 heading into the third period, and within 3 minutes, it was a blowout.
3 goals in 3 minutes. The Tkachuk brothers, they put Eichel and the Tkachuk brothers together, and they just started going crazy.
Yep.
So, yeah, matter of fact, USA now leads the tournament because Canada won in overtime, which only gets you 2 points.
Right.
The U.S. won in regulation, which gets you 3. And tomorrow morning here on the station, you can hear Finland versus Sweden, and then tomorrow night here on the station, you can hear the big dog.
That's right.
Team USA versus Team Canada.
The home for the Four Nations stuff. First of all, I got some other things I want to discuss, but just to take a second on this. I kind of like the format of you only get 2 points for an overtime win as opposed to 3. I think there should be a reward for winning in regulation.
Yeah. I believe that they should change the rules in the NHL. I hate that loser point. Like, man, just set it up like this tournament. It would totally mess with the record book because the points would be all over the place. But I'm down. The other thing that the Four Nations is doing is overtime is 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they're thinking about bringing that to the NHL. So instead of doing 5 minutes overtime and then going straight to the shootout, it would be 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I know McKinnon was like,
I was gassed.
Yeah, he's like, I don't want to do 10. I don't want to do 10. He's like, maybe 7 minutes.
Well, because McKinnon, there's no breaks. It's all gas whenever he's in overtime.
Yeah, he just goes. Yeah, and a lot of Canadians were talking about that after that win because they're like, man, McKinnon's just shooting a puck in overtime, brother. He's just putting pucks left and right.
I always notice that when the Avs go into OT, it's just, half of the battle is like, hey, can we just keep possession of the puck?
Mm-hmm.
And the other half is, can you just end this?
Yeah.
And McKinnon's like, no, I'm going to go with the end it strategy. If it's on my stick, it's going towards the net.
Yeah.
I'm not holding it.
I like the way the Avs play in overtime. They go right at the net. But there's a lot of teams that play for their shootout. You know what I mean? They just start skating in circles with that 4-on-4. And I wish the NHL would figure out a way to do. I mean, 10 minutes, I guess, is fine. 10 minutes is fine for me for an overtime because do you get upset? Do you think the shootout is a Bush League way of?
I'm not one of those guys.
Them?
No, I think in the regular season it's fine.
Yeah.
And look. They're fun. They are fun to watch. Like, it creates a little bit of drama. It's like PKs in soccer. Like, I think that all that's it has its place and it has its moments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not against it though. If they did it in like the postseason, I think it's pretty stupid.
I will say this. So Team USA wins. Freebird is their goal song. You know who suggested that? You know who suggested Freebird as the goal song? DU pioneer, Zeev.
Oh, really?
Boom. Yeah. He was the one. He was on the junior team. And they were like, what do you think the goal call should be? And he was like, Freebird, Leonard Skinner, bro. Freebird, let's go. So, it's
a great one, though.
DU bringing the heat on the goal call. On the gold song.
I was telling Nelly earlier, I know it's the old trope that you go to a concert and somebody else play Freebird.
Yeah.
And then you hear Freebird, and you're like, I would like to hear you play Freebird.
Rocks.
Actually.
It's like a 7-minute song, right?
Uh-huh.
But once you get to that middle part, once you get to this part,
yep.
It goes hard.
And it does. It sounds like America. It really does.
Does Leonard Skinner, are those dudes still alive? Do they tour? Does Leonard Skinner tour the South or whatever? I don't even know.
Those are separate questions. Are they alive? Some of the band is, but some of them died in that plane crash many moons ago.
Oh, I did not know this. What?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The original lead singer's been dead since the 80s, I believe, when that plane went down.
Oh, I had no idea. Wow.
Oh, yeah. But they're still touring. The show must go on.
But they're doing like Queen does tours every once in a while with like Adam Lambert singing or whatever. Mm-hmm. I think they actually have a woman singing in Queen now. But anyway, yeah, they do that a little bit. Here's the other thing though, Berto, and I want to jump back to the Four Nations stuff in a bit. I read something yesterday. I was scrolling through Twitter, and this guy, he's a YouTuber. He's got like a YouTube basketball page, channel, whatever. But he goes, I was bored yesterday, so I just wanted to look at some numbers. And he goes, I saw Jokic's numbers on the season, and audibly I gasped. And we know him because we see him every single night.
Yeah.
It is perhaps the most impressive, efficient, statistically offensive season that we've ever seen in the NBA.
Yeah.
Because we've seen Jokic put up, the triple-doubles. Now he's averaging a full triple-double this year, which he's never done.
Mm-hmm.
He's at 29.8 points, 12.6 rebounds, 10.2 assists per game. He's doing that on 58% from the field, which we've seen Jokic do plenty of times. He's shooting 45% from three, averaging 5 per game. That's the insane part. That's what I think takes it over the top.
Is it 3-point shooting?
That percentage on that rate.
Not that who was it? It was Vic who was saying, I think, that if you take away all this half-court heaves and last-second heaves, he's shooting over 50 from three.
Right.
Which is just dumb. He's in the top 5 in almost every statistical category offensively in the NBA. He's third in scoring. He's
fourth in rebounds.
He's tied for third in rebounding, and he's second in assists, just right behind Trey. They're going to have to give that man another MVP. You're going to have to give that man another MVP. This is his best. He's been racking up MVPs, and this is his best. I talk to Kaz about it all the time, because every year he gets better. And I'm like, so what are we going to see this year? What are we going to see this year? And Kaz is like, man, I don't know, but it's going to be better than what we saw last year. It's stupid, insane, crazy what Joker's doing this year.
When you say it's his best season ever, it's like, yeah, it is. And I'm like, you could take it even farther. It's the best offensive season I think that's ever existed.
Yeah,
I'm not kidding. Just from all overall raw numbers along with how efficient you are doing it. Russell Westbrook averaged a triple-double. Yeah. He didn't do it 57% from the floor and 45% from three. Didn't do it that way. But here's, you brought something up that I wanted to get to. I'm not overly concerned with the MVP stuff. I don't know if he's going to win or not. He should. But if he doesn't, I think we all kind of understand. Maybe there's a little bit of fatigue.
If they give it to SGA and just say, like, hey, man, great year. You guys won 58, 59, whatever OKC does.
And SGA is totally worthy of being in the conversation and having his name up there. But here's the comparison I made. If Jokic had no MVPs right now, he's winning it this year.
Yeah, in a landslide.
And the way I saw it was SGA is Ashton Genty and Joker is Travis Hunter this year, in which...
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Any other season,
yeah,
Ashton Genty's a runaway Heisman. Nobody questions it. But he just happened to do that in a year that Travis Hunter existed.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I think is happening right now with Jokic.
I think he's going to win it. I think he's going to win it, man.
Do you?
Because as long as the Nuggets, matter of fact, if the Nuggets catch Memphis for the 2 spot, he's definitely winning it. Because you can't look at what Joker did this season and then look at the Nuggets. Because the Nuggets are on pace to win 57, right? They're on pace to win 50, to tie the exact same record they had last year going into the playoffs. If you end up in the, because I don't think you can catch OKC. I think it's like 9 games right now.
Yeah, they're gone.
You'd have to go on a crazy run to catch OKC at 1. But if you finish at number 2 and Joker's sitting there averaging a triple, he's winning it, man. He's winning it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's taken years to get to this point, but I bet you if you ask almost anybody in the national media who covers the NBA, if you ask them who's the greatest player in the game right now, I'd say 99% of them say Joker.
And that whole thing about best player in the game, look, Jordan was the best player in the game every single year. He didn't win the MVP every year. Same thing with LeBron for a huge stretch. The difference is those guys weren't statistically getting better each time.
Yeah.
Like every time you said you talked about it with Kaz. Every time I enter a season now with the Nuggets, I'm like, I don't think you can't do better than last year. And then he does better.
Yeah.
Like every single time he does better.
Yeah. And it's not like athletic greatness. I mean, it is athletic greatness, but he's not doing what Jordan did, which is, later in his career, Jordan changed his game and he turned into a jump shooter. He wasn't just driving in the lane and dunking over everybody. But Joker, I think, is 29 years old. Man, he can keep playing at this level for at least another half a decade, right?
Sure he could.
So now you just got to make sure he gets him another one. You got to get another title.
That whole thing too. I think that the tide is now turned, but why it took so many people so long to jump on board with like, no, this guy really is one of the greatest basketball players who's ever lived. Mm-hmm. Is exactly what you're talking about. It's easy to watch a Jordan highlight and understand why he's great, right? It's easy to look at LeBron highlights and understand why he's so good. Yeah. Jokic does I make it look so easy that it feels like anybody can do what I do when they can't. Mm-hmm. And I think so many people had a hard time getting towards that part of it. Hey, look, man, I love nothing better than going to YouTube and watching a nice little John Morant dunk highlight reel.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Impressive.
Joker doesn't have those. I say it all the time. Joker has games where he ends up with like 38, 16, and 14. And you go, what's the main highlight of the game? And nothing even really sticks out.
Right. When you see Joker highlights, it's usually those crazy passes. Yeah. Like over the head or no looks. Or just one of those crazy like threes that he hits, like those Sombor threes where he's leaning way back, like that one he hit on Anthony Davis in the playoffs when they won the title and stuff like that. Those, but you don't see, because Joker's just grabbing rebounds, put it back, lay it back up, baby.
The last game that they played, his probably one highlight in which he had a 26-point triple-double was end of half, Jamal misses the free throw, and he sprints in for the tip. And it's like, exactly is that like Sports Center top 10? Probably not, but it's still like incredibly impressive.
Yeah, no, Joker's the best. Joker is now my favorite athlete of all time. Nikola Jokic is my favorite athlete of all time. And I had this discussion with DMac the other day. He's also, I think, the greatest athlete in the history of Denver sports.
Oh, you're lucky Vic's not here. He'd punch you over John Elway.
No, well, I'm sure he was. Did you see yesterday? Yesterday Fox Sports released their top 10 NFL quarterbacks of all time, and Elway was at 5. And I thought the same thing. I was like, Vic wants to fight somebody.
Who'd they have ahead? Brady?
Tom Brady was number 1. Joe Montana was number 2. Peyton Manning was number 3. Oh, God, who was 4? Hold on, I'll tell you right now. And then Patrick Mahomes was 4, and then Elway was 5.
Okay.
So it was, Tom Brady, Joe Montana, Peyton Manning, Patrick Mahomes, John Elway. 6 is Aaron Rodgers. 7 is Terry Bradshaw. 8 is Brett Favre. 9 is Drew Brees. And 10 was Dan Marino.
7 was Bradshaw, huh?
Yeah, they put Bradshaw in there. Listen, Joe Montana, when I was a kid, everybody was like, greatest quarterback of all time,
Yeah,
Joe
no
Montana.
question.
But I don't know if I put Joe at number 2 now.
I know.
The Niners won 3 Super Bowls?
They won 4 with him.
He won 4?
And actually,
Okay.
Berto, do you know how many interceptions Joe Montana threw in Super Bowl games?
I'm sure it's 0.
0.
Yeah. No,
do you know how many
Joe
times he
Cool
lost
was
the Super Bowl?
0 times.
0.
Yeah, no, Joe Cool's a bad man. He's a bad man, but I don't know if in this era you can put him at number 2
Yeah,
all time.
That's always
But Elway's going to continue to fall. And I love Elway. Listen, man, Peyton and John are my favorite. You know what I mean? But he's going to continue to fall because, I mean, just the raw numbers that NFL quarterbacks are putting them now. Man, can you imagine how much John Elway would be making a year if he was in the league right now? You'd be paying that man $60 million a year to play quarterback in this league. Hell, I mean, the Niners are going to have to figure out if they're going to give Brock Purdy $300 million, right?
Yeah.
Here in a couple of months.
Well, I got to take on the Broncos with that, by the way. Yeah, just for an example, to what you're saying, like raw numbers wise, he's always like Stafford's a really good quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
He's borderline Hall of Famer. I think he'll probably get in with the Super Bowl now. He's going to finish like top 8 in most passing categories all time in the NFL, and he's pretty good. You know what I mean?
But not
in the
enough that we're
context
going
of
to put him
history.
in the top 10 quarterbacks of all time.
But just from a numbers
But
perspective,
yeah, he's a
going to
baller.
litter that.
Yeah, he's a baller. He's a baller. Everybody loves Stafford, right?
I think so. But it's just like guys like that will continue to just rack up numbers just because of how the league's going.
I don't know. When it's all said and done, what about your boy Jared Goff? When it's all said and done, Jared Goff is going to have some dumb numbers. He's going to have some dumb numbers where you're like, when you start comparing him to guys in the past, and you're like, oh, man. But I don't think anybody's looking at Jared Goff going, wait, I got an argument for putting him in the top 15 quarterbacks of all time.
So, like, here's one. 18th all time in passing yards is Joe Flacco.
See, man, I can't get behind Joe. I can't get behind Joe Flacco.
No, all I'm saying is, to your point, it's just like the numbers are going to continue to rise for
ridiculous.
guys.
It's going to get ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like if Bo Nix plays his whole career with the Broncos, he's going to have every single offensive record for the Bronx when it's all said and done, right?
Just from raw totals, yeah. But
well, if Moser was here, he would point out that there is one glaring omission on that list.
Oh yeah, swag.
Man, I forgot. This is so old school, bro. This is so old school.
Look, I am so...
This man has a title. Chad Kelly has a title. He's got himself
the
a
Grey Cup?
Yes, he does.
Toronto Argonauts legend.
Yes, he does, man.
I was so glad I got here just after the Chad Kelly experience.
What? Yeah, that was crazy.
I didn't have to deal with Moser and that.
Can you imagine that quarterback situation for the Broncos was jacked.
Yeah.
Jacked, bro.
You know what's hilarious? So I came here, I think it was when I was doing like a tryout for the morning show as one of the few people, whatever. And I went and I watched the Broncos game. I stayed over the weekend. I watched the Broncos game in a bar, and it was the game in which Chad Kelly came in for the last snap before halftime to take a knee.
And the crowd was going nuts.
The bar went insane. And I thought I was missing something. I go, what happened?
What is going on? Why is everybody cheering? Yeah, no, that was a crazy time.
CBs can't stop it. Throwing passes like rockets.
So he made that song, by the way?
Yeah, when he was at Ole Miss. Yeah, he dropped that track.
It's always a good sign.
And then, well, here's he tried to delete it off the internet, which is impossible.
Oh, yeah.
But he was like, I want to get rid of it. I've got to get rid of it. But no, we already had it at that point. It's never going away.
Nope, that's on too many playlists, bro. All right, so speaking of the Broncos, you mentioned Brock Purdy and the Niners.
Yeah.
I think the Broncos can take a lot from what the Niners have done. Look, it's time for them to pay the piper.
Yep.
Their little joyride of spending sprees are over.
It's over.
But the Broncos might be just beginning. We'll get to that next. All right, Berto. So you mentioned something. You brought up the 49ers, and it's funny because I talked about them too.
San Fran.
So I think there's a lot that the Broncos can take because I talked about being in an enviable spot for a football team, and I think the Broncos are in like the infancy stages of that, where I give Sean Payton this credit, and I've had issues in the past with how Sean Payton's carried himself for some decisions he's made in game or whatever, but there's no denying this. For you to take a year in which you're eating $50 million of Russell Wilson's contract, draft a rookie quarterback that a lot of people, including myself, questioned the move at the time, and take that team to the postseason is remarkably impressive.
Yeah.
Like, really impressive.
Yeah.
So the question is, where do you take that from here? And I said,
5 more wins.
Well, there you go.
Because 15 wins is what got Kansas City the division. If you want to win are the Broncos going to have to win 15 games next season?
Well, you know what? That's another one that I've said. We were talking about the Rockies yesterday, and Vic goes,
plus
the Rockies,
50,000. Me and Springer just looked this up. They're plus 50,000 to win the World Series.
Are they?
I've never even heard a number that high because we were trying to figure out.
It's worth $5, isn't it?
We were like, how much do we have to put down on the Rockies to win $17 million? Because we were trying to help out Shohei's interpreter, who now owes Shohei $17 million. He's going to prison, and he also owes Shohei $17 million. We were like, how much do we have to bet on the Rockies?
Okay, so 10 would be $500.
It's $35,000 basically, like $33,000. If you put $33,000 on the Rockies, and then they win the World Series, you get $17 million.
Pay him. Pay that man his money.
I'm telling you, $5 is worth it at that price.
Vegas also has the Rockies losing 100 this year again.
I don't think they're going to. but in the context of the Rocks, Vic said, "Well, they're never going to win enough game to beat the Dodgers." And I go, the goal should not be, at least in my head, because the Dodgers are playing a different sport than you are.
Yeah,
it should not be we're better than the Dodgers over 162 games. It's you're good enough to make the playoffs, and you're better than them for 5. In the context of the Broncos, it would be great to win the division. My goal would still be make the postseason and be better than them for a game. That's all you need to really do. But you look at the way that you can go about building this to be competitive with a team like Kansas City or whoever's in the AFC, the Bills, Ravens. I think if you look at what the Niners have done over the last 4 years, that's the way to do it. Because here's what they found. If I'm paying my quarterback in Safeway coupons, I can spend that money on Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey and all these different guys that we can get through free agency before we have to pay the piper, which is now for them. And that's why I think San Francisco is probably panicking. They can try and do we'll just find another quarterback to come in on a cheap contract. Good luck.
Yeah,
that doesn't happen
all
that
often. Who you going to
often.
bring? Justin Fields? Who you going to grab? You going to draft somebody again?
Well, they're going to pay Purdy. And I think
$300 million.
It's that, or you run the risk of doing that game again, and you're in quarterback hell.
Right, but okay. Right now, if I was like, hey, you get to pick the quarterback for the Denver Broncos, Brock Purdy or Bo Nix.
Bo Nix.
See? So why give Brock $300 million, man? Why give here? How about this? We're talking about how many wins the Broncos would need next year to beat the Chiefs. San Francisco 49ers in the Super Bowl, not this year, but the year before that. And then this season, after being in the Super Bowl and losing a very close game in the Super Bowl, they win just 6 games. They fall off that much. They win 6 games.
A lot of injuries.
Does Kansas City have that fall off? So, you know what I'm talking about? So then the Broncos can win the division with 11, 12 games, depending on what the Chargers and the Raiders do. Because the Raiders are going to be better with Carroll. They're going to be better. At least they'll be a professional football team with Pete Carroll, right? And the Raiders are going to get better. I mean, the Chargers are going to get better, right?
You think?
Because you're going to have Harbaugh for the second season. He's going to figure some stuff out. And just like the Broncos, the Chargers were dealing with a bunch of cap issues. They're going to have some more money to deal with. So what do the Broncos need to do? I do not like. If you're taking the San Francisco 49ers route, which means you had mad skill players all over the place. You know what I mean? You had a great tight end. You had a great back. But I don't know. Does Sean Payton want that? Does Sean Payton want that? I keep seeing these mock drafts that have Gentry falling to 20 and the Broncos getting Gentry.
Yeah.
And you know what? I don't think they'd draft him if he was there. I don't think Sean Payton wants him. Let me ask you this question.
Okay.
Saquon Barkley, a great season last year. I mean, it was so much fun to watch that dude play football last year.
Yeah.
He had over 2,005 yards, whatever it was. how many yards would Saquon Barkley have on the Broncos if he played for Denver next year?
That's the main question of the offseason. The answer is I don't know.
There's no way Sean Payton hands it. Like, Barkley carried the ball 345 times, the most of any back in the NFL last year. There's no way. I bet Sean Payton wouldn't give that man 240 carries, much less 340.
Here's what I'd say. I don't know that I agree with you on that. I look back at the offenses he had when he had Drew Brees. They ran the football a lot with Mark Ingram, and they ran the football a lot with Alvin Kamara. They had a season where both of those guys were 1,000-yard rushers, or at least close. I think Kamara was at like 950.
Yeah, but once again, he wants to break it up. He doesn't want to have one guy carrying the ball for 2,000 yards. If Saquon was on this team next year, he'd still be handing the ball off to other backs.
Well, if that's the case, then he would be stupid. Like, you can't do that.
I don't think Sean Payton is stupid, but I do think that he hates to run the football, even though he always talks about it.
Maybe that's where we have our fundamental disagreement then. I'm of the belief of this. I think Sean Payton wanted to run the ball. I don't think he trusted anybody in that backfield to do it.
Okay.
I don't think he felt he had the personnel.
I will
to pull
accept that argument, but you still, I guess I'll accept that argument. But he's still going to have both throwing that thing 40 times a game next year, right?
So if they find somebody that I think he trusts, I think the offense looks, instead of doing bubble screens and swing passes, that was his running game. I think that he would prefer to actually look. If they had a 3rd and 3, he wants the running game to be a threat that you're going to pick that up on the ground as opposed to Bo Nix dropping back every single time. Because you become predictable. One of the most remarkable things about Bo Nix last year, and I think this is an incredible futures indicator of what he could be, he did, statistically, he had 29 touchdowns, 12 picks, and he was only sacked 24 times when the defense knew they were throwing it every single down. That's pretty remarkable, to not have a high turnover rate and not to be hit like crazy when they know what you're going to do. If you can mix in at least a threat of a running game, I think it changes a lot about how they want to operate in Sean Payton's offense.
And I'm down for it. But I want these additions through the draft. I do not want the Denver Broncos to. Jeff Legwald wrote an article a couple of days ago where he pointed out that one of the flaws when it comes to Sean Payton, and you just mentioned it, is his trust in his players. And that when he was in New Orleans, in the last 5 years he was in New Orleans, the Saints were always one of the oldest teams in the league because Payton would get these super vets, and then he just played super vets. And then, when it comes to cap problems, they were just like, well, let's figure it out next year.
Kick the can down the road.
Yeah. And I don't want that to happen to the Denver Broncos. I don't want Sean Payton to load up on all these, 34-plus-year-old super vets. I don't want Debo, man. I don't even know if I want T. You know what I mean?
I don't disagree.
I don't want the Denver Broncos to be sitting on all these super expensive, old talent, position players, and you got Bo back there, young enough, right? Even though he spent all those years in college, and flinging the ball. Nah, man, nah. No, you build this team up right like the Nuggets did it, man. From the ground up, Sean, you can do it, man. Don't go out there grabbing these super vets. I hate that idea. Do not, if say the Broncos take a huge swing, and I don't think they will, but how much money would you spend on one to raise the talent of your team? Do the Broncos have enough money to spend a chunk on offense and defense, or you have to pick? You have to pick. Because frankly, I'm done with the defense, man. Listen, I love Bo, but the reason the Broncos won 10 games,
spending money on defense.
Right. I want give me that offense, baby. Bring that offense back.
Yeah.
I'm done with the 3 and out, man. And you gave me some hope last year. So get me some offensive talent. But can you drop $30 million a year on a guy?
I think you and me are on the same page. I like T. Higgins. I think he could bring a lot to the offense. I don't like it for $30 million a year.
Yeah, no.
Now, if they did, this is the argument I made to Vic. If they did do that, Courtland Sutton's cap hit this year is 20, and when he gets a new contract, he's probably gonna be looking a couple million more, $22, $23 million a year. I don't like that prospect either. So if you brought T. Higgins in to be his replacement, paying a few more $1 million, I guess that could kind of make sense. Dollars and cents wise, but overall, I'm kind of against the idea of that amount of money for one guy. But I'll say this: the super vet thing, I know exactly what you're talking about. It does drive me nuts when you're trying to build a team and you got 35-year-olds out there. You're like, what purpose is this serving?
Peyton's like, this is my guy. I got to bring him in. This is my guy.
Because it's trust. Where they're at now, I think them spending sort of in the middle on a veteran guy, like I've brought the name like Cooper Kupp or Chris Godwin. If you could get them for like 14, 15 a year for a short contract.
I'm against that too, bro.
Are you?
Yeah. Listen. I've said it before. He's got to.
I say that because I think they can be competitive. Like he's actually competitive.
He's got a bad haircut, but Sean McVay is one of the best football minds in the sport. And if he doesn't want you on his team, I don't want you on my team.
The question with the Rams, though, because Vic was talking about that too, I think they might just be hitting the total button.
Yeah.
Like they might be trading Stafford, and if they're doing that, they aren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
So what's the purpose of Cooper?
And Stafford would be a great quarterback in a place like, God, I don't know, man. Who's not going to draft a quarterback? Giants are drafting a quarterback, right? Is Tennessee drafting a quarterback with that number 1 pick?
I don't know. They should.
Listen, this has nothing to do with anything, but I asked DMac this question the other day, so let me ask you.
Yeah.
Would the Tennessee Titans give you the number 1 overall pick for Bo Nix? I'm not suggesting you trade Bo Nix, but would hypothetically, would the Tennessee Titans give you the number 1 overall pick for Bo Nix? If like, you know, whoever it is, like George Payton or somebody was just like, you guys are underestimating Shador. We got to get Shador, or whoever it is, or Cam. We got to get Cam.
But just a straight hypothetical.
Hypothetically, would Tennessee give you the number 1 overall pick for Bo Nix?
I think they'd think about it. I don't know if they would or not. I think they'd certainly think about it. I don't know if Bo Nix still, even after last year, and last year was great, I don't know if he is. Look, man, teams like the Broncos have never had number 1 overall. Like, never.
Yeah.
I think that, it's like 50-50 that they would. I think they'd be smart to do it, actually.
Yeah.
Will Levis is not good.
No. That mayonnaise eating chucklehead is gone. Like, he's going to be a career backup, if that.
It's funny. You were talking about Stafford, though. Cowherd had this yesterday. He said the Rams want the number 3 pick from the Giants for Stafford. And I'm telling you right now, there's been few people on this planet that have been as ardent a defender of Matthew Stafford as me. I think Stafford's done. I think he's getting hurt way too often. He's got back problems. He's like 37. I don't think you pull the trigger on that. I wouldn't if I were New York.
What's Cleveland do with number 2? Because I think Cam Ward goes 1. Shador goes to New York at 3, unless Cleveland gets cocky. What's Cleveland do at 2, bro? Because listen, it looks like, and this is going to upset me so much, it looks like Travis Hunter's going to end up in New England. You know what I mean? With that number 4 pick, unless somebody gets cocky and makes a trade. And it's going to make me so upset to see Travis in the damn Patriots uniform. But it looks like he's going to go 4th, right?
Here's what I do if I were Cleveland.
Yeah, what do you do, man?
I think that you find somebody who is quarterback hungry, and whether it's Shador on the board, Cam Ward, or both. Look, man, they aren't getting out of this Deshaun contract, and they're going to be paying the piper for that for a long time. If they end up trading Myles Garrett, that's even more dead cap that they're eating. And to do that, I would just be like, hey, I'll give you number 2. You give me multiple future first.
Right. Like with the Raiders at 6, like the Raiders like, I'll jump up to 2.
Like give me 2 firsts and 2 seconds or something like for the future so I don't have to pay anybody right now.
And then the Raiders draft Shador or Cam, whoever doesn't go number 1.
That's what I would think about doing. Now, whether you can find a dance partner for that's a different discussion, I suppose. But if they have to stay locked into that pick, like they are in as bad a football position as any team in a long time.
Listen, man, but that's their legacy. That's the legacy of that team.
But they have no escape route. They have nothing to do.
Well, you're just gonna have to do what the Broncos do and eat that
just
money,
like
man.
Me.
Eat it.
Trash.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. You just gonna have to say, hey, Deshaun,
but they're looking
it's been a ride, bro, but you're out. You're gone.
Just before we get to a break, I want to see what that would look like. Because Russell Wilson's was 85 that they were able to split over 2 years.
Yeah, and this one would be a little bit more than that for Deshaun because he's fully guaranteed. But it's not.
Bro, it's not a little. It's 172.
Well, listen.
You can't split like $90 million apiece over 2 years. You wouldn't field a roster.
Like he just re-injured himself. He's not even going to be able to play for the first half of the season next year, man. He's just hit the reset button, Cleveland. Stop. There's nothing you can do about it, man. And you got the number 2 overall pick. Just reset that whole thing.
By the way, we really let this soar over the plate without even taking a swing. Berto, did you say Sean McVay and his bad hair?
That's bad hair, bro. He has no good friends.
Did you really say that? You're not a fan of the faux hawk?
No, man. No, I think he's brilliant. I think he's great. He can coach my football team anytime he wants, man. But there's an almost mathematical perfection to how he does his hair that freaks me the hell out, bro.
And it's
like
always
he's
the
using
same
a
length.
ruler or a tape measure or something, or he's listen, man. Sean, you're the best, bro. You're the best. But somebody's got to. I mean. Although he is married to like Miss Brazil 19 or something ridiculous, so he's doing all right for himself.
That's one of
but
those.
But he's got to have a friend to be like, yo, man, maybe switch it up. Like he's been rocking the same haircut for 15 years. You got to switch it up, man.
He's got one of those. You know what? If you have pecs and biceps, though, you can probably escape one of those. If he looked like a guy who fixes your computer at your office, like one of the tech guys.
Mm-hmm.
You can't pull that hair off.
No, man. I'm just saying. Let yourself go. Let it go. Let it go.
He needs to do that's Derek Weibly from Sum 41. He needs to go full head of spikes. Come on. Let's go like it's 2000 here, boys.
Switch it up, man.
I want to get back to this in a bit because I do think, where the Broncos take this offseason, they have a whole bunch of different routes they can. Is really interesting. We'll talk about this in a little bit. 303-504-0925. Can always listen to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. All right, so Berto in for Vic and Moser, both out today. Berto, we were talking about at the beginning of the show, Nikola Jokic, the season he's having, that somehow it's the best of his career and one of the best seasons offensively that I think the sport's seen. Here's the other thing. If you happen to go back just last year, Nikola Jokic won an MVP.
Mm-hmm.
And so did somebody else that plays in that same arena in Nathan McKinnon.
Mm-hmm.
And Nathan McKinnon is also leading his sport in points again as they head to the break.
Yeah.
You very plausibly could have back-to-back years in which you have both of the MVPs in that building again.
And that'd be crazy.
Again.
Absolutely insane. I think, we were just having this conversation. I had it with Springer where we were looking up the Vegas odds. McKinnon, I think, is the second favorite to win the Hart this year. Is it Matthew? I can't remember who's number one. It's not McDavid. I think McDavid is third. I think it's Draisaitl. I'm almost sure it's Draisaitl.
Draisaitl makes sense.
Yeah, Draisaitl is the favorite to win the Hart this year. But with Joker, I'm assuming right now the Vegas odds are probably SGA and then Nikola.
So Draisaitl is minus 115 and McKinnon is plus 250.
Yeah.
In second place. And then in the NBA,
I wonder who's third. Who's third? Because it's SGA, Joker.
So SGA is, right now, he is like the overwhelming favorite.
Yeah, which is crazy, but
minus
I get it.
470.
I get it, man.
Jokic plus 320. And then there's a gulf that goes to Giannis at plus 7,500.
Wow, I should have thought about that. Once again, America. Where you at, America? The three best players in the NBA are not from this country.
Well,
step your game up.
Tied for fourth is one American, Jason Tatum. He's tied with Victor Wembanyama.
No. Jason Tatum don't belong in that conversation. No, man. You cannot tell me Jason Tatum is the greatest American-born player in the NBA right now. No way. Ain't taking it. It's got to be. Give me somebody else.
Who would you say is the greatest American in the NBA right now?
Oh, man,
Is it still KD or LeBron?
No, it can't be. Dog, it might be LeBron at 40, but I don't think so. Oh, it could be LeBron at 40, which is stupid. Is a 40-year-old LeBron James the greatest American basketball player right now?
Who the hell else would be in it?
Man, I don't know. Who's the greatest American basketball player right now? Right now. And I swear, man, don't give me Tatum. Don't give me Tatum. I got no.
Stupid-ass questions.
He could barely play in the Olympics this year. No, he was getting no PT. You got to give me somebody else.
It might still be LeBron.
Is that stupid? It's stupid. LeBron is having a great season.
His pronouns is he, him.
The Nuggets, man. The Nuggets are on a collision course with the Lakers in the playoffs. It's just going to happen. It's going to happen in the first or second round. They're going to end up playing the Lakers.
Yeah. Ask you something about that. 2 years ago, when the Nuggets were making their initial run at a championship that we didn't know was going to end in it, we thought they had a good shot.
Uh-huh.
But before the playoffs started, and it was like the last few games of the year, depending on where somebody finished, it was changing on who the Nuggets would play in the first round.
Yeah, I think the Nuggets were running the okie doke on that too. I think they were manipulating the standings.
Well, it was going to be either Minnesota or LA. And I said, give me LA. Like, I had no fear. And Vic kept yelling at me how stupid I was. And I go, Vic, I think you're scared of the ghost of Christmas past and not what's actually on
You're
the floor.
scared of Magic and Kobe. You're not scared of what's actually of Anthony Davis and the crew.
If I want to scream, I'll scream.
And so that ended with them getting the sweep, winning the championship, whatever. And for the following year, I thought the same thing. If they play the Lakers, they're going to smoke them because it's just a matchup problem that the Lakers can't do. This year's almost the inverse. I'm actually pretty scared about the Lakers, and Vic has no fear at all. And it's like, it's super odd. Now, Vic
Luka's in that top 5. Matter of fact, you could put him in the top 4, right?
Sure. But that's the point, is Vic keeps talking to me about, who's going to stop Joker? I go, bro, it's never mattered who's going to. Nobody's stopping Joker. It doesn't matter
who's
if you have Anthony
stop
Davis.
Luka is the question, right?
My whole thing is, what the Nuggets still are poor at, maybe their biggest weakness, is they're really bad still defensively on the perimeter.
Mm-hmm.
And Luka will eat you on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
It's not who's going to stop Joker. I'm worried about how you stop Luka with LeBron and that duo together. Now, remains to be seen how good they're going to be together and what kind of chemistry they can build in a short amount of time. But it does have me a little bit more nervous than I've been about the Lakers in a while. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
Are you on the same page as me?
The only teams in the West, like, listen, I don't know what to think about the Memphis Grizzlies because they've been hanging out in the top 3 in the West all season long. And
Memphis is different with Ja, dude. They're different.
So I don't know how to feel with it. Like a playoff matchup against the Grizzlies would not scare me though. There are two teams. The Lakers now with Luka because man. Worst trade in the history of the worst trade. I'm still pissed at the Mavericks for that, bro. I'm still upset that they gave the Lakers Luka for nothing. Mm-hmm. So anyway, but yeah. And the other problem is the Oklahoma City Thunder because the Thunder have the offense to match what the Nuggets. Because when the Nuggets offense is cooking, it's the best offense in the NBA, which is crazy since they shoot the fewest amount of threes in the NBA as well. But the Thunder have an offense to match that. And OKC's defense is better than yours. At least right now, OKC plays better defense than Denver Nuggets.
They're one of the best defensive teams in the league.
So how are you going to handle that? How can you handle a team that can score with you and is one of the best defensive teams in the league? Although when the Nuggets are cruising, they're pretty good defensively. The Nuggets have won 8 straight games. Mm-hmm. First two of those wins came down to the last possession. It was 2 road games. Ugly. But the last 6 have all been in blowout, 6 straight blowout wins for the Nuggets. And Jamal drops a double nickel on the Blazers a couple of nights ago, man.
Yep.
So I don't know. I'm back in the place where I don't know how to feel about the Denver Nuggets. They're cruising right now, but I was really upset with them just a month ago, right? Yeah. I was freaking out about it a month ago. I was kind of freaking out about it at the trade deadline, but now they're feeling good and looking good, and Joker's the best player on the planet. I guess I still have PTSD from that Game 7 loss to Minnesota last year.
The one thing, and I'll continue to point this out, it's not like it's a groundbreaking theory or thought that I have, but I still think it rings true after all these years. When Jamal Murray is healthy and playing good basketball, I think the Nuggets are the best team in the NBA. When he's not, they can very easily be had by anybody. And if you go through and look at the results since 2020, Jamal played in the bubble, and he played well.
Yeah.
And they got to the Western Conference Finals.
Mm-hmm.
Next year, he was out with the ACL. They were swept in the second round. The year after that, he was out with the ACL. They lost in 5 games in the first round. The year after that, he comes back, plays well, and is healthy. They win the championship. And last year, he was very obviously hurt, I think, in that postseason.
Yeah.
It showed, and they lost in the second round again. I think his health and the way that he plays, it tells the entire story of what the Nuggets can do or what they will be. Because what could be nice this year, and we got a little glimpse and a little taste of it, it's a matter of can it be consistent or not. If you can get Porter to play, look, not 30 points a night, you can ask for those occasionally, but if he can play at that kind of level where he is a constant threat and he's knocking down shots, you can make up for a bad Jamal game if Porter's on it. And that could tip the scales a little bit in the Nuggets' favor come postseason if that's still available to you. Because I'll tell you this, I was skeptical about losing KCP because they said that was in the name of roster flexibility, that we can't pay him because we won't be able to do X, Y, and Z.
Right. And well, you have no roster flexibility right now either.
And that's what I'm getting at. Like, you let him go and you still can't do X, Y, and Z. Right. So I'm like, was it worth it? But I'll give this credit to Christian Brown. I don't think he's the defender that KCP is because I think he might be the best perimeter defender in the NBA. I know he's getting older. I had no idea Christian Brown was capable of putting up 20 points a night.
Man runs. He runs.
His transition game is elite. Yeah. As good as anybody in the NBA.
Like, I've said this before because it kind of shocked me at the start of the season too. But outside of Joker, the one player who was ready for the regular season was Christian.
No doubt.
He was ready to go. Like, I think sometime in the summer, Malone came to him and said, man, you're going to be a starter this year. You're going to have to step your game up. And I mean, he was ready to rock and roll from game 1 of the regular season. Christian has been great. Let me ask you this, though, because I think for the first time, and Coach Malone got this question after the last game when they beat Portland and Jamal scored 55. He was asked, like, Jamal just looks quicker. He's jumping higher. Yeah. He's getting separation from defenders. And Malone was basically like, yeah, I think he's finally healthy. And I think it's been 6. I think Jamal's been half a year or more. He's been dealing with injuries. Yeah. He's finally healthy and looking good. The problem is, so Mike has missed the last couple of games, but he should be good to go once the All-Star break is over, at least hopefully. My question is if Jamal gets injured or if Jamal has an off night, can your 1 and 2 be Joker and Mike? And at least it feels like that it was trending that way because Joker's always going to show up. And Coach mentioned this as well after the Portland game where he's like, we just assume greatness from Joker. Like, every once in a while, you got to stop and just smell the roses and be like, this is the great, look at what this guy's doing. This is the greatest player in the NBA. Look what he's doing. So Malone's like, every once in a while, you have to stop because we just assume Joker's going to be great. And he is. Every night, he is great. So who's going to come along with him? And lately during this win streak, it's been everybody, man. It's been everybody. Yep. I mean, Peyton and Russ have been hurt, and AG and Mike have been in and out. But, man, Jamal's been great, and Joker's been great, and that's all you really need, right? That's all you really need.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So we'll get back to something that was called out by a member of our own family. Happens occasionally. I want to know, are you on my team or are you on Team Raj? We'll get to it next.
Here's Matthews. Lindahl loses a stick to Mini 5-on-3, and he's back in front of the net as Eichel has it in the right wing circle. Back to Zach Werenski. Lets a floater go. Rebound. They score. Matthew Tkachuk, second of the game. The brothers have 4. They've got 4, and the U.S. leads 6-1.
U.S. wins 6-1 yesterday against Sweden. They will play Canada tomorrow at 6 o'clock.
Finland.
Or, I'm sorry, Finland.
Yeah, suck at Finland.
They will play Canada tomorrow at 6 o'clock, and you can hear that right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Here's an argument I got into with Vic yesterday, which turned into Raj, I guess, calling me stupid. And I don't think it's stupid. I think I'm level-headed and smart on this. I love this tournament. I actually think it's really interesting and fun to watch. I do not like that it's in the middle of the season. I don't like that it's interrupting and providing a risk for teams that are trying to win championships at the end. And so Raj heard me talking about this yesterday, and here's what he said.
The players care about this. And that's what changes everything for me. I thought it was going to be kind of rub each other out on the boards, and then here's the puck.
Pause.
Whoa. They're putting guys through the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Like Shea Theodore, defenseman for the Vegas Golden Knights, broke his wrist in the first period.
That's not good either.
And I heard Brett talking about it.
How do you feel about that?
Shut up. Stop.
Brett?
Yes.
Don't put it into the universe.
All we do is complain about how these mid-season exhibitions are worthless. All we do is complain about how the Pro Bowl, even before it was flag football, was a glorified powder puff game. We complain about how no one in Major League Baseball actually hustles out, or guys, and that's not necessarily true. Guys are still throwing 101 on the inside in the MLB All-Star Game. We complain about how there's no defense or competition in the NBA's All-Star Game.
So he goes on from there. But let me just lay out my case, and then I'll let you respond.
Go ahead. Do your thing.
Berto filling in for Vic and Moshe today. I have no problem with the tournament. I think the tournament's cool. I think providing an unnecessary risk for fans like me who love the Avalanche, and you have your stars playing in this, providing a chance for them to get injured when your team has been injured like crazy already this year is insanely stupid. That's it. And I think this would be a great thing to do in July or August when you're kind of in the middle of no man's land in the sports calendar and it's the dog days of baseball. I think it's a great idea. And if guys need to have surgeries in the offseason after it's done and they need to miss, then they need to miss. But this is a conjured up fake thing that if you win, cool. If the U.S. wins, great. I'm happy about it. You know what I want more than that is a parade at the end of the year going through my town. And I think it provides an unnecessary risk. But I'm told that I'm a baby and like a helicopter parent by saying that.
Yeah, I would say that that's stupid and you're stupid and Raj is probably right, which is dumb. But
wait a minute. Who's stupid and who's dumb?
You're stupid.
Okay. And Raj is right, but also dumb? Is that what you said?
No. Like, I think Raj is mostly right. Like, this is great. This is like, why do we watch sports, man? For the competition, because it is the ultimate reality TV show, right? This is there is like 127 million people in this country sat down and watched that Super Bowl last weekend. You know what I mean? That's a math. There is no other appointment viewing like professional sports. There is nothing worse in professional sports than an all-star game. Tonight, the NBA has their Rising Stars Challenge. They have their celebrity game, and I don't know that. Like
Julian Strother's playing in it, by the way.
Yes, Julian Strother. Not only that, if Julian Strother and Team M for Mitch Richmond, I had no idea. They got Run TMC back together, bro. They got so it's Tim Hardaway's coaching one team, Chris Mullins coaching one team, and Mitch Richmond is coaching
huge Mitch Richmond guy.
So yeah. So Julian's playing for Team Mitch Richmond, Team M. And if they win this tournament, they get to play the actual All-Stars, or at least one of the team of All-Stars on Sunday. And nobody's going to watch because it's trash. It's a garbage. It's no fun, man. It's no fun. Like tomorrow, Saturday night, is going to be much more fun with the dunk contest and the three-point contest and all that stuff than the All-Star game. The NHL's figured it out, man. This is great. We've only got 2 games so far, and it's been great.
Yeah,
it's been amazing. This is years ago. Mark Cuban, when he was still the owner of the Mavs, did the same thing that you did. Like, I think Dirk got hurt playing internationally or something, and he freaked out. He's like, I'm giving millions and millions of dollars to these athletes. I need them to be ready to go for my team.
Yeah.
Not team country. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I'm giving them all this money. So they need, but just like Charlie Blackmon was complaining about, he's been here in Colorado for years and years and years. He's never gone skiing because in his Rockies contracts always said,
if he gets hurt,
you can't go skiing, bro. You can't go skiing. This is great, man. Why don't you embrace it?
Okay.
Embrace the greatness. Like the NBA should do something like this.
Here's the argument that I would make. Again, I do think it's great. Like, I know this sounds like I have conflicting ideas coming. I think it's awesome. Here's the problem, though. Somebody says this happens in international soccer all the time. Well, the second that soccer players start hitting each other at 20 miles an hour, we can start to have a discussion about that, okay? The injury risk in a soccer game is much less than in an NHL game, and I think we can all agree on that.
Mm-hmm.
If I told you the NFL in week 15 was going to say, we're going to take a break, and we're going to have all of these players play a tackle football game where they represent their home states. And it's going to be Team Florida versus Team California and Team Colorado and Team whatever. We would all say, what the hell are you talking about? We're having guys play an actual football game 2 weeks before the playoffs start?
I get it,
We wouldn't say, oh, it's cool and competitive and this is so much better than a Pro Bowl. We'd say, this is the stupidest thing you could do because I'm trying to win a Super Bowl. Like, the risk that you have for something that ultimately doesn't matter is what I'm talking about. It's just a fun thing. And when people bring up Pro Bowls and All-Star games, those aren't for the fans.
What about the
That's
Olympics?
An extra avenue for the leagues to make money.
Like Team USA is going to get back together for the Winter Olympics with the NFL crew, right?
I have no
or
problem
the
with
NHL
something,
crew.
If it's the offseason, I got no problem with it. I have an issue specifically at this time in the calendar. Like the Avs, here's what we said heading into this break. We said, you know what's going to be great? Is that after this Four Nations, it looks like Josh Manson, Val Nichushkin can be back in the lineup. The Avs are going to be fully healthy. Well, what happens if something happens? Then what?
Yeah, but
then we're right back.
That
in the same
happens
place.
any game could. Man, Nathan McKinnon could be walking to Tim Hortons and fall over.
I would
and
accept
break
that.
a pinky or something.
I would accept if he tripped over ice and broke his pinky going to Tim Hortons would be a more acceptable injury than getting hurt in this fake tournament.
No,
that's what
man.
I'm telling you.
No, it's not a fake tournament. Like, these guys care. It matters. And it's great. Like, I don't understand. Like, the Bertinelli philosophy is if it feels good, do it, man. And this feels good. So let's do it. This feels great,
I
man.
think the government would disagree with some of that.
No, I'm just saying, man. Like USA pounding Finland last night. That's great. An overtime win for Canada 2 nights ago. Nathan McKinnon scores 56 seconds into that
I
thing
think that's cool.
from Crosby and McDavid. No, this is great, man. We should have more of this. Like, I didn't know how I was going to feel when the Four Nations came around because I'm like, I was the same kind of way. I was like, man, you know what? I'm kind of involved in this NHL season. I don't know if I care about this four. But nah, man, as soon as they drop the puck and you can tell that the players care and the coaches care, then it makes you care.
Texture says they would be playing games anyway, Brett. But yes, they would be playing games in the stuff that matters to you, like things that have an actual impact. And I understand the players care. They do.
Don't you want to see the best against the best? These are the best players on the planet playing against each other, man.
I'd love to see it not when my team's going for a Stanley Cup. Like, it's always going to come back to that. It really is. Just, it feels like when I brought up the football thing, why do you think that's different? If the players really wanted they wanted a states compete against each other, is that any different than what we're talking about here?
Yeah, because the NFL, injury in the NFL is 100% guaranteed. If you play in the NFL, eventually you will get hurt. So it's almost one of those things you have to accept it. Yeah, but not in the same way as the NFL, man, right? Like, the NFL is just hockey, I don't know. Hockey is a brutal, nasty sport.
I was just looking at McKinnon's games played. He's missed a lot of games throughout his career.
I think none of that, didn't Mac had a ton of ice time in that first. Like, not only that, so did Taze and McCarr.
Right.
Like, Team Canada played those dudes a ton of ice time. So I see something like that, I'm like, oh man, did Kale played like 25 minutes tonight or something stupid like that? Devon's played 29 or something. You're like, man, that's a lot of ice time. I get where you're coming from, but it doesn't matter. Not when. I mean, you're going to tell me, you know what, that Team USA, Team Canada game tomorrow night here on the stage
is going to be electric.
It's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
It's going to be wild. I don't understand why you can't embrace it. Embrace it, man. Don't live your life through fear. Don't just assume that McKinnon or McCarr or somebody is going to get hurt, man.
Well, how about this? It's not, again, fear's probably, it's part of it. It's, to me, unnecessary risk is how I'd put it.
But they're always risking themselves for our entertainment. And that's what this is. And it's just the same as if they were playing game number 59 of the regular season.
But again, if I ask any one of those guys, would you rather have a Stanley Cup or win the Four Nations?
No, yeah, I get it.
Nobody is going to question that answer.
Everybody's going to say the Cup, right.
And if one of those guys, like, who was it again that got hurt? Shea
Theodore.
Shea Theodore. If I ask him, I don't know how long he's going to be out. Broken wrist, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he misses the first series of the playoffs and Vegas loses, is he going to say that was worth it?
I don't know.
I doubt it.
If you ask Matthew Tkachuk, if you're like, yo, Tkachuk, you're going to get hurt in this tournament, but Team USA is going to win the whole thing. You know what Matthew Tkachuk's going to say? Bring it the hell on.
I don't know if that's true.
No. They're serious about this, man. You watch the games.
They're bringing it. I understand. Yeah.
No, there's nobody, dogging it in these games because they're like, I got to save myself for the NHL regular season. That's a good way to get hurt. You got to go 100% of the time.
I love these. You have a valid point, but you're still wrong, Brett. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Like, I get it. Like, literally, I think Mark Cuban went to the NBA governors and was like, we got to change this. We got to change it. I'm paying Dirk Nowitzki $200 million. He's getting hurt playing for these.
I think he's right.
Like these international teams. He's like, I'm done with it, man.
And I'll tell you, the Olympics are different to me because that's
for country too, though, right?
But here's where it's different. The Olympics is something that's been accepted for over 100 years. It's what we do. Like, it's a tradition thing. This was just made. This just got made.
I get it. The NHL's embracing this international flavor because here they're going to go to the Olympics and then they're bringing back the World
Hockey Cup.
The World Cup. So, like, this is what we're gonna get for the next couple of years is international hockey, where it's Team USA versus Team Canada versus Team Finland versus Team. You know what I mean? Like, this is it. So I think the NHL invented the Four Nations because they were looking ahead, thinking, well, look at this. All we get for the next 5 years is gonna be nothing but international competitions. Let's jump in with it now.
Well, whether you agree with me or you agree with Berto, we have all the games right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and they're incredibly fun. I fully acknowledge, incredibly fun. I had a blast watching yesterday, especially like three goals in the first 3 minutes of the third period.
Yeah, Kachuk, they just go plap, 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 and it was done, and then the game was over.
Jake Gensel,
yeah,
alumni of the University of Nebraska, Omaha. How about that?
Wait, Gensel went to the Nebraska. What?
He's an Omaha boy. Yeah.
I did not know that, bro.
Yes, he is. He's far more successful than any career that any of my teammates had in baseball. Yes.
Imagine. Is he the most famous player to come out of that university?
UNO, they've had a couple. He's probably the best one, though. Yeah, probably. Now, UNO's got some other notable names. Marlon Briscoe, the first African-American quarterback in the history of the NFL, was a UNO Maverick.
I did not know that.
Also a Denver Bronco, but yes, UNO Maverick.
I did not know that.
Mm-hmm. Greg the Leg Zuerlein, UNO Maverick.
Yeah.
You want me to keep rolling through?
I can't be getting behind Greg the Leg. No, man. No.
Hey, he had about a really fun year where he had the boot. All right, back after this. Oh, you hear that? Four Nations tournament, all on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And guess what? You jump on the Circus Sportsbook, you can get an early look at these lines for tomorrow, starting at 11 a.m. Sweden, Finland, Sweden, minus 190 on the money line. Also, USA, Canada, 6 o'clock tomorrow night. That one's tight. U.S., minus 105. Can find that and so much more on the Circa Sportsbook. Best odds in the game, no doubt about it. Excellent customer service. Download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Berto in for Vic and Mo today. And you know what? I've heard this so many times, Berto.
Yeah, what's up?
And I'm almost like scarred. It's like a tick. It's like PTSD. You said to me during the break, I got something for you. Mm-hmm. And Mo says that to me all the time.
Does he?
And it's always awful.
It's always dumb.
And now
He's
trust
like,
you.
bro, man, I got this toenail. This toenail, you cannot. Let me show you this toenail. And you're just like,
you nailed
Mo,
it.
sit down.
I got something for you.
Sit
down.
down.
Canner, I got something.
I told you that I was talking to McGahee, and I was like, so what you going to do for this All-Star break? He's like, I'm going down to, I think he's going to Arizona to play golf. He's like, we get back at like 4 a.m. He's like, Moser leaves for Paris 2 hours later. Yeah. So Moser's plane lands. He walks across, gets on another plane and flies to Paris. And somebody had to sit next to Moser for 15 hours when he had 90 minutes of sleep.
That would be the bear.
That has to be your own personal hell.
Yep.
With just can you imagine just like Moser out on the ragged edge and you can't move away from him? He's stuck right next to you. Oh,
and
no.
I wonder what that flight is. It's got to be what, like
I have no idea.
7-8 hours? I have no idea.
No desire to go to Paris. Why is Moj going to Paris?
Oh, Moj, he loves to go to he did go to Paris. I think today he's in Paris, but he likes to do his Normandy stuff where he walks Omaha Beach.
Yeah.
He likes that.
Yeah.
But you know that Moj is getting on there. I don't know if he sleeps when he first gets on, but I'll tell you this. He's got some sort of whiskey shot with a beer next to him immediately on that.
I have heard. Well, I will ask you what your superpower is, but I've been told that Moser's superpower is he's able to fall asleep anywhere, anytime, any place. Like if Moser was here in this room with us, he could lay down and he'll be asleep in like 5-10 minutes, even if we're sitting here just babbling away. That's Moser's superpower. I can sleep anytime I want. What would you consider your superpower?
My superpower.
The one thing you do better than anybody else, what would you say that was?
I honestly, I think it's an ability to read people. I think it's
really?
Like, I can mesh off multiple different personalities. Like it's really hard to find somebody that I couldn't get along with because I think I understand what makes them tick.
Okay. Man, I'm the exact opposite. I've told this story before. I don't understand body language. I can't read people at all. Like last night, you could have murdered 2 people last night, and I would have I would not get those vibes, right? You could
I'm good at it.
You could have agreed to a divorce last night, and and it gets me in trouble constantly because I'm just like blah blah blah, and just
not reading the room.
Right, I do not read the room. I run directly into brick walls, and then I sound and look like an idiot.
So what's yours?
I can drink the hell out of some Mexican mimosas, brother.
I was going to say that. Like, I have an ability to kind of drink at all hours of the day. I'm pretty good at that too.
Yeah, that's my superpower. Like, I don't really have like one of those. What would you say Vic's superpower is? To overcome that height difference, like just to be able to reach high.
If I'm being honest with Vic, I think Vic has he has a don't give a bleep factor that I don't possess. Like, that's what gets him. When he goes to the Super Bowl and he goes into the parties that are only Hall of Famers are allowed.
Right. He's sneaking into everywhere. He doesn't care
because he doesn't care.
Right. If
because he
security's
walks right by him like he owns the place and just breezes through.
But one of these days, somebody's going to stomp him like a narc at a biker rally, right? Like he's going to walk in thinking, hey! And he's going to run to somebody who's like, what are you doing here?
Pick him up by his collar. Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
Like sooner or later, karma comes around and gets you, brother. It comes around.
Okay, well, Nelly left the microphone. Once he gets back to it, I'm going to ask what Nelly's is too. But
what? Yeah. We got yours and Vic's and Moser's superpower.
Yeah, so Nelly's superpower. Oh, it's his musical encyclopedia inside of his brain. That's got to be it, right?
We're talking about superpowers?
Yeah, what's your superpower?
Oh, yeah, my ability to just recall the most random, useless, unhelpful trivia, facts, crap, songs, tidbits. That's probably it. Like, I remember when I was in high school, I would reference YouTube videos and weird pop culture things, and my mom would always say, cool, good for you. Do you
that's
know
why you have so many friends
what
now?
What about science? Do you care about trees and nature and space? And I'd go, no, but I could tell you this YouTube video I saw, Mom.
Yeah, exactly. Narc at a biker rally is such a good line for Vic, too.
Just get stomped. Just stomp.
Now,
somebody's going to treat him like a empty beer can and just crush.
See, I told you, I get the ability to read people, and I think I can get along with really anybody.
Yeah.
But if that was my job, I'm never passing that because I don't have the confidence to pull off. The nervous energy I would have of being found out as a fraud would supersede any superpower that I have.
Right. Like, listen, I try to go through my day with zero conflict. And Vic's like, give me some conflict. Where's the conflict at? I want some of it. I want somebody to yell at me, and I want to yell at somebody.
That's the thing, though, dude. Like, I'm sitting here, and I'm doing a radio show with this guy, and I can tell he's just pounding on his keyboard, and I'm like, you just wanted to have a fight with somebody today, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, we all know that guy. We all know the dude. We all have that friend who you go out and you're at the bar and it's 50-50 whether he embraces everybody at the bar or you end up having a fight.
Yes.
The dudes he pisses off at the bar.
Exactly right. He's the guy that he has maybe a couple of friends that are bigger than he is, and he will initiate the fight.
Yes.
And then you're just going to have to get involved.
Right.
Yeah.
That's going to be you and Moser's life from here on out. It's like just fighting dudes because Vic is getting him angry.
Think about this for a second. I'll give you a perfect example of Vic doing just that. Who else could you ever imagine get into a Twitter beef with the mayor of Kansas City?
Yeah.
Over a football game.
Just
or has the entire city of LA hate him for years.
Yeah, that's
on
true.
end.
That's true. LA
Only
does hate
Vic.
that. No, no. That city still hates him.
Oh, yeah.
There's some Laker fans that are just looking for him, man. Just like, come on down here to Southern California.
Oh, the Nuggets lost the Game 7 last year, and it was like Lakers fans were just like, where's that nerd? Immediately.
No, that's good stuff. I like it.
Okay, how about this? Let's stick on the subject of superpowers. I was talking to Vic yesterday about the Rockies, and Vic doesn't want to hear it. And I understand
nobody wants to hear it, bro.
Nobody
wants to hear it.
There's a huge swath of people in this town that just like, I say the word Rockies and their brains immediately turn to the anger mode.
Yep. Why wouldn't you?
Totally understandable. Totally understand it. But is it fair for me to say this? So relax the anger for a second and just try and take this. Is it fair for me to say that the way the Rockies, I think I'll say it, were forced to go into this because I don't think they initially wanted to. But last year, they had so many injuries to veteran players that they weren't even allowed to play them. They would have played Chris Bryant had he been healthy. And they couldn't, which is a good thing. But I think that experience has led to them possibly having a building year where I don't think they're making the postseason. You said that you were talking to Springer about odds of them making the playoffs.
Plus 50,000 to win the World Series.
Couple years, and I don't know how they're going to.
Why do you care? Why do you care? Like, the Colorado Rockies has made me less interested in baseball. Like, I used to actually watch baseball. Most of those games were Rockies games, but I would also catch like, let's see, the Dodgers are on ESPN or the Yankees are on ESPN. Let's check it. Like, the Rockies have made me dislike baseball.
Well, here's what I wanted to get to. Is that you ask, why do you care? Just selfishly. Look, I spent a lot of my life playing baseball. I'll always have a soft spot in my heart for it. I've never been in a market that had an MLB team, and I just want them to be successful for my own selfish reasons. But secondly, the Rockies they're a very interesting case that I can point to the Dallas Mavericks. And I asked this question to Moser and Vic after the Luka trade. Because at that time, if you remember, they traded Luka to the Lakers, and the Jimmy Butler stuff was still happening in Miami. Mm-hmm. And I go, which one do you think is more preferable as a fan? Is it the player who's disgruntled, or is it the team that did something stupid? And I said, I don't even think this is an argument. You would rather have the player who's being an ass than you would the organization does something stupid, because it's a lot easier as a Heat fan to say, I will spend the rest of my days despising Jimmy Butler like crazy. But when the team you love does something like Dallas did and makes you hate the team, that's tough. Because you aren't a fan of Luka, you're a fan of the Mavericks. But the Mavericks broke your heart, not Luka.
Right.
How do you handle that?
Well,
There's no
the way
divorcing your team.
The Mavs are handling completely wrong. They're coming down on the fans. Like, listen, you made your fans upset, and now you're blaming, like, you're kicking fans out of the building,
right?
And you don't letting their voice be, like, you're handling it completely wrong. The Rockies don't do anything. Like, it you know what I mean? Like, I can't get excited about the Rockies because the Rockies are just like, trust us, here in 5 years we'll be great. They lost 101 games last season.
Yeah.
How many did they lose the year before that? 104?
I think it's
something
4.
stupid. Like, man, it is so frustrating to be a Rockies fan right now. It is absolutely crazy what that franchise is doing. And I know, listen, the LA Dodgers are the best team in Major League Baseball. Well, maybe. Let's call them the best team in the NL. And And it's not because they have all the money to spend. Yes, they have all the money to spend, but they're a great organization. When you play for the LA Dodgers, you become a better player.
Yeah.
And so these players are thinking to themselves, what do you mean? I can go to LA, make a ton of money, and get better at my job? Let's go. Nobody comes to the Rockies and gets better.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, ESPN did something, this was like a month ago. Well, I mean, first they rated every team in Major League Baseball, and the Rockies were right there. But they were like, let's do this. Let's see how these teams are in Major League Baseball building their own foundation. So what we'll do is we'll rank every team in Major League Baseball with just the players who are currently in the league that team drafted.
Sure.
Where do you think the Rockies were?
Near the bottom?
Dead last.
Yeah.
Dead last. But just through the guys that they drafted. And some of those guys are great, man. Some of those guys are still in the league and still great. Like Story and Nolan and some of those dudes.
DJ.
Yeah. But they are dead they just don't get it, right? They don't get it. And their messaging is bad because it almost feels like their messaging is just like, let's not talk to the fans. Let's just stay here and just ignore everything and just keep like Buddy Black is in a bad position. We had this conversation, this crazy conversation. We were like, what would Sean Payton be like if he would coach the Rockies? Like, how would the Rockies look if? And Springer's like, man, he'd be riding Chris Bryant, right? He'd constantly be riding Chris Bryant because that's how Sean Payton is. It's like, hey man, what's up with that batting average? How about you hit me a home run every once in a while, Chris? What's up, bro? What's going on? And I kind of feel bad for Buddy Black, but he's also the guy that, is sitting on that bench when they lost 205 games over the last 2 seasons.
So the difficulty with Bud, to me, I like him. I think he's put in a pretty impossible position, but I don't think he helps his case at times either with what you just laid out. Like the fact that he's still kind of going to the well of what we need this year is Chris Bryant to be in the lineup. It's like, no, you don't. You need to continue to cultivate and develop the young guys that are on the roster.
If they had MVP Chris Bryant in the lineup, how many games they win?
Right. But
65 instead of 61?
In his defense, you take whoever you think is the greatest manager of all time. You throw out your Joe Torres and your Earl Weavers, like whoever you want to say.
No, actually, I don't like
Lasorda, like whatever, right? Bruce Bochy. They aren't getting that team to the playoffs. It doesn't matter. Like they just aren't talented enough and haven't been talented enough. So trying to balance that with how much of the blame does he deserve? And I guess sometimes organizations will just be like, look, we need to make a move just to make a move, right? We need to
well, the Rockies are never going to do that. They always lean the other way. Like, let's not make a move.
And look, that strategy is also, for as much as people want to criticize the Rockies for it, and they've done it too much, I fully acknowledge that. They're way too into the in-house stuff. The Nuggets and the Avs had multiple moments where they could have said, hey, we need a change. And they stuck with it, and it resulted in championships for them. Like, I remember, in the middle of those Jamal years, a lot of Mike Malone talk, a lot of what are we going to do with this roster? Do we trade this guy? With the Avs, it was another second-round exit. Is Bednar really the guy? You stick with him, and it results in something good. Consistency is not always a bad thing, or not consistency, being continuity is not always a bad thing, even when things aren't going totally right. The issue is, like you kind of brought it up, and I'll make a comparison over to the Broncos. The Broncos for decades had an aura surrounding them that if you went there, you were going to a good organization, that winning was always the priority. And before last year started, I was trying to get this through the heads of people because they'll do the easy thing for me, which is fine. They'll be like, oh, you're talking like a Lions fan or whatever, something along those lines. The Lions forever have been a losing franchise, and it showed. And I wanted to remind people, I was like, before last year started, the Broncos had a losing culture within their locker room that lasted a long time. And you can't go back and say, well, we have the same standards as we did in 1998. No, you don't. It's different. The biggest compliment I can give to Sean Payton, that locker room believes they're winning every game that they take the field on now. Every single one. And he's changed that. But that's a difficult thing to do. And when you're the Rockies, it's going to be a damn near impossibility ability to get that thing turned around, at least in the short term.
Right, because you're not just one of the worst teams in Major League Baseball. You're one of the worst professional sports franchises in the top 4, right? Like the big 4. It's immensely frustrating, but I guess what would be the goal for the Rockies next season? What would make you happy as a Rockies fan? Because I imagine there's a lot of Rockies fans out there like me who are like, I can't watch the team. I love the team. I grew up with the team. I can't watch the damn team, man. I can't go. Coors Field, one of the best places to sit in the summer and drink a beer and watch some baseball, and I can't do it anymore because it's so frustrating watching that team play.
I said my goal for them this year is to win like 75 games.
Oh, you're killing me. I can't get – no, man. Nah, I can't.
Well, what do you think it
behind
should be?
90 I want a playoffs. Get to the playoffs, baby. Win. I'm here to win, man. The Denver Broncos winning Super Bowls. The Nuggets winning Larry O'Brien's. The Avs lifting Stanley Cups. And the Rockies playing Tiddlywinks, man.
Hang on. You're looking at an organization, if I were to make this a football term, okay? They were a 2-15 team last year. To ask them to win 12 games the following season?
No. That's where you're wrong. A 2-win football team ends up with the number 1 pick in the NFL draft and gets Shador or Travis or whatever, and then they win 8, 9 games next year.
Jaden Daniels just did that for Washington. It's a lot easier in football, I guess. You get that one
hope.
guy who can
I guess
change
it's
it.
hope. Hope is the problem. You always have hope for these teams that you love and you cheer for. And I just can't find the hope with the Rockies. I've been looking for it. I've been searching for it, but I can't find. The only thing I have to cheer for next season is Condon jacking home runs at Coors or something. Like one of the young players making a difference. I have no hope for the Rockies. I think they're probably going to win 65 games next season or something stupid again and hit 100 losses. And it's just so frustrating.
I would say. To what you just said, and again, I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall because nobody wants to hear this, but I'm trying to be fair. You say, what do you look forward to? I think from a pure lineup perspective, they have a whole bunch of guys who are in their mid-20s who are really good. Like Tovar is not only an all-star and one of the best shortstops in the MLB, he's arguably the best shortstop in the NL last year.
Yeah, so how long is he going to be a Rocky?
Well, he just signed a 7-year deal. That's the
true.
thing.
You're right.
He signed a 7-year deal.
So he should be here till he's 30, at least.
Brenton Doyle is I think the best defensive outfielder the Rockies had maybe in their franchise's history.
Ooh, that's a bold statement, man.
Well, he's already got 2 Gold Gloves, doesn't he? Like, he's going to be up there. Not to mention his stick turned around last year. Michael Toglia showed a lot of signs that over another year he could be a major power piece of that lineup. Like, I think you have young pieces in the lineup that could be really exciting to watch. I don't think it's all going to come together because I don't think the pitching staff is there yet. And that's always going to be the hurdle they have to jump through. But as far as a pure entertainment perspective, I think the Rockies this year are going to be far more entertaining than they were last year and than most people expect, but nobody wants to hear it, and that's fine. Because I get it, because a lot of people know where you're at.
I'm still angry at the Nolan trade, man.
Oh, sure.
We were talking about the worst trades in the history of the sport with Luka. And I'm still angry about Nolan,
right?
Yeah.
It felt like that. Yeah. The Luka trade felt like it. Like, what's the return that we got?
And we're having to pay who? What? We're giving $50 million to what? Who? Yeah, just ridiculous, man.
A chance for you guys to win $50 to Safeway coming your way with a keyword in about 40 minutes. Stick around. I was asking this the other day. Curious on your perspective. I love talking to some new folks every once in a while. Umberto's filling in for Vic and Moser today.
I never see you, bro. I see everybody else from the station.
Just
but
ships
never
passing
you.
in the night.
Yeah.
All the time. If you were to rank, we'll leave the Rockies out of it because there's no point. Just the top three. The Broncos, Nuggets, Avs. Closest to championship to furthest from championship. What does that look like? Who's number one?
Nuggets are number one. Avs are number two. Broncos are number three. Okay. And the Colorado Rockies are... The Rockies are down below, like, the Mammoth and the Rapids.
Okay, yeah. If you want to throw, like, CU and stuff like that in there, too,
yeah,
feel
the
free.
Buffs.
But...
Yeah, I'll throw the Buffs in there before the Rocks, too.
Sure.
Man, I'll put the Rams in there before I put the Rocks.
What's because I had the same list as you, but I flipped your 1 and 2. I had the Avs first.
See, I would almost agree. There's two things. One, obviously the injury to Val. Now he should be back, but the problem with Val is it feels like even though he's not the best player on that team, you've got a couple of Hall of Famers on that team that are rocking and rolling and whatnot. There's something about Val Nichushkin that unlocks the next level for the Avalanche.
Yep.
So it almost feels like if you have Val and he's healthy and his mind's right, you're Gucci. But I consider the Stanley Cup playoffs the nastiest playoffs in sports.
Totally.
Like it's long, it's brutal. People are getting hurt, and then you need those guys so they play hurt. They're getting shots. They can't feel the left side of their body, and they're out there playing 25 minutes or something stupid like that. So the Stanley Cup playoffs, and the Stanley Cup is the hardest trophy to win in sports, I think. So that's the only reason why I have the Avs number 2, because the Nuggets, I was nervous about the NBA Western Conference, but we had this talk about an hour ago where there's really only 2 teams that make me nervous in the West. I think ESPN ranked the NBA teams going into the break. They had OKC number 1. They had Boston number 2. They had who was number
Cleveland?
I think it was Cleveland number 3, and then the Nuggets were number 4. They consider the Nuggets the 4th best team in the NBA. And if Jamal's healthy and you got Russ and everybody else ready to rock and roll, I think anything less than a Western Conference Finals appearance is a disappointment.
Totally agree.
And if you don't make the Western Conference Finals, or maybe even the NBA Finals, the Nuggets that you know and love right now are going to be a completely different team next season.
Feels that way.
Let me ask you this. We were talking about how the Nuggets have no room for movement because of the aprons and all that kind of nonsense. But if they had, if they could have traded Jamal, and if they could have traded AG, and if all those contracts were open to be traded, would the Nuggets have made that deal before the deadline?
You're talking about a major move like that.
A major move for the Nuggets. Like right now, they're on an 8-game winning streak. They look like one of the best teams in the NBA. Everybody's happy. Joker's going crazy. Jamal just dropped a double nickel, so everybody's fine. But if I had this conversation with a month ago, and the Nuggets weren't so constrained in what they could do, would this Nugget team be together right now?
I'll tell you this. I don't think those rumors about MPJ for Zach LaVine came out of thin air.
Right.
I think that stuff was actually being discussed. Now, Porter decides, okay, fine, you want to trade me and let me go nuclear for a few weeks and see what happens with that. I don't think they would make a major move. I don't think they're at that point yet where they're willing to give that up. If they had room to do something, I think they certainly would have tried to get like a backup big. And they try, from what I've read, and Calvin Booth said it himself, they were trying. In fact, Calvin Booth was so honest in that press conference after the trade deadline. I don't know if I've actually heard a GM. Now, look, it was obvious to everybody, but to come out and say, we were not trading one of our big players. We talked about Dario Saric and Zeke Nash. To say that out loud was like, whoa.
You know, the only other GM that in basketball that used to do that was Masai. Masai used to do the same thing. He made a major trade. I think it was the JaVale McGee trade, and we were in a meeting, and he got up, and he was like, I don't know. He's like, this could be a terrible trade. This might have been really brutal, but you know what? I was like, let's do it anyway. And I was like, okay, that's a pretty honest statement there from Masai. But I kind of like it. Because it feels like those dudes are just spitting truth. Like, one of the things about Sean Payton that annoys me, well, it doesn't really annoy me, is that Sean Payton is never telling you the truth.
Yeah.
Never.
Come on.
He's only
No.
he's only saying things to manipulate you or manipulate
Right.
like, he's only trying to do what's best for him. Like, you know what I mean?
Dude, the amount of times that he drops this, and look, it's all great when you're winning games, then nobody cares. But when they were losing, it hit different. Remember the amount of times he would say something like this? They'd make a comparison to last year, and he goes, I don't talk about last year.
Yeah.
It's not it.
Yeah.
And he goes, but when I was in New Orleans.
Yes, you're exactly right. I ain't going to talk about last year, but I will talk about the 15 years I spent in New Orleans. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
He would always do that, and I'm like, well, come on, man. You can't say I'm not talking about the past, but when things were really good back here.
Yeah. It's got to be exhausting being Sean Payton because the dude is always in his own head playing chess while everybody else is trying to play checkers. You know what? He will not give you a straight answer because he's always like, what's the answer that will most help me and my team run the okie doke on you and your team?
I have 2 middle fingers.
It really felt like a rules for thee and not for me thing. Like, no bucket hats during preseason, and you can't do interviews. By the way, I think Hackett's the worst coach that's ever existed. It's like, I thought we were trying not to make headlines.
Yeah, the coaching fraternity got all upset with him. Like, what you throwing him under the bus for? Like, well, he's terrible.
I don't know if you listen to Bednar. He joins us once a week. Not this week because they're off, obviously. But Bednar, for a hockey coach they give you nothing.
Yeah.
And I think most listeners would agree. He is incredibly honest with us about things that are
especially
bothering
for a
him,
hockey coach. Yes,
things that even with injuries, I think he gives us a little bit more than most coaches would.
Mm-hmm.
It's rare to find stuff like that, and I appreciate the honesty from Calvin Booth at the deadline. But I don't think that they were ready to throw in the towel on this experiment yet. If you think about it this way, like, this does sound a little crazy. 2 years ago, what happened? The Nuggets won a championship. Last year, they had a 20-point lead in the second half of Game 7 in the second round.
Yeah.
Where a lot of people felt like if they won that game, they were going back to the finals, that they would go through Dallas. And fast forward 5 months, and we're like, we need to blow up this team.
Yeah.
It does seem like incredibly hasty, but I get it. Like, championship windows, you don't want to sit there and waste
29. He's 29, man.
You don't want to waste years.
Right. You can't waste the years of the best player in the history of your franchise.
But here's the problem with the Nuggets. The problem with the Nuggets is this. When they play at their best, they look like the best team in the league.
Mm-hmm.
They just haven't done it consistently. And that's been kind of the issue, right? Is that if you had, in the last, let's say, 6 games before the break, and it's tough to judge because those are worse teams in the NBA, but what a good team should do to a bad team is beat them so badly that your starters don't play in the fourth quarter, and they did that virtually every single game.
Yeah.
When you play like that, and this is why I have the Avs above the Nuggets on those little power rankings for who I think is closest to a championship. I think with Val in the lineup, if the Avs match up with anybody in the league in a 7-game series, I think they win. And I think there's a couple of teams where I just can't say it with that amount of confidence with the Nuggets.
Really?
I think OKC provides a lot of issues. Just from a depth perspective, they can just throw waves at you of players. And look, maybe you throw the Lakers in that conversation, but I think the Avs with Val, I don't think teams beat them in a 7-game series if they're healthy and playing well. The Nuggets, there's room, I think, for teams to get them. Like Minnesota last year, they aren't the same team this year. That's why I'm not worried about them. Yeah. Trading Cat was
terrible idea, Tim.
Still don't get it.
Bad idea, man. You're going to have to trade Julius now once the summer rolls around. You have to change that team.
There's a matchup problem with the Minnesota last year. Like, they were able to have 2 7-footers that were big and physical and provided issues to you. So I don't know. It's by a sliver, I think, that the Avs are first on my list, but I'd accept either one.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's just, I think the NBA playoffs are just a tad bit easier because in the NHL playoffs, you can have a goalie stand on your head.
Sure.
You can have players get hurt left and right. You can have one game where a couple of guys go out because it's just a brutal, brutal sport. In the NBA, it's hard to beat the best player in the game in a 7-game series,
sure.
I think. So it's like the Nuggets could very well end up with the Timberwolves in the first round. If they grab that number 2 spot in the West, because the Timberwolves are currently in a play-in spot, but they're in that 7-8 play-in range. So if the Nuggets grab the 2 spot, you could very well run into one of 2 teams in the first round, the Timberwolves or the Mavericks.
Yeah.
Which one would make you more nervous?
Minnesota still.
Let's say, so even if like AD and Lively and man, the Mavs got their other center hurt too. Their center when they come back from the All-Star break, the guy playing center is going to be like 6'5" or something.
Yeah.
It's going to be ridiculous. You're going to have Kyrie score 45 a night to get it done. But is it still, you still think the Timberwolves, because everybody was talking about how they built that team to beat the Nuggets, and they certainly did last year.
Yep.
But are they the same team without Cat?
They aren't the same without Cat, but they still provide a physicality that I think a lot of teams can't do. Look,
How much more we got to lose?
nobody stops Joker, but the teams that make Joker look like he's having a more difficult night are ones that are a little bit different, right? And you can tell there's some games in which Joker can put up 42 points, and it's like he's tiptoeing his way around the court and no big deal. And there's other times where it's like he's banging with, whoever in the paint, and it's like it takes some work for him to get there. Let's do one quick phone call before we get to a break here. Austin's been waiting patiently. Hi, Austin.
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you, buddy. Go ahead.
Perfect. I wanted to speak on the Rockies a little bit. I've been a Rockies fan for a long time, and I don't know if people really truly understand that this is the first real rebuild that the Rockies ever done. And because we've been hovering around 500 for years, you have spurts of playoffs, you have everything like that. And I don't think people understand that 2 years ago was the first time in history that they lost 100 games. So you kind of just got to have to be patient. And I know it's just, the Rockies haven't been the best team. And I know everybody hates Dick Monfort. I'm not going to give him credit, but they spend money. The Rockies spent money and they were average. And so if you look back at the years, the Rockies were 10 to 15 in payroll. They spent money. They spent money on terrible players, but the money was spent.
Yeah, no, see, that's what we're saying.
Yeah, thanks, Austin.
We agree. Like, we're not calling the Rockies cheap. We're calling the Rockies bad at their job.
We were just talking about this. Like, I heard a lot of people talking about, when these guys, if what you say is true, Brett, and these young players end up being good, then they're just they aren't gonna pay them. And I go, the Rockies, they spend money. They just do it really poorly.
Well, they'll probably trade them, but yeah, they might pay them, but then trade them.
Do you know why I laughed? By the way, I was laughing.
There was actually somebody out there who was siding with you.
Yes,
with your whole hey, there's hope for the Rockies, people.
That's one thing.
Sell me on that, man.
I think we found the one other guy that's agreeing with me. But secondly, I'm laughing because if somebody does try and make the case that, hey, I'm not totally angry right now with the Rockies, they have to do something like this because I was doing it. And I know they've been bad for a long time,
you're
and we don't like the ownership.
This dude was trying to have me buy into 500 baseball or something good. He was like, you know what? They were 500 there for a while. It's just like, man, you can't sell me on 500 baseball being what I want to watch.
Yeah,
we're here. This is Titletown, baby. Look at all these parades we've had in the last decade, and you want me to sit there and enjoy 500 baseball?
Can always get in touch with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Drunk takes in 45 minutes and a chance. Well, we're going to give away that keyword. $50 to Safeway with a keyword in 20 minutes to grab. Okay. All right.
Brett was hitting that panic button, bro.
Hey, me?
Brett was jumping up and down on the panic button. Okay, I was also jumping up and down on the panic button. But, man, we got – go ahead, tell the people.
This from Chris Johnston. Cale Makar is not on the ice for Team Canada's practice.
What?
Get that
what?
shot out of here.
He played 28 minutes on Wednesday. He had more ice time than – matter of fact, Cale and Devon almost had an hour's worth of ice time in that game.
So we read that.
And now he's out, and we hit the panic button.
Berto, for a second, I think, jumped over to my side of the pool.
I was like, if they hurt Cale, I'm done with Four Nations, bro.
Pierre LeBrun, then 5 minutes later, quelled the fears and said he's out due to illness today.
Yeah, so not an injury. He's sick.
Illness.
Oh, good God.
We saw Cale Makar not on the ice, and Berto was about to light that entire tournament on fire.
I was like, wait, who's coaching Team Canada? I'm going after John Cooper, bro. I will swing on John Cooper. You did not just hurt Cale playing him almost 29 minutes on Wednesday.
So, crisis averted, at least for now. I don't like the panic that set into my body immediately.
Right. It makes it a little bit more real than just like talking about what happens if somebody gets injured. It makes it a little bit more real, man.
What's great about today is that it's not yesterday.
Suck it, Cooper. Kick rocks,
all right, so we're okay. It's just an illness.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm assuming he'll be able to go tomorrow when they play the USA.
Yeah, hopefully.
So, yeah, we'll want to see him in that game.
It'd be a real shame if he had to miss due to the flu or something like that and not risk being hurt for an hour.
Miss me with it. Although you're right. Man, that was scary. I was like, what if he's out for the rest of the – that's immediately my brain was like, what happens if he can't play in the playoffs? What's going on?
And I said, yeah, Berto, what if that happens? Anyway, you said you got something for me earlier today.
Yeah, I got something for you. Because the NBA All-Star Weekend starts tonight. We've got the Rising Stars game that Julian will play in. Matter of fact, we have a couple of them. And then we've got the All-Star Celebrity game tonight.
Yep.
You're not going to know any of these dudes in the Celebrity All-Star game. None of these. They're all influencers.
Before you do this.
Like Kai Cenat's the only one I know on this.
Before you read this list to me. I'm so old.
Yeah.
Last year in the Celebrity All-Star game, I'm like, Who is this? What does he do? He's a Twitch streamer? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, Shabuzi's playing in it. Terrell Owens is playing in it.
Okay.
You know, Drewski's playing in it.
I know Drewski.
The coaches, though, so it's obviously in the Bay Area, so they got two legends coaching. Well, each team has like 2 Chainz coaching one team. But it's Barry Bonds and Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice are the coaches for the celebrity game. But yeah, none of these, you're not going to recognize any of that. But more importantly, I would like to know what you think about this and Nugget fans out there on the text line. You know what is also going to happen here in like 5-6 hours? The Basketball Hall of Fame is going to announce that Carmelo Anthony is making the Hall of Fame, right?
Sure.
That Melo is a first ballot Hall of Famer, right?
No
Melo is go. So how do you feel now that former Denver Nugget Carmelo Anthony is going to be a Basketball Hall of Famer later today?
The NBA Hall of Fame, it's not like questions on who gets in.
Mm-hmm.
If you had a mildly good career, it feels like you get in the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Right. It's not like in baseball.
Carmelo is without a doubt a first ballot Hall of Famer. Now, look, this is where I would defer to the people who have been here for longer than me. Look, I'm no Melo fan. I don't like the way that he talks about this town. I hate, by the way. So Vic talked to him. Was that Summer League, Nelly? That Vic talked to Carmelo, and Melo said, I got a lot of love for Denver and all this stuff. And Vic comes back and he goes, I think he's trying to make amends. And I go, no, I think that Carmelo's just trying to get love from people, which he always tries to do.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's all just an act that he puts on. But from a pure basketball standpoint, yeah, like Melo is one of the greatest scorers that the NBA's seen.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know where he ranks on that, but he's up there. I mean,
yeah, and he's also going into the Basketball Hall of Fame because I think he's also one of the greatest like international basketball because he played for Team USA for years and years and years.
Medals,
won some golds and won some, so he's got that in the background as well. But you cannot tell the story of the Denver Nuggets without mentioning Carmelo Anthony. But I was just wondering now that he's going to be a Basketball Hall of Famer today, they're going to announce that he's a Basketball Hall of Famer. How do fans Like, I think Melo probably still considers himself a Knick before a Nugget.
I was just going to ask you, if they had to do, is it the MLB that does the
right.
you wear
If
the
he
hat?
had to go, you're right. If he had to go in with a jersey,
he's going Knicks.
He's going Knicks.
Yeah,
You're right.
no
You're
doubt.
right. You're right. You're right. Maybe it's because of how things ended here, but that was that was almost a decade, man. That was
I think times healed it.
9 years of the playoffs. I mean, most of those were first round losses, but he did make it to the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah. The thing with Melo that not just Nuggets fans, I think sports fans in general have a really tough time getting their heads wrapped around. And I can go back to a discussion, a clip from Cam Newton when he was on First Take a couple weeks ago. And I actually appreciated Cam Newton being honest about it.
About being me.
Well, they asked him, would you give away your MVP for a Super Bowl? And he
that's
said
right.
no.
He said no.
And I go,
that's a crazy answer.
It's a crazy answer, but kudos to him because I'm sure there's a lot of people that would internally, they know they would not give away their MVP for a championship trophy, but they would never say that out loud. And I was like, I actually kind of respect for you saying
Give me somebody other than Cam that would keep their MVP
Embiid?
rather than brother. Did you see the last game the Sixers played at home? The home crowd was booing Embiid because he had that 3 to win the game, and he decided, he tried to drive into the lane, he lost the ball. Yeah. And the Philadelphia home crowd was booing their MVP. Can you imagine Nugget fans booing Joker, bro?
Never.
Never. Oh man, you know what? That's a good one. Would Joel Embiid give back his MVP if it meant the Sixers won the whole thing?
If you asked him that season that he won,
he wanted it so bad. He was so desperate for that MVP, man.
Before they gave, because remember, the Sixers were good that year, too.
You're right, man.
If you asked him before he won it, they didn't tally the votes yet. They said, Embiid, we can give this to you. Or you can lose it and win a championship. What do you choose? And I would say this, and you don't get finals MVP, that's Maxey. You don't get any MVPs. No finals MVP.
But you get a title?
But you get a title. You get to say you're a champion. Would you take it? I don't think he would.
Man, you might be that's so disgusting. But you might be right. You might be right. But see, Joel Embiid wants to be loved more than most NBA players. So I feel like if you said, okay, you give him the same option, but when it's all said and done, you get to announce that deal to the Philadelphia fans. How do you think that would go? How do you think that would go? Like, hey, guess what, Sixers fans? Joel took an MVP over you guys winning a championship. How you feel about that?
Well, dude, you remember when Jason Kelce was not saying who he was rooting for in the Super Bowl, although it was very obvious he was pulling for his brother, but he was terrified that Philly was going to kill him if he said that?
Yeah, man. Philly
I'm not messing with Philly.
Philly coming for you, man.
Is there anybody else top of my head that I can think of?
Like would Aaron Rodgers take an MVP over a Super Bowl win?
I think he's got
it
enough.
takes somebody who's really about them. You got to have a massive ego. Would Sean Payton take No. Would Sean Payton take Coach of the Year over? Nah.
The thing is about guys like Aaron Rodgers, they have multiple, so it doesn't hit the same.
Yeah, just
like Cam had
Joker
one.
would give up all 3 of his MVPs for just one more title. You know what I mean? He doesn't care. But yeah, I can't think of any other MVP winner recently. Like, you can't ask a hockey player because that's all they care about, the cup, man. It doesn't matter how many Hart trophies or could be on the shelf. They all want the cup, man. But I can't. Yeah, I can't.
The thing is,
does the text line think of somebody who's like, I'd rather it be about me than my team.
Basketball, I feel like, is the only sport where people would do that. Honestly.
Like, because it's Anthony Davis, would LeBron? Well, LeBron won. LeBron's all about titles. He doesn't care about those MVPs, I don't think.
Well, he loves love and adoration, but he knows the only way he gets that now is through championships.
Yeah, you got to catch Jordan.
Yeah.
You got to get 6. You got to get one more.
Like Anthony Edwards?
Nah, Anthony Edwards loves him some Anthony Edwards, but I think he loves, like, the reason he's great is because he likes winning basketball games more.
Yeah.
But I don't know. That's a tough one. That is a tough one.
He likes Anthony Edwards.
Outside of Joel Embiid and Cam Newton, is there anybody else in sports? I'm sure there's some baseball players who could give a damn because it's so hard to win the World Series, man. Like with Shohei would probably be like, yeah, keep your MVP, bro. I want to win this thing. But then again, he's good.
Texture says Barry Bonds. Disagree. I think Barry Bonds would have given.
That's it. But see, once again, Barry Bonds is he.
It
has
ate
so
him
many.
up that he didn't win.
He had so many. You're right. So it doesn't really count because he won so many of those.
Okay, this might sting a little bit, but this is a good suggestion from a texture. Would Shedeur have taken a Heisman over a national championship?
Ooh, damn.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Ooh. Nah. I think he'd still take a natty. He'd still take a natty over a Heisman, right? Yeah.
I think that's close.
Because then, you know what I mean?
Maybe because his dad's the coach too, and it'd
right,
be like
because
both
if
awards.
if you're on Ohio State, you're like, hey, what up, Travis? Hope you enjoyed that Heisman, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's an interesting one, but I think Shedeur would probably go.
I think you're probably right.
Natty, right? But yeah, it's got to be.
Shedeur would love to have that Heisman though. He would love. to have
because most I just can't think of one. I can't think of one.
Oh, you know what? It's not the same type of discussion, but a texture reminded me of something that I talked about yesterday. It was AJ Brown. He sent an Instagram post. Did you see this?
No. What do you do?
I wondered all year. AJ Brown looked incredibly unhappy despite the Eagles winning games because they were winning because Saquon was going for 250 on the ground and not because he was getting 100 yards a game. And I wondered, I was like, AJ Brown, I think, is still pissed even though they're winning and got a shot at a Super Bowl. So he sent this out yesterday. After a few days, I've had time to reflect on being a champion. I tried to feel how everyone made it seem to be a champion, and unfortunately, it was short-lived, 2 days to be exact. I've never been a champion at the highest level before, but I thought my hard work would be justified by winning it all. It wasn't. My thrill for this game comes when I dominate. It's the hunt that does it for me. It's when the DB drops his head and surrenders because he can't bleep with me. And I'm like, that is such a wild thing to say 2 days after a
totally
Super
out of pocket, man. That is totally out of pocket.
He's basically
what the hell?
just told you, no, the Super Bowl's great. But have you ever burned somebody on an 80-yard route before?
Right.
You know?
Yeah, you're right. See, that dude is dancing in the end zone while your team's down by 30.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a tough look, bro. That's a tough look.
Now, do I think he'd trade an MVP for that? No. But
I don't know, man. He might. Like Peyton Manning would never. LeBron James would never. Michael Jordan would never, right?
No.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar would never.
Kobe would never.
Kobe would never. Right. And Kobe did, he liked individual awards, but even he would be like, no.
Okay, if Shaq
it's hard to be that guy in a team sport. Like if a golfer pops off, you get it. That's an individual sport.
Well,
but in a
both.
team sport, from when you're a kid, you're like, it's about team. It's about we, not me. So you got to be in a tough place to be about. No. It is about me.
Shaq, if he had no championships and no MVPs and he could only choose one.
See, that's the problem. But see, in the NBA, if you don't have a championship, your name isn't even mentioned with the great. You can't even, like, if Shaquille O'Neal never won an NBA title, despite him being one of the most dominant big men in the history of the sport, his name wouldn't be in that conversation. We wouldn't be having those conversations.
He doesn't get to go to Chuck every day on that TNT set and say, oh, yeah, 4 rings. How do you got? He wouldn't be able to do that.
What about Big Shot Bob, though? He has, 7 rings, but nobody talks about him.
Robert Horry would definitely trade one of those. Right? I mean, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
That's
my point.
You're right. We shouldn't be talking about these all-time greats. We should be talking about these, mid-level scrub dudes who'd be like, yeah, I'll give you one of my titles back.
Who is one of those guys that just continue to rack up championships as like a role guy? I mean, Robert Horry's like the best example.
Yeah, I don't know. Who, Sam Cassell, how many did he win? Or Ty Lue, how many did would Ty Lue be like, yeah, I'll get back one of these Laker championships for an MVP?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is there anybody I can't think of anybody in Denver sports here in this city who would make that decision, right? Is there, would Chris Bryant be like, I'd rather have another MVP than win the World Series with the Rocks this year?
Maybe not now. Jerry Jeudy might have a discussion.
Oh, dog. Jerry Jeudy would absolutely be like, nah, I want that MVP. I want that MVP. You can keep that Super Bowl trophy.
I remember.
Go back into the studio. I'm done now. Thank you.
When he got traded to Cleveland, there was it was a Broncos writer that talked to him before the season started. I forget who it was, but they had a sit-down interview or whatever, a long chat with him. And they said, what's your goal? What do you want to do? And he didn't say win a Super Bowl. He didn't say anything. He goes, I want to be the highest paid wide receiver in the league.
Listen, man, you got to have goals, team goals, goals.
Again, if you're thinking that, that's one thing, but that's wild to say out loud.
Yeah. No, but see, I kind of like that. Where you're just like, because then you don't have to play. You're just like, oh, yeah, man, no, that dude cares about one thing only, and that's fine. I mean, we live in a capitalist society. If you ain't got money, you can't eat. You can't go. I mean, you die. You die. So go ahead, get as much money as you possibly can, Jerry.
Couple people brought up on the text line, a role player that stacked rings is the number one most hated person on our list as anointed by Brett, Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr is your most hated person on the planet?
I can't.
That's a bold
stand
statement,
Steve
bro.
Kerr.
Really?
Do we need to bring up the list for Bird here
Man,
so we can run through it?
Yeah, because Steve Kerr would not be in my top 10. Like,
He's
when it just comes like, I want to punch that dude. Come at me, Steve.
He's smug. I still remember the game where he was talking. Do you remember when he complained the Nuggets and Warriors played, and Joker had one of the rare games where he had like 15 free throw attempts, and he said the NBA can't allow players to have that kind of 15 that many free throws in a game. And it's like, do you know what you're talking about here? The guy who gets the least amount of foul calls in the entire league per capita?
Yeah.
A call that I don't think an elementary school referee would have made.
That guy, cannot stand him. Hate everything about him.
Really?
Everything.
It's shocking to me that he's number one, though. There's like some truly bad people. Like, I might have.
This guy's creeping, by the way. Dan Hurley?
Yo,
he's creeping.
Both the Hurley brothers.
Yes.
Both the Hurley brothers can kick rocks. They're both acting like petulant children coaching those teams, man. Yeah, no, I get it too. Yeah, Hurley, it's great. Have a little swagger, but yeah, man, you're way over the line. You're way over the line,
he
brother.
He said, don't turn your back on me. I'm the best bleeping coach in the country to a ref. I was like, all right, bro.
On Wednesday night, the Cleveland Cavaliers were in Toronto, and they absolutely stomped the Raptors. They win that game by like 30.
Yeah.
But it all broke bad in the final minute of regulation because Toronto is still like they're like playing the game, and Cleveland's like, this thing is over. And then so Tristan Thompson decides to get a late dunk in, and then all of a sudden, Toronto and Darko, their head coach, are suddenly so angry at Tristan, and they're like running up the scores, and this is sportsmanship, and this is not you're cheating the game and all that. And then Tristan's coming. I'm like, yo, man. First off, as a head coach, don't sweat it. You just lost by 30. This is what you're upset about. You just got stomped by 30. And you're angry about a dude dunking the ball in the final 30 seconds of a game, man?
Yeah.
No, miss me with that. You're not respecting the game nonsense. Getting beat by 30 is respecting the game.
That's why I love hockey. You could be up 15-0, and you pull the goalie, they're going to try and get one more empty netter on you, and nobody cares. No one. All right. Hey, we got a keyword chance for you to win $50 at Safeway in just a second. Stick around. All right, so Berto filling in for Vic and Moj today. It's flown by. Good to have you in, Berto. I just saw something, though, I think is interesting. We'll get to it in a second. The key word for today for you to win $50.
What's the key word?
You win $50 to Safeway? You want to try and hook yourself up? Is this the keyword?
That is the keyword. I double-checked.
The keyword Safeway. Just text Safeway to 303-504-0925 and your first and last name. If you don't put your name on it, Nellie's not going to bother chasing you down, okay? So Safeway and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Get a chance to win $50. We'll give that away at the end of the show today. Also, it gets you in the running for that $250 grand prize announced on Kreckman and Lindahl later. So thank you to Safeway. Now, something interesting. You were discussing this earlier in Broncos offseason, what you want to see, that sort of context. I'm not as far in this sort of tank as you are with no olds on the team, no vets.
No olds.
I think there's a couple of spots that I would say there's room for it. One of them is you have a whole bunch of good young wideouts. If you gave me a veteran guy who's around 30 years old who could move the chains for you, I'm cool with it. The issue is I don't want to have to give anything up in trade value.
Right, because you don't have a lot of assets anyway.
So, like, Cooper Kupp's name gets thrown out there. I was like, no. I would like to have Cooper Kupp, but I'm not. No. I don't want to trade a pick for him.
Right. If Cooper wants to come play for $2 million a year.
Deebo Samuel's name comes up, and it's like, I don't want to trade.
He's good. He's great. He's so old. How many more years has he got?
He's 29.
Don't pay. Is he only 29?
He's 29.
Man, why did I think he was 31, 32?
No, he's 29, so he might have another year or two left. But I think he is already starting to downshift. But is he good enough for you to be a guy that moves the chains for me occasionally? I think he can be. But this is what's interesting. Rumor is San Francisco 49ers are expected to release Deebo with a post-June 1st designation. So they will save 5.1 in cap space. If they traded Deebo, they would lose $15 million. That's why they want to do it. So they're taking the money as opposed to what they can get for compensation in a trade. Deebo wants to come here on a reasonable deal. Totally
What's
cool
a
with
reasonable deal, though?
If
he's like, I want $20 million. I want $20 million a year.
I would say no. I would say, like, if you're in the 15 range, I'm cool with that. The thing is, Deebo's going to want money because it's his last big payday that he could possibly get. So I'm assuming he's going to be out there trying to get some big bucks. But how many times do we have to hear Sean Payton say the word Joker this offseason? When he's somebody that fits the billing. Like, you can put him in the backfield and give him carries. You can line him up in the slot. You can line him up on the outside. Like, he can do a lot of different stuff for you. He's versatile that way. And if he's a guy that, like, hey, you signed him to a 2-year deal for $30 million, okay, cool. I think that he's somebody that could fit and could elevate that room.
Over a T. Higgins or a Chris Godwin or a...
Godwin's another one that I would have on the list. T's just too much. He's too much money. I just don't want to throw, upwards.
Right, if he's going to want $30 million a year.
I just don't think that's a wise way to spend your cash.
Nah, especially now that you're not having to pay a quarter. Like, you've got 4 years of Bo before you have to pay him. And, I mean, if Bo's as good as you think he is, you're gonna end up here in 4 years. What is that? $65 million a year, whatever. Yeah. You'd be like, all right, Bo, here you go, and then you're in a tough cap position at that point. But go crazy now. Go crazy. Like, I keep talking about offensive players because I love me some offense, and the Broncos offense for 7 years has been so bad. I want to see it be the reason that they're winning games, not the defense. But would you take that money and spend it on the defensive side of the... If you're like, instead of giving T. Higgins $30 million a year, let's give Khalil Mack $30 million a year.
I don't think you have to. I would be not solely focused, but I would be majority focused on the offense for this reason. By the way, just a point of clarification, we are also giving away $250 in a grand prize to Safeway. That is happening for our show as well as every show.
Ooh.
So every show is going to have $250 to give away today, so stay tuned at the end of the show, see if you're the winner of that. Now, I would be majority focused on the offense for this reason. And this is like, when I talk about the Broncos are in a really good position, here's what I mean. You did the quasi tear the thing down to the studs and try and rebuild it thing already. You are a team in which the foundational cornerstones you need to be a good football franchise, you have that locked in. You have a quarterback that you trust. You have an offensive line you've invested in. You have a defensive line that was best in the NFL last year as a whole, and you got a franchise corner who's locking down one side of the field. All of the major things are pretty locked up. Now, you have some money to play with this offseason. You have a quarterback that's going to be on a cheap contract for 4 more years. You got a lot of places you can take this where I think now is the time to start looking at the tangential things that can set you over the top. And to me, that is get me as much skill as possible on offense. Like, I'm dying for a running back that can make a difference. I'm dying for a tight end that can be a threat over the middle of the field.
I would rather have a tight end than a running back because I don't trust Sean Payton to use a running. We had this conversation. Like, if Saquon Barkley played for the Denver Broncos next season, would he get to 2,000 yards? Would he get to 2,000? Because he got to 2,000 yards with Philly this year. Would he get to 2,000 with the Broncos next year? And the answer to that question is, of course he wouldn't. Because Sean Payton's not going to hand him the ball as much as Sirianni did.
He probably wouldn't as much. I would look
get
up
to 1,500, but 1,300 yards for Saquon next year.
Yeah, I think he would. If he was on this roster, I think he would. Now.
But you don't need a Saquon if that's how many times you can hand him the ball. You know what I mean? You don't have to you don't have to draft Genty at 20 because you're not going to give him the ball 300 times a year. If you're Sean Payton.
Yeah, I would like to have the option if he had to. I'd like to have the option.
I do too. I do too. I'm just saying, from what you hear from Sean Payton, I'm not necessarily like he's locked into to Ashton if he falls to 20.
I'm not sure about that either. Like, I could very easily see Ashton Genty dropping to 20 and the Broncos drafted defensive tackle. You know what I mean? Like, I could see that. But on the question of the veteran wideout thing, the reason why I think it's important, or at least maybe not important, but it would be a nice to have thing. If I just give you the starting point for the Broncos offseason is your wide receiver room looks like Deebo Samuel, Cortland Sutton, and Marvin Mims, and then you worry about 2 other spots at tight end in running back, think about what that could do as far as an immediate jump for your offense.
Yeah, but I feel like
feared.
the other 2 positions are more important than the wide receiver position. It was just Sean Payton last week popping off to Kay Adams like, I think our wide receiver core is much better than what people think it is. Like, so if Sean Payton is actually like truthfully saying that and he believes that, then why target a wide receiver first? Go find you that tight end that we've been looking for a decade. Go find you the next Shannon Sharp, brother.
The issue in that is, what I'm talking about is what you can buy. I don't think you can buy a good running back or tight end in free agency this year.
You're going to have to draft one?
You're going to have to draft one.
Yeah.
So where are you going to use the money? And I looked at it. The best running backs in this free agency class, Aaron Jones is one of them, but I think he's going back to Minnesota.
Yeah, no.
Najee Harris, I'm not a Najee Harris guy.
No.
He beats his head against the wall for 4 yards a carry 250 times a year, but it just, like, he doesn't have home run ability.
Yeah.
And then you go to tight end, it's like Juwan Johnson is like the best guy available. Like, those are going to have to be found elsewhere. Yeah. Like, maybe a trade or find somebody in the draft. So where are you going to spend your money? Well, the things that could help you immediately are guys like Adebo, guys like, T. Higgins, if you want to spend that kind of cash. That's why you got a little bit more money to play with. Why not just add a guarantee on something if you can't find it via the draft? As far as a skill position guy that can help you. That's all I'm looking towards. But I agree with you, dude. If I see Adam Troutman starting at tight end next year, I'm going to lose my mind.
Yeah, they're going to have to figure that out. They're going to have to figure out a couple of things. But, I mean, as long as Bo doesn't have a sophomore slump. You know what? Here's what's crazy. Like, Bo Nix could end up being... Too. He could end up being the 4th best quarterback of the guys drafted this year, and he's still probably really good because this quarterback class is next. Like, not only that, I saw, ESPN today released, like, their NFL predictions for the next season. Like, who do you think is going to be in the Super Bowl, and who do you think is going to win MVP? And it was crazy how many people on that ESPN staff picked Jaden Daniels to win the MVP next. There was 3 guys who picked Joe Burrow, 1 who picked Patrick Mahomes, 1 who picked Lamar Jackson, 1 guy who picked Jordan Love, and then there's 2 guys.
Wow.
A Jaden Daniels MVP pick and a Justin Herbert MVP pick.
Just going out
I don't even know.
So,
I don't even
not
know
a single Josh Allen back to back?
Yeah, no, there was 1 guy who picked Josh Allen to go back to back, but that was it. It was a couple of Mahomes, couple of Jaden Daniels, and a couple of Joe Burrows.
Yep.
But what's like? I mean, We have no idea what J.J. McCarthy is going to look like next year. What is Minnesota going to do? Is Sam Darnold the number one free agent in the NFL? Who's going to pay that dude? He can't go back to New York. I wouldn't go back to New York. No, I mean, the Jets, no way, right?
Here's the thing. I do not blame Minnesota at all for not getting caught up in the moment and giving him a giant contract because I wouldn't do it either.
He won 15 games. Was it 15 or 14?
14.
Was it 14?
14-3.
Dog.
And last week of the season, a chance to win that and be the 1 seed overall.
He would have gotten so much money.
But here's the thing, man. I don't think I would have done it either. But there is a world that very easily could exist that J.J. McCarthy starts and they win like 8 games next year. And then you're like, well, what do I do with that information?
We end up now.
What do you do now?
Especially if Sam starts for somebody else and looks good doing it.
Right. Like you're just kind of caught in that weird in between. I don't want to give you all this cash. I just invested a first-round pick, but we were really
If that chucklehead ends up in Vegas and you got Patrick
Very well could.
Bowe and Juster and Sam, who knows? Once again, who knows what the Raiders are going to do? They have the 4th pick, 5th pick. What is the Raiders pick? There's 6 pick.
I think there's 6.
So I mean, you're not going to get a quarterback at 6, right? If you're thinking about getting a quarterback, you're going to have to move up.
I've seen
top 3.
Some mocks have Shedeur dropping to 6. Some of them do.
Really?
Yep.
Man, if Shedeur drops to 6, then what the hell are the Giants doing? What are you doing, New York, if you don't pick Shedeur at 3?
It was the Titans don't pick a quarterback. The Browns don't pick a quarterback. Giants take Cam Ward. I forget who's 4 and 5.
New England and then Jacksonville.
New England's not going to, and Jacksonville's not going to. So.
Right. But, I mean, if he's still sitting there at 4 or 5, they're going to make that jump. Yeah, somebody's going to make a jump up and grab him.
You'd think.
But I guess I would be down. If Travis goes number 1 overall, if Tennessee's just like, yo, man, this dude is generational on both sides of the ball. We can't draft Cam.
Yeah.
We got to take the best player available, and that's Travis Hunter. I don't think Tennessee Titan fan would be upset about it.
I would hate to be the team that passes on Travis Hunter.
Right, because he's going to be doing his thing for 15 years in that league.
Yep.
He's great.
You take him and he stinks, nobody's going to blame you. You pass on him, you trade away the pick or whatever somebody else does, and he's like Hall of Fame level like people think he might be, you're going to look really stupid, really dumb. All right, so again, we'll announce the $250 grand prize winner along with drunk takes in just a second. All right. Gonna have a winner here. $250 to Safeway. Get yourself hooked up for Valentine's.
You're gonna announce that right there? Right now?
In a moment. In a moment, we will.
What is up with your beverage selection, bro? It is all over the place. You got Diet Mountain Dew, sparkling water, and coffee, bro.
Yeah.
All at the same time.
So I
mix it up.
I like the mix, first of all. Second of all, in the morning, I like to have a hot drink and a cold drink.
At the same time, though? Like you sipping one and then the next?
Just back and forth. Yeah.
That seems a little weird, man.
It is weird. I acknowledge it's weird.
What is it about the hot and cold that you enjoy so much?
I don't know. It's you ever have like a hot entree and then you get an ice cream afterwards? Like it's the same concept.
No, it's ice cream. Ice cream's delicious, bro. Can't compare ice cream to sparkling water. What kind of nonsense is that?
It's a good water though. It's lemon lime flavored.
No, man.
I don't got a good answer for you. I've always just kind of done it. That's it.
All right, whatever, bro.
We'll have the winner here shortly. Now, drunk takes coming up as well. So, interesting thing about Berto's life, Berto doesn't get like time off because there's always a game happening. If it's not the Avs, then it's the Nuggets. If it's not the Nuggets, then it's like the Rapids. If it's not that, then you're doing something else. You got nothing going on for a while, do you?
Yeah, man, it's great. I'm gonna do nothing. I overserved myself yesterday. Shout out to Mexican mimosas.
There you go.
The next couple of days, I'm going to do the same thing.
Might as well. It's vacation time. Yeah.
Let's go. Well, I mean, do you have anything special planned for Valentine's Day? Like, are you going to take the wife out tonight?
No. So we kind of, first of all, it's tough for us to find a babysitter right now, which is one thing. The second thing is, on nights like this, avoid the nights that everybody does a thing. Like, I'm not a big St. Patty's Day guy. I'm not a big Cinco de Mayo guy. Like, I would prefer the non-crowded stuff. Yeah. So, like, you go out for Valentine's, it's like you're just going to be swarmed by a whole bunch of people.
Well, I mean, it depends on where you go, man. Like, if you go to McDonald's, I'm sure it's not packed out.
Yeah, I'll try that one.
Right.
Honey, I got a reservation.
You just said she doesn't care what you get her. So if you're all like, hey, Chick McNuggets, baby. What's up? Hot mustard sauce.
She doesn't care to an extent. Like, if I did nothing would be better than that.
She would think you're trolling her if you took her to Mickey D's?
Exactly, yeah. Yes.
All right, man. Like, could you cook, can you cook dinner? Like, can you cook?
I can cook a little bit.
Which one is, does she cook better than you? Neither one of you very good.
I hope this isn't offensive on Valentine's Day. I think I am better.
Ooh.
I think I am.
I'm assuming that you don't cook a lot, though. You don't seem like a dude who's doing the cooking.
I do like probably.
Really, what's your go-to? Like, here we go.
Okay, so steaks and stuff like that. Yeah, I can do that. I do like wings really good. I do sliders. Sliders is a specialty of mine. I do really good sliders. Chicken bacon ranch sliders. What are you laughing for? It's a good meal.
No, man, it's like that's an appetizer, bro. I'm talking about actual making me dinner, not like sliders are an appetizer.
Look, dude, I'm not making like homemade pasta or anything like that.
I'm just wondering.
Is
that why she married you? Your cooking skills? No, I was just wondering, man. Like, what's a night at the Kaner household look like?
I like to mix it up. You know, throw some things on the smoker occasionally. Throw some things on a saute pan occasionally. I don't know. Whatever I'm feeling for the day.
All right, man. Live your life like you want to.
What, can you cook?
No, I can't cook.
Like nothing?
No, I'm just bad. Well, I think probably the biggest issue is I'm usually drunk when I'm cooking, and that's never a good idea.
Yeah.
But I mean, like I can make a burger or some spaghetti,
sure.
But yeah, I can't be like, you want some chicken pomodoro or something like
yeah.
I can't do that.
I'm not doing look, if you're looking for some fancy sauce or puree on the plate, I'm not that kind of guy.
Is tonight the busiest restaurant night of the year? Like, if like you're a waiter or a bartender on Valentine's night, you're like, oh man, we're gonna be slammed tonight.
Well, they're probably pumped because they know they're gonna get tipped pretty well.
I asked this question the other day, and I still don't know the answer. What's the best restaurant here in Denver? Does Denver have we don't have a Michelin star restaurant, do we? Like, what's the single best high-end restaurant in Denver?
The problem is you're asking a bunch of dudes that aren't classy. I don't need the fanciest restaurant.
No, I
just need a good 24-hour Mexican place.
Right, no, that's what I'm saying, man. I will go to Santiago's. So you could take your Michelin star and kick rocks.
I have guide.michelin.com. Now, I don't know if these are Michelin star restaurants. They look incredibly fancy. So Garden Grace, that's one that we heard a lot. Steakhouse, Garden Grace. There's one called Fruition.
Never heard of it.
Bruto.
Never heard.
If you could just look at the pictures of the plates, you can tell that you're dropping a penny or two.
Like, we're in an international city. I'm assuming we've got some high-end restaurants here. I just don't know what they are, who's there, what's going on.
Yeah, I don't venture to that.
So you're like
often.
level of fanciness is like Applebee's? You're like, listen, man.
No.
Hey, we're eating good in the neighborhood, brother.
Chili's is about as good as I get.
Now, I'm like, if we go out, all right, how about this? Usually, if we go out to eat somewhere, it's like a kind of a sports bar kind of feel.
Yeah. You're like, hey, baby, let's go to Hooters.
Not Hooters. I'm trying to think. Like, there's one place called Legends. We go a lot in Aurora. There's Six Capital, which is a smokehouse or a big smokers barbecue stuff that's really good. But if we want to actually spring for it, there's actually a spot right down the street up here off County Line.
In-N-Out Burger.
Steakhouse. No,
In-N-Out Burger.
Steakhouse
In-N-Out
that's up
Burger.
there. I forget what it's called, but we'll do that like twice a year, maybe.
On the border.
Not on the border. I'm not against those at all. I would totally go there.
No, I'm with you, bro. I usually default to something like that. I just don't know those, like, lone 5-star Denver restaurants.
Usually the places that we eat have a bunch of TVs in it, is the way I'd put it.
That's what I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so the winners here. We have two. We have a $50 winner and a $250 winner. So the first $50 winner is Jim Riva.
Yeah, Jim.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Way to go, Jim. Congratulations, $50 to Safeway. And now our grand prize winner, $250 to Safeway is Nick Trewartha.
Yeah,
Pretty
Nick.
simple. I win.
Nick,
Google me.
congratulations, $250.
Yeah.
Jay Alexander's is the exact one I was thinking of. Yes, Jay Alexander's very good.
Oh, okay.
All right. So, few minutes left. How locked in are you going to be? And look, me and Berto had an argument earlier about Four Nations tournament. Is this cool or not?
And then Karma almost came and killed us. Karma almost came and ruined everything because we found out Cale McCarr was out today at practice.
Uh-huh.
And we're like, oh, no, did Cale get hurt? Is Cale hurt? Did they hurt Cale? John Cooper! And then it turned out that, yes, Cale is not practicing today, but it's due to illness, not injury.
But there was about a minute and a half stretch where I watched Berto immediately jump from one side of the fence to my side and be like, you're right, this is stupid. We shouldn't have done this.
It's all fun and games until Cale gets hurt, bro.
Yeah,
Listen, man, you know what I mean? Connor McDavid, tweaks an ankle. I'm like, whatever. Cale goes out. We got a whole different ball of wax.
So, locked in. We are the home, by the way, Four Nations tournament. All games right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, including the two tomorrow. Sweden and Finland at, I believe, 11 o'clock.
Yeah, it's in the morning. And then the USA-Canada games at 6 at night, I think?
6 o'clock at night. Both games right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
That one's going to have all the juice, all the juice. Did you hear them asking Matt Tkachuk after the game? Because you know what happened there at the Bell Center before Team USA got it on and beat it, got 6-1 win over Finland.
Yep.
Finland. The good folks there at the Bell Center were booing the U.S. national anthem.
I think there's going to be a little juice on there.
So
tomorrow.
there is. I think there's going to be a little bit more than. There's going to be a whole lot of juice. Man.
Yeah.
That thing's going to have some bite to it tomorrow.
So, Berto filling in for Vic and Moshe today, but let's get to our favorite part of the week, please. Drunk Takes. Drunk Takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. And a big shout out to all of our friends over there at Lariat Lodge. You want somewhere to eat, Berto?
Yeah.
Lariat Lodge is there to help you. Great food, great brews. Go check them out, Littleton and Evergreen. Nelly, what's first? Jim.
I'm sorry, it's called The Agency. The Agency.
I have not. Oh, wait, is that what the
Phil, what's that guy's name? Phil Bearer? Phil Bond? Phil Burr? Phil Hopper?
No, what's if it's what I'm thinking of?
Foul Sonder?
Fassbender. Michael Fassbender.
Yes, that guy.
Filber. There's no movie star named
Filber. Yeah, you were way off base.
Not happening. What's next? Even with no Michael Porter Jr., no AG. And once again, Vic, the 55 from Jamuri is eye-popping. I think that's a new nickname he should have. Jamuri. Just smash it together. Make it one thing. There you go. Berto, I'm going to help you out for your next Nuggets broadcast.
So would it be Blur for Blue Arrow? If we're going Jamuri? Blur?
Blue Arrow. Blairow.
Blairow. There you go. Blairow. There you go. That's all right. I'm down with Blairow. Let's go Blairow.
Did you see Jamuri with the Blairow yesterday? What's next?
You don't like Nick Sirianni.
I thought he was going to blow it.
He just spit in your mouth.
Yes, he did.
What?
Okay, he didn't do that.
Yes, he did.
No.
Just take it.
Do that.
Yes, he did.
Can you just say spit?
He spit in your mouth.
He spit at me.
Accept it. I mean, you hate Nick Sirianni. I'm happy. Again, I'm going to say it again. He spit right in your mouth.
All right, enough. Just pick something else to say. I don't like that. What?
Not here for you to like it.
It was uncomfortable.
What he did to you.
I was uncomfortable the whole time.
Sirianni, it does sound like something Sirianni would do, though, right? Like, it wouldn't shock you if some Eagles were, if Sal Powell was like, reports say Sirianni enjoys spitting in other people's mouths.
Totally.
You're like, you know what? I can see it. Nick.
Exactly right. All right, one more, Nelly. Go ahead.
You have the basketball body. You're lanky and tall.
Yeah.
And yet you suck.
Yeah.
That's a travesty. Like, what I would do with your body, what?
No, you couldn't.
Nelly, what I could do with that vessel, what I could do with that body.
I mean, you'd just be entering your athletic prime now.
No, bro. If you gave Vic an extra 1.5 feet of height, he'd be walking around like Lurch. He wouldn't know what to do with that kind of height.
No idea. He doesn't know. See, his center of gravity is so low to the ground.
So low, right.
He has no idea what it's like to be up
Right,
here.
he has no clue. He keeps saying he wants to be tall, but if you actually made him tall, he'd be walking around like a lawn chair, just like blah, 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 blah.
Exactly. All right, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane is where you look for it. Berto, thank you for filling in.
Thanks, man. It was fun.
It's a blast. You guys have a wonderful weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday. Love you. Bye.
He spit in your mouth.
He spit at me.
Accept it.
I'm proud to be an American, cause at least I know I'm free.
That created a spark as Austin Matthews leaves it for Gensel, who scores! The floodgates are open. Matthews to Gensel, buries it. 4-1 USA. Eichel has it in the right wing circle. Back to Zach Werenski. Lets a floater go. Rebound. They score. Matthew Tkachuk, second of the game. The brothers have 4. They've got 4, and the U.S. leads 6-1.
America. Finland. America. Your Finnish DNA didn't show up too good last night,
they
Raj.
got smoked last night.
Alexander Rajanemi from Finland. And why the heck is your country, your native land of your father, call their country Suomi?
Well, that's Finland in Finnish.
That's why they got their tails kicked in yesterday.
Because they're speaking their own language.
Yeah, because it makes no sense. And their jerseys are bad. Mikko Rantanen was bad.
Was bad. I didn't even know it was on the ice.
Yeah.
I did not know Mikko Rantanen was on the ice.
It's what a lot of people in Carolina are saying these days as well.
So second game of the Four Nations tournament, it lost a little bit of its luster for me, just I think because the game wasn't close and outside of Arturi Lehkonen, there wasn't much of an Avs rooting interest. Like there is no Avs rooting interest on the American team. In fact, there's a lot of teams. Lucky was good.
Solid.
Finland just got pumped, so like no one looked good.
Pretty close for a period and a half.
I look at Team USA and I go, there's a lot of dudes on that team that I want to root against. And if I'm being honest, Coach, Connor Hellebuck's having one of the greatest seasons in recent National Hockey League history for a goalie.
And you were so ready on social media to pile on him after he let one go early. You're like, here he is again.
And a biggish game comes up and he lets in a leaky one. He doesn't let in another one for the remainder of the game, but I gotta admit, cracked a little smile. Got excited for when the Avs are going to see him in the playoffs, and he lets a leaky one in,
and then shuts it down.
The entire province of Manitoba just starts to pucker up.
Yep.
I started to crack a smile. I love Mikko Rantanen as an Av, as a player. One of my favorite guys to watch. Did I crack a smile when I realized halfway through the third period that I hadn't seen him on the ice the entire game because he was a ghost?
Mm-hmm.
I cracked a smile.
Yep.
I went, hey, C-Mac, maybe you saw something that we didn't. Maybe you saw something early on that went, I can make something else work. I was waiting for Mikko Rantanen to be, hey, I am Mr. Finland.
How much money is Mikko Rantanen going to lose potentially by participating in this Four Nations?
I don't think he's going to lose anything from participating in the Four Nations.
It just seems like it's just a continuation of this.
It is.
Of this narrative.
It's a continuation.
If you're not with the greatest distributor currently on the planet in Nathan McKinnon, you're good. You're not worthy of $11 million per. Is that the number he wanted? His agents allegedly wanted $11.8 million per.
No. 11.8 was the number that Colorado offered.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
The number that his agency, by all reports, both internal with the Avs and external from international, with Canada being added, international media, is the floor for Rantanen's camp was $13 million.
Woo!
So that's a big delta there, Coach.
Are we looking at, if the narrative continues and if the trajectory of Mikko Rantanen, Four Nations into Carolina, and there just isn't any form of special play that you see as an individual creator, you're not deserving of 13 plus.
No.
And frankly, you might not even be commanding 11.8 at that stage. Is that a possibility? If this snowball continues to pile up.
Of course it is. It's a big bet on yourself trade. I know he didn't force the trade, but the number that forced the trade that McFarland makes is a huge bet. Hey, I'm worth this. Hey, I am Leon Draisaitl. No, you're not. That, as of what we've seen, no, you are not.
He didn't look like Leon Draisaitl when he was playing with McKinnon and McCarr and Leckie. Leon Draisaitl is a dude.
He was the
dog.
Man, he was the 6th best player. And I know I feel like I'm shoveling dirt on the grave of 96 here in Denver.
I do it all the time. So it's more, if you want to get mad at Kocher here. Don't get mad at Raj. He's you respect and have done a great job of you say he's a definite Hall of Famer, and I disagree. Because I think it's going to matter what he does away from this building.
Well, I mean, Coach, he would have to turn into a guy that only scores like 60 points a year. And that's not going to happen. That will not. Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar are not worth 40 points to Miko. Are they worth 25? Probably. Mm-hmm. But that guy still has another 4 or 5 years of like 90
a veteran
points. Yeah.
He's a big body, a veteran, and has great instincts on the ice.
Yeah.
Correct. And a great stick.
He just doesn't have. He's missing that oomph. He's
there's
missing
not
the
much.
FU.
Yes.
And he doesn't have it. And you saw a lot of that out of the game last night. Like, Team USA was hitting everything. Charlie McAvoy almost broke his collarbone because he got hit from behind. There was a little scrum in front of the net early on. I've loved this. It's been really good. I hope there's other ways that other sports can add this in.
Will you agree that when you saw the graphic release of the jerseys for the Four Nations, the Team USA didn't look that sharp?
I thought all 4 were garbage. I've loved all 4 on the ice.
Team USA on the ice looked amazing.
Looks great.
And it's to help me out with the sweater terminology for the piping.
Piping solid.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
It's like the piping coloring, and that's where it looks really sharp.
I think all 4 of them are great.
I thought Team USA actually looked better on the ice than Team Canada's looked on the ice. Team Canada looked incredible when you're just shopping online for a jersey, for a sweater.
It's kind of the same way that the Avs, when they switched from the black to the blue, in terms of wearing black pants and black gloves with their white jerseys, and they made the insert to the numbers blue. I was like, oh, I'm going to hate this. As soon as they got on the ice, I went, all right, I get it.
Sharp.
Makes sense.
Looks sharp.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Totally get it. Yeah, it's been good for me to watch. I've enjoyed it. You know what's funny? It has, because I'm watching non-regular season hockey and being excited, it has gotten me somehow more excited for NBA All-Star Weekend. Like, I'm juiced up to watch Julian Strother in the Rising Stars game tonight.
There we go. I like that. I didn't expect to find some Ryan Emmy excitement over the NBA All-Star Weekend.
Yeah, why not?
I forgot the NBA All-Star Weekend was this weekend. I really did.
Until you saw Shaq swearing up a storm
My
at the end of the
gosh, was that
TNT
great?
halftime broadcast. It's unbelievable.
Do we have that audio? Is it playable with some appropriate bleeps?
If you guys didn't hear it, this is Shaq at the end of the halftime show.
In the words of Marshawn Lynch, I'm tired of America. We getting fired anyway, Ernie.
We're getting fired anyway, Ernie, so screw it in a little bit more colorful terms, and no, there were not beeps on the TNT broadcast when it happened.
Because it's
going away.
It's going away.
It's going away.
Getting fired. Might as well have some fun on the way out.
It will be such a travesty if that show isn't revived somehow.
It will.
It
has to.
The TNT broadcast across the board, hockey and basketball.
It's really good.
It blows what ESPN does out of the water. And maybe that's the reason why I didn't enjoy last night's game for hockey as much as I did the Canada-Sweden game. The broadcast is, comparatively, it sucks. The play-by-play isn't as good. The graphics aren't as good. The music isn't as good. The halftime and the intermission shows are not as good. TNT just, they got the juice.
You know what it is? It's because TNT has been doing this for a long time, and they've had to put lipstick on...
ESPN hasn't?
Well, I'm saying, but they've had to put lipstick on a pig in the sports world. And TNT, back in the day, was NASCAR. You know, they had to make it entertaining and exciting, and they've done a really good job of holding on to their share of the market in sports by making it entertaining, having visually as aesthetic, where I think ESPN and Fox get lazy. It's just like, oh, let's prop up big names. Tom Brady. Tom Brady's the greatest player ever, so let's have him be the broadcaster. Terrible. Made one of the most egregious mistakes by saying that was clearly not an offensive PI. And I told him he doesn't know ball.
He disagrees with you.
No, because he doesn't know ball. Tom Brady doesn't know ball. He sucks as a commentator. I'm sorry, man. He's terrible. I can't listen to him.
How about the and I know I had a very unpopular visual take from the Super Bowl. I loved the score bug that Fox came out with. I just thought it was clean.
Did you see some of the creatives on social media on X that came about and they created that score bug on Google Drive, on Google Sheets? And it's like the standard font on Google Sheets creates the exact score bug. And you can see like the meme is a Google Sheets doc with PHI and KC.
Maybe it's the reason why I like is because I can create it. Oh yeah, I would have turned that in and thought it was great.
It's sharp. Could have done that.
Raj can make it. Therefore, it looks good.
Well, happy Valentine's Day, man. I know we talked a lot of Four Nations, and I go back to a time in my life, Raj, on this Valentine's Day. I thought about it as I was getting ready for the day. I thought about one of the most monumental Valentine's Days of my life, which was an early morning workout in 2007 in the offseason, February, with the Sanford Cardinal football team, led by head football coach Jim Harbaugh. And it made me realize what I think about today for this radio program on Valentine's Day. And this is essentially what I feel, and this is from the words of Jim Harbaugh. Men, today, we celebrate Valentine's Day. You want to know what we do on Valentine's Day? We love football. We are madly in love with the game of football. And that right there is what Valentine's Day is all about. Football and love and loving football. Happy Valentine's Day, Raj.
So if you're taking football on a date, where are you taking football?
I'm taking football. I'm taking it to my local park. I'm going to throw that football around.
So you're not spending any money on football? It seems a little cheap.
No, I'm just spending time, quality time with football because I love football.
There's another man out there that's going to spend some good cash, some good dough on football, and you're going to lose football, coach.
The best part about it is watching some of the Stanford student athletes that had like girlfriends and, a couple of them even have fiancés or are married. They're sitting there looking up Jim Harbaugh and they're like, is it okay if I actually take my girlfriend out on a date? Or do I have to just love football?
You just have to bring her out to the restaurant. You have to have, it's just ball security the whole night. You got your wife on one arm and you got your ball on the left.
And the best part is like after those meetings, Harbaugh would leave and guys were like, the hell was that?
How many times when you were with Harbaugh, because I would assume that coach leaves, like head coach leaves and the rest of the assistants and the coordinators are left to disperse the rest of the group. How many times when he leaves and the door slams, do you just have these like 1,000-mile stares coming back at you?
Oh,
3 out of 4 times?
All the time.
9 out of 10 times?
But it was usually just laughter. It was just pure laughter. It was the best. And it was to the point where every holiday, like Thanksgiving, it was, men, you know what today's all about? It's about being thankful. What are we thankful for?
For football!
We're thankful for football. We're thankful for the pigskin and the seams and even the stitching on that football. It's a great day, man. Thankful for this day.
I do not apologize.
Oh, happy Valentine's Day. Make sure you guys head on over to number 38 in Rhino on Saturday evening for USA versus Canada in the Four Nations tournament. Watch the game with Springer and DMac. No, I'm not going to be there. Win an autographed Gabe Landeskog jersey and enjoy the next installment in the best rivalry in international hockey. Number 38 has live DJs, more TVs than you can count, and it's all presented by our friends at New Amsterdam Vodka. Visit nmbr38.com to RSVP and see some more info. We'll see you guys at number 38 for USA and Canada tomorrow at 6. Coach, Bontemps, straw poll. It dropped this morning, and I don't like where Nikola Jokic is.
I have no idea what Bontemps is, but I'm excited to hear about it.
We'll educate you on the other side.
We get fired anyway,
what I think about today for this radio program on Valentine's Day. And this is essentially what I feel, and this is from the words of Jim Harbaugh. Men, today, we celebrate Valentine's Day. You want to know what we do on Valentine's Day? We love football. We are madly in love with the game of football. And that right there is what Valentine's Day is all about. Football and love and loving football.
Coach, we'll continue to love on football today. KJ, you spinning baby making tracks all day on Valentine's Day?
It's time, man. We feeling good, baby. Let me tell y'all something, man. Coming up in November, December, man. Listen, I'm going to be wishing a lot of y'all congratulations, all right?
Hey, all I know is that this coach right here has got 3 children. My 2 very trusted partners in crime here are married without children. We keep playing these types of musics, these types of tunes keep going. I think you guys are gonna be joining me in fatherhood here pretty soon, and tonight might be the night.
Are you
AJ? Tonight might be the night.
You a music on guy?
I mean, I've never discriminated. I'm only a music on guy if it's God, it takes a lot. That's a rare occasion.
The music has to already be on.
It's not like a hey Alexa, play baby making music.
I would assume that's probably a great way to kill the mood with the missus. Is the mood is starting, and then coach walks over to the stereo, clicks a couple of buttons, throws in a CD. Do they even use CDs anymore? Throws in an 8-track.
Heck yeah. Oh, man. You know what's
Puts
wild?
the needle on the disc.
Dude, my wife and I are getting ready to celebrate our 20th wedding anniversary. So this is probably our 23rd Valentine's Day together. What the heck are we doing, man?
It's impressive.
Do I look that old?
No.
But
you got married young. You don't look old.
For me, it's more about the miles than the years.
There's no gray in that
I got
beard
a lot
yet.
of miles, man. But I think about 23 Valentine's Days, man. Gosh. And how about this, Raj? My tradition, like no other, is to wake up in the 5 o'clock hour on Valentine's Day itself and take my...
Scurry over to Safeway.
Exactly. Go over to Safeway.
We're giving out $250 to Safeway, by the way.
I did it this morning. Typically go out and find a fresh bouquet of flowers. And you could call me somebody who procrastinates. Maybe I want the freshest flowers on Valentine's morning. I don't want something that I bought the night before and left out and didn't care for properly. I get the freshest bouquet of flowers. And my favorite activity about Valentine's Day morning and my tradition of 23 years of doing this is looking around at all the other sorry sons of guns like myself. There's always like 8 to 14 men in the same boat as me.
Rubbing their eyes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like, and then everybody...
Mainlining black coffee.
Yep, and then getting over into Starbucks for her favorite drink. You get some type of, everything's picked over. You get in the chocolate section. You're like, yeah, I got to settle for this one. Gosh. But, man, it's a tradition like no other. And I brought my son this year, my 8-year-old, because he was up early. My wife does she has the love bug visit, and it's big. It looks like Christmas morning for our children. It's like the love bug brings stuff. I'm like, what are we doing? But he comes and I'm like, hey, I want you to count how many idiots like me are at Safeway this morning, 5:52 a.m. And he sure did. He counted, I think it was 14 of them. 14 idiots just like the coacher.
Welcome to the idiots. Welcome to the village, young man. Get in line, gun.
Teach them well and let them lead the way, man.
Okay, so Tim Bontemps, senior writer at ESPN.
I thought Bontemps was going to be like a name, like a
website?
Word salad thing that made a bunch of things with acronyms and.
No, a dude.
Okay, it's actually a last name.
An actual dude.
Yep.
NBA senior writer for ESPN.
Bontemps sounds like a guy who would have been at Safeway this morning at 5:52.
He comes out with a straw poll for the MVP a couple of times a year, and it mirrors exactly how the MVP is voted on. So at the quarter poll, the halfway season or halfway mark, at the All-Star break, Tim essentially updates the league and the fan base on this is kind of how it's going to go. If the MVP vote was voted today, This is not just my thought on who should win it. This is what the voters say. So he holds it over a 48-hour period. For the vast majority of Nikola Jokic's unbelievable run, where he could be only the third player in NBA history to win 4 MVPs in a 5-year stretch if he wins it this year. At the All-Star break, he trails Shai Gilgeous-Alexander pretty heavily right now. Of the 100 first-place votes available, Shai holds 70 of them to Nikola's 30. Joker has 69 second-place votes to Gilgeous-Alexander's 30. So all 100 votes that were cast, SGA is either first or second, overwhelmingly. There was 1 second-place vote for Giannis that did not go to Joker. Total points right now, Shai leads 910 to 788. It is not insurmountable, but that's a pretty big gap.
We all agree that Nikola Jokic is playing otherworldly basketball, historical basketball this year. As it relates to triple-doubles, not even needing fourth quarters. He's the Ashton Genty of the NBA, which is putting up ungodly statistics without even needing an entire game to do it on average.
We saw Altitude pull the stat, I believe it was 2 or 3 games ago.
Leading all centers in all 3 big categories through 3 quarters compared to their 4.
It's essentially his first MVP. If you just took his averages this year through 3 quarters, it's his first MVP.
So here's what I'm going to say to anybody that's going to get too caught up in the Nikola Jokic losing the MVP in the Bontemps straw poll. What happened in 22-23, Raj, with the MVP voting? KJ, did Nikola Jokic win the MVP in 22-23?
He did not. I think that was the year that a narrative was started.
Correct. What did Nikola Jokic win that year?
A finals MVP.
Which one do you want?
I kind of want both. I'm being greedy right now with Joker.
I believe,
because I have already seen the story, and Shai feels way more deserving of an MVP than Embiid did at that point. And it doesn't feel as though you're getting into that same narrative that Kendrick Perkins really pushed forward a couple of years ago. This is SGA having the best team in the Western Conference by a mile. And he's the main reason why they are. The guy's averaging north of 30 points. He just had multiple 50-point games in the last 10 days. There's a reason why he's there. It feels warranted. And we have it also feels as though because we haven't had a guard win it in so many years, like a true pure scorer, we haven't had an MVP in a while. Because it's been the Nikola Jokic efficiency award over the past 4 years. I want more. I want him to win all of the things, because when he decides to leave and go back to Serbia, I don't want the question to be, oh, is he just maybe the greatest big man of all time? I want him to be in the conversation like next to LeBron and MJ. That's what I want.
I want the Denver Nuggets and Nikola Jokic era to be defined by a similar pattern to what happened with the San Francisco Giants baseball franchise in the 2010s. Even number championships. And in the case of the Nikola Jokic-led Denver Nuggets, I want it to be MVP, take a year off because they're fatigued, they're tired, they're lazy, they don't want to vote
and then
you.
He gets another 2.
And then you win the title. And there's an extra little oomph to everybody proving that you were dead wrong about it.
That's a big brain way to think about
just
this.
like when Soft J, Joel Embiid, because he is a Soft J, he's the ducker. He is the ultimate duck. Soft J, and I'm not going to go with Yoel because that's Kiwi Ranta. I'm going to go with Joel. That is Joel Embiid, is Joel Embiid. Soft J. He won the MVP in 22-23, and really since then, boy, it's been ugly. Wouldn't mind the same thing happened to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in the OKC Thunder en route to watching it. You could take your MVP route, but Nuggets in a non-Nikola Jokic MVP year, they're winning the dang thing again. That's what I'm here for. And I want that to be something that goes on for the next 5 years. Non-Jokic MVP years, Denver Nuggets championship years. I'm in for it, Raj.
It is a good way to kind of satiate the MVP voter base, right? I think that's a big brain way to think about this is you get kind of sick and tired of watching Joker win this thing, just like we got sick and tired of watching LeBron win it. We did. We got tired when Russell Westbrook was averaging a triple-double and won. You got tired of seeing that guy. You wanted to see other players win that award. And I don't want it to go the way of what, like the NHL's Norris Trophy went from this is the best defenseman in the world, whether it means points or best lockdown guy, it's just the best guy at his position. Nicholas Lidstrom won 1 billion of them. Ray Bourque won 1 billion of them. And then for some reason in the 2010s, it became like the Lifetime Achievement Award. And the MVP kind of goes that way in the NBA. Only when you have a guy start to go through dominant stretches where they win 2 out of 3, where they could win 4 out of 5. Nikola, again, would be just the third player in NBA history to have that feat. I don't want it to become, well, it's this guy's turn. Well, SGA got close last year. Now it's his turn this year. I don't want it to become that. Luckily, the Norris Trophy in the NHL is moving away from that, from defense. It's no longer the Lifetime Achievement Award. SGA is a damn good player, man. If he continues to score like this, he's going to win.
It's very challenging to throw any negative shade in the direction of SGA as a basketball player. But you can't compare the efficiency right now between the two players.
You can't. And you also cannot compare the rosters. OKC is a better team right now. They just are.
SGA is leading in the most important statistical category, which is points per game. He's leading Nikola Jokic, 32.5 to 29.8. Rebounds per game, Nikola Jokic has him by 7.5 per, 12.6 rebounds
Joker's
per
a
game.
Center, SGA is a guard.
Well, SGA is a guard, right? Then he probably should have a lot of assists, right? Nope, just 6.1 per game to Nikola Jokic's 10.2. And he's a center that's averaging a double-digit assist total. All right, let's talk about 3-point percentage. How about this? Nikola Jokic, right now, 45% from behind the arc to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's 35.9. He nearly leads him by 10 percentage points. Field goal percentage, Nikola Jokic just shy of 58% from the field at 57.7 to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's 52.3. And then the big one is Nikola Jokic, free throw attempts per game, just 6. Just 6. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, almost 9 per game. That's the difference in their total scoring. SGA,
I wouldn't call him, and I see a
free
couple
throw
of guys,
merchant.
Austin and Lucas, coming out saying he's a free throw merchant. He's not James Harden. He's not James Harden. Like, it's not like that's the only thing that guy relies upon for points is to draw a foul. Is he better at doing it than Joker is? Yes. Is it shocking that Joker doesn't get more calls than he does? Yes, of course it is. That guy should go to the line 25% more than he does. I wouldn't call him a free throw merchant. He's not James Harden. I don't want to paint him with that brush. Because I don't want to make him out to be villainous right now. I enjoy watching SGA play the game. I just don't think the gap should be 70 to 30 from Gilgeous-Alexander to Joker right now with the season that we're seeing Nikola put up, with all of the injuries that the Nuggets have had. And I know that Chet Holmgren hasn't played the majority of the season for OKC. I get that. But with all the injuries around him, with the turmoil that happened in the offseason, with the lack of effort that you saw from mainly Jamal Murray at the beginning of the season, that seems to have gone away. He should be closer. This should be closer to a 50-50 first place split than it is 70-30. The gap should not be this deep, especially with and I know yesterday you and I were screaming at each other, right? Screaming at each other about, maybe I was yelling more than you were, about how the Nuggets over their 8-game win streak and having more wins since the turn of the calendar than any other NBA team. I went, well, find the good win. There is something to be said for Nikola Jokic has been the best player on the team that has vaulted back into the conversation for second best team in the West and maybe third best team overall in the league. He's doing it with less. It shouldn't be 70-30.
No, it shouldn't, but I'll take it because I like the weird quirks of championship teams, and I think it's a perfect quirk. Non-MVP years equal NBA title years. And I want that for the Nuggets. I'm good off MVP for a year. I want myself a title again. I want a parade. I want to be back on parade. And I want to stay on parade.
Join us at 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. You can watch us on YouTube at Altitude Sports Radio, on Twitch, twitch.tv/AltitudeSR, on the Safeway Twitch stream as well. That's Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, KJ Granderson's behind the glass and a beautiful Friday. It's no longer freezing. Get outside, enjoy the sun, have a great day.
Well, hello, Colorado, and all you lovebirds out there. Happy Valentine's Day today, and football season may be over, but I am still in love with the game of football, and also hockey with the Four Nations tournament going on, and the NBA All-Star Weekend. There's a lot that you can still engage in because Circus Sports Colorado is still up and running, and from college basketball to hockey and everything in between, Circus Sports has it all. Circus Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the right way, the way it should be. High betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that'll treat you like a VIP. Whether you're looking for futures on March hoops, props in your favorite players, and more, Circus Sports has you covered. Download the Circus Sports Colorado app or visit circusports.com today. Just a reminder, you got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you guys have been listening all week on the 20s, you've had the opportunity to enter to win $50 gift cards to Safeway to save your heinies today on Valentine's Day, by the way, if you haven't done anything.
It's never too late.
Too late.
I may have gone this morning at 5:52 a.m. to get the flowers and some chocolates, but hey, you can do it later on today. You can do it in the evening. It's just never too late. Keep fighting the good fight, man.
If you have entered all week long, you are still entered to win $250 to Safeway that we're giving away today. So stay tuned for that. Saw this on Twitter. Dove Kleeman.
Who is he?
NFL Twitter guy.
Has
NFL News and Stories.
Has anybody ever seen him?
Nah, I don't know. But seems as though there's a lot of retweets that carry some weight.
I'm gonna find Dove Kleeman.
And this isn't coming from that account. It's just essentially a retweet of a San Francisco Standard writer, Tim Kawakami.
No, I know Tim well.
Good guy, reputable guy.
Very reputable.
All right, there you go.
In the Bay Area, he was with the San Francisco Chronicle for years.
This from Kawakami, wide receiver Deebo Samuels. He is not in shape. I keep hearing it, 20 pounds overweight, and that led to a lot of his lack of explosion in their belief, San Francisco's. His lack of ability to get through tackles, which has kind of been who he is. That's why he's so valuable. It's not because he's simply outrunning people. End quote. I was the type of guy over the past couple of weeks that when I saw Samuel's name thrown out there, when I saw Cooper Kupp's name out there, I would like to take the chance. I'm fine with taking the chance on Cooper Kupp in terms of dealing with his injury history because when he's right, he is top 5 wideout in the league, without a doubt, when he's healthy. Deebo, I thought, was a little bit more of a horse for a course, to steal a golf term. It feels as though he fits perfectly in San Francisco's offense, and I wonder if he would translate anywhere else. Would I still like to see a guy with those types of talents here in Denver? Yes. But if he's 20 pounds overweight, and he was during the season, I don't love that.
Do you realize what Deebo Samuel's listed height and weight is as a wide receiver? So if he was to be at his appropriate weight where he's listed, 6 foot 215. Can you add 20 pounds to that, Raj? 235 at just 6 feet tall, playing wide receiver, attempting to create separation and get in and out of breaks. That's a lot of mass and ass to move and get in and out of any type of efficient movement. And there's a reason why his numbers look the way they do. He had 81 targets this year. It was the 4th most in his career. And he only had 670 total yards receiving. That is not good. 3 touchdowns. Only one as a running back. He ended up having 42 carries at the running back position this season, and he averaged 3.2 per touch.
How many targets?
81.
81 targets would have put him second on the Broncos this year. No.
Yeah,
yes.
that seems
second.
Right. That seems right. How many did Sutton?
Cortland Sutton had 135.
Okay, yeah, that's a lot.
135 targets. Shockingly, Javonte Williams, second on the team with 70.
That's really strange.
Devon Vele, 55. Troy Franklin, 53. Mims, 52. Humphrey, 45. The 600 some odd yards would have been second on the team, ahead of Mims, behind Sutton's 1,081.
What were Mims?
Mims, 81 catches, 1,081 yards.
Wait. No, Mims.
Oh, sorry, Sutton. Those were Sutton's numbers.
Yeah, I know Sutton's were clearly higher than in terms of...
Mims, 39 receptions on 52 targets for 503 yards.
Okay, so on 52 targets?
On 52 targets,
so
according
Marvin
to
Mims,
Pro Football Reference.
Marvin Mims had nearly 30 fewer targets than Deebo Samuel, and Deebo Samuel had a total of 670 receiving yards with those 30 more targets.
So 167 yards more.
Talk about efficiency. It just wasn't there. It makes sense. The numbers don't add up. This is an abysmal year for Deebo Samuel. But it's happened before. So that's the thing that people got to understand. Yes, Deebo Samuel was a little banged up in 2022. He only played 13 games that year. But that season, he had 56 catches on 94 targets. And that year, 632. total yards. But what happened, that followed a really good season. His career year was 2021. And so what do you see if you're the Denver Broncos and you're evaluating the psychology of the player? One good year, he gets really content. Some would even call it fat and happy. And then the next year, and then guess what Debo did in 2023? 892 yards on just 89 targets. Awesome. 7 touchdowns. His career high in 23. Obviously a Super Bowl year for Debo Samuel. It wasn't an unbelievable year. Then he comes back and he has another unproductive season, and by far his worst rushing output of his career, minus the one season where he was very hurt. Actually, check that. It was in 2020. I think he was hurt in that year. Just 7 games played.
So let's rank the 3 veteran wide receivers that we've talked about over the last couple of weeks. Samuel, the aforementioned Kupp, and then the younger and seemingly more durable out of the 3, T. Higgins.
T. Higgins is worth the money for me.
He's worth pushing 30.
He is worth the money.
Okay.
6'4", 219 pounds. Sean Payton system fit. What did Sean? What can we tell that Sean is always looking for? Size. He likes big targets. And when you have a quarterback in Bo Nix that can make the second play, T. Higgins is a great option. The other thing that T. Higgins did is that he put together an incredible statement piece in his resume to be paid by the Denver Broncos by way of eating the Denver Broncos alive in their matchup in Cincinnati. Second to last game of the season. Was phenomenal. T. Higgins now, his worst season was in 2023 on just 12 games played where he had 656 yards. Outside of that, you're looking at a 5-season data set. Every single season's been greater than 900 yards, 2 of which were
Can he
above
do it
1,000.
as a 1 without Jamar Chase?
Absolutely. I think his numbers go through the roof. And frankly, I think that him as a 1 and Cord as a 2.
Scary.
Beautiful.
Scary.
Love it.
Big on
Marvin
the
Mims.
outsides.
Marvin Mims then looks like a really cool 3. And then Devon Vele's like your Tim Patrick.
Forget Troy Franklin. Troy Franklin came on at the end of the last year. You're not a huge fan of the body type.
I like the body type. That's why, he's got length. He's a little bigger in person than I thought he'd be. It's just the dependability of catching the ball and adjusting to the ball in flight that I just haven't seen a lot of consistency from him. Just every time there's a go ball thrown by his college teammate, Bo Nix, it looks like an adventure.
So Higgins 1. I would assume Kupp 2.
For me, Cooper Kupp, yes, from the standpoint of he's going to be a chain mover.
And he's going to work.
He's going to be a worker. He's going to be the route savant, the playbook, everything that you can do week in, week out to modify little things here and there. He's going to be perfect in Sean Payton's offense.
But does he have the same explosiveness?
And,
probably not.
And certainly the mind is willing for Cooper Kupp, but is the body? And that's the question. And I may or may not have, you and I may or may not have gotten a little bit of,
some inside info on Cooper Kupp.
Inside info. And
when we were sitting at Ball Arena that day.
Yeah. It was somebody who might know a little thing or two about the LA Rams franchise.
They poured some water on my fire.
And Cooper Kupp just doesn't sound like his body's, it's not a 17-game season body.
All right. So there's your rankings right now of the 3 available
Debo is 3.
Debo's 3.
Because he's going to command money. I think there's some bad trends there. There's some red flags. But then the biggest one, Raj, for me on Debo, he's also kind of been a bit of a high-maintenance player for a fairly inconsistently high-output player.
Can I add another player to the conversation?
I would love this, and I know where you're going, and I had the same thought about 2 days ago.
So if the Jets are moving on from Aaron Rodgers, and the only reason why Devontae Adams is in New York is Aaron Rodgers, I know the guy has a $38 million cap hit.
Okay.
But it's really easy for New York to get out from under that contract. If you post June 1st Devontae Adams, 2025 dead cap is $2 million. 2026 dead cap is $6 million. They save $35 against the cap this year if they cut Devontae Adams. Is he a headache? He's 34, and he's had 2 injury-plagued seasons. But prior to that, Devontae Adams, in his previous full years, 14 games in 2024, 1,000 yards, 8 touchdowns. 17 games in 2023, 1,100 yards, 8 touchdowns. His first year in Vegas.
How many, just real quick, in this injury-plagued 2024 year, and you could also say that he was a malcontent for a bit of it, how many total yards did he have between the Raiders and the Jets?
1,000.
And it seemed like he was like, big deal. Not a great Devontae year. He had the best numbers of anybody that we're talking about in 2024 as an aging player that played for 2 teams and sat out because he was pissed at the Raiders franchise.
So he played 14 games combined this year with 1,000 yards, 8 touchdowns. The year previous, he played 17 games, 8 touchdowns, 1,100 yards. He had a 14 touchdown season his first year in Vegas.
1,500 yards.
1,500 as an age 30 wideout.
Model of consistency, brother.
If the Jets cut Davante Adams, you should be breaking doors down to try and sign that dude.
It sounds crazy.
Because he's 34.
It sounds crazy.
Or
because
he will be, is he 33? He's turning 33 soon?
I got it right here.
He just turned 32 in December.
Okay.
So he'll be 33 in the middle of the season.
He just completed his 11th season, correct? So this would be year 12.
Yes.
2014 was year,
Yes.
This would be year 12.
17 game average, 99 receptions, 1,200 yards, 11 scores.
The model of consistency. And I would argue that outside of this strange outlier year of the Raiders not having a quarterback, him being a malcontent, him being sick and tired of not competing in Las Vegas, and then following Aaron Rodgers to what ended up being a whole bunch of
Just
drama.
Dumpster fire.
But even then, man, even amongst that drama, the dude still caught the ball 67 catches for nearly 900 yards in 11 games. Davante Adams is still respected by receivers and quarterbacks in the National Football League and defensive backs as a guy that you are scared to death of.
Respected enough to take over your number 1 spot. He's in the conversation, man.
The lazy take is that he's washed. All you got to do is look at the numbers and say Davante Adams is not washed at all.
The only way he stays in New York is if the Jets sign Sam Darnold.
He's gone.
He's gone.
He's gone.
He's gone. They're going to cut him. It's so easy to cut him. Like that's the most edible dead cap for a $38 million cap hit. It is. You have to eat $8 million over the course of 2 seasons. That's it.
I think Davante Adams and Sean Payton would be a great fit.
Take out
pro,
a hatchet and break the door down to sign that guy.
And you get different body types as Davante Adams is 6'1", 215, and then Cortland's humongous 6'5", 223 pounds. You got different body types. You got a true number 1 that's a route running son of a gun that understands how to break down coverages, understands leverage, understands catch points. Davante Adams is a receiver savant, the highest level of football intelligence at the receiver position in the National Football League.
And if the Jets are paying that ticket, he ain't going to cost as much as T. Higgins is.
Nope.
You can do this. You can do this. This is the Morning Spread on Altitude Sports Radio. Coach, talk about loving football. Talk about getting aroused for football on Valentine's Day.
This is a 10 to midnight.
There ain't nothing.
6 to midnight, I think. Yeah, 10 to midnight.
I was going to say, you're starting at 10?
It's a really good starting point.
You're walking in intermediate flex?
Yeah. Oh, man.
Jesus. I think we're the first people in the area to talk about Devontae Williams.
Good job. Really good. We certainly are the first to talk about Devontae Williams.
Who's that guy?
I can promise you that. We have no one in the entire sports landscape has projected Devontae Williams to come to the Denver Broncos to be wide receiver 1. Now, Devontae Adams, on the other hand, I think you started that.
It is so possible for this thing to happen. You have the cap space. You don't have to worry about giving him a super long-term deal because he is already in his, let's call him mid-30s, right? Because he'll be 33 on Christmas Eve of this year. A 3-year deal for a guy who still, it looks like he has a couple of years of elite production in him. And if the Jets are paying some of that bill, like, it's amazing to me how edible it is to eat the Devontae. I'm going to do it so many times. I almost said Devontae Williams again. The Devontae Adams
Who is
contract.
Devontae Williams? Is it a love child?
It's a combination.
Devontae
Yes.
and Devontae.
It's exactly what it is. The reason why you can have Devontae Adams here is because Devontae Williams will not be here. He's not getting a second contract. They could pre-June 1st him this year and just pay 8.3, and then you're done. It's such a front-loaded deal because it's a franchise tag extension where they restructured to bring him into New York. If they cut him, and they should because the Jets are kind of tearing this thing down to the studs, the Broncos could very feasibly get him so you don't have to waste a pick on a wide receiver in round 1. You can utilize that to take either move up to get Genty, take him if he falls, guarantee that you get, if he's not there, guarantee that you get Colston Loveland at 20,
right? Get
Get another running back at pick 40 in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
And now your skill positions look amazing. And you're not going to have to pay the guy the $38 million cap hit going into that year.
How competitive will the market be for Devontae Adams if he gets cut?
It should be high. It should be through the roof.
Very, very competitive. Now, that will be player driven. And what does Devontae most likely want to do at this stage of his career?
You probably want to win, go out on a high horse and into the sunset.
Probably wants to compete. And I do know that there already is a narrative spun up around one of the teams that I follow very closely.
Don't.
Which one?
Are you about to say the Chiefs?
No, it's Green Bay, a return with Jordan Love. They're boys. They're tight. Jordan Love
doesn't like his wide receiver core.
They don't have a number 1.
He had Josh Jacobs come out and said that we don't like the wide receiver core because Jordan Love is too nice to say that he doesn't like his wide receivers.
Although I would argue that Devontae Adams, being from Palo Alto, California, he grew up in East Palo Alto, went to Menlo Atherton, went to Palo Alto High School across the street from Stanford's campus, played his collegiate football in Fresno, California, at Fresno State. I do think that at this stage of your career, you did go off for the majority of the beginning of your career to Green Bay. It was awesome. I mean, he's beloved in Green Bay. It's phenomenal. It's unbelievable. And then he chases the bag, comes to Vegas.
As he should.
Terrible franchise and a terrible era of the franchise. I mean, the McDaniel component of it made it a miserable existence for a guy like Devontae Adams, who had been around really good coaching and really good quarterback play in Green Bay. Then he follows this guy Rodgers to New York. I think that there would be something to be said for Devontae Adams wanting to be regionalized back on the western half of the United States.
So if you
over Green Bay,
if you lose Debo, right, you move on from Debo in San Francisco. Is there a possibility you could bring a guy like that in?
Yep,
maybe.
Very much so.
That could be an option.
But they still have that big bag. Brandon Ayuk will be back.
Yep,
it's a player that you kind of forget about. They used I believe it was a first-round draft pick on Ricky Pearsall. It was late first. I mean, they have invested in some receivers already on that roster.
The Chiefs would be at the top of that list. And he would be terrifying in a Chiefs uniform.
Yes.
Terrifying.
Yeah,
that is worst case scenario.
And then do you know that Xavier Worthy, he grew up in the shadow of Davante Adams' collegiate career in Fresno, California.
Wonderful.
Like his role model in the perfect type of body type and skill set.
Did he transfer from Fresno to Texas?
No, he just played high school football in Fresno.
Okay.
Xavier Worthy. Fresno Bakersfield. That's also where Jordan Love's from, which is interesting. And Jordan Love and Davante, like there's some little, they train together in the there's some of that stuff that happens.
The Chargers would be a good fit.
It would be.
Chargers would be a really good fit.
He would love to have a Herbert. He's going to go a place where
the Commanders could be a good fit.
I think Davante Adams, after the mistake made in Las Vegas, he's going to want to go somewhere where organizationally there's maturity and professionalism.
Denver has that in spades.
100%.
But also, every one of the other organizations that I just mentioned there do too. Like Andy Reid runs a great ship. Harbaugh historically runs a really tight organization and is loved by his players, although he's a weirdo.
Do you think that
Dan Quinn is also that guy in Washington? He made the Commanders relevant for the first time in my life.
They got a bona fide one though, right?
In Terry McLaurin?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a real one. I think that you're probably in the conversation of Green Bay, Chargers,
Chiefs,
Broncos. And then maybe wherever Aaron Rodgers lands. But, man, if I'm Davante Adams...
Is Aaron Rodgers going to play football?
That is a big question. And do you really want that anymore?
No,
do you want that anymore in your life?
Name an organization that would take that headache on. I don't think Tom Brady wants to... I would say Las Vegas in a heartbeat if Tom Brady wasn't part of it. But Tom is. And it's very clear that, Tom's input matters to the Raiders right now. And I think Tom looks at Aaron and goes, dude, maybe I would have dealt with you a decade ago. Not now. Not now. I don't think there's a home for him. You could say maybe Jacksonville would have been the place if they hadn't paid all that money to Trevor Lawrence in the first place. But now they're at the point where they go, you have to play like the man we paid you to be.
Would you touch Tyreek Hill with the 10-foot pole here?
He's still pretty good, man.
He's also, I don't know if he's a fit for Sean.
You already have a burner.
Size profile.
I don't think I would spend my money there. Mm-hmm. The money that would and Tyreek's going to cost, right? Because Tyreek wants his bag always. I would take the money that it would cost to get Tyreek, younger player, take that money and throw it at Davante, and say, hey, listen, I know you have ties in Green Bay. I know you might want to go play for a true right now contender, but with you. We get way closer to a right now contender.
We are a right now contender.
The Russ money comes off the books after the first year that you're here in Denver, so we can spread that around to go help out the offensive line, to help out the defensive line. It's a young team.
Think about Davante Adams. It's a bit different. When you watch the receiver documentary, you get around. There's a level of maturity to the way that he runs his life. It doesn't seem like it's a Tyreek Hill lifestyle, if that makes sense. I believe that Davante Adams is set up for a minimum of 3 more very productive years in the National Football League. I think he'll play till he's 35 years old and be very productive in that time. He's a pro's pro when it comes down to his body. He's not the guy that's staying out late. He was available in Vegas with all of the hospital balls that Jimmy G was throwing him 2022 and 23. 24, you had a crazy mix of bad quarterback play across the board in Vegas. And then you go out to New York and somehow, some way, amongst all the drama, amongst all the instability of coaches and Aaron Rodgers, you still have the production. Man, I just think that there would be a great marriage there between Sean Payton and Davante Adams. And I think Davante Adams would look at Bo Nix and say, there's a little something there. It reminds me of there's some Drew Brees there. There's some opportunity for run after catch, and I know Sean Payton's going to scheme his way into open receivers. That's what he's done.
Coming here you'd probably have to take a year away from going, hey, this is Super Bowl or bust every single season, as opposed to him signing, let's just make it easy, in Kansas City. You'd have to take the 1 year of going, all right, we're going to try and make this thing work, and then when I'm 34, 35 at the end of this deal, those are the 2 years that we get to truly go for it. The Wilson numbers come off the books. You can then spread the money around. He would have to be okay with doing that. That's my ideal offseason, man. You get Genty in round 1. You get a tight end in round 2, or flip it, right? You get a tight end in round 1 and then Quinshawn Junkins in round 2. You sign Davante Adams after he's been cut by the Jets. And then you go into next season going, not only is it win a couple of playoff games or it's a huge failure, you should scare the Chiefs for the AFC West next year if that offseason actually comes to fruition. Like at the sometime, right? When Davante Adams turns 33 on Christmas Eve, you should be within a game of Kansas City at that point. If that offseason actually plays out. That's my ideal offseason. Is it a pipe dream? Probably.
I don't think it's too far off.
But I'm cool at dreaming in February, baby.
One thing that you do have in Denver currently is, for a receiver of the caliber of Davante Adams, you have a reputable play calling head coach. And that is an allure for a guy in his 30s that is going to command a lot in the open market. Jim Harbaugh, I don't even know if he would command that because of the run heavy approach. To be honest, I don't know if Davante would be like, do I really want to go there and see the ball handed off to a running back 35 times?
Come be my Michael Thomas.
Yep.
Come be my Michael Thomas. We can do this. Make it happen. Make it happen, Peytons. For the love of God. NFL Notes is next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League with KJ's NFL Notes. But before we get there, guys, it's Valentine's Day. We've been giving up $50 to Safeway every single day.
And you better use that 50 on your Valentine.
Yeah, this ain't go to Safeway and grab a couple of 12ers and hang out at home.
Now, if you can find a Safeway with some Mick Golden Lights...
then you use all 50 of those.
You get
then
the blessing.
I am your Valentine.
Yeah.
Look at me. I am your Valentine.
Love you. Then I love you too.
Remember what Coach was telling us yesterday about the little girls going up to his sons and saying, "Hi, you're my Valentine. You get me gummy bears."
That's what you would do.
If you can find Michelob Golden Lights in the state of Colorado and you win $50 to Safeway, if you don't give us the beer, I'm going to be really upset with you. I am your Valentine.
I am your Valentine as well.
You can still win $50 right now. And all you have to do is text the word Safeway to 303-504-0925. That's Safeway with your first and last name. Not only will you be entered to win $50 by the end of our show right now, but on Kreckman and Lindahl, they're giving away our grand prize of $250. You will automatically be entered to win that. KJ, start us off.
Broncos country found their forever Valentine last year during the 2024 NFL Draft, and his name is Bo Nix. Now it is time for us to help the Broncos get some gifts for Broncos country to show them how much they love and care for the Broncos future.
This is so cute. Keep going, KJ.
It is. It's just beyond cute.
It's cuddly.
As a matter of fact, it's so cuddly. I got shopping music for us. Gosh, man. I mean,
go get it, baby.
Let's go. Let's go. So
feels like I'm on Love Island.
We sure are, man. We go. As a matter of fact, let's go to Candy Island right now in free agents.
Give it to me.
So you guys get to pick 2 free agents from the list here, and you guys get to decide why these 2 free agents are the ones that fit with Denver and why they can help begin the process of getting Denver over the hump. Then we will move to the flower aisle.
All right, from the candy aisle, T. Higgins, Milton Williams, Zach Bond, Khalil Mack, Dre Greenlaw, Rico Dowdle, Talanoa Hufanga, Justin Simmons, Zach Ertz, J.K. Dobbins.
It is Dre Greenlaw, the absolute trained assassin linebacker from the San Francisco 49ers. He would look nasty roaming the middle of that defense.
I'll take him, or I'd take Zach Bond. I like guys
Zach
with
Bond's
rings.
so good.
I would take Zach Bond.
He's going to get paid.
I was going to say, is it going to be too much money
he is
for
going
me
to get big money
to keep my Devontae Adams dream alive?
I just think Zach Bond is just recency bias of the market and the fact that he is an elite pass rusher at the inside linebacker position. It's going to be hard to get your hands on him.
The one thing that's missing from the secondary is true depth at safety.
I mean, Hufanga's an absolute baller.
I don't think they want to bring Justin Simmons back. He'd be cheaper. He'd certainly be cheaper.
We've learned that the safety market doesn't command a ton of dough.
All right, my guy's Hufanga.
I like it.
I think you can fill a hole right there.
I don't think you can go
cheaply.
wrong with either of those two players. Are fantastic football players.
All right, Hufanga's my candy. What's your go-to candy, Coach?
I like Swedish Fish.
Great pull. KJ?
I am a nerds guy.
Nerds? Are you
Nerds
a
clusters.
nerds cluster guy?
I am a nerds cluster
Oh
guy.
my gosh,
I
they're so
like
good.
a good nerds cluster.
Where were those things my entire childhood? We had Nerds Rope, and Nerds Rope was good, but you could only find it so many places.
I didn't even really know about Nerds Rope.
It's just Nerds clusters in a literal, like, whip the living crap out of you.
Oh,
rope.
so it was a weapon.
Oh, it was a weapon.
Yeah.
Nerds clusters are the truth.
They're very good. You know what else is really good?
I'm a Reese's.
Have you had
Reese's guy.
Sweet Tarts ropes?
No.
They're unbelievable. They're like just go to your local Circle K or 7-Eleven and look for Sweet Tart ropes.
Okay, candy is in the cart. I'm kind of hungry, so the candy It's open right now. I'm going to pay for it, but I'm actively eating it in Safeway. What's our next aisle, KJ?
The next aisle is the flower aisle. And on this aisle, we have our first round pick in the NFL draft and our second round pick in the NFL draft. And I just kept it simple. It's just 3 names that you could choose from. Ideally, those would be the people that the Broncos would be picking around those spots. So for the first round, you have Ashton Jeanty, Colston Loveland, Emeka Egbuka. And then for the second round, you have Omarion Hampton, Quinshawn Judkins, and Tez Johnson.
My flower in the first round, unfortunately, even though I'm wearing my Boise State Broncos attire, I just don't think that Ashton Jeanty is going to be available. And I don't think that Sean Payton's going to want to get a bell cow running back in the first round. That doesn't fit the early 2000s draft strategy that Sean Payton comes from. Nor is he going to ever lean into a real bona fide one running back. I've got Colston Loveland in my first round from the flower aisle. I think Colston Loveland is going to be a terrific system fit with Sean Payton and a great best friend to Bo Nix. In the second round, I'm going with Quinshawn Judkins of the Ohio State University, running back.
Okay, you and I are taking the first bouquet, and it's the same one. I'm cool with Colston Loveland there. I agree. I think Jeanty's off the board by 12. Number 2 for me, and we talked about this yesterday with Judkins, I think he's going to be a good fit. If you want to have a true joker running back in the offense, I think Omarion Hampton is kind of more that guy. He's taller. He's utilized in the passing game a little bit more at North Carolina. 373 yards on 38 receptions this year and 2 touchdowns to go along with 281 attempts on the ground and 1,600 yards with 15 touchdowns in back-to-back seasons in his sophomore and junior year. If he's there, I take him at 40. I think that's a great pick there. That's a pretty solid run down the grocery aisle, KJ.
I would definitely say so.
Do you have a favorite flower, Coach?
I'm just Roses guy. We don't have a late night aisle, do we? Because I think our late night aisle for Valentine's Day for the Denver Broncos is Devontae Adams, and that's going to be that secret, wah, got him last second.
NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance every single day here at 11:20. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. He's on Zoom with us. I would say happy NBA All-Star break, but Kyle, you're working, man. Kyle Speller, PA announcer for the Denver Nuggets and NBA All-Star Weekend. What's up, man?
What's going on, fellas? How you guys doing?
It's always shocking when you talk. It is such a low booming voice, man. I wasn't ready for that. Bring me through this week because there's not a lot of guys that get to do this, right? Like we've got Alan Roach there. It's like you guys have a monopoly on like the national game. It's awesome.
I'm just extremely blessed. This is my 4th season now, being here at All-Star, but this is my first time doing the actual All-Star game on Sunday. And so, man, I'm just, when they told me this one, I like had tears in my eyes on this one. And so, because normally it's the home guy that gets to do this one. And I just kind of missed our home All-Star events, before I came on staff, but yeah, for whatever, they're changing the format this year, and it's a format that I've been used to because I've done the Rising Stars games the previous years, and so it's the same format, except for we've got our top players going at this thing, and so I'm excited about it.
Kyle, you have so many iconic PA calls here at Ball Arena. To the window, we all know. To the wall. Let's go. You've got the introduction, which I find of the opposing team is one of my favorite moments of the pregame. Are you going to bring any of the Ball Arena staples to? Is it Chase Arena? Is that where
Chase Center?
Chase Center. There we go. Are you going to bring any of those? Are you going to bring any of those Ball Arena staples to the All-Star game?
Okay. Oh, of course.
and which ones are you going to bring? Because this is not an educated. To the window. Do you think they're ready for it? Are they ready for that, Kyle?
They might be. I actually did well. So I've done like the HBCU games in the past, and so I did To the Window of Air, and they right away. And so, but we'll see. I'll give it a shot, see if it happens, and kind of go from there. But yeah, I'll whatever kind of comes to mind. Everything is just pretty much organic for me, and it's just in those different moments. I've got some other things I want to kind of try out while I'm here too, as well. And it's not often that you get to announce for, opposing players that are some pretty unique individuals. And so when I was in the bubble, I got a chance to announce for a lot of these guys and do it the way I would want to do it. And so here's another opportunity to do that once again. And I'm just gonna try to have fun, and I really want to make the Mile High City proud and represent us, and yeah, just whatever kind of comes to mind. Of course, we'll be doing. Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a whole bunch of jams. Oh, jams. There's going to be a bunch of those.
Hey, so a little bit of local knowledge. I lived in the Bay Area myself for 5 years. I married what is called my wife affectionately calls herself a bag, which is a Bay Area gal, right? She's from the Bay. And so just a little local knowledge. The East Bay, which is all considered part of it. And the Warriors have East Bay roots from being in Oakland at Roracle Arena over there. But the Loonies, I got 5 on it, that is a NorCal, Oakland-based hip hop artist.
And I used to do that for KCP when he was with us.
That's what I'm saying. So you got to have somehow, some way that's got to be ready to roll, and you will win over the locals. I promise you that.
Okay, I'm writing it down right now.
And then don't forget to get hyphy too. You can't forget some hyphy movement because E40 and everything that's going to be coming from the East Bay.
Woo!
Kyle,
I love that one.
You said you're ready to try out some stuff over the All-Star. Can you give us a preview of things that we haven't heard yet?
Well, one is in lieu of, the whole Kendrick and Drake deal and the Super Bowl halftime. I've kind of tried to test it out a little bit at our arena and see. I've tried it. I work at a middle school there in Aurora by day, and so I've tried it out with the kids. The kids love it as well, and so we'll see. I know LeBron is a big K-Dot fan, and also I was thinking about throwing out a little. Or
if you guys, your mic cut out. We're screaming mustard. Is what we heard. At least that's my lip reading is what I got there.
Yeah, that was okay. It. That was it.
So you've done this again for 4 years. It's now your first All-Star game that you're doing it. You've also been featured on NBA 2K. Did you have to go into the studio for that? And then if you did, what's more nerve-wracking, going into the studio and tracking yourself for a game that's going to be bought by millions of people, or doing an All-Star game in a foreign place for you?
I would say definitely doing this All-Star game. As far as 2K goes, it's right now we're on kind of I come back out here next month to record again and for the updates and all of that. The very first time I was here, that was a grind, just doing all of that. But now it's just all about updates, and so it's normally pretty much an overnight trip to knock those out. But yeah, in this environment, under these circumstances, it's pretty special. I can only imagine where my adrenaline is gonna be. And then of course there's a lot of copy that we'll be going through. We've been rehearsing. I arrived here yesterday morning. Yesterday afternoon, had flight delays and all of that, but it just nonstop rehearsals. We have rehearsal again tonight. We just rehearse. But typically for a Nuggets game, we have around about a 25 to 30 page script for our games. This one is 120 pages. And so, it's next level for sure. But I've been used to working here. It all started with the bubble and working with these individuals as well. A lot of these guys, when we get here, it's like a family reunion, and I just kind of jump right in and get going. And so it's a lot. There's a lot coming at you at the whole time, and there's lots of voices on headset and everything else. And there's so many moving parts to put this event on. And like I said, it's an honor to be a part of it. But hopefully I've been prepared for it. And like I said, just want to give glory to God and make our city proud.
Kyle, just like you, I've been blessed to be courtside at Ball Arena for some of the Nuggets games, not because I can afford those seats, but because I got friends that can afford those seats. And so I've sat right next to you. I don't know if you know that. So just in the seats right off to your right, right behind the Ibotta crew. And and it's been so fun to watch you work. Not only your energy is to me is contagious for your connectivity with the arena, but your connectivity with the players. I find you encouraging players. You're really into the game, like the game. What is it like being in the seat that you're in, setting the energy for the building, but also having that connection with some of these players as a team chaplain for the Denver Nuggets? And what is that like, just having all of these things happening at one time with a team that's had so much success?
Right. Well, for me, it allows me to feel like I'm actually a part, and I actually feel like I make a difference in some sort of way, maybe not necessarily on the outcome of the game, but just that I'm making a difference. And what the biggest thing for me, I think the thing that I love most about our arena is how I've been able to be kind of the go-between, if you will, between the fans and the players in a lot of those moments, and to help us all stay connected and whatnot throughout the game. I wanted to be a player. I tell kids all the time I was a Denver Nugget for 3 days. I was a rookie free agent for 3 days and was cut and all of that. And so, but it didn't work out in that sense. But in this capacity, I feel like I'm a part of the team in a whole unique kind of way. And then, with the things like what's getting ready to take place this weekend, it allows me to also feel like I'm a part of the NBA in this way as well. And so being able to, in that role of chaplain and whatnot, I am able to connect with the guys in a much deeper way. And I've built some friendships over the years as well, some special friendships, and have continued to build those. And I love being a face that, people recognize and all that. And so when we get here to the actual game, it'll be kind of a little family reunion with a lot of these players too. And so I'm just hoping to, make it a big celebration and just kind of let it fly. We'll see what happens.
Always happy to have you on our team. Kyle Speller, Nuggets PA announcer. You can catch him out in California for All-Star Weekend. Sunday is the All-Star game on TNT, TBS, and True TV. Brother, have a great call, break a leg, and we can't wait to see you back for a nice stretch run here at Ball Arena.
Awesome. Yeah. I'm definitely looking forward to finishing this season strong. It's time to get back to Civic Center Park and get that parade going, baby. Oh yeah, let's make some noise. Let's go.
Ski season's here, and there is a big dump of the white fluffy stuff coming up there to the mountains and Rocky Mountain region. And we all know that the place to go, and my family of 5 will be going this weekend, this President's Day weekend, to Loveland Ski Area, which has become our family's home away from home this winter. I love the fact that I'm going to be able to exit I-70 before that stinking Eisenhower Tunnel, and I can head straight to Loveland, where the slopes are going to be filled with snow, not people. With more than 1,800 acres of skiable terrain, all of which are open, and the highest average snowfall in the Front Range of the Summit County resorts, look no further than Loveland Ski Area. Find discounted passes before you head up there at skiloveland.com. My family and I will be seeing you up there.
This is your last chance on the morning sprint to enter to win $50 today. Also, we're giving away $250 on our show this morning. And then PhD is going to give away $50 and $250 coming up at 2:20. And then Kreckman and Lindahl, they're giving away $50 at 4:20 and $250 before the end of their show. So let's just get that straight. And you have now we'll extend it until about 11:50 today. Text the word Safeway to 303-504-0925. You will be entered to win $50 and entered into the grand prize winning of $250. We'll
for the whole week.
For the whole week.
But you can get just hammer Safeway to 303-504-0925. Raj, do you agree?
We will give away 2 names at the end of the show.
Okay.
The first name will get $50. The second name will get $250. Cool? Square?
I'm good with it.
Safeway, 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name.
And our fine friends at Safeway, they're going in. I think this is a little deeper than even last year's Valentine's Day giveaway. I don't think we got $250 every show. This is a big deal.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. Did you see the latest installation of the ocean is completely terrifying and no one should ever go in it at any point?
You talking about the humpback whale that Jonah, like from the Bible? I mean, there's a Jonah situation. It was like swallowed in the belly of a whale and then spit back out.
A father and a son were kayaking in the middle of the ocean, and a humpback whale literally swallowed a man in his kayak whole, took him under the water, realized that ain't krill, and then chucked him back up, and the guy came out unscathed.
It's a modern day Jonah, man. It's leaving Nineveh.
That's a one-of-one story.
Feel me, KJ? I think it's one of two. The last time it happened was like 5200 BC.
It's a biblical story. Look, did it happen in Moby Dick? I know the guy didn't survive that one.
Moby also. Yeah, there's been a couple notorious belly of the whale situations, but never caught on camera.
It's one of the craziest videos I've ever seen, and I like the ocean. Like I'm a
big ocean guy.
Big ocean guy. I
grew up
scuba
near
dive.
Yeah.
I almost don't want to get back into the water ever again.
God, this is making me hungry, to be honest.
I'm going to San Francisco this weekend. It's cold water.
You're going to the Bay Area?
Going to the Bay Area. Leave tonight.
Goodness
what
gracious,
are you doing there?
Seeing some friends, playing some golf.
Wifey come with you?
Wifey's coming.
Okay.
All-Star game?
Not going to the All-Star game. Yeah, we're going out to the Bay Area.
Where are you playing golf?
Petaluma.
Oh, very nice. That's right, Petaluma.
I don't know what the courses are, but yeah, trying to get some nice-ish weather.
Petaluma Muni, baby.
Petaluma Muni.
Let's go.
I have no idea where we're playing. It was one of the craziest videos that I have ever seen. And then the other one that I wanted to get to, you know how Noah Lyles, the American sprinter, and Tyreek Hill have been beefing with each other?
Beefing.
They have officially agreed to finally end the debate and race each other. And I think Tyreek Hill is going to get absolutely smoked.
He's going to be obliterated. And this decision to race Noah Lyles,
it'll cost him money.
It's going to cost him money.
There is an illusion of Tyreek Hill.
He will have a soft tissue injury in this race. Tyreek Hill will.
You have to be some sort of cocky and delusional to think that you can take on, and Noah Lyles, he's the fastest man on the planet.
What's the distance that they're going to race?
I think they're going to race the 200.
Oh my gosh, he's going to get obliterated. Tyreek is going to get obliterated.
I don't know that offhand what they're actually going to race.
If it was like 50, they were just going to do a 50-yard or 50-meter.
Because Lyles is a closer. We saw that in the Olympics. He's a closer.
And I would say that Tyreek has a puncher's chance. All depending on the start for both of them.
They have not agreed. They have not agreed to a length, but Lyles just won the 60 meters at the World Championships indoor.
Wow.
So if you're racing a shorter race, the 60 is the one to go, and he's going to smoke him. Tyreek's fast. He's the fastest guy in the league at his position.
He's also fastest to double-digit children, maybe in the history of fatherhood. Had a few of them.
Oh, who's the guy with the Supersonics that probably has something to say about that?
Oh, is it the gloves?
No, it's not Gary Payton. Who's the player?
Sean Kemp.
Yes, Sean Kemp.
Oh, yeah.
Sean Kemp. That's the guy. Sean Kemp's got something to say about that. He's the GOAT in that debate.
I don't know. Tyreek's been he's been pretty busy, pretty active.
That is that is appointment television for me. It's not the same thing as, remember when Michael Phelps, to bring it back full circle to the ocean, remember they did the Michael Phelps is going to race a great white shark, but it wasn't actually him racing a great white shark. It was him against a superimposed great white.
Stupid.
On Discovery Channel.
Very dumb. Very dumb.
If we're going to do this, you get in the pool with a white shark, and maybe we have a partition between you guys. I don't know how you would train a white shark to just swim straight.
All right, Raj. While we're here on a Friday, and we're talking about maybe popping some tops, if you had a choice to pop a top between Noah Lyles, Tyreek Hill, televised, we'll call it a 150-meter sprint, or blue line to blue line, there and back, Marty Netchis, Nathan McKinnon. Which one are you going to watch?
Lyles and Tyreek.
Who's winning the Netchis McKinnon?
Stop and start? McKinnon?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Netchis,
Yeah.
Marty's pretty fast.
Uh-huh.
Man. That guy is quick. That's also not a really long distance.
No, I know.
Blue line to blue line, and you got to stop. You got to hit the blue line. Are we talking both skates over the line or just one?
Let's go both over.
Both over the line. All right. I like
Yep.
that. That's spoken like a coach.
Correct.
Well done there.
Yeah, details matter.
Details matter.
Yep.
Touch those end boards.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a quick. That's a very, very quick race.
It'd be fascinating.
I think Nate gets it done. Nate is fast. Marty's fast. Nate's faster.
Netchis is higher top speed right now on the season.
In terms of the 20
GPS.
mile an hour boosts or bursts that they
What
track
is-
on NHL
well,
Edge.
so McKinnon has more 20-plus bursts this year, but Netchis has the top
The
speed.
higher top end speed.
The top
cheetah speed.
Yeah, he's like 26.9 miles per hour
That's moving.
in a game.
That is moving.
I got to double check that. I know it's in the 25,
Those are the
26
speed
range.
wobbles. Like, you know when you're on the.
Oh, yeah.
You're a snowboarder. So do snowboarders get the speed wobbles?
Oh, yes.
Because I know
Oh,
I do.
yeah.
I know I do on
Badly.
skis. You
And
get
it is terrifying.
Oh yeah, your life is flashing before.
Oh,
your
and I
eyes.
have my app with me that does do a max speed per day. And there's been so many times on a snowboard I've tried to hit over 55 miles per hour. It's not a smart move. So I've been hovering in my 40s now, 40 as in years. I've been hovering more in the 40s as in miles per hour max that I'm reaching. Because the speed wobbles when you get into the 50s on a snowboard, you're like, I catch an edge, I'm dead.
At least I've got two planks to catch me on skis.
Dude, snowboard, it's like heads.
Here's
hitting.
why. Small brain move to go snowboard rather than skiing. Just saying.
All I know is that knees are intact, man, on a snowboard.
That is, you're not going to tear an ACL.
Nope.
I'll give you that one. All right, we do this every Friday. It's time to pop some tops.
I'm going first, man.
Thank you, KJ.
You know what? After watching those beautiful jerseys skating last night, I am so excited.
That's why you wanted to go first. You wanted to steal mine.
I'm going for Team USA and the
cheap
Four
shot.
Nations. And yes, Team Canada, you booed our national anthem. And I know there's other political reasons for that, but I don't care. I'm looking at that as a rivalry. So I'm popping the top to the red, the white, and the blue. I want Team USA behind the Kachucks, behind Connor Hellebuck, to beat the brakes off Canada because I love my country. Freedom ain't free, man. America.
Be the first time in 27 contests that Canada has lost when Sidney Crosby is in the lineup. By the way, Cale Makar missed practice this morning, but it's because he's sick. He's not injured. He's sick. Be nice to Cale Makar.
America.
He's the most perfect human being.
Don't you dare boo my country.
All right, I'll give you that. I will root against Cale and Nate for one day, and Devon Taves.
We know you really won't, actually. When you really watch it and your own emotions take over, you're going to be rooting
I love those players.
You're going to be rooting for them.
All right, what I am watching, I'm excited to watch Julian Strother in the Rising Stars Challenge this evening, 7 p.m. I can't wait to see that. I told you at the beginning of the show, the Four Nations face-off has made me a little bit more excited for NBA All-Star Weekend, probably more so than I've been in the last 4 or 5 years. Am I going to be let down? Inevitably, yes, but I'll at least enjoy watching Strother this evening. Can't wait for that. I'll tune in for the All-Star game on Sunday as well. Okay, time to give away some cash. $50 winner to Safeway. Congratulations to Roxanne Ruchetta.
Let's go.
You've won $50 to Safeway, and then the morning sprint grand prize winner, $250. Mr. Frank Anthony, congratulations, $250.
Nothing better than a two first name guy. Frank and Anthony.
And the rule is, Frank, if you can find Michelob Golden Light, you must use some of that gift card on me and Coach. And if you don't, we're going to find you because, as we said, we are your Valentine.
Frank and Anthony, both of your first names, you're my Valentine. I'll tell you that.
PhD is next. We'll see you guys at 10 a.m. on Tuesday morning. Enjoy your holiday weekend.
That's what I'm talking about. The Kachuk brothers were born in the USA. You know what I'm saying? Suck it, Finland.
Miko, losing money by the minute.
I don't root for people on the Hurricanes.
Miko, what's wrong, buddy?
Oh, what's going on?
Wrong, buddy?
Are you okay?
6-1.
You all right, Miko?
Couldn't get a 1 or 2 in there.
That's what American hockey's all about.
Kick rocks, Arturi Lehkonen.
Kick it.
I never even liked Miko.
If there was a third Kachuk brother, that would be cool by me. Can't have too many Kachucks. How many goals can a Kachuk brother score if a Kachuk brother could? Kachuk would. It's goals. Turn it up, Dan. Oh, thought he was going to sing again. All right. Hey, man, what can I tell you? I'm fired up for it. Wasn't sure in the beginning. Got to admit, when I saw Lucky and Miko out there on the top line, being introduced, seeing the Finnish national anthem. It's an anthem people in Finland would like. Bit harsh, that national anthem.
Is it? Yeah.
I'm sure it's fantastic.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be denigrating somebody's fine Finnish
Are
national
you offended
anthem.
by the national anthem?
Hell no. Definitely no.
Didn't want to boo it?
I would definitely not boo it. It's interesting how
just the Canucks?
How the Canadians, yeah. It was a smattering. I wouldn't say it was overwhelming.
Hey,
it was a smattering.
Happy Valentine's Day, darling.
Who are you talking to?
You.
To me?
Yeah.
You're calling me darling?
Well, I spend as much time with you as anybody else.
Well, happy Valentine's Day to you.
Yeah.
I already bumped over to Safeway. But listen, I want to say, is it awesome? Safeway has given us $50 and $250 to give away during the show. Yeah, it's incredible. $220 for the 50, and then about $245, $250 for the 250. Guess that would make sense. How about that? $250 at $250.
Way to go! Just like that, you got it.
But Dan and I were talking about. I don't know how you feel about it, but for guys who are listening, I'd like to make today a guilt-free zone for Valentine's Day. Meaning, if you don't want to do anything, you're not going to get pressure from us.
No.
Okay.
I mean, maybe do a little something, though, because, you always got to do a little something.
Listen, I did a little something.
What'd you do?
I did about as little as I could do because I did realize
Card and flowers?
DoorDash does go to Safeway as well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, you DoorDash flowers?
Yep.
Holy shnikes.
I literally probably did as little as I could possibly do.
Were you home with your wife while the flowers got delivered?
No, she was at work. Because I was like, I want to ride my bike
so
today.
how did that work? Were you even able to pick out the flowers you wanted?
Sorta.
You're just like bouquet of flowers.
Yeah,
Give me that.
Kinda. I mean, you click on what you desire.
Give me the $35 one.
And kinda. We have a whole thing for our wedding with red roses, so I don't give red roses on. It's a whole thing. I don't need to go into that, but I got some orange flowers because, Syracuse. Love you, babe. High five. It was like a high five.
Nice.
Nice. Then they're like, hey, the card you want, it's not there. I'm like, yeah, whatever. So it was cool.
You just hold on. You had a DoorDash deliver a card.
Yeah, well, they were,
they
gift.
had to walk in and choose a card for you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I chose the card, but
that is next level laziness right there. Holy crap.
They were out, so they sent me a message. Do you have it? I go, yeah, whatever looks good there.
Yeah, just pick something.
Yeah.
Wow.
Guilt-free here on Valentine's Day.
No chance she's listening right now.
0. Well, I know she. Well, actually, what time is it?
I did walk in.
Actually, there's a slight chance she could be listening.
Yeah.
Slight chance.
Yeah. I mean, you did get the card, though.
I got a card.
I'll give you credit for it.
I got it. Got her a little sushi treat.
Stopped by Walgreens on the way in. Got a few things.
There you go.
Yeah.
Man, Safeway. It's close to the house. I was like, wow, if it's so close to the house, why do I got to go there?
I had to get a prescription, It was convenient.
Really? All right. Well, hey, man.
That's all I got at Walgreens.
I don't know if the text line
I got a Red Bull and a prescription.
A Red Bull and a prescription.
Was the Red Bull the prescription?
No.
So you didn't get anything? Not yet.
No, I did. I got a few cards.
Little something. Well, you got the little daughters too.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I picked up some cards for the girls.
You got to get something for the girls, right?
Yeah. Got 3 cards, and but what I got to figure out on the way home, I still got to find a little teddy bear for him.
Order it. Be here in about 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Seriously, DoorDash it.
DoorDash teddy bear?
Here.
How
Swear to
can
God.
I would do that if I could figure out where can I DoorDash a teddy bear from?
Anywhere. It's unbelievable. It's easy. I'll show you
Hold
during
on,
the break.
can we do like a trade-a-thon for people to deliver a teddy bear for me? Do we have anything we give away so somebody can go get me a gift, some gifts for my daughters?
What do you got?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah? I mean,
have a cornhole set.
I guess that's up to you.
I got an unopened 6 milligram velo.
Okay.
All
right.
Yeah.
Oh, that might be up the alley of a lot of guys.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody, dude, like in a truck is rolling around with a teddy bear. He'd have to go to, he'd have to go to the store for you.
Yeah, I'd need 2 of those things.
Okay.
And
well, good luck.
Like in anywhere from like the $25 to $35 range. You know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll show you how to do it. You can give me here in a half hour.
Okay.
It's amazing.
Okay.
It's like that. Yeah, I was watching the game. My wife was rooting for Finland a little bit. Because we just weren't so familiar with, like, these hockey guys. I mean, you kind of know them and you don't know them. Like, you know Hellebuck, obviously. You know the Tkachuks, obviously. You know JT Miller. I mean, you know these guys and you don't know them. You see them and you're like, oh, yeah, that guy. I know that guy and I know that guy. And then you look around and you're like, I know basically all these guys. But we don't have any relationship to them because not only are none of them on the Avs, but none of them have been on the Avs. That's what's pretty wild. Like, there's no guys that were on the Avs like 5 years ago.
That's what I was digging into yesterday. I was like, can't we find any like former Avs around here? Like,
there's one kid on the team from Colorado, and I'm forgetting his name right off. What's it? Weingart, Wormberg. I feel like this is the anti-Nate Kreckman show, the least researched, can't pronounce anything show.
Hey, you're the one into this stuff.
You didn't watch it at all?
I did.
Seriously,
I
Dan.
did not feel passionate about it. Like, did you feel passionate about watching that game?
I did. I love it. I heard Kane was talking about he's nervous. It's like I sort of see where Brett's going on it. Like it's like he's just nervous that there's going to be some sort of injury. Like there was a dude from, I believe, Team USA who broke his wrist. Again, with the names with me. I'm sorry. So, yeah, that's poor. I wouldn't want to see that. But that being said, international competition happens in sports all the time. Happens all the time. Soccer has done it for 100 years, having international competitions in the middle of their regular seasons on all levels.
Yep.
Not just Rapids. I mean, English Premier League stops and their best players. And Messi goes to play for Argentina while he's playing for, whatever club he happened to be playing for.
I was actually here in Berto this morning, and I was unaware of this, but I guess there's like multiple world hockey competitions coming up in the future here. The NHL was just trying to get ahead of it so that they could like be a part of this thing. And logically, that actually does make a lot of sense. Hey, if there's going to be this national movement for national pride in hockey,
right?
Well, let's get on board.
I mean, it's not the first time. They've stopped the season for the Olympics multiple times. They've already done it. Jacob Slavin from Erie. Way to go, Jacob. Way to go, Slavin family from Erie. Got a kid on Team USA. That's freaking awesome.
Neighbors with Coach?
Probably. I mean, doesn't everybody in Erie know each other?
Probably. I mean, everybody knows Mike.
Who doesn't know Mike? Shy guy. Let's see here. David Hudson here. DMac. Don't forget Carolina's Slavin. Okay. All right. Jacob Slavin. I got you. Thank you. Jacob Slavin. Slavin. I'm getting a lot of texts from Slavin. You guys are the best. Appreciate it. So, yeah, Jacob Slavin. But again, it is odd. None of these guys are directly connected to the Avalanche. But I loved it. I loved every second of it. I watched the entire game, start to finish. I mean, it's sports, man. I gotta have sports in my veins. And it's a weird time. It's the Mojave Desert wintertime version of sports. Ain't a lot going on.
Mm-mm.
So I was highly entertained by the whole thing. Myself in spring will actually be out at number 38 hosting a hockey party for USA Canada. So they were there last night. Nate and Andy were out there last night. So if you're looking for a place to, wear the red, white, and blue and get fired up and cheer against Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, and Devon Taves, come on out to number 38, and we'll have the Jacob Slavin banner going.
You keep acting like you're rooting for USA. There's no chance you're going to be rooting for USA. There's zero chance. And I do not understand what difference there would be between rooting for Serbia and not rooting for Canada.
Well, I mean, I will find out Saturday at number 38. We'll see.
Other than you're rooting for a bunch of people to boo our national anthem.
I ain't rooting for that. Why the hell would I root for that? No way, no how. Oh, man. America. Yeah. Wait, hold on. We got that here, Dan. Yeah.
America. Yeah. Yikes. I was just trying to find TV ratings for this, see how it's doing.
How's it doing?
Well, the only one I could find was the opener. Take a guess.
Through the roof?
Take a guess at people.
Millions? 5 million.
1
million.
1 million.
That's good.
It is.
Yeah. I mean, what are the average ratings for hockey ratings? I mean, that's, JT Miller. Yeah. Slavin. Yeah. Kachuk. Yeah. Kachuk. Yeah. Kachuk. Yeah. I mean, USA, let's go. Yeah. Hughes. Yeah. Hellebuck.
Yeah, no.
I don't know. God, they couldn't play another one of the American goalies. Can't throw like Ottinger in there. It's got to be Hellebuck. Yeah. All right.
Fine.
Hellebuck. Yeah.
Fine.
All right, so hey, if you're fired up for it, I am curious what people are fired up for this weekend. It's a weird weekend, man. They are redoing the All-Star game, the NBA All-Star game. They're doing it in a whole different way.
No, really, what's going on with Miko though?
What do you mean?
He's been a disappointment on the trade. He's got nothing going on. He's getting talked about getting traded again, right?
Yep.
Like, what's going on here?
Yeah. I don't know. What's up, Moose? Yeah. I don't know what's going on with him.
No, you don't have to do that for him.
No, that's true.
Why'd you do that for him?
I don't know. Slip of the hand. Give me another USA guy. Slavin. Yeah.
Werenski.
Yeah. All right. If you're fired up, hey, Voice of the People is there for you. Got some cool things to go for. Predictions, free agent targets. The Broncos were mentioned twice for predictions for 2025. Yeah. We'll get to it coming up next. Listen, I want you to have a great Valentine's Day weekend. No guilt, though. No guilt-free zone here. Do whatever you want. But if erectile dysfunction is slowing you down in that department, that stinks. That's something that can be corrected because the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is helping fellas that have failed to perform get back in the game. How many guys just satisfied with a mediocre sex life? Not you. You shouldn't be. That's where the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic comes to the rescue. They've got success rates well over 90%, and some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Come on, man. Come on, let's go. Schedule a consult, $99, TNPSA test. If advised, a test dose. Hey, and if the dose doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. It's going to work. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So hit them up today at 720-440-7900. Put that in your phone. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
So the formula is now known, right? And anybody that can do it, it's the same way the Giants beat Tom Brady back in the Super Bowl with a 4-man rush. They could get legitimate quick pressure and play 7 people in coverage. I think it's the only way you can beat a great quarterback.
If you look at the sort of obvious low-hanging AFC contenders, the Bills, the Ravens, et cetera, sure, they can maybe do that. But one team that I think can pull off the Eagles' vibe is Denver.
All right, right on. By the way, we've got to keep our eyes on, we should throw it up here too. Eagles had their parade today.
Always fun watching the drunken antics.
Yeah, I have not seen many highlights from it at all. But Dan, can we just keep an eye out for,
I was just watching a few during the break.
Oh, yeah? What were you saying?
I mean, just typical Eagles players pounding. Oh, Howie Rose. Did you see Howie Roseman?
I didn't see any of it.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
I'd love to get some highlights.
Howie Roseman, the GM.
Yeah.
He got pelted in the forehead by a beer, and he's got a huge cut on his forehead.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Or kind of humorous.
Remember when Jason Kelce was like, Lane Johnson was on the juice or something like that? Like
that's because he was. I mean, he got busted multiple times.
Right. Nobody expected anything from us. Lane Johnson was on the juice. He was dressed up like a mummer last time, Jason Kelce. So, hey, man, hopefully they, I don't know. Well, but I'm all for drunk, speeches.
Oh, they're always great.
I'm all for hammered victory speeches.
Did you see what Saquon Barkley got a starting 5?
Talk about it.
Dude, I mean, I don't know if this is the worst gift of all time because he's going to turn him into a bunch of raging alcoholics or if it's a great gift or what. He bought all 5 of the starting 5 offensive linemen an entire truckload of Bud Light beer. I mean, a truckload of Bud Light beer.
Pretty awesome.
That the wives are going to be freaking killing these guys. What am I supposed to do with this beer? Where do I put this? It takes up an entire garage. But yeah, I don't know how much that cost, but that was a lot of beer. And somewhere the head coach and the GM were thinking, oh boy, we're going to have some alcoholics.
How many beers are in a truckload?
It's a good question. I don't know.
I mean, what are we talking about?
How many beers are in a truckload?
Nobody knows.
Okay. A full truckload contains 20 to 22 pallets of beer, with each pallet holding roughly 100 cases of beer.
Wow. Oh, my God.
So 2,200 cases of beer.
Huh? That's kind of ridiculous, right?
That's a lot of beer.
What are you supposed to do with that?
Yeah. Okay, here we go. I got the exact number. The exact number of cans per truckload.
Yeah.
20,000. No. Hold on. 202,280 cans. 200,000 cans per truck.
200,000 cans.
200,000 cans of Bud Light.
All right, well, what do we do on Saturday night? Oh, my God.
That's a lot of Bud Light, buddy.
That's a lot of Bud Light. Maybe it's a metaphorical truck, not a literal truck.
I don't
With
think
your
so.
200,000 beers.
200,000.
200,000 beers.
How long would it take an average human to go through 200,000 beers?
Oh, my God.
How many beers does an average human go through in a lifetime?
I'm not actually drinking beer as much as I once did, but I mean, I'll go through a 12-pack in, I don't know, 2 weeks. Does that sound about right? Ish. I mean, unless I'm having a party or something, just casually, like what am I? Maybe longer than 2 weeks, frankly.
The average person drinks about 494 beers per year.
So, like a beer and a quarter a day?
Yeah.
Well, that's way more.
Sounds about right.
I don't drink that. Yeah. There's no way I drink that. I mean, you can fire me up. It is Friday. We can get it going if you want. 200,000 beers. Well, good for him. Good for him. I saw they were doing like, hey, what to expect for the season next year, like, and the Broncos were mentioned twice. So they had a panel of like experts for ESPN. So they had like a dozen panelists in about like 9 different categories. So, like 100 possibilities where you could, the Broncos could get mentioned, and they got mentioned twice.
Good.
One was this guy, Maldonado. I don't even know who it is, but I want to say Candy. But Maldonado from ESPN said, who to expect more from? And he writes, the Broncos. After exceeding expectations, the Broncos are well positioned for success with a strong offensive line, defense, and financial flexibility. They have roughly $50 million in cap space for this upcoming season. It's pretty good.
God, how the hell did we go from Russell Wilson to having $50 million in cap space?
I thought it was more like 36, but I mean, that can kind of float. Because here's why. It's a good question. Because they ate the split on his contract mostly last year. It was the 53-32 split.
Yeah, but it's still like 30-something this year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you get cap space. The cap goes up. You just got to eat that too. So they don't have the most. The Patriots have a stunning $200 million plus amount of cap space. It's ridiculous what the Patriots have. And the Saints are like minus $60 million.
You know what that just goes to show? How freaking insane the Cleveland Browns would be to not draft a quarterback. How freaking insane. Like, I know it hurts, but suck it up for a year or two and they would get cap space back. I mean, deal with the Deshaun Watson deal.
I agree.
He's injured all year anyways in all likelihood because he retore the Achilles. How could they not draft a quarterback after looking at what the Broncos have been able to do, the success they had, and the cap space that is already getting freed up?
I agree.
Get rid of Myles Garrett, get rid of 1 or 2 other high-paid guys, and all of a sudden you got space.
Then this guy, Walder, they go like, who's going to have a regression? And he picks the Broncos as the team to have the regression. Here's his theory. Simplest way to pick a regression candidate, look for the teams with elite defenses and mediocre offenses. It's just so hard to repeat division success year after year, and Denver ranked only 15th in EPA per play on offense. Yes, Bo Nix might progress in year 2, but he also might not. That's some brilliant analysis. Hey, this might happen.
I don't know why
it might not happen.
Well, I don't know why it's a bigger might that he might progress or he might regress. Why is either one a bigger might?
Yeah, I think that's just lazy analysis, frankly. And if I had to bet on Bo Nix progressing or regressing, I'd say progressing 10 out of 10 times.
Well, I know you would, but I mean, I don't know why that's like such a safer bet. I don't think that's an insane analysis. I mean, first off, I do think the Broncos are going to add some pieces. I think they're going to get better offensively. They should get some more dynamic weapons. And I'm not sitting here forecasting the Broncos are going to get worse. But the actual analysis itself of teams that are top-heavy on defense and struggle on offense, yeah, those are teams that were kind of held together by Band-Aids.
I think the Broncos and but I'm obviously Mr. Bo Nix. The Bo Nix is strong. Yeah, I think Bo Nix has got a brilliant future. I don't think there's anything to worry about in this department for a long time to come. But that being said, because of that, you do have this small window. It's weird how the windows for the quarterbacks kind of come and go. Now, listen, if you got an all-timer and it's a slam dunk $50, $60 million a year guy, I mean, every year could be a great year. I mean, there you go. But you're going to have to reset year after year after year. With a first-round guy, the window is really in the first couple of – well, maybe not the first year because you got to get up and running. But that second, third, and fourth year are so key, Tyler. They're so huge. Because if you really do think you got that guy, that is your window when you can start developing and putting other guys around him. And this is what the 49ers, have to reckon with now because that time's over with Brock Purdy. And that time's done.
They got one more year, right?
Purdy, I thought they had to figure it out now. Am I wrong on that? They got him for another year?
I thought so. But, I mean, in all likelihood, that means they're figuring it out right now.
Meanwhile, you got teams like the Steelers who are just stuck. What are they going to do? And, Aaron Rodgers will land somewhere. Somebody will say, we're that close. We're a quarterback away. Or we're going to draft a guy, in the second or third round. You'll find somebody who's dumb enough to do that. And we'll say we need to get him mentored. My guy from Syracuse, Kyle McCord.
I don't know that, Dumb enough to me is not fair. Like, it's desperate enough. Like the Steelers, for example. What the hell are they supposed to do? What are they supposed to do? Yeah, they got to draft the quarterback so they got to overselect Jackson Dart at number 20 or what are they, number 20? I forget.
21 Steelers, 21. Yeah.
If they got to overdraft him at number 21, then so be it. I mean, it just is what the situation is. Like what are they supposed to do?
If I was the Steelers, and this is not the system I would advocate for, but there's not a lot of better options. If I were the Steelers, I would go the complete opposite way. I would do what I don't advocate for. I would take the best quarterback you think, probably in the 3rd or even 4th round, and I would just be okay with the fact that I might be drafting another guy 4 years from now and see if that system doesn't work.
Yeah, but guess what you're going to be doing next year? Drafting at number 21 again because Mike Tomlin's your head coach and you're going to win half your games.
Well, hey, I didn't say it was the ideal plan. But if there's ever a team to give that plan a shot, it would be the Steelers because they're already a playoff team. They're not in a draftable position. Getting a free agent like Aaron Rodgers is like, what, a 1-year sort of deal? You may be just better off saying, hey, Quinny or maybe you are the guy if we put the right team around you. Maybe you are. I don't know. Kyle McCord had a great year there at Syracuse. Maybe you are the guy in the 4th round for the next 4 years, and we're going to build around you. And
yeah, but the same logic that applies to selecting a quarterback as high as you can because you want to get the best quarterback that's available, that still applies to drafting the dude at number 20 versus rather than rounds 3 or 4 because you're still trying to get the next best quarterback. You're still trying to get the next dude that's got the best chance of it.
Listen, again, this is not a theory I'm banging the table for, but theoretically, as I roll my eyes, what you would do is build better guys around him. That's when you would go for the best defensive lineman, the best cornerback, the best receiver, and you just say, hey, our quarterback only has to be so good. You know, it's not the most critical point. We're going to build these other guys. We're going to use our free agent money to get, superstars around this dude. Listen, I don't know. That's Pittsburgh's problem. That ain't the Broncos' problem. The Broncos are just following the path. Same thing the Bills did, the Bengals did, the Ravens did. The vast majority of teams are doing.
There's a whole lot of teams in that same exact category that tried to go down that path. It didn't work out like those teams did.
I gotcha.
All of a sudden, we're in that camp.
Your hit rate's like 36%. All right. I think the Broncos did hit it. I do. I think they got their guy to give themselves a shot at the playoffs every year. Disagree?
I've got every reason to feel optimistic, but I'm far from convinced like you. Year 2 is freaking huge, man. That's what I know. Year 2 is a make or break year for most quarterbacks, and I've seen just so many quarterbacks have okay years. Which, if you're being honest, that's what Bo Nix had. It wasn't okay. It was pretty good. But it wasn't great. It wasn't fantastic. It was a pretty good year. We've seen a lot of these quarterbacks come through. So if you want to get me to the point where I'm declaring some sort of 10-year quarterback plan, get me through year 2, and then maybe I'll have a conversation about it.
On the Shop Mazda text line, how about Darnold or Cousins for Pittsburgh? Yeah, I mean, that's what they're staring at.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, you're in that world. Now, you tell me, because if you're Pittsburgh, how much would you be paying for Sam Darnold or Kirk Cousins? Well, Kirk Cousins, theoretically, could be different.
Kirk, you're going to get dirt cheap.
Right.
You're going to get Kirk on a Russell Wilson type of deal because he's getting paid. So,
but how many years would you get Kirk for that deal?
Probably a year.
1 year.
And then you figure it out.
Right. And Darnold, though, you could get, I suppose, for 3 years.
Yeah.
You put like a Baker Mayfield deal together for him for 3 years. How much are you going to pay for Sam Darnold?
I don't know what the current Baker Mayfield deal is, though. I mean,
30-something per.
Probably more than that. The going rate's 50 for a starting quarterback. I bet you a Baker Mayfield, $38, $40 million.
I thought he was getting 30-something.
No, I understand what Baker got. I'm talking about
for Darnold?
A couple years down the road.
Okay.
For the equivalent of what the Baker Mayfield would be.
Gotcha.
Now, starting rates are about $50 million per. It's probably 38 or 40 per.
Welcome to the NFL, Sam Darnold. Way to go. You did it. So that's your choice with the Steelers, who, by the way, are not in a great cap situation either. It's a tough spot, man. I am so grateful the Broncos are where they are. I'm grateful for where they're at. It's been a tough road to get there, but there are a lot of teams in big trouble. If I had to guess for a team to regress, it actually would be the Steelers. But I think they'll try to salvage it with some sort of free agent, and they'll draft a second or third rounder. They'll go for Mason.
I'll tell you this right now. If the Broncos do not improve their running game significantly, and there's only one way to do that because you got the starting 5 offensive line coming back. If they do not improve that significantly, I would put the Broncos in the camp of a team that will regress.
All right, so how would you improve the running game? Give me your plan.
I'm taking Ashajeti, and I'm not just sitting there. I'm not just sitting there and waiting for it. If he falls at 17, 18, I'm going.
Okay, I like it. Go for it. Fine by me. But I'm fine in a lot of different departments. All right. If they didn't do that, would it be a mistake? Would you sit here the day after the draft and say, "Hey, the Broncos just blew it"?
No, not really. No, I think drafting a running back that high is very, very complicated. And if the room is not convinced, if they're not united on that thing, it's probably going to be a mistake at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't call it a mistake. It's just what I would do. I think there's a lot of ways to solve the problems. And there's going to be other good running backs out there in the second and third round that are going to be more joker type of players than Ashton Jetty's going to be. So there's options available. It's just I'm looking at by far the biggest need on this team right now, offensively at least, and that's the running game. So we can't fix it with the O-line. Our O-line, by the way, according to Pro Football Focus, graded out as the number one group in both run win rate and pass protection win rate. So according to PFF, we've got like the best offensive line in the NFL.
All right, well, certainly on the text line, on Twitch, YouTube, seeing some of your comments there.
Which just goes to show you, by the way, how bad our running backs must have been. If people are grading out our offensive line like they're getting the job done in the running game, and it was as bad as that was, jeez.
I agree. I mean, hey, man. Tyler Bidet played in the playoff game instead of Audric Estime. Javonte Williams will not be offered a contract by the Broncos. He'll be on another team next year. Jaleel McLaughlin, I mean, okay, he's all right, I guess, but he's kind of an undersized, limited dude, too. Not a bad guy, but hope he stays on the team.
You got to roll for Jaleel.
Okay, fine. But, I mean, listen, it's easily the most important position upgrade in the offseason. I don't know if there's any doubt about it. You have sunk some serious money into that offensive line, and they're good players. And Bo Nix runs around a little bit. I know you want the joker player and all that. If Ashton Jeanty is there and you can go get him, man. What are you giving up for him? Like a third and a fourth or something like that down the line to move up 4 or 5 spots? I mean, that is worth it.
Yeah, I would agree. It would feel better if you just took him at 20. That would feel better.
I'll tell you where it gets really interesting because you're probably not moving from 20 to 11. Probably not going to happen. On draft night, where it gets super interesting is after that Dallas pick at 12. Gets really interesting after that. And then what the Colts do at 14 with Tyler Warren or not Tyler Warren will also be like, whoa, okay. But we'll get into a couple of different mock drafts in about an hour from now because they're kind of all over the place with the Broncos. We got your text coming on, and I do have I tried to get a surprise for you, but it went sideways.
Did you try to buy me a teddy bear?
Yeah, but it went.
That was so sweet.
It went horribly wrong.
That was so sweet.
There's nothing I could do to stop it.
What, did you deliver to the wrong place?
I'll let you know coming up here a little bit after 1 o'clock for that one. No, it's not. You'll see. After I tried to do something that I thought was kind of clever and fun, and I actually totally screwed it up.
It's the thought that counts.
Well, I wasn't thinking that much. It's PHC on 92.5. I guess I am a bit of a sucker for hammered parades. They're kind of fun, man, no matter what the sport is.
As long as we just don't totally hate the team. Like, we couldn't enjoy the Chiefs doing
No,
this.
you're right. Remember last year's Chiefs parade? Wasn't there a shooting or something during that parade last year?
Yeah, there was.
So I'm looking at some. I put a few there, Dan, into the group text there. So a couple of little highlights. Saquon Barkley recognized the ball boy.
Oh, I saw this.
And he doesn't really look like a ball boy. He looks like a guy in his 40s.
Looks like a dude, ball dude.
Yeah. Anyways, he saw somebody in the crowd, ball guy.
Ball dude.
He just pulled him over the barrier like, no, you're with us. Let's go.
Like, where was the police here? Like, remember when, God, was it Miko?
No,
was it?
it was Bo Byram.
Bo Byram.
Yeah.
Bo Byram.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, actually, there was a police guy on a bike literally standing right behind Saquon Barkley.
I guess he saw him do it.
Well, that's Saquon. Oh, yeah, he definitely did. Let's see. What else is cool? Well, we're getting some of the audio together. The mayor who couldn't spell got kind of
EGSLE. Eagles.
She got booed off the stage. Landon Dickerson, you ready for just some being drunk and being on live TV?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
There's Landon Dickerson.
All I gotta say is go bird.
Oh,
we apologize for that.
Yeah, we apologize.
No, you don't. You got exactly what you wanted.
I mean, are you surprised?
You knew what you were signing up for.
All I gotta say is go bird.
I mean,
we apologize for that.
We apologize.
We're doing live parade interviews without a red button.
We're going. Here we go. Go.
There's Landon Dickerson.
All I gotta say is go bird.
Oh, we apologize for that.
We apologize.
Hey, Landon Dickerson.
Yeah,
my man.
I feel you, my man.
yeah.
Landon Dickerson.
There's Landon Dickerson.
All I gotta say is go bird.
Oh, we apologize for
We
that.
apologize.
Man, do you think it's too late for me to do another one of these?
What do you mean?
You think it's too late for me to go win another Super Bowl? Be another parade? Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
How old are you?
39. About to be 40.
You ask a weird question.
About to be 40.
Would ball boys get Super Bowl rings?
No. Probably not.
Could you put on? That's a fun question.
100 pounds?
Could you put on 100 pounds?
I could function. Hold on. I feel like I could function at a relatively decent.
It wouldn't be as a starter.
Yeah.
You'd be in the rotation somewhere.
I feel like I could function at a relatively decent manner in the NFL weighing 290 pounds. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's call it about 70 pounds.
70 pounds.
75 pounds.
75 pounds. In oh my God. You wouldn't even have to be ready for training camp. Forget that. You'd have to be like, hey man, bro, Teddy Bridgewater would have got a ring this year.
This would be a hell of a bit.
It'd be a hell of a bit.
This would be a hell of a radio bit for the next 6 months. Tyler's training.
Yep.
Can I get a camp invite? Can I just get invited into a camp?
Guys like you are the hardest guys to find.
So I am looking for motivation to get back in the gym. So if you give me a reason, I will do this.
It would be one hell of a bit. And you'd have to be okay. You'd have to be okay not getting.
But the problem is I just sneezed this morning and threw out my back.
Again, you wouldn't be going for a starter's job.
No, I don't need starters, but give me league minimum, dude. Give me 3 games of league minimum.
Would you do practice squad?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Dude, that would be a blast. To be on the practice squad right now, that would seriously be a blast. Go out there, no pressure. I don't have to worry about sucking in a game. I'm just going out there. I'm being a service dude, getting the guys ready. That would be so much fun.
Is it crazy?
I hate the fact that they changed these practice squad rules after I retired because I seriously think I would have done that for another 3 or 4 years.
You could have done that easy.
Go make another $200,000 just being on the practice squad. No pressure.
Every team has a, break glass in case of emergency situation. And how many guys are on the practice squad? 16?
It's a lot.
Right?
Yeah. So when I was playing in Washington, we brought in a dude.
Not crazy.
We brought in a dude, a backup tackle, who'd been out of the league for 2 years.
Right?
He was weighing 230 pounds
Whoa.
when we signed him.
What?
And he put on 55 pounds in like 4 weeks.
Wow. Those bowel movements must have been unbelievable.
And Jordan Block, man, he was a good player. He was a good player. He's a head coach in Texas now, but he was not good when we got him. He'd been out of football for 2 years.
I don't know, bro. I mean, it'd be tough. I mean, it'd be weird. I would, but you have the intangible that you can't coach in that size. 6'8" is 6'8", man.
This body don't bend like it once did.
I know, but
I was going to PT. I was going to physical therapy by my man David Bruton. Shout out to David, my former teammate.
Yeah.
Went back to school for 5 years to become a doctor.
Yeah.
He's got a doctorate, right?
Yeah.
And he's my physical therapist now. So my old Super Bowl 50 teammate. He's stretching my hammies the other day, and he's like, "Can you touch your toes?" I'm like, "Oh God, no."
Oh, I could never do that.
God, no. And so he starts stretching my hammies, got me flat, got me to like 45 degrees, and I'm getting stiff there. He's like, "But when you're playing, you could, right?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, easily." I think I might have to touch my toes before I could think about.
Could you really touch your toes when you were playing, even at 300 pounds?
Oh yeah, definitely.
That's pretty impressive.
Definitely.
Short arms too.
Yep.
Okay, well, that's impressive. I was watching DeAndre Jordan's warm-up routine. Touch his toes. I mean, he has got his palms like flat on the ground behind his feet. I mean, it's like crazy what his flexibility is.
Yeah. That would be a hell of a radio bit.
It'd be a hell of a bit.
Just could I get an invite? No way. Nobody would invite me.
An invite might be tough, but I think you would have a better shot if you put yourself out there for during the season.
Dude, I'm 40. I'm going to be 40. Before the season hits, I would be 40.
But what's the bid? Could you get on a team somehow for a portion of time?
A practice squad.
Yeah. David Binn, one of my favorite stories of all time, 18 years long snapper for the Chargers, out of football for a year. Lonnie Paxson has a issue. David Binn's in a playoff game. Teddy Bridgewater coached his team, Tyler, to a state national championship and was taking snaps.
He's a freaking quarterback.
Meaningful snaps in the NFC championship game.
He's a quarterback.
David Binn was a long snapper.
He didn't lose 100 pounds.
Is this something you'd want to do or not?
I would love to do it just for the fun of it. I would have zero expectation of getting any invite.
It would be funny to watch you it'd be hysterical just watching you put the weight on. It'd probably be a blast. Yeah. Get Tyler fat.
It would be really expensive, and I'm being serious. Like, it would be really expensive to just the food portion of it.
We get Safeway as a sponsor.
Oh, hell yeah.
Safeway fattens up Tyler.
Hell yes. Now we're talking.
I mean, it's the anti-weight loss promotion.
Yeah, but like if I actually made a 53, I'm out of here, man. I'm taking that millie.
You'd be back. It's PHC on 92.5.
All right, guys, gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I know it's a bad feeling, but you can just simply make a commitment to yourself and get your hair back. It can be that simple if you just commit to calling my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best in the business of what they do. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration, and you might have already gone online and you bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and you're frustrated because it's not working. At least it's not working the way that you want it to. So pick up the phone, call Advanced Hair Restoration today, 720-459-HAIR. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair, you'll be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Paul's the best of the best, the entire staff at Advanced Hair, the best of the best, and that's why I cannot recommend them more than I do today. Guys, I experienced their firsthand results myself, and I had a great experience. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. So don't waste time. Pick up the phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration today, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Check them out online at advancedhair.com.
All right, man. Time to it's a Friday. Time to be fired up for whatever's going on this weekend. It's a little tricky. This is a guilt-free zone for Valentine's Day. Meaning, if you really don't want to do anything, we're not going to hammer you with it at all.
I cannot wait to see what you got for me on Valentine's.
You said that, you made fun of me a little bit, which is fine.
I did respect the hustle.
I ordered my Valentine's gift for my wife from Safeway on DoorDash.
Yeah.
And when I saw it, I was just like, so I get in my head. I'm like, man, I just want to take my bike today. I don't really want to drive. The weather's great. And I was like, oh, man, I'm looking at DoorDash. I'm like, wait a second. I can just do all this stuff on DoorDash?
Yeah.
Like, bam, bam, bam. All from Safeway. All from my local Safeway.
No. Just to be clear, ordering the flowers, like a lot of dudes have ordered flowers, right?
Yeah.
But it was the fact that you just told the dude to pick out a random card.
Yeah.
That's what got me.
Yeah.
That's what got me.
Because I was like, oh, get a card too. And, I'll get a card. They're like, well, you got a choice. And they go, your choice is out. And I was just like, whatever, dude. Like, he's sending me messages. What do you want? I'm like,
pick something.
Whatever. It was a cool card. So you come in and I got to get a teddy bear.
I got to get a couple teddy bears, yeah.
Oh, you said a couple?
How many daughters I got?
Oh, man, I really screwed this one up then.
That's all right. I mean, one's better than none.
All right, so if you can't get it, they give you a substitute that you can check. And I sort of didn't check what the substitute would be if there wasn't a teddy bear there.
Okay.
It was too late.
Okay.
I got you. My boo.
Dude.
It's a my boo ghost.
Okay. All right.
A Valentine's Day boo ghost.
Hey, I'll put
will that work?
I will. Well, not exactly, but I'll put it to use.
Wait. How will you put it to use?
Well.
Wow. Really?
What? Yeah.
Really?
I mean, I'm gonna
that is officially worse than what you. It's all yours.
I'm gonna tell the story with it.
It's all yours.
I mean, yeah.
But that's officially worse than whatever I did.
It's gonna be sitting on the table.
My radio partner tried to get me something for one of my daughters.
Right.
It went sideways. So here you go, babe.
Here you go, boo.
That is terrible. I mean, go for it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Awesome.
Guilt-free, right? Guilt-free. I thought this was a guilt-free Valentine. Why are you guilting me for this? I thought this is great.
It's not getting the Nolan Arenado shirt burned that I gave. No.
This is
it's actually
I
pretty
promise
funny.
you, this is gonna go to you.
No,
tonight.
I get it.
Yeah.
I just that has got to be the ultimate lazy guy move of all time.
I just want to say thank you. I do. This is a very valiant.
It's not a
effort
teddy bear. Yeah. Oh, I mean, and it was by the time I saw it wasn't going to be a teddy bear. I just laughed.
There should have been a classification for kids.
Well, it's not a shock that teddy bears on Valentine's Day would be sold out, right? And it's not a surprise that that's still there.
Where did you order it from?
Walgreens.
Okay. I was just at Walgreens. I chose not to buy any of them.
No, I get it.
I just told you I was there.
No, I know. No, hey, listen.
I literally
gotcha.
just told you I came from there and I didn't buy one.
I just looked up teddy bear and DoorDash and it just fired me up teddy bears. I go, and then I was like, oh, where is it? Oh, Walgreens.
Just kind of want to just take a photo. And
go for it. Yeah. It's yours.
Yeah.
I was trying though, Dan. I was trying. Guilt-free zone though, man. No guilt from us. Do whatever you want for Valentine's Day, guys.
You guilted the hell out of me.
Hell no. Dan, how are you processing this Valentine's Day? What does this day mean for you?
Well, Call of Duty's not going to play itself.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Dude, I'm
manufactured holiday.
I'm going to tell you right now, I've been crushing me some Call of Duty of late.
Is that right?
Dude.
You're getting there,
I mean, I would destroy Dan Tanner.
Hey, you, Dan, and my 22-year-old son.
Because I'm not high as a kite when I'm playing.
You're focused.
Yeah.
All right. Well, how are you doing, man? What are people fired up? By the way, tomorrow, if you're interested, myself and Mark Springer are going to be out at number 38 for USA Canada. That is going to be really interesting. And I heard, let me play a little bit of Brett Kane, what he said about this whole thing.
If I told you the NFL in week 15 was going to say, we're going to take a break, and we're going to have all of these players play a tackle football game where they represent their home states, and it's going to be Team Florida versus Team California and Team Colorado and Team whatever, we would all say, the hell are you talking about? We're having guys play an actual football game 2 weeks before the playoffs start.
I get it,
We
man.
wouldn't say, oh, it's cool and competitive, and this is so much better than a Pro Bowl. We'd say, this is the stupidest thing you could do because I'm trying to win a Super Bowl. Like, the risk
All right.
that you have for something that ultimately doesn't matter is what I'm talking about. It's just a fun thing. And when people bring up Pro Bowls and All-Star games, those aren't for the fans.
What about the
That's
Olympics?
an extra avenue for the leagues to make money.
Like Team USA is going to get back together for the Winter
in the
Olympics
offseason.
with the NFL crew, right?
I have no
or the
problem with
NHL
something.
crew.
If it's the offseason, I got no problem with it. I have an issue specifically at this time in the calendar. Like the Avs, here's what we said heading into this break. We said, you know what's going to be great is that after this Four Nations, it looks like Josh Manson, Val Nichushkin going to be back in the lineup. The Avs are going to be fully healthy. Well, what happens if something happens? Then what?
Yeah, but
then we're right back.
That
in the same
happens
place.
any game could man. Nathan
But
McKinnon could be walking to Tim Hortons and fall over
I would
and
accept
break
that.
a pinky or something.
I would
man.
accept if he tripped over ice and broke his pinky going to Tim Hortons would be a more acceptable injury than getting hurt in this fake tournament.
It's just hit me that Brett Kane and Berto kind of sound like the same person a little bit, huh? Like their voices are pretty similar.
He ain't wrong. He ain't wrong about any
Which
of
one,
it.
Berto or Kane?
Well, they're both. I don't know.
What?
Brett. I'm talking about Brett.
He's not wrong about what?
Brett's not wrong about the insane risk that these players are taking playing in a totally manufactured tournament that just was made up out of thin air.
That's kicking ass.
Relatively speaking.
I saw the average NHL rating was like 500,000, so $1 million would double it.
Okay.
There's no doubt the effort that's going into the game. And by the way, nanny boo boo. Somebody was like somebody said Jake Ottinger is from Team Canada.
You got to stop.
Pound Sand, he's from Minnesota.
I'll tell you, you got to stop, and I'll tell you why. You are the exact same dude that was sitting there yelling at Jamal Murray for playing for Team Canada. You're the exact same dude that was sitting there talking about how stupid this is that he's going up there and playing for Team Canada right now when he's already banged up and needs to get back from injuries and all that. And now we're sitting here talking about praising these guys for going out and putting their bodies on the line in a highly violent sport, 10 times more violent than basketball ever was, right in the middle of the season.
That's fair. Jamal was banged up though going in there.
What's the difference though? I mean, what's the difference between banged up going in and being banged up coming out?
Well, what if you don't get banged at all? Happy
Okay.
Valentine's Day, Dan.
Whoa. That was good.
I don't know, man. It just feels different.
Those flowers that you got your wife better be pretty special,
That was was one of your better ones.
I tell you what. I don't know, bro. Listen, I'm just know what I know when I'm watching it, and I think it looks awesome. I remember what I was saying about Jamal. Listen, if Nathan McKinnon was struggling with like a hamstring or some sort of issue, maybe I feel like Brett, but he's not. And I get it. It would suck to see them get hurt, but I am so entertained by these games. It's ridiculous. So,
well, that's cool.
And I
But
think that's where
but-
Berto's coming from. Like, hey, man. And if
How would you feel if the Avalanche were a little bit more steady right now? How would you feel if going into this thing we felt about the Avalanche the way we do about the Denver Nuggets?
I'd probably feel the same. I think I would feel the same. Like, to me, I don't know. I'm watching these. It's only a small sample. It's 2 games. But it's by far the best hockey I've watched all year.
I mean, we're not talking about like a singular controlled game where these guys are going out there and nobody's really putting anything at risk. What is it, 6 games? 7 games?
7 total games.
7 total games.
Yeah. The most games any player would play in is 4.
Okay.
4 games.
4 games. You ever played hockey? I've never played hockey. I played football, though. I'd imagine a lot can happen in a game.
Sure, of course. But, like, you could get, hurt yourself getting a lotto ticket with your truck running.
And hold on. Really, for 1 second, you think Nathan McKinnon ain't banged up right now?
I don't know, man. I'm not even thinking about it. I mean, I think worrying about that is just being a little bit too, negative Nancy.
What's the difference?
I just find it entertaining as hell, man.
So you don't like Olympic basketball, but you like this.
I loved Olympic basketball, though. In the end, I loved it. I was a little weird about it in the beginning because, I don't know. But once they started playing, I was totally into it. I got to admit,
cool. It was
yeah,
fun.
man. Like, I'm never gonna bag on the Olympics again because every time the Olympics comes around, I get fired up for it. I'm sitting there watching every second of that game last night, man, and I watched the entire Canada-Finland game or Sweden game as well. And there's no doubt Canada-USA, it feels important. And I'll watch Finland against Sweden. By the way, did you know that Sweden owned Finland for 700 years?
That's some bad blood.
And then that Finnish War of 1809 was like, we're on our own.
Really?
Yeah, but then Russia was like, Russia's always been messing around with Finland. They've always had their paws in Finland.
Yeah.
Because they're just a little bit closer to Finland than Sweden.
So they've held off the Russians and the Finland and the Swedes?
I don't know if they've really held off the Russians. I'd get like a little eyebrow when it comes to Finland.
Okay.
It's like, okay. I'd be like that. Sweden, I got no doubts about. I'm good with Sweden.
Yeah.
But they hate each other. So you can see the War of 1809 will have its repercussions. Got a little trivia for you. Now, it's before you were born. I got a little USA-Finland trivia for you. I'll ask it in the easiest way possible. What, besides last night, what was the most significant USA-Finland sporting event?
Dan?
Didn't they beat Finland in the 1980 gold medal game?
I was going to guess it had something to do. Yeah,
that is correct. A lot of people think it was Russia, and that was an amazing, but that was only in the semifinals. They had to play Finland a couple days later, and they beat them 3-1. They were losing that game 1-0, but they came back and beat Finland 3-1 to win the gold medal. So that felt like we beat Finland again last night.
Yeah, I'm really on the Swiss side.
Swiss side? They're not even playing in the tournament. Man.
They're neutral.
They are neutral. I don't know. I could care less about Switzerland. Wasn't Francois from Switzerland?
I believe so.
I think he was. Wasn't he Swiss? Pavel? Francois? I don't know. And Ottinger's from freaking Minnesota, you dope, on the text line. Guys give me a hard time, making me look to the internet to see if I'm wrong.
Here's my concern. These guys come back from this, and they need a vacation.
Yeah, but they're hockey players. They don't think like that.
They're human beings.
What, Taves, McCarr, and McKinnon need a vacation?
They're human beings. I'm not saying they're gonna opt out. I'm not saying they're not gonna play in the games. I'm just saying mentally they feel like they need a vacation.
Mile long, 3 inches deep. Francois is from the Czech Republic. Dude, who was the didn't we have a goalie on the Avs who was from Switzerland? Swear to God we had somebody from Switzerland. Swear to God it was a goalie too. Maybe I'm wrong, man. Dang, who was the Avs player from Switzerland?
David Abishur.
David Abishur.
And
David Abishur.
And Reto Berra.
I was not thinking of Reto Berra, but I definitely was thinking of David Abishur. There you go. Again, mile long, 3 inches deep. You ready for some mock drafts?
Do you know about the White Death?
What's the White Death?
The White Death.
No.
The Finnish sniper.
Talk to me.
The Finnish sniper who's believed to take out 500 Russians.
Good guy.
Did you order me another one?
I did not.
Did you give me a replacement teddy bear?
No, I didn't. David Abishur. Thank you, Cody. Appreciate it. No, I'm done. I'm done trying to be a nice guy.
Learned about the White Death on the text line.
The White Death, huh? Yeah. Damn. Good for him, man. The White Death had his head screwed on straight.
Wow.
Wait, hold on. What war, though? Maybe he didn't.
World War II.
Oh, though we don't like the White Death, then.
They were on our
good.
side. They were on our side.
We liked Russia in World War II.
Yeah.
Oh, White Death.
Yeah, White Death.
What the hell's his problem?
Hate that dude.
Yeah, that's not a good guy. We were pro-Russia, but for
Award. There was like a award,
Well,
right?
I mean, it was like a portion of that
Yeah, when they were
war.
like, hey,
it
we
wasn't,
better choose a better side.
Right. It wasn't like the whole war. Like Russia was a little late to the party too on that one.
Hey, we're
But-
figuring this thing out.
Yeah. So, but we had White Death, to deal with. That is going to be a banger of a game. You got the Finnish War. You got the White Death. I mean, you got Sweden and Finland. We got America, Canada. Yeah. That's not going great these days. So we got all sorts of stuff going on for this hockey tournament. Yeah. And fortunately, we got mock drafts. Interesting mock drafts. A twist. There's a big twist on this mock that we have not talked about at all. Details next. All right, here to get you fired up for the weekend one way or the other. I know it's a weird one, but we'll be out at number 38 to watch USA Canada. So myself and Mark Springer and whoever wants to come out and watch some damn good hockey. Maybe worry warts like Brett Kane and the rest can just, go clutch a pearl somewhere else. But we're going to watch hockey and watch guys beat themselves to death in international hockey competition that really has no significant ramifications other than it's awesome to be from America. Do that. Thank you to Backus and what's that?
Is it going to feel extra awesome with all the Americans we don't know when they beat all these Canadians that we do know?
What American don't you know?
Like Hellebuck.
Who else?
That's the only one I don't know.
JT Miller.
He's the only one I don't know.
Quinn Hughes. Kachuk.
And Trubuck.
Sure, all the Kachucks. You can put the whole roster up there? I mean, we got it. I mean, man, who do you want? None of them Canadians. We go USA, man. How about our dude?
Matt Boldy. That's an American name right there.
How about Jacob?
Kyle Connor, American.
Jacob Slavin from Erie.
Jake Gensel, not so American sounding.
Adam Fox.
Austin Matthews. Spells a little bit weird, but
he's still a hockey player. They reserve the right. How about Brock Nelson?
America.
I mean, that is an American name right there. Brock Nelson.
I'm Brock Nelson. I'm going to go do my taxes.
You think Brock Nelson is a name I'm going to go do my taxes?
No, Brock Nelson's a quarterback. That's
Brock Nelson is going to beat you up in the alley. All right.
Oh, no, I spilled the salt. Brock's coming after me? Debo said that?
All right, should I just get to the song then the Dan put together as long as we're doing this?
Sure.
Canada.
Your game is through, 'cause now you have to answer to America.
All right.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You know what? I'm just going all in. I'm not. I don't want to be political here. It has nothing to do with being political, but I can't wait for them to be owned by us. We're about to own them.
All right.
This has nothing to do with politics. But I mean, if we're doing this, let's just own them.
No.
I mean, forget it. Yeah.
Oh, say
it's called North America for a reason here.
Yeah. It's not North Canada.
No, hell no.
Oh, sake. Boo!
Hey, you know what they're going to do at the end of the handshake line? Welcome to the Union.
Do you know actually what they do after games? It's kind of a little torture moment. After games, both teams are required to line up on their own blue line, and they announce the 3 stars, and the first star in front of both teams, they roll out a red carpet. See George Larac come out there from Montreal and give the first star a little award to Matthew Tkachuk. So how about that moment when USA beats Canada?
Brady was ticked off.
I know what you're saying, and I know you're making fun, but they really did interview him about that after the game. It was kind of actually another cool moment. We can get into some cool moments. The Gaudreau stuff is like will make you choke up and cry a little bit. And when they were talking to Brady, I know I'm getting a little bit more serious here, but they're talking to Brady, and he was like, I don't usually get to play with my brother. It's like the thrill of a lifetime, you know?
For sure.
Our parents are probably crying and emotional, and they were on the same line. They both scored, 2 goals each. America. Yeah. That's real good stuff, right? It's a good story. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Tyler. By the thank you.
Gosh.
No Dumb Questions will be at 1:45. Twitchers. We know you're mad that you think we ignore you. Twitchers, let's go. No Dumb Questions. We'll focus on the No Dumb Questions from the Twitchers here today. But you can comment on YouTube. You can comment on the text line. You can just text me personally. I mean, there's all sorts of ways to get No Dumb Questions going. 1:45. All right, let me go through a couple of mock drafts for you, Tyler. Now, there are some, it's interesting. I'm just going to sort of put them in a lump together and see where you would go. See if you can guess the Broncos pick.
All right.
This is Pro Football Network. Abdul Carter 1, Titans. Travis Hunter 2, Browns. Cam Ward 3, Giants. Will Campbell is going to the Patriots in like every mock draft. Mason Graham is going to most to Tennessee, or to Jacksonville rather, and then Shadur 6 to the Raiders. Now we've seen mocks like this a lot. What do you think of this style of mock?
Lazy groupthink. Everybody's afraid to think on their own. Everybody's just taking the Titans at their word. And nobody seems to apply any common sense to the Browns. And maybe I'm the idiot here, but I just can't get past that. Really, either one of those teams wants to bypass a quarterback. And I damn sure can't get past some of these mocks that I've seen 1, 2, and 3 bypassing a quarterback.
All right. Then on this one, it's got McMillan going to, I need to figure out how to say that dude's name too. Teteroa?
Sure.
Okay.
Kachuk.
Teteroa McMillan, because I've seen him quite a bit. I'm probably screwing it up.
He's a wide receiver out of Arizona.
Right. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Wow. I actually do know him. I'm sorry. I just blanked on that
he's
a little
player.
bit. Yeah,
great
yeah.
player.
He's really good. All right. In this one, they've got Colson Loveland going 14 to the Colts. Meaning,
interesting.
Correct. Meaning in this mock draft, and they have Tyler Warren going 7 to the Jets. Okay, so Warren's off the board, Loveland's off the board, but Genty's there as well as the receivers. What do the Broncos do?
So we're saying Ashton Genty, Emeka Egbuka, and Luther Burden are all on the board.
Yes.
Yeah, you're taking Ashton Genty. It's no-brainer.
And that's what they got. They got the Broncos taking Ashton Genty.
No-brainer. I mean, if he literally falls to you at number 20.
It's a no-brainer.
I mean, there's nothing icky about that, right?
Okay.
You're not moving up. You're not trading up to go get the guy. I know you're still selected a first-round running back, but this is as much of a can't miss as you can get as we've had in a while.
All right, here's another one. This is from Bleacher Nation. Then I'm going to get to the really quirky one after this. But this one does have Cameron Ward going 1. By the way, the trend, Cam Ward is ahead of Shadur, and however you slice and dice it, do you think there's
wait till Cam puts out his rap song.
You think so?
It'll change.
Do you think there's a reasonable reason why Cam Ward is right now, today, February 14th, sort of leaning ahead of Shadur?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, the far majority of the season he was in that position.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe the last 4 or 5 games of the year, it flipped. Shadur Sanders goes out and he doesn't play great in the bowl game. He doesn't have any film since then. There's people that have just been eager to flip those for a long time. But I actually would say for the majority of the season, I think Cam Ward was the number 1 ranked quarterback.
All right, we have a quirky one coming up. But in this one, this is a little quirky because it has Shadur going 9 to the Saints. It has the Raiders taking McMillan, which to me, again, is like, what are you doing? It has the Jets with Shadur on the board going with the safety, Malachi Starks. So I don't love this one.
So we're saying in this scenario, you've now had 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 quarterback-hungry teams pass on Shadur Sanders.
I know. I don't love this one. It's got Ashton Genty going 8 to the Panthers. So it does leave on the board for the Broncos Tyler Warren, Colson Loveland, and Egbuka.
Well, I'd take Tyler Warren.
And they take Tyler Warren there. All right, let me give you the funky one. This was the most interesting one I've seen, and it came out yesterday from CBS. Now, on the surface, this one makes a lot of sense. It's got Cam Ward going 1 to Tennessee, Abdul Carter going 2 to the Browns. And I'm like, all right, fine. I mean, maybe they're just in, cap hell, quarterback hell. Maybe they're going to get rid of Myles Garrett. I don't know. But I could see where that could happen. It has the Giants taking Shadur, which does make sense. You need a quarterback. You're there. That makes sense.
Did you say Cam went
1 to the Titans?
Okay.
Travis going 4 to the Patriots, and that might just be a case of like, hey, dude, I can't believe this happened. We just got
Travis would probably love that because he lands in a good situation with a good quarterback.
Yeah. All right, keeps going down the line, and you're like, well, how does this work out for the Broncos? Warren's gone, Genty's gone, Loveland's gone.
Okay. So
we have never said this guy's name before.
Well, you might not have. Let me guess.
Okay.
Let me just guess.
All right.
Okay. Because if you're saying we've never said his name, then it's not Luther Burden. It's not Emeka Egbuka.
That's right.
Malachi Starks.
It's not Malachi Starks, but that's a good one. He's gone too. I'm sorry.
Okay.
He's gone at 13. You got another guess? You're sniffing down the right path though.
So defense?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Walter Nolan, defensive lineman.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is.
Okay. The comparable to him is, well, all right. Well, let's think about just this for a second. He's like 6'3", he's a 293 to 305 sort of guy. He's like in that neighborhood. He's a defensive tackle, but he wore the number 2. He's one of those guys. He's one of these, big dudes who imagines himself like as a skinny dude. From Mississippi, who comparable is to John Franklin Myers. So you don't have to be an expert on him in particular, but what do you think about that type of position slotting in with the Broncos? If everything else is gone, what do you think of a guy like that?
I don't think it adds up. I don't. Look, we've got 2 great starters, and Zach Allen and Jonathan Franklin Myers.
Mm-hmm.
We've got some good depth in Malcolm Roach and who am I missing in there? We've got 3 or 4 guys in there, Tillman and other guys that are all doing a good job for the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that they are going to need a nose tackle.
Well,
but that would be way too early. You would never draft a nose tackle this high.
And that's who he was in college.
Oh, I thought you drafted it, or I thought you profiled him as a JFM. Because that would be more as a 4-eye.
I know. It's a weird thing. Like they're projecting that's where he would. To me, he's an undersized guy.
Well,
for that
if he's a
position.
nose tackle, I'm damn sure not drafting him in the first round.
Okay. How did the Eagles put their D-line together so well? How did they do that? What did they do on those guys?
I guess I don't know the whole story on how they accumulated them, but
all right. How would you describe their defensive line in terms of their skill level? Like, because it doesn't feel to me like they've got one of them big fatty fats that just plug and don't move.
Yeah. Well, so first off, they run a 3-4 scheme. Okay. So meaning
start there,
knowing you're going to have 2 edge rushers that are going to be outside linebackers.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be labeled as outside linebackers. But when you can hit, just like the Broncos have, when you can hit on your 4 eyes, meaning Jonathan Franklin Myers and Zach Allen, those 2 guys in a traditional form in a 3-4 scheme, maybe not so much anymore, but at least back when I was playing, these are 2-gap run stuffers that they are built to just go lateral. That's what their job is, to keep offensive linemen off the linebackers. But when you get those guys that can actually get after the QB like they can, they've got a good nose tackle. Jalen Carter is an animal at that 4-eye. Nolan Smith is really good on the outside. I mean, they just got some dudes. They got dudes that can all get after the QB.
How do they do then against the run? Would they be a little light in the loafers on that one?
Not necessarily. I think that used to be the old adage on it.
Right.
If you want guys to get after the QB, you're probably going to give up in the running game.
Right.
You like our guys?
I do like our guys.
Our guys seem to be able to do it both pretty well.
It wouldn't kill me if the Broncos went in that direction. I would understand. It was interesting. It's the first mock that I've seen somebody saying, hey, the Broncos may take a defensive lineman, and here's why. And I just hadn't really, as we go through this process, I just want to make sure we kind of cover our bases and consider everything. And we just really haven't talked about a situation like that yet. Not really. But then you get to okay, now we talk about relative value. Who would you rather have? A dynamic playmaker on the D line, and you saw what havoc that did to the Chiefs, or a joker sort of tight end sort of guy. And after watching the Super Bowl and knowing you got to get over on the Chiefs, I don't know, man. There's part of me that says if there's that guy out there on the D line, Tyler, I'm not upset. If you're really telling me that's that type of guy.
Yeah, but I mean, if you just think about it logically, if you wanted to go defense, what are the needs? You need a safety, you need some corners, and you need a linebacker.
Okay, sake of argument, isn't it more important that you just need as many horses as you can to get after Patrick Mahomes?
Well, I think it's never a bad argument. That's the Pete Carroll approach. He just stacks dudes that can get after the QB.
Right.
Just stacks them.
Like, we can worry about the rest of that stuff.
It's never a bad argument.
Yeah.
By the way, I guess you said forget the Twitch fam, huh?
What do you mean? No, definitely. We're going to lean into it coming up next.
Okay.
Oh, no dumb. No, hell no.
Oh, we bumped it back a little.
Bumping it back for the Twitch first.
I was okay. My bad. I was accustomed to the normal timing of this.
We want to give more time to the Twitchers.
Got it. So get your no dumb questions in
the Twitch
or text line
or YouTube or my phone. But we'll give it a shot coming up next. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Hey, man, they're there for you. If things just aren't going great for you in the bedroom and the failure to perform maybe once, twice, you laugh it off. But if it becomes more of a regular trend than a once-in-a-while deal, all right, this is something a lot more serious. And thank goodness for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic helping you out and the men in the Front Range for the better part of a decade. That's thousands and thousands of men. And they can help you out too. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. Well, all right, here's the deal. For $99, you get a consult, a TNPSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit's free. It's going to work. It works. It works. 5 locations. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So let's go. Come on now. Let's go. 720-440-7900. Don't delay. Call today. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, I'm looking at Twitch right now. No dumb question. If you got swallowed up by a whale kayaking in the ocean, would you ever go out there again? Have you seen that video?
And this is why I tell people.
Have you seen that video?
This is why I tell people the Bible is real. And you thought Jonah wasn't really swallowed?
Dude, that was one of the most terrifying damn things I'd ever seen in my life.
It was crazy how quickly he went in and quickly he came out. Like
the dude, he got spit out.
Was he still on the boat when he got spit out?
I don't think so. I think he was knocked off the boat. It is unbelievable.
I know. He goes underwater.
I'm watching it behind me.
Comes out. No boat. Oh, no, he isn't. All right, the boat. No, he was not on the boat.
He was
the boat
not.
was right next to him. So he quickly tries to get back on.
It's one of the most insane things. He was swallowed.
You know what I'm laughing at in this video? His buddy who's yelling at him, "Hey, tranquilo, chill.
It's his dad.
All right." His dad.
How old was the kid?
Hold on. At first, I think I heard like a rapido in there, right? But he definitely was yelling out tranquilo, and I'm like, no, don't tranquilo, don't tranquilo at all.
It's one of the craziest videos I've ever seen. So,
wait, that was a kid?
Yeah, I don't. Dan, you know something more about it?
I just know that was the guy yelling in the video is that kid's dad.
Dude,
I don't know how old he is.
You're watching your kid get swallowed by a whale?
And you're yelling out, chill, relax. Relax, you're good.
Yeah, he'll spit you out. I know. That's insane. No dumb question. If Tyler has relations with that my boo of fluffy pillow thing.
If I have relations with it?
Does he then regret it?
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand
I'm saying this is what Paul Aaron Burry.
If I have relations with this.
I'm reading it. No dumb question. If Tyler has relations with that boo, does he then regret it?
Well, this boo, yeah.
I mean, I guess the answer is what? Yes?
We're talking about this stuffed animal, just to be clear, right?
Yeah, what other stuffed animal would there be?
Just to be clear, we are talking about a stuffed animal.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, what if it's like...
It's comfy, isn't it? It's soft. Might be comforting. Dan, what's your question?
From Guru, he says, no dumb question. How possible would it be for the Broncos to trade up and draft Travis Hunter?
Impossible. Literal impossibility.
Could not happen.
Zero chance.
Zero.
It would be fun. Knock it out of your dreams. Stop dreaming about it. Never, ever, ever going to happen.
Juice City 26. Did the Rockies fleece the Cardinals?
I don't know.
Well, they are looking to move. Well, what is the situation with the Cardinals and Nolan right now?
No.
We
paid $50 million.
It kind of was like it didn't go anywhere for either team, frankly. It really didn't do anything for either team. So I don't know if they fleeced them. I mean, both teams just kind of the bed when it happened. So, yeah, I don't know.
So, no question here. Somebody sends in a link to an article.
Okay.
Fact or fiction, is Nikola Jokic enjoying the greatest statistical regular season ever? Is Nikola Jokic having arguably the greatest year in the history of the NBA?
Probably not, because Will Chamberlain averaged 50 points a game. Will Chamberlain averaged a triple-double for a season at 50 points a game. No, wait, I might be wrong on that. He might not have averaged a triple-double. I got to go back on that. But Will Chamberlain I know he did average 50 points a game, though, for a season. So, I mean, that's a tough one, because do you really want to compare that time to this time? I mean, it's so different.
It's always a difficult game to be played. You surprised me when you said he averaged a triple-double.
Yeah, I don't think he did. But he averaged like 50 points for a season.
Okay.
Because I don't know how. I mean, I think he averaged more than. I think Will Chamberlain, averaged 50 points and 20 rebounds for a season.
So he averaged 50.4 points, 25.7 rebounds.
Oh, okay, here we go.
And 2.4 assists.
Yeah, so
double-double.
I don't know, man. And they're putting up Wilt's 61-62 season. PER. Help me out with PER.
Player
Dan.
efficiency rating.
So right now, this year, PER-wise, Jokic is having the best season ever. And Wilt's big season is actually third, trailing Jokic from 21-22. So I guess he kind of is, I guess, if you want to go for that, if you're going to go in that line. But, I mean, look at Wilt's line, though. I mean, is that insane, Tyler? 50.4 per game with 25-7 rebounds per game.
Yeah, that's nutso.
But according to Jokic's season is actually better. His efficiency rating is at 33.5, which tops Wilt's at 32.1. But they even have 21-22 for Jokic above it. So kind of, I mean, maybe, arguably yes.
Wait.
Arguably yes, actually, to answer your question.
I have no dumb question.
Of course.
Why are people accusing me of being a serial regifter?
Serial regifter? Well,
is this about the Nolan jersey?
I guess. What else would there be?
I mean,
I
maybe with you, because, yeah, you've given me some gifts that I've regifted.
Oh,
this
yeah.
is true.
Like, and you weren't happy with the wine. You said you regifted
well,
that.
I was sober.
All right. Well, that's fair. I'm not accusing.
You gave a dude that used to drink too much alcohol
I'm
and has been sober for almost 3 years.
I'm not accusing.
A bottle of alcohol.
I was just like, well, I bought you meat this year, so I got away from that.
Like that. Like actually, that was an all-time worst gift. Come to think of it.
I just grabbed all the wine.
I'm so proud of my sobriety.
Good for you.
Have a bottle of wine.
Let's see. Because of the Nolan jersey, I'm looking at it on Twitch.
Well, the Nolan jersey was complex. That was complex.
I'm not
like you painted me to be a bad dude in that situation. That was complex.
Yeah. Yeah,
I put that jersey up in the office or in the studio for everybody to enjoy.
That was not a knockoff jersey though. That was like the real deal.
That was a solid gift. That was a solid gift. But I did what you wanted to do with the Nikola Jokic Serbia jersey, and I hung it in the studio so that everybody could enjoy.
Yeah, but the whole take
and then it became a thing that
because I was an anti-Nolan guy, as was Stokely.
But the funny thing was, I was not. I was pro Nolan.
Well, that's why I got you the jersey.
Right.
Yeah, that was like, oh, you like him so much, here's a jersey, wear it.
Why did I give him that jersey?
Because he said he was going to burn it.
And I just thought it'd be funny to burn the gift you gave me.
Correct.
That's true. That's true. even though I was pro Nolan.
Correct.
I thought it would be comical to burn the gift that you gave me.
Correct.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Right?
Yes. And it was.
Yeah.
It was.
Hey, DMac, thanks for the gift.
No,
Burn it.
I will say this. Once you give a gift, see, I'm not anti that. I mean, some other people had some issues, but like, once you give a gift, you can't be. It's not yours anymore. You do whatever you want with your gift. It's your property.
Yeah.
No dumb question. Did you see Howie Roseman get crowned with a beer?
Yes.
At the finish of the parade. I haven't. Is there sound on that, or is it just him getting clocked in the face?
All I've seen is a photo. I've not seen video evidence of this, but the photo's bad. I mean, he's got a full half ring on his forehead that is like legit.
Listen,
he got pelted by the bottom side of it or the top side.
Dude, I don't mean to be.
There it is.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me see. Oh man. Oh, he got clocked.
Right? Like he definitely got a concussion out of that thing.
Well, on the photo, he's kind of.
You can see how swollen it is.
Oh
also.
Yeah. No, he's smoking a cigar like it's no big deal, but I know what that feels like. By the way, at the Nuggets and Avs parade, the amount of just things, beers, whatever, just being thrown at dudes on fire trucks is, I mean, it's a bit ridiculous. All right, last one. No dumb question. On Valentine's Day, instead of a high five after a made-miss free throw, should players give each other a smooch?
I'll give you a smooch right now.
Okay. Let me just answer the question.
I thought I did.
Do you really love America? Well, we're going to put it to the test, because this is a test of whether you're more of a Colorado fan or an America fan. You'll hear it coming up next.
Start the third period with Mata in the box. Gensel to work.
Live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. It's the most American of American shows. Because we don't care about Canada when it comes to hockey. We care about America. That's what we're all about. And pearl clutchers and worry wards like Brett Kane be damned. We're American. We're about to mess you up, Canada. A reminder. Coming up in 18 minutes, it's our next keyword for your chance to win $50 from Safeway, your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. And we'll also be giving away $250 at $250.
$250 at $250?
$250 at $250. Thank you to Safeway, who saved the day for me because I just went on DoorDash and I took care of Valentine's Day with DoorDash.
Why do you keep giving DoorDash all this love?
With Safeway.
Thank you.
Thank you to
I'm not
Safeway.
sure Safeway wants you to be talking about DoorDash during
Fair
the love
point.
for Safeway.
Let me tell you, I went on the internet and I went to Safeway. Fair point. Thank you, Safeway.
You know, just for the
And
record,
Yosemite and Lincoln.
I just want to point this out because they do sponsor other things. Right?
Yes.
They do have their own app.
They do.
That you can order directly on the Safeway app.
You know, that's how I did
Redeem
it.
for points and prizes that you could have for lots of rewards down the road.
It's so funny because I've been hitting the head so much. I just use the Safeway app. That other stuff, I don't.
You know what?
Safeway app.
Legit. You know what I've done?
What?
I've gotten my grocery order down to a science of like everything that I need, and I save it on the Safeway app.
Reorder.
And I just reorder. And
great.
if I think of one or two things that I want to add on
Throw
to
it
it,
on
I
there.
add on to
Yeah.
it. But I just reorder the same thing every single week.
Yep. That's freaking awesome. Safeway. Love you. Love you, Safeway. Yeah, Brett was all.
We got some breaking Broncos news.
Oh, okay.
It's finally happened.
Can
if I said it's
hold on.
finally
Let me guess.
happened,
Let me
what
guess.
do you think that means?
It's finally happened. Oh, I like that. Little game here. Little game show music, Dan. It's finally happened. Breaking Broncos news. They hired a special teams coordinator.
Yes.
Darren Rizzi.
Yes.
Oh man, that was a quick game.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
I mean, it wasn't overly difficult. We've been talking about Darren Rizzi for what feels like 6 months now to come to the Broncos.
That was a fast game. All right.
And according to Adam Schefter, that is finally a done deal. And now Mike Kliss is chiming in as well.
Okay. We'll have more details with Let's Football Go coming up in 16 minutes as we do our Safeway keyword too. All right, very cool. Big deal, not a big deal.
I don't know. We were going to hire someone.
I think here's what I think about that one. Get ready for the Denver Saints.
Yeah.
Get ready.
Well, it's already here.
Well, okay.
It's already been here is my point.
Okay. Zach Bond was a Saint. Juwan Johnson was a Saint.
Okay.
Darren Rizzi was a Saint. I'm just saying. I got you. It's already been happening.
Yeah, and let me just say
Get
this.
ready for more.
Let me just say this, because I know there's a lot of people out there that probably roll their eyes when a coach goes back to the same well. Look, I'm probably biased on this thing because I owe my entire career to Mike Shanahan, and everywhere I went was either Mike Shanahan, Kyle Shanahan, or Shanahan disciple, right? And so I understand the game is all I'm saying here. Coaches go back to the well all the time. This ain't unique to Sean Payton. This isn't unique to anybody. Mike Shanahan did this. Josh McDaniels did it with his long snapper. All coaches do this. And as long as you're going back to the well, in my opinion, mainly for role players, I think it's a good thing. When you go back to the well, say Sean Payton tried to go back and get Taysom Hill. Now I'd roll my eyes.
Okay.
I'd be like, really? We're going to try to make that work again? What year is Taysom Hill in?
What about Jameis Winston as a backup?
I'd roll my eyes at that just simply because Jameis, we know what it is now, and it ain't that good.
Okay, he's looking for a job as a backup.
But I'll say this: I won't totally close the door on that because he would be a pretty incredible partner for Bo Nix.
He would be so encouraging.
I don't even want to call it a mentor. Mentor is probably true. But I think it would be a pretty cool partnership between those two guys.
The only tricky part for Bo Nix is his unbelievably close relationship with Stidham and Zach Wilson.
Whatever.
Okay, all right.
I mean,
all right.
Well, I don't mean that dismissive.
Did you remember the pictures of Peyton Manning and Brock Osweiler on vacation?
I will fight you on that all the time.
On vacation?
No.
Okay.
But you always paint this scenario of those two guys hating each other, and they didn't hate each other.
Okay, they didn't hate each other, but my point is how close Bo Nix is with those guys.
But my point here is 9 out of 10 times what Bo Nix has with Jared Stidham and Zach Wilson, you have that with every dude in your room.
Okay.
Every freaking year. Those are your boys. Those are your best friends. So Jameis Winston comes into town. Guess what? Jameis Winston's now at the Christmas party.
I didn't see Zach Allen or, Garrett Bowles in Cabo with the quarterbacks and their ladies.
Well, that's different. That is different because that's outside of the positional group.
All right.
I'm talking about your room. I'm talking about the offensive line room, the quarterback room.
Jameis Winston coming here to Colorado, to me, would be unfreaking believable. He would be positive energy. He'd be a great quote. He'd be somebody we would all love. And he's got a nice history with Sean Payton that was successful. He is Jameis Winston. It's break glass in case of emergency. That's that. But I like a backup quarterback that's going to take a few, chances out there because, why? Case Keenum was a good example of that. Ryan Fitzpatrick was a good example of that. I like a backup quarterback that's not afraid of the situation because why else are they there?
I'd be fine with it.
Yeah, I'd be a fan.
I mean, I know what Jameis is now, and gone are the days of him being more electric than more frustrating. He's going to be more frustrating than he is electric if he actually gets on the field. But you know what?
It'd be as
by
backup.
the time you get to your backup quarterback anyways, whatever.
Exactly. We're not looking for, safe and scared as a backup. You're looking for somebody who's going to take some chances, try to win for you. That's it. It's a bad situation if they're in the game, period. Or you could just go down the, Josh Johnson, Teddy Bridgewater path, period, of these guys that just can stay in the league for 14, 15 years. Good for them because they are good teammates, but there's nothing electric about them. There's nothing that special about them. They're just solid. They won't screw things up. They're reliable, and there's something to be said for that.
I think Josh Johnson is up to like his 20th team.
Right?
I'm being serious.
It's crazy. But listen, again, a dude like that as a backup is obviously great in the room. The coaches don't have to worry about him. It is kind of remarkable he just hasn't stuck with more teams in that role, but, whatever. All right, Darren Rizzi, special teams coordinator.
Yep.
I think one of the most interesting positions to fill will be that assistant GM role. Will that be a George Payton hire or will that be a Sean Payton hire?
Good question.
And Muji was a great assistant GM.
It should be a George Payton hire.
It should be, right?
I mean,
let's keep our eyeballs on that one.
There's no question of what it should be. And if Sean is meddling to that degree, preventing George Payton, and honestly, what I would imagine is somebody just gets promoted from within. It's probably going to be something relatively uninspiring.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also a logical thing to do. That position is something that, generally speaking, is a promotion rather than you go from outside in.
So if it's just a promotion up the ladder, I think we all are like, oh, okay, fine. The only thing we would throw an eyebrow at is if it was somebody from outside the organization with roots to Sean Payton.
We got Mickey Loomis.
Something like that. That's right. It would be somebody like that. Yes. That would be interesting. One of Sean Boy's that he's trying to do good by.
Yeah.
If it was a guy like that, the clock's probably ticking on George Payton. Probably ticking on George Payton if that's the case. But if they just promote a scout, that would probably be a George Payton guy anyway, right? Then, okay, cool. And you know what? If I had to bet, I bet that's exactly what happens.
I said we bring Matt Russell back.
Oh, I got to bite my tongue on something. It's not bad, though. I'm not ripping on Matt. I just found out some. Sure. From what I understand, Matt's doing all right.
I know exactly what Matt's up to.
Is that something we can talk about or not?
I don't know. I generally speaking don't do that, but you love to.
I'll leave it alone because I don't know if it's cool or not, so I'll just leave it alone. All right, we'll get back to football here in just a little bit with Dan Buds, Quinn Tanner, and Let's Football Go. America last night wins 6-1 over Finland. Let's just take the whole, our guys could get hurt and we're scared to watch hockey like Brett Kane was advocating. Let's just take that out of it. How did you just find the hockey? How did you just like it? Like, in comparison to a regular Avs game, what did you just think about the game?
I definitely did not feel passionate.
Really?
Definitely.
Dan, how'd you feel about what? Dan's a big
and I do think it would feel different if we had some Avs on it. I think that would feel radically different.
Okay.
But to me, it feels like I'm watching the most random hodgepodge group of guys go out there that I've got zero affiliation to, and a made-up tournament that I don't have years of training to be intrigued by.
You know, my wife asked me a question. I thought it was a pretty good question. She said, well, haven't these guys known each other for a long time? I had to think about that for a second, and they are roughly the same age. Almost every guy on the team is around the same age. And then I thought to myself, well, all right, you're an elite American hockey player. How many elite American hockey players are there really? And when you think of it, it does kind of make sense that most likely these guys, probably from when they were teenagers at some point, have been around each other one way or another because, again, it's America for elite hockey players that are good enough to play in the NHL. They probably really do know each other from a lot of different teams. It's probably actually a very close connection. And I think that makes it a little bit even more special.
Even if they don't know each other, they know each other. And when you get in the room, you feel like you know each other. You've just been around. You talk about your names. It takes 2 seconds, even if you're not boys, to be boys.
What's great about, if you go back to the 1980 team, the players were basically from 2 states. They were basically from Massachusetts and from Minnesota. And they were all college hockey players. Team USA back with Jim Craig, Mike Ruzioni, all those guys. So they hated each other, actually. But they all knew each other because they played college hockey against each other. But that's where the famous line, it's more about the name on the front than the name on the back, that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Which made that team just so incredibly special. Now, these are all pros, so it's different. But can't you see a little bit of a bond between these American kids, young professionals that have grown up, have known each other for a big chunk of time, going against Canada as the big bad guy?
Yeah, for sure I can.
I mean, Canada's just come on, man. When we're looking at a line of McDavid, McKinnon, Sid the Kid, you got McCarr out there. I mean, it was mind-blowing looking at the Canadians that were on that team. Mind-blowing.
Yeah, they're like the Avengers.
They are like the Avengers. And looking at Team USA, they're not scrappy dudes, but it's more like they're the water boy than they're the Avengers, comparatively.
How do you think they'll do?
I mean, it took everything Canada had to beat Sweden in overtime.
Hockey's weird.
It's so weird. Last night, when the American team was feeling it and they just started rolling, they just did not step off the gas, and that's what, put Finland out to pasture. How do I think they're going to do? Well, first of all, I'm looking forward to being at number 38 to watch the game with Spring, and for anybody who wants to come by, we'd love for you to come by there, that's for sure. That is brought to you by, we have an autographed Gabe Landeskog jersey. And you can visit nmbr38.com to RSVP, see more info. This is all brought to you by, I know it's brought to you by somebody. It's brought to you by New Amsterdam Vodka. Thank you to New Amsterdam Vodka. We'll be out there tomorrow for it. I don't know, Tyler. I think I'm rooting for Team America. My wife was definitely pulling for Finland. She has told me unequivocally she's rooting for Canada.
Why was she rooting for Finland?
Because of Mikko and Lehkonen. She is such a diehard Avs fan. If there were Avs on Team USA, she'd be leaning in that direction too. I think it's going to be awesome, man. I think the game tomorrow is going to be awesome. And if they're lucky enough to meet in the championship games in Boston, while Saturday's game is in Montreal. So I'm a fan of it, man. I'm a fan of it. And you can hear all the games right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get to Let's Football Go in just a second, but as a reminder, Safeway is your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. Don't forget that someone special. Today is that day. Beautiful flower arrangements, savory chocolates, and more. Find everything you need for delivery on the Safeway app.
I told you.
I know. Like I did. Mm-hmm. Safeway. Text Safeway. Your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Safeway, your first and last name, 303-504-0925. Do that. You're going to be entered for a $50 gift card prize. And at $250. So, I mean, all sorts of cool stuff here today. $250, $50 right now. Use Safeway. Thanks to Safeway. Let's Football Go. Dan Buds, Quinn Stanner. What's good?
All right, per source, the Broncos are hiring former Saints interim head coach Darren Rizzi to be their special teams coordinator. Deal is done today. Rizzi was Sean Payton's special teams coordinator in New Orleans from 2019 to 2021. Now, speaking of Mike Klis, he has an article out on 9news.com. 5 lessons that the Broncos can learn from the Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl team that can help them reach that goal. Number 1.
Draft Ashton Genty.
No. Number 1. Build the fronts.
The Broncos, we just talked about that, yeah.
The Broncos have done a good job rebuilding their front line since Sean Payton became the head coach 2 years ago. They reinforced their offensive line with the free agent signings of Ben Powers and Mike McGlinchey, dramatically improved the defensive line with the additions of Zach Allen, John Franklin Myers, and Malcolm Roach. So I guess my question for this one, fellas, is when we talk about the draft, Tyler, you just mentioned Ashton Genty. We've talked about receivers, tight ends. Would you like to see the Broncos put more of an emphasis in the draft on building those offensive and defensive lines?
Not really. I mean, quite frankly, as far as the offensive line goes, I think you could literally run it back. Starters, backups, run it back. I like just about everybody. Arguably, if you wanted to improve something, in theory, you still could improve your center. I guess I keep talking like it's a literal impossibility to change anything on your offensive line. And I suppose, theoretically, you could get an upgrade at center, but I don't think they're looking to. I don't think it's a huge priority. I like the backup on the guards. I like the backup for the tackles. In terms of defensive line, yeah, they probably do need to bring in a little bit of depth there.
I think we all see it the same way. But these are all good arguments to have because you're done with the quarterback stuff. So this is what you do. There isn't just one way to go about it. There's a few different ways. What's good is that you've got $36 to something million of cap space available to you. So you can play the game a little bit. You can. And you couldn't really do that last year. It'll be fascinating what they can do.
So number 2 is, this is from Klis, game manager quarterback play. As the Broncos try to move up to the NFL's Elite 8, Bo Nix may not be the best quarterback on the field in games against Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, and Joe Burrow. Even goes as far to say Justin Herbert is a bit of a step up, at least for now. But he says the Eagles' Jalen Hurts was a near-perfect example in Super Bowl 59, scrambling and carrying for 72 yards while completing 17 of 22 passes for another 221. So it can't be all on Bo Nix.
But, I mean, I think that's taking a little bit of a shot at Jalen Hurts there. I mean, Jalen Hurts delivered some dimes, man. I mean, he delivered some big throws, including in the first drive, the one that got thrown back. I don't know that I would classify. All right. I guess I could understand the regular season. How did the Eagles get to where they are? But I certainly wouldn't look at what Jalen Hurts did in that Super Bowl as game management.
It's tricky. He didn't make any Well, he did make a mistake. I shouldn't say that. He threw an interception early, especially when they were in scoring position. Didn't matter, though, because the front, as you brought up before, was so dominant. It was just 3 and out for the Chiefs. I don't know, man. Like, I guess he didn't do anything to kill him. He made some great throws when he needed to.
Phenomenal throws.
And he was their leading rusher.
Yeah.
And he makes $50 million a year. He's a big-time guy, man. He's a big-time guy. And he's got his new brand, Love, Hurts.
Love hurts.
Oh, man.
Almost love a scrub.
Almost love a scrub. Love Hurts is an old-time classic rock song. Do you know who sings it? I'll be blown away. You'd probably have to look it up.
It's a chick.
It's not a chick.
It's definitely a chick. It's a dude that looks like a chick.
I'll tell you this. I'll put it out for the texters. If anybody can name it, you win nothing. It's not a chick. But we'll see if any of our great listeners at the end of Let's Football Go will know what classic rock band did Love Hurts. And Dan, maybe you can look it up too.
Love hurts.
You're right there. It's kind of how it goes.
No, I can picture the song.
Okay.
I can picture the song.
All right.
I just don't know who sings it.
All right. Well, text line, we'll get to it in a little bit. Go ahead, Dan.
All right, last one here from Kliss's lessons for the Broncos from the Eagles Super Bowl team. So number 3 is just complimentary play calling. Basically, he's just saying they need to find better running backs and run the ball more. So
okay.
I think we all understand that. But the last one I wanted to get to was pretty interesting. So the comparisons between Eagles GM Howie Roseman and Broncos GM George Payton. People who couldn't understand how Broncos GM George Payton survived the Russell Wilson, Nathaniel Hackett, Randy Gregory errors see the story of Eagles GM Howie Roseman. So he's been their GM since 2010. He was banished, fellas, if you remember, to another side of the team's headquarters in 2015 by then head coach Chip Kelly, who had control over the personnel department. When Kelly was fired after the 2015 season, Jeffrey Lurie gave control of football operations back to Howie Roseman. So essentially what Kliss is saying here is the organization has to stick it out and trust George Payton.
He was banished to another side of the building? Is that a true story?
By Chip Kelly.
Holy shnikes. I got a GM in the building, but you're banished? You're not allowed to enter the West Wing?
That's pretty wild. But the Broncos did hire Jerry Rosberg to oversee something in terms of calling plays with Nathaniel Hackett. Listen, I'll tell you this, bro. If your head coach just isn't the guy in terms of calling plays and being the best game manager, you're in trouble. And if your GM isn't got some significant amount of power too, what are you doing? I mean, you're just a bad organization.
You know what Chip Kelly told Howie?
What?
Love stinks.
Jay Giles Band. Different than Love Hurts. Fronted Jay Giles Band. The lead singer was not Jay Giles. He was a band member. It was Peter Wolf. It was a big Boston band. Next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Jim Nantz. He was on the Rich Eisen show. What does Jim Nantz want to go away in the NFL?
Oh.
Onside kick. I'm done with the tush push.
Mm-hmm.
I think it needs to go away. And I know that's a big part of the arsenal for the Eagles. I think it needs to change. Now, they execute it better than anyone. So Philadelphia fans, will there be an outcry? Say, why are you penalizing us? I don't like the play.
Why?
I just don't like the play. It feels too automatic.
All right, guys, you in favor of banning the tush push, or should it stay?
I am not in favor of it. It converts fourth downs. It keeps offenses on the field. And, hey, I don't know why that's not as legit. The point is to advance the football. As far as I'm concerned, you can advance the football anywhere you damn please. I have no problems with it. If you don't like it, as Sean Payton once said, play better. Don't allow him to get to 4th and 1. Stop it.
I can't understand the argument to ban it. I literally logically don't get it. If you're telling me there's more injuries, okay, all right, well, we got science. We got data that backs it up. We got to get rid of the wedge on kickoff return, whatever. Okay, we'll do things to improve the safety of the game.
Yeah,
if that's true, fine. Then you can ban the thing, but I don't think that's true. I certainly haven't heard any outcries about anybody getting injured on that play.
Nope.
The only argument against it is they are so damn good at it that it's boring. Really? Really?
Stupid
They're
arguments.
so good at it that
Right.
it's boring?
Right.
Well, every other team is trying it, and they've got marginal success with it.
You ask the Bills about the tush push against the Chiefs and see what they have to say.
Well, they ran it idiotically.
Oh, whatever.
Idiotically.
Whatever. Didn't work.
But my point is, other teams have implemented it. Easy for me to say.
Don't give up.
Yeah, thank you. I got there. Because it is effective. And it's even effective to a degree for those teams, but not like it is for the Eagles. So I just can't understand the logic behind banning a play because somebody's so good at it.
By the way, weird hearing Jim Nantz have an opinion. Next story, Dan. Last one.
Lastly, fellas, let's hear from new Saints head coach Kellen Moore on Derek Carr. Is he going to be their starting quarterback next season or not?
Okay.
Yeah, Derek's a tremendous quarterback in this league. I've had so much respect for him, the journey that he's been on. He's a starter in this league. He's a premier player in this league. He's had a great journey, obviously going from Fresno State to the Raiders and now here. Really excited to team up with him and go through this process. And so just like any player on this roster, I just got here a few days ago, and I'm excited to go through this journey with all of them.
Derek, do you view that as you guys have a decision to make at quarterback, or you view it as Derek Carr as a quarterback?
I view it as Derek Carr is a tremendous starting quarterback in this league. We're fortunate to have him, and we're excited to go through this process, as we build this roster together.
It's funny. Anytime a guy just is ripping through your Wikipedia page, you might have a problem. He's got a problem. Derek Carr's got a problem.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
What solutions they got?
I'm not saying he won't be the guy. I'm just saying he's got a problem. Sometimes you overcome a problem, but he's got a problem.
Derek Carr will be the starting quarterback of the Saints.
Hot take?
He will be.
Hot take by Tyler Polumbus.
What the hell are their solutions?
Oh, they can do a bunch of different things.
Their solution is that Shedeur Sanders magically falls to them at number 9. Is that the solution?
From 9, you can trade to 5. Ain't no doubt about it.
I guess.
Hey, they've got solutions. They're at 9. There's things you can do. They're not like the Steelers hanging out there at 21, which is just, forget about it.
Yeah, watch. Derek Carr, he'll be the QB.
Okay. I mean, they got free agents too, man. There's nothing to say that, Sam
Derek
Darnold.
Carr is a better option than any of the free agents, including Sam Darnold.
Actually, I take that back because the Saints are in the worst. I think they're minus $60 million in salary. It's brutal for them right now. So you're probably right. A free agent's probably out the door for that.
Well, now you're making me wonder, and I got to look it up real quick because if they can save cap space, well, then he probably is gone. If it's a cap hit,
I didn't think of that.
Why did I? I'm an idiot. Hold on.
Yeah,
get in there.
No objection.
Get in there. Derek Carr contract signed a 4-year, $150 million deal. In 2025, he's got. Derek Carr is the quarterback. He's got a dead cap hit of $50 million.
Wow.
The cap hit is 51. The dead cap is 50. So they can, in theory, save $1.4 million.
Then why didn't Kellen Moore just say he's their guy?
I don't know.
Right. He's got a problem.
I'll put it this way. Derek Carr's on the team. And maybe they'll bring somebody in.
We'll see. Hey, man.
He's got a dead cap in 2026 of $28 million. That ain't nothing.
Tyler, did you envision at this time last year, the Falcons, and let's just move ahead to when they got Kirk Cousins, but did you imagine when the Falcons got Kirk Cousins, they would be moving up to take Michael Penix?
No.
Nobody did.
No.
So we'll see. But this is why this time's so interesting and fascinating about what all these teams will do. Who's lying? Who's not lying? What will they do? Won't they do? Who stands pat? Who's aggressive? I mean, it's a really exciting time. And March 12th it's a countdown to free agency. And then April 24th, countdown to the draft. And all of it's juicy. So we'll see. But they're one of those teams, man. They're an up-in-the-air team. Saints are, no doubt about it. Jets are too. So are the Raiders. So are the Giants. So should the Browns and Titans. They should be. I don't know why they're not. So it's weird to see, Abdul Carter. I mean, we love Travis Hunter, obviously, so we get it. But, I mean, my God, really? Will Levis and Deshaun Watson's contract, really?
I know.
Does that make any sense?
It does not.
Right. You feel a little FOMO on this with the Broncos? Because the Broncos are just not even close to this conversation. Does it feel a little weird that after all these years, the Broncos are just like, all right, whatever?
No.
Feels good?
Yeah. Feels great.
Yeah.
We're a respectable football team.
Yeah, it's weird. Feels weird to me. It's good, though. It's good. It's a positive, good, thank God we're finally here thing. It's just,
I'm tired of having to rely on early first-round draft picks to save the franchise when 78% of them bust out.
It's more like 64%. But All right, we had a trivia question. Love Hurts. Who sang it? Our texters are awesome. I mean, it was just like a bunch of them. It wasn't even close.
We did have one common second placer, though.
What was the second placer?
Meatloaf.
I get it because it's a very dramatic song.
Yeah.
So I sort of understand why somebody would go there.
That was a common second place guess.
Yeah, some of the Jay Giles band, that's Love Stinks, not Love Hurts. But look at how many people got it right. My God, you guys are the best. Nazareth. Do you know what the other hit was by Nazareth?
Jesus.
That would make sense. The answer is nobody knows what the other hit was by Nazareth. They are one of the rare classic rock big hits, had nothing else. You
really?
know, I don't know anything about Nazareth. I don't know who the singer is. I don't know where they're from. I don't know jack squat about Nazareth aside from the fact they sing this song. That's all I know. And it goes, ooh.
Love Hurts.
Love Hurts, baby. Jalen Hurts. PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, Tyler, my friends over at Phil Long Ford. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, do yourself a favor. Call my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Do it today because you don't have to waste your whole weekend driving all over the state of Colorado trying to find the new vehicle of your dreams or pre-owned. Whether you're looking for new or pre-owned, it's going to be on the lot at Phil Long Ford right now today. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot today. If you haven't given a test drive to one of those electric vehicles, the F-150 Lightning, the Ford Mach-E Mustang, incredibly fun vehicles. They are lightning fast. You're going to love the experience. They're smooth, they're fun, and just great vehicles. So call my friends over at Phil Long. I built a long-term relationship over there my rookie year in the NFL. I value relationships. It's why I continue to go back. They treat me well. They get me in. They get me out. They give me the best price. That's going to be the same thing that happens to you. Guys, the interest rates are rock solid. The incentive deals are very, very good. You're going to get a fantastic price. You're going to love the vehicle. They've got award-winning service department. Keep it serviced over at Phil Long. You're going to love your ride for a long, long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over and find him online at phillongdenver.com.
Oh, this is the other Nazareth song, Hair of the Dog. This was a hit. So, all right. They had one other song. By the way, I did some digging into Nazareth. They're still together today, 50 years later.
Wow.
They're from Scotland. This was a hit. This was a grimy, poorly produced rock hit that you probably hear at the Piper Inn when you get some wings and you get your Harley ready. Now you're messing with That's right there. Getting grimy from Scotland and the hinterland. All right. All-Star game. Do you think it's going to get better? The NBA All-Star game with the changes
Break
they're
down
making?
all the changes.
I don't know. Here's what I know. Maybe Dan knows. Here's what I know. They're going to play smaller games, and there's a chance that the winner of the Rising Stars game, they can play one of the winners or something of the
No, they get into the All-Star game, right?
I
thought they got into it. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe I'm wrong on that.
Dan, I guess we're looking.
But that would make sense about why that might make the Rising Stars game a little bit more competitive.
Correct.
I'm not sure what that does for the All-Star game.
I don't know if any of it's going to work. All I know is
I'm telling you, the only way to make the All-Star game work, just make it. How many players make the All-Star game?
For what sport? Basketball.
Basketball.
I think it's 13, and then there's been a big issue with that they should expand it up to like 18. I believe it's around 13.
26 people.
Yeah.
So all right, give or take. Call it 26 people. Just do a 26-person bracketed one-on-one challenge. That's
Boring.
Boring. That would be the most competitive thing you would get because those guys would get out there on the court in a one-on-one situation. You're telling me they're not going to get competitive with one another?
I don't know. One-on-one basketball is not that exciting. They might get, but it's one-on-one basketball. Like, I don't know.
Hey, it's better than what we got right now.
Well, what they have right now is garbage. So you're probably right, but just watching one-on-one basketball is not that exciting. There's no dunks really in one-on-one basketball. It's just, I don't know, man. I know what you're saying. It's just not that
It'd be
great.
like watching an NBA game. Lazy
It
three,
could be.
lazy three, lazy three.
It probably would be exactly like that. Hey, we'll see what they come up with. All I know is, hey, good for the NHL. 24 NBA All-Stars. I was close. 12 each side. That's not enough. They definitely need to expand that. I don't know why there's so few. They should definitely expand that. That should be a no-brainer. Dan, do you know how it's going? You got it? You got a breakdown on how it's all working?
Yeah, they've introduced a couple of changes to the All-Star game this year. They're doing a mini tournament format. So instead of standard East versus West game, it'll feature a 4-team mini tournament. 3 teams will be comprised of the 24 NBA All-Star selections.
Mm-hmm.
And like Scott told us yesterday, the 4th team will consist of the winners from the Rising Stars game.
Oh, it's an entire team of Rising Stars.
Right. Yeah, it's like one team against another team.
Oh, interesting.
So whoever wins that game plays in the tournament on Sunday.
You know what? That's an interesting angle. Because you get a team of young guys
wanting to beat the old guys, theoretically.
Yeah,
maybe. Yeah, that could be interesting.
That could spice it up.
That could
a
work.
bit.
Yeah, Dan. What else?
Okay,
that's like the practice squatters on Thursday going up against me in like week 16.
You tried hard.
Like, hey, brother, I just got to get to the game. And they're like, no, this is my all-star.
There you go. So, iron sharpens iron.
No. I just want to get to the game.
What's up, Dan? What's the last thing?
So the structure of the games themselves, so each game in the tournament will be played to a target score of 40 points, with the first team to reach or surpass that score declared the winner.
I love that.
There will be 2 semifinals followed by a final game where the winners of each semifinal will compete.
So one of the pros gets to play one of the Rising Stars teams, or the vets get to play a Rising Star team right off the bat, however that works out.
I do like the first to 40 points.
Yeah, I do too.
I think that actually might, maybe in theory, be like, okay, the quicker we get there, quicker we get this over with. I'll give them, they're trying.
They are, and that sounds as good as anything So a blowout can't get ridiculous. It goes to 40. So if it's 40-14, so be it. We're on to the next game.
Yeah.
And you have the young guns in there, the young bucks, and you know they're going to try hard, theoretically.
So there's no timing involved.
So you basically have 3 games. You have 3 40-point games to play.
No dumb question, though.
Yeah.
Are there halves? Are there?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think you just first to 40.
Okay.
But look at an NBA game. What's 40 points? They usually Nuggets score 40
That's
points.
like a quarter.
Correct. You could easily score 40 points in 12 minutes of playing time.
Okay.
Easily. So if you're thinking about it that way, you're more or less stretching it out over a game. You're like 48 minutes-ish.
Yeah.
Because you'll have some time off. So the whole thing should go around.
And it's all rapid fire?
What do you mean?
Like game after game after
game?
Yeah.
I think so. Well, I don't know. They probably have some sort of,
I'm sure
here's
there's a little break,
the next Arista recording star singing some sort of song. I mean, they probably have something like that. And all the slam dunk contests and all that, I think is tonight, I believe, right? Or is that tomorrow, Dan? All that garbage. I wish Christian Brown was in it. It'd make it more interesting.
Be fun. Be real fun.
Well, we'll see. Listen, I know this. The NHL fixed it. This is way more exciting than an all-star game. Way more exciting. And the fact that they're moving around to Montreal and Boston, I think is actually pretty cool. And the players are obviously playing hard. Will this fix the NBA all-star game? I don't know, but they're giving it a shot. So, they got my respect, and I'll pay attention to it on Sunday for sure.
I give them a lot of credit for reinventing the wheel a little bit.
Yeah, man. And if you want to watch Canada against USA, and we're all pulling for USA because, right, America.
If I told you the NFL...
Wait, that's Brett being nervous about everything. Oh.
Yeah! Yeah!
Canada.
Your game is through, 'cause now you have to answer to America. Yeah!
Let's get some winners
That was
here.
art, Dan. That was just pure art.
It was great. Hanging in the Louvre. All right, for $50, the winner is who from Safeway?
All right, for the $50 winner from today, Chris Bailey. Congratulations,
Way to go, Chris. Way to go. Way to go. Don't spend it all at once.
And for $250?
The $250 grand prize winner for the PhD show, Austin Carpenter. Come on down.
Way to go.
Congratulations, Austin.
It's a great American name.
Cannot buy wood at Safeway, though.
Yeah.
Carpenter.
I got you.
Yeah.
Going back to
We got a little pushback on Love Hurts, by the way.
Well, how so?
According to a dude on the text line, or maybe a chick. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
It was a cover song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love Hurts
Yeah.
was originally sung by the Everly Brothers.
It was, yes. So made famous by Nazareth, but it was originally done 1960 by the Everly Brothers.
Wow, so Nazareth really didn't ever have a hit.
Well, they had Hair of the Dog.
Yeah.
And then they had a remake. They had a cover.
Let's sing about drinking in the morning. That'll work.
Like, how does a band from Scotland go for 50 years? Thank you for Revitalized Health. They are the best. Revitalized Health. Visit them at revitalized-health.com. And, tomorrow, we got President's Day weekend. We're actually off. It's a 3-dayer for us.
Yeah.
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 And for Valentine's Day, I mean, whatever you want to do, don't stress about it, man.
Well, I got my boo.
You got your
stuffy.
boo.
Thank you for my stuffy. You called me my boo.
You got it, boo. You got it. Good luck with that. Have fun with that. That'll probably go over pretty good, actually.
I might not even admit it's a regift.
Yeah, just keep. She's not. Yeah. Keep that to yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just worked out. It's a happy accident.
Yeah.
Speaking of happy accidents, thank you, Dan. Great job this whole week. And Andy coming in at the last second. You got something?
Before we get done, here's
Yeah.
what I need you to do. A, the cornhole boards are sweet.
Agreed.
B,
Agreed.
Whether it's MASH or whether it's Dwight from The Office, depending on your age, now you need to barter those for something
There
else.
we go,
And we need a
let's go,
whole
baby.
episode
Now we're
where
talking.
all you do is just barter your way up to something else.
I'll leave that up to.
But those are very sweet to the listener that made them.
I love that
yeah.
idea.
Oh, he didn't make it, by the way.
He was on the
Do not care. Those are
whatever.
awesome.
Yeah.
Right, and they're casually good to play in the office. It
It's
was
even
a
cooler,
call.
the story. He was on the conversion crew.
He was.
And when they changed the colors from the baby blue, they were
Yeah.
just like, here, you can have these.
Right.
That's like more awesome.
So somehow we kept it in the company.
Yeah. we got re-gifted
We got
a
re-gifted
gift
to the
from
same
Ball Arena.
company.
Are we about to get sued? Maybe we shouldn't have told that part of the story.
No, it's all good. Hey, Nate and Andy, they're coming up next. Have a great weekend. We'll see you at number 38 tomorrow. Nate and Andy next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Oh, happy Valentine's Day, everybody. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. That's Sandy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. We are with you until 6 p.m. today to send you off into your sports weekend. We have got NBA All-Star action. We have got 4 nations with hockey teams playing each other. Team USA looked good last night.
Yeah, we got to talk about that. That stirred some mixed emotions for me.
Finland got kachuked out there.
Yeah, that's what mainly stirred the emotion.
Yeah, uh-huh. Yeah, it's when you have to watch, like okay, like, we got to root for the laundry, Team USA, right?
Had a tough time last night.
When you're watching Joel Embiid going up against Nikola Jokic in an Olympic final, you're just like, I don't like that guy. I like that guy.
Yeah, when the Kachucks are getting together and they scored, that second goal, I think it was. It's just like, this is...
Screw you guys.
Yeah. I was talking to one of the guys that came by, number 38. Make sure you're out there tomorrow. Spring's going to be out there with DMac watching the game again, so go and check them out. Have fun. It's a great place to watch. It's a great place to just go get a meal and have a drink, frankly.
You can also win an autographed Gabe Landeskog jersey.
Well, yeah.
While you're out there.
Hit the QR code, get all registered up.
Big number 92 right there over at number 38.
So the U.S. gets that second goal.
Uh-huh.
People are cheering in the bar, and this guy goes, give me the high five. I'm like, I'm not sure I want to high five that.
Kachuk.
No, I did.
You didn't leave
I
him hanging?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm kind of like, where's Team Canada?
You know what?
Where's Miko?
That's you being a good host right there. That's what you're doing right there. You're being a good host.
Well, but I feel weird. I like the laundry. They got cool jerseys.
Yeah.
I don't like half the dudes that play on that team. That's
what I'm saying.
I'm not really into Hellebuck right now. I'm not into the Kachucks.
It's not like I love every dude on Team Canada. I'm
No,
not like
no,
sweet
I'm with you.
save Jordan Bennington or anything
I
like
don't
that.
like him at all. But
I sure do like that Nathan McKinnon. I sure do like that Cale Makar. He's the best person in the world.
Sure wouldn't mind seeing a little Sidney Crosby jersey change.
In the world, Cale Makar.
I really like Devon Taves. Big fan.
Yeah.
I like Sidney Crosby. I like
Frankly,
Canada.
I like Miko and Arturi.
I do. I enjoy those
Did
guys
they
as
do
well.
much? You're going to have to help me out because you know what it's like. You're watching at a bar. We were talking with a bunch of fans or a bunch of people to talk to.
The
That
answer
was
is
cool.
no. They didn't.
Okay. Were they
lost
even together?
6-1 out there. I'm the wrong guy to ask for finish line combinations, Andy. You know me. Come on.
I don't know if there is a right guy to ask about the finish line combinations.
Finland's only goal, because they scored first last night, was from you're going to have to help me with that name, Spring. Yoki Harju?
Yoki Harju. I'm doing fine, thanks.
That was good. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I thought of that joke last night, and I was like, dude, that's really good.
That's really
I'm gonna
good.
pat myself on the back.
I got to tell you, that's got a Connor McGahee feel to it. It's a good job by you.
Strong to quite strong. Thank you very much. Also, I feel like if your name is Kachuk and your name starts with a TK, you should be on Team Finland.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Yeah. Where's our Smiths and Jones and Johnsons and Browns and whatnot?
What has happened? Can I get? Well, we do have a Miller. JT Miller was out there.
Yeah, that is true. He is quite American. Safeway
says the Lindahl and Kreckman. By
I know,
the way.
right? With our very rote American names. Hey, Safeway saves the day this Valentine's Day week. You have had a chance to win Safeway gift cards to help you with your Valentine's Day needs. Today at 4:20, we will give out our final keyword to win a $50 Safeway gift card. It will also be your last chance to get entered to win the grand prize $250 Safeway gift card, which we will announce at the end of this show. Safeway is your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. Don't forget that special someone. Show them you care with beautiful flower arrangements, savory chocolates, and more. Find everything you need. Make it easy with delivery or pickup. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app.
So, quick heads up on the and more.
Uh-huh.
Technically, I bought some Girl Scout cookies from a Girl Scout at Safeway.
Oh, good job.
I did not get you the chocolate strawberries this year.
I
felt like I didn't want to push the HR envelope after last year.
I appreciate that.
So what we're going to do
I
in its
wasn't
place...
going to report you.
Right. No, I didn't. I know, but
Yeah.
we're now on TV and we've got windows. Last year, I could just shove them in and we weren't just this open facility necessarily.
Last year, if anyone is wondering, last year on Valentine's Day, Andy fed me chocolate-covered strawberries on air.
And I didn't feel you took a big enough bite at first. Like, it really it wasn't a nibble. I needed you to take a bite, and there might have been more.
I didn't.
Because they were long stem strawberries, and
yeah, I didn't take a very big bite because I didn't.
You didn't really want them.
I didn't want it,
but I wanted the bit.
Yeah, again. Like I will. Like here's the thing, I consented to the bit,
not knowing what the bit was.
I didn't consent to having a chocolate covered strawberry shoved into my face.
Yeah,
and again, the reason why we did it was because.
Safeway.
Safeway, and we had a discussion on air of like I'm not a fan of chocolate covered strawberries.
So you tried them.
I
anyway, we're gonna replace that in the break. I'm gonna do the tag along because those are my favorite Girl Scout cookies, Chubby Bunny, and I'm gonna shove 6 in my mouth and try to eat them at once.
The tag
we'll
tag along challenge coming up here in the break.
It'll match the number of goals the U.S. had. If you wonder where we got the number 6,
6 cookies
for 6 goals
to 1 mouth for Finland.
Good. I didn't think about the 1 mouth,
yes.
But yeah, they're all going in my mouth, and we'll see how I might choke. I might not be back.
Yes,
some of you won't be sad.
Have you ever done the Heimlich on anyone? I never actually have.
No, thank God.
Okay,
no.
Mm-hmm. I was at the NBA draft years ago. We were covering the NBA draft over at the then Pepsi Center in the media room, and our friend Julie Brauman, a piece of prime rib got lodged, and Adam Thompson, who covered the Nuggets for the Denver Post, saved her life.
Yeah, this isn't
straight up Heimlich.
That's good.
It was cool.
I've learned how to do it. I'm happy I've never.
It's a good skill to have.
It is.
It's a very good skill to have.
Hey, after watching last night, there was a little, like they got real salty, real spicy early in the game. Had a little dust up. What do you think we get tomorrow? U.S. Canada.
I think this is going to be a good game.
Do you think they get angry? There's going to be a little anger. Like, this is a real rivalry, right? This isn't going to be some all-star skate around.
They care.
Right.
Canada doesn't want to lose to
Not
Team
to the
USA.
US,
and for US, that's your big brothers to the north. You want to be able to knock those guys off. I think this is going to be good. The latest update from Montreal is that Cale Makar missed practice today with an illness. However, John Cooper said to reporters after practice, expect is a big word, but I'm confident he'll be out there and playing.
What's great about today is that it's not yesterday.
Yeah.
That's true, John.
John, you always are philosophical. Is he the Phil Jackson of the NHL?
Kind of. Yeah. He hangs out with Sean Payton up in Coeur d'Alene. He's in the crew.
He does.
Yeah, John Cooper's one of those guys.
I don't get that vibe off him.
Yeah, he's somebody's got to bring the Canadian politeness to a group with Sean Payton and John Elway and whoever else is up there.
Plenty of beers. Do you think by the way, how about Saquon today? This was all the fun stuff before we're going to have to get rid of Super Bowl parades, I think, if this keeps up. But
what happened to Saquon today? I saw him.
Saquon's fine. Saquon is awesome. Saquon's becoming my favorite Philadelphia Eagle. He stopped with a baby had, it's my birthday. Can I get a picture? He took the baby. He took the sign. He took a picture because he was walking around the parade route.
Yeah.
Then he saw a ball boy who was really a ball man. I don't really think you ought to call him a ball boy.
Lifted him over the barrier, right?
Lifted him over the barrier. Couldn't believe he wasn't already part of the parade, so made sure he was in the parade.
That's cool.
So he's been awesome, and I think he's working with Bud Light, but still a cool gesture. He could have kept it for himself. He got all his offensive linemen a truckload of Bud Light, and they showed him. They all got truckloads of Bud Light.
That's a great gift for offensive linemen.
It is.
I told you about when Nayland ripped into TD for getting him golf clubs and he doesn't even play golf. Like a truckload of Bud Light, that will get drank. Somebody will get to enjoy that. Good on Saquon Barkley. Did you see the video of Saquon shotgunning a beer in the locker room?
No.
After the game?
Yeah, I did. Pretty impressive.
What, 1.5 seconds, whatever it was? I can shotgun a beer, but I can't do it like that. I will take several chugs to get it down, and then I'll be really uncomfortable for the next 10 minutes. Saquon just slammed that thing and was just right on to continue the party.
On to the next.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Turns out Saquon Barkley, believe it or not, cooler than me.
Yeah. What a shock.
Who knew?
For all of us.
Who
no,
knew?
I like Saquon. You know who else I'm rooting for is Jalen Hurts, because I feel like we're starting to realize Jalen Hurts probably hasn't gotten his due. But Jalen Hurts they had it on Good Morning Football. He's already he was telling somebody wins minicamp, and I get the grind, my man, and maybe you just love football, but you can go ahead and you can worry about minicamp in a couple weeks. Just enjoy this. Just take your trophy. Go to Vegas. Be the coolest guy in the room for a bit. I wouldn't worry about minicamp just yet. You're fine, bro.
Go get drunk with Bruce Brown.
Yeah. Dude, apparently bring Nicola. See if you can outlast him.
Right.
Because Bruce Brown found out the hard way you can't.
Give yourself a moment. He's so Jalen's a rise and grind guy, huh?
I guess, but they were like, he gets it from Nick Saban. Well, give it back to Nick Saban. You know what I mean? Go ahead and look like the crew from The Hangover for a day in Vegas. You're okay. We'd all do it.
Live it up.
Maybe don't miss a tooth, And,
yeah. Uh-huh. Or skip minicamp and go to Egypt.
Sure.
You could do that too.
Aaron's got all the time in the world.
And your entire franchise will hate you. Oh, we got so much to do on this fine radio show here today. Andy, I got a Nuggets grade. I got a grade for the Nuggets at the All-Star break. That's right. What grade would you give the team here as we have arrived at the All-Star break? I will tell you what our friend Tony Jones from The Athletic had to say about the season that the Nuggets have had so far. Dan Hyatt, our buddy Dan Hyatt, normally joins us on Fridays. Dan is without voice right now.
And not because he was at the Philly parade.
No, he's just sick because that's what everybody is. But Dan Hyatt sent us material. Andy, I got great Nugget stuff, plus the stat you don't need to know, the history of Valentine's Day.
Oh, see, Dan.
The history of Valentine's Day. It's pretty weird. So you'll want to hear that today coming up at 3:45 on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Jeff Legwold is going to join us here on the program. How many free agency balloons can he pop? Are there any that he is interested in perhaps blowing up?
I don't know if he's going to be able to pop as many. Because the cogent thought, look, Sean Payton's at the wheel.
Yeah.
See what the Saints are into for cap problems?
Yeah.
Well, that's a guy driving the bus now. He may want to do a few things, and the hell with what George Payton wants to do.
It's go for it time,
Could
baby.
be.
Let's do this thing. So we'll talk to Jeff Legwold about that coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. At 5:20 today, in honor of Jamal Murray's 55, which we're still days later, and I can't get over it. Greatest offensive games in Denver sports history.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah, we're going to dive into that today here on the show. So much to do. But in the break, you'll want to check social media because Andy Lindahl is going to cram 6 tag-alongs into his mouth at once.
To celebrate the 6 U.S. goals.
I am hoping he does not choke to death, but we can't guarantee it. So keep it right here on Altitude Sports Radio to find out if Andy survives the break. Keep it here. Oh, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. I am Nate Kreckman. My partner is Sandy Lindahl. And he just consumed several hundred calories in about 40 seconds.
I'm back, baby.
Oh, man. We're going to get it on social media. He just consumed 6 tag-alongs at once. However, not one to turn down a challenge. Don't puke. He did kick the extra point, and he did eat the 7th. Now, it was after the 6, but you did.
Oh, I had to choose. I had to chew a few. I thought they would all go in at once, and it'd be real funny.
Uh-huh.
We got to 4. There were major issues.
Tag-alongs are they're
delightful.
That's a dense cookie.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the key.
Uh-huh.
As I try to catch my breath.
Are you
'cause
okay?
When we got to 4, and I was like, uh-oh, we got a problem. You know what I mean? You know what that was like? Years ago, I agreed to, I think I've told you in the past, I agreed with the Denver Outlaws.
Uh-huh.
I was like, hey, man, I'll come try out, because they were holding a public tryout.
Yeah.
And I told you, we actually got some really legit lacrosse players out there. I was like, well, for fun, I'll come do it with you, whatever.
Yeah.
So I agreed to do it. And then we started running, and I was like, this is a horrible idea. Why did I think? Because I was 40 years old. I'm like, why am I doing this? I don't know, you know?
You didn't account for the
Right.
the athletic part of the athletic endeavor.
And like I had that 1/2 a second where I was at the corner getting ready to drive the net, and I felt my athletic glory for 1/2 a second. Then I remember looking at this kid that's twice my size and fired it up, because Bob Hamley, the coach of the Mammoth, was training me for this.
Yeah.
And the thing he told me, he goes, look, I've run a number of these tryouts. He goes, find the meathead and get the hell away from him. He goes, I've seen guys get arms broken. He goes, there's going to be someone there that's going to try to look like Steve Atwater on the lacrosse field, and I don't want you near him.
Yeah.
And of course, when you do these drills, it's just you go and whoever is on D is on D. And I look at this dude and I'm like, I got some problems here. This might be the guy. This is the guy Hamley told me don't go near. So yeah, and so halfway through our little cookie thing,
so basically,
I got to 4, and I'm like, I'm gonna spit half these out. This is gonna be gross.
The 5th tag-along was the meathead defenseman that you needed to avoid.
But I still am trying to catch my breath. I had to chew enough of them up to fit the last 2 in. Now none were swallowed. But dude, had that been one of the other Girl Scout cookies, like the Do-si-dos or whatever, my daughter sold them forever. If it had been one of the actual cookie or crunchier ones, you might have been Heimlicking.
Well, you could have inhaled crumbs and been gone for. Yeah, that's
what I was worried about,
yeah.
but it didn't happen. Then we lost 8 viewers on Twitch because they were so grossed out by the whole thing.
You know why tag-along was a good cookie for this?
Tell me.
They're moist.
Oh, I like a moist
They're
cookie.
moist.
See, moist doesn't bother me. You can say moist all day.
Moist. They're very moist.
I like a moist cake.
Andy, what grade would you give the Nuggets? Here at the All-Star break, 55 games in, 36-19. What grade would you give the Denver Nuggets on their season?
Well, like you said, they're just by one loss, they're behind Memphis. I was checking that out last night, right? Same number of wins, one less loss from Memphis, so Memphis sits at 2. I've got to... God, is A the appropriate grade? They're where they want to be. They're where we talked about. It was a way weirder way of getting there than I thought it would be.
Sure.
And I still think there's been, for a team that's just outside second place, and maybe this speaks to how good they are and we shouldn't take it for granted. I feel like there's been some turmoil, some, trying to figure this thing out a little bit along the way. Like this wasn't some cruise to nearly the 2nd seed. Do you know what I mean?
So I've got something here that one of the things that I've realized now is when we talk about this team, we talk about them after every game, right?
Yeah.
And so we get like a little like caught up in the micro sometimes of like a specific game, or they go through a 3-game losing streak like they did, and you're like, oh, this is lasting forever. Well, really, like, look back at it right now. They've won 8 games in a row since that time, and again, a 3-game sample size at a minuscule chunk of the season. So when you step back and you look at it, like I do feel like we're heavily influenced by like you talked about, early season weirdness. November was odd. It was a strange start for the Nuggets. They were 11-10 at one point this year after back-to-back losses at Cleveland and at Washington. I mean, they lost to the Wizards, okay? Not acceptable. But also, since being 11-10, they're 25-9. And so the start of the year, I think, was so weird that we've allowed there to almost be a hangover when we talk about what they are right now. And what they are right now is 36-19, like you talked about, a team that was at one point a game over 500, 21 games into the season, and a game back of the 2 seed in the loss column. The Nuggets are in great shape.
Yeah. Honestly, I didn't think they'd be here.
Tony Jones of The Athletic gave the Nuggets an A-.
I'd go with A-.
Yeah, A- is fine.
There's been a lot of injuries, too. They haven't played. You talked about it. Michael Malone loves a consistent starting lineup. He's not been able to do that most of this year.
I can be talked into an A with this team. By the way, the only other teams, The Athletic graded all 30 teams in the NBA. The only other teams in the A range, they gave Cleveland an A. Yeah. OKC an A+. Yeah. It haven't had Chet all year, and you're the best team in the league. They gave the Lakers an A-. They've won, 12 of their last 15, and they just got Luka? Fine by me. Yeah. If your season includes acquiring 25-year-old Luka Doncic, you get an A from me. And Memphis. They gave Memphis an A. A Grizzlies team that's starting 2 rookies and is currently the 2 seed in the Western Conference. Really, really good team. Yeah, that's... And Denver belongs absolutely in that category.
By the way, can I give you a depressing Oklahoma City note? I heard this morning because they were diving in on NBA Today about what to do with the Sixers.
Uh-huh.
Do you realize that OKC owns the Sixers pick?
Yeah.
Unless it's top 6 protected,
Top 6 protected,
But
yes.
there's a chance.
Mm-hmm.
There's a chance
that
the Sixers
Thunder
might be giving the Thunder a lottery pick.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Sam Presti's
They
pretty
don't
good.
even need it. Right?
But they'll take it. I know. Isn't that wild? Yeah. It's...
The Sixers need to tank and tank now.
I mean,
shut Joel down, get back into the 6. Although I guess you can't totally, right? How does that work?
Here's what the Sixers have to do is they have to shut Embiid down and they have to play Paul George as often as they possibly can, and that will help them lose more games.
Yeah, he likes, 2 points a game?
He
It's been a hell of a
stinks.
trade for them.
He stinks. Ugh.
Seriously,
Terrible
this
contract.
is a little bit of a no-dumb question from the show before us, but help me out here.
Mm-hmm.
Once the lottery figures out the order, that's when they know if the pick's protected or not, right? It's not pre-lottery. So even tanking doesn't guarantee that you won't escape giving them the pick.
It's wild. Mm-hmm. It's wild. All right. Taking a look at this Nuggets rotation right now. Let's defend the A for a moment, because I think they should get an A. All right, I've been going through this, all right, and I want to go through this piece by piece. Let's go through this doll by doll. Nikola Jokic, better or worse than last year or steady?
I'm never going to say worse.
He's better.
He's got a 3-point shot.
He's better. He's having the best season of his career.
He knows they need to score most nights, and he's scoring. Period.
By box plus minus and PER, if you want to get all fancy on analytics, he's once again having the greatest season in NBA history. He's doing it again. Also, there's a part of me that's like, I don't want to get wrapped up in the MVP argument this year because Shea's team is awesome and he's playing great, but come on, Jokic is the MVP. Look at what he's doing he has 25 triple-doubles in 49 games played. He does everything every single night. He's the damn MVP.
Yeah.
You're going to tell me, again, if I'm busting out fancy analytics and telling you this is the greatest season by a player in NBA history, that you're not going to give that guy an MVP? Come on. What are we doing here?
Yeah, and still, we've just hit the point where it's okay if SGA takes it, though, right? Or are you going to get to the point where you're going to get mad now if he takes it because of how good the season's been?
I'm starting to get a little worked up over it.
Okay.
You know,
right.
LeBron. I believe LeBron once won 4 in 5 years.
Really?
And the only reason he didn't get 5 straight was because, remember, they got bored with it. They gave it to Derrick Rose that one year.
Okay.
And then LeBron killed him in the playoffs.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
And that was probably the last good Derrick Rose year, kind of like this has been the last good Joel Embiid year. Kind of weird, the parallels there.
Yeah, it sucks what happened to Derrick Rose. He was really fun, and then
he wasn't.
And yeah, exactly. Yeah, from 09 to 13, LeBron won 4 in 5 years. Yeah, I think Jokic is that good. I want him to have 4 in 5 years. I want to put his name in that sentence. I'm starting to get to that place. Jamal Murray, better, worse, or steady, Andy?
Well, than last year, we got to go worse overall body of work, don't we?
No, you really don't, because look at the numbers. Staggering consistency. He's doing right now what he does every year. I thought the same thing, and then I went and looked at it today, and all of his averages are right where they need to be. He is a staggeringly consistent player, and I will add on to that, since returning from injury mid-December. Remember, he missed the Washington game. Jamal didn't play that night. Joker went for 56 that night. Since returning from injury in mid-December, 31 games played. That's a huge sample size, right? 23 points, 6 assists, 4 rebounds. He's shooting 49.5% from the field, 39.8% from 3, 91.5% from free throw. If you round those up, that's 50, 40, 90. He's been fantastic. We remember November, and I think we're giving November, coming off of a bad Olympics when he was hurt, too much credit. I'm talking about a 31-game sample size, and he's been brilliant. So I put steady because he's right there, consistent with all of his career averages, basically. But what he's been, again, since mid-December, he's been fantastic.
Well, I'm not here to not have him be fantastic.
Yeah.
But see, that's part of the weirdness. It's part of the weirdness of how we got here. But we're here.
MPJ. It's better.
He's way better.
It's better. Career highs in scoring, assists, minutes. He's better from 2. He's having his best shooting season since the bubble year.
Okay, how many guys had rough Novembers? You brought up Jamal's November. How was MPJ's November? There's no doubt he's better.
He started slow.
He played so well.
Yeah, he started slow.
Jamal, again, what maybe clouds this discussion is both Jamal and MPJ came out to start the season looking like how they did in the playoffs, and people were not fired up about
Yeah,
it.
and now look at it. Aaron Gordon, better, worse, or steady?
Well, I don't feel like he's played a lot. So let me guess. You're going to tell me he's better too, because that seems to be how this exercise is going.
I wrote down steady.
Okay.
His games played, he's played 32 of 55 games. His minutes are down, but he's shooting 41% from 3. When he plays, he's Aaron Gordon. He hasn't played nearly enough, so I said that he's steady so far this season. Christian Brown, better, worse, or steady?
Better.
Yeah. Across the board excellence out of Christian Brown. Russell Westbrook. Okay, I'm just sort of comping him to what he has been in recent years. So, Washington, Lakers, Clippers, Russ.
Can I twist this on you when we ask him?
You may.
He's playing the Christian Brown role, wouldn't you say?
From last year?
Yeah, because Christian Brown's taking KCP's place, by and large. Fair enough?
Yeah, pecking order, yes.
So
not exact same roles, but pecking order. I agree.
But first off the bench kind of guy.
Yeah. Although he started 26 games.
But I feel like he's been steady in that role as guy off the bench.
He's having his best three-point shooting season since his MVP year. Still not great, but for Russ, it's good.
Better than what you thought you were getting when you signed him.
Listen to this, and call this one the Jokic effect. He's having the best 2-point shooting season of his entire NBA career.
Not shocked. He's got Jokic feeding him to the basket.
Yeah,
he's getting to the rim.
He's a good cutter. He's a good finisher. He's not doing as much mid-range pull-up stuff. It's gotten through to his head. we can get better shots in this offense. He still does it sometimes, and you just go, I hope that goes in. But he's been better than hoped. I got Russ as better. P. Watt.
I guess I'd go steady.
That's what I put. Yeah.
I feel like feels like he's been out a long time. He's not been out as long as it feels, right? But he's been up and down. Like, he's kind of what he's always been. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I'm worried about his offense. I know what his defense is. I'm worried about his offense and how playable he's going to be when they get to the playoffs on the offensive side of the floor. But he leads the team in block shots. He's an excellent athlete, and he's one of your best defenders. So I have him down as steady. Julian Strother. No brainer. Is better. Yeah. Across the board improvement from Julian. I added a ninth because DJ I consider to be a rotation player right now.
Look, that's a shocking development, if you don't mind me putting it that way. I don't want to be too hard on DJ, but we thought he was going to do what he's done in years past, which is a few minutes here, a few minutes there, maybe every third game for Nikola Jokic.
You know what DJ's net rating is this season per 100 possessions when he's on the floor? It's minus 1.5 in 474 minutes. Okay? Now, I know you hear that and you're like, but that's a negative number. Nope, that's 2 thumbs up because that just means you're not getting murdered in the non-Jokic minutes when he's out there on the floor. You'll take that all day long. You're losing by 1.5 per 100 possessions when Jokic isn't on the court and DJ is playing center for you. Boom. You can win a championship. I can put you in a Larry O'Brien trophy with those kind of numbers right there.
Well, and he's kind of the Brock Purdy to the Trey Lance move right now. He's saving the Saric move because Saric has been unplayable for the most part to this point.
Yeah, I wrote down an F for Saric.
Yeah, but again, with DJ being able to come in and kind of fill some of the big man role you were hoping for.
Yeah.
You know, and we'll see if Zeke doesn't continue to grow his stock, and maybe that's his role eventually.
Heavy recency bias. Zeke's been okay. Jalen Pickett looks borderline playable. Hunter Tyson's a hustle guy. He plays hard, okay. But again, of the 9 rotation dudes, from Jokic down to DeAndre Jordan, I don't have anybody having a worse season than they did last year.
No, and they sit in a good spot, and I'm not sure they played their best basketball yet as the true OG starting 5.
That's A stuff.
A lot of stuff to be positive about.
Sounds pretty great to me. We'll balance out all the positivity. I've got some numbers from Dan Hyatt. Plus, you need to know the bizarre history of Valentine's Day. Andy Lindahl's going to walk it off here in the break. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Apple Air. I needed a new furnace. I called Apple Air. I had them out to the house to do a furnace safety checkup. They're like, this thing is in rough shape. But you know what they did? They wrote me a quote. Not an estimate. They wrote me a quote with great savings in there, and they showed up the next day and they installed a brand new 2-stage high-efficiency furnace in my house, and I haven't thought about my furnace once since then. I suppose I changed the filters a couple of times, but it's not even a concern. Family-owned and operated Apple Air, guys. You get a ton of value. They bring comfort and efficiency to your home, and they will save you money in the long run, keeping your family warm and safe. Give them a call at Apple Air, 303-733-2813. Right now, Apple Air giving you $1,000 off a brand new heating and cooling system for a limited time only. Check out this special. Again, 303-733-2813 or visit appleair.com. Hope you're having a delightful Ska Friday. That's Andy. I'm Nate. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We did get the Tim Bontemps NBA MVP All-Star Break straw poll today, Andy.
Got to be SGA, right?
It
SGA.
is. 71st place votes to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 31st place votes to Nikola Jokic of 100 likely MVP voters. Jokic got a very nice 69 second place votes.
Very nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Somebody voted Giannis second and Jokic third. All right, guy.
What's this guy's deal?
Yeah, but right now it's Shai to win the MVP award. Guys, he's averaging a 30-point triple-double right now while shooting 58% from the field and 46% from three. What else do you people need out of this guy? Give him a fourth MVP award. I swear to God, I'm not trying to manufacture frustration over this. The more I watch him night in and night out, and I think Shai is great, but you can't tell me that Jokic isn't the best player in the world. And I know they don't always give it to the best player in the world, but the best player in the world is having the best season he's ever had.
Yeah, we got some more people weighing in on that. There's specific audio I want to bring to you. We'll grab it and then we'll play it a little bit later. But you know how this goes. This is just we saw with Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. People want something new. We want something new to turn our attention to. You want the new comic book. You want the new whatever, and that's just where we're at. How many other players do you think fell into this sort of area that he's in, this run that he's in? LeBron obviously had one that you laid out there.
Yeah.
Was Kobe in something like this? Was Jordan ever something like this where just every year you really could just say he's the best guy and what are you going to do about it?
MJ definitely did. Remember he had back-to-back and then they gave it to Charles Barkley on the Bulls' third title season. And then he won it 2 of the 3 years of the second three-peat by the Bulls. Karl Malone won it in the middle of it, and then Bill Walton got to call the NBA Finals that year and couldn't stop saying, Karl Malone is the MVP. Love Bill Walton, but still.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
Big man.
Kobe should have, one of Nash's MVP years, Kobe should have got it, but everybody still hated Kobe, and that's fine with me. LeBron won 4 and 5 years. Like we said, Derrick Rose snuck one out in the middle of that. Steph was on a hell of a roll, and then Westbrook had his year where he averaged a triple-double, so he got an MVP. That stopped Steph's run of it right there. Giannis had back-to-back, and then Jokic took over and hasn't looked back. 3 in the last 4 years. But Joker, the Embiid MVP was an example of voter fatigue with Jokic. We know it was.
Yeah, well, and they went on a full-on campaign to go against him. Although, you know what? I will say this. I think part of the reason why maybe that campaign was crafted to make sure Embiid got it, to be fair about the situation, if you remember the times, and it wasn't his fault, but Nikola kept getting knocked out in the middle round too. On that semifinal round or whatever it was, the Western Conference semifinals.
And then what happened?
And then they gave it to Joel Embiid, and guess what? He got knocked. Did he get knocked out first round or second round?
Second round.
And
who won a title that year?
The Nuggets.
Who was your Finals MVP?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just saying, you know that some of that
he should
played
be
in.
winning his 5th consecutive this year.
You're right.
5
no
years
one's going to argue that.
of this guy being the best player on the planet.
But you and I also know how it works. And look, people still don't want to put their heads around the fact that Denver is still one of the big teams. At least not on national media level.
I don't care for how it works. Well, they're going to give it to somebody from Oklahoma City.
No, but I mean, even when they talk about how they were talking about the scariest teams, that the cut that we played from Windhorse the other day was as they were talking about, get up and want you to believe that the Lakers are still a scary team. Dallas has got to be a scary team. Now, in part, they're pushing Dallas because they thought that Luka would still be there,
Sure.
and now they've got to rethink things here at the
They
break.
were in the Finals last year.
They were, and that's fine. But I'm just telling you, nobody's talking about they've got a guy that, as you just said right there, should be the 5-time MVP, and they're acting like he's not going to factor into this thing come playoff time. Now, some of this is brought on by the Nuggets by blowing a 20-point lead in Game 7 a year ago. But they still aren't looked at the way they should be.
He's averaging a 30-point triple-double, and he's shooting 46% from three.
He's fantastic. I'm not the one you're fighting against.
Don't tell me this guy's not an MVP. Damn it. All right. Let's talk about this schedule. This is from Dan Hyatt today. Okay? Dan, by the way, under the weather, so he wasn't able to join us today. He's battling a little bit. So the Nuggets have taken care of business the last 2 weeks. We know that. 8-game winning streak going into the break. But also, and let's be fair to the situation, have they been playing the cream of the NBA crop of late? No, not really. In fact, heading into the All-Star break right now at 36-19, third best record in the Western Conference, the Nuggets have had the 5th easiest strength of schedule so far this year in the NBA. But we can also take a look at this. Memphis, the team that's a half game above Denver, 4th easiest. Oklahoma City, top team in the West, 7th easiest schedule. Lakers, the 6th easiest schedule so far this year. So really, the top of the Western Conference has all had it kind of easy. On the other side of the All-Star break, the Nuggets have the 2nd hardest strength of schedule in the entire NBA the rest of the way. 9 of the first 12 games out of the break against teams that are in a playoff spot. They have 13 road games left to play this year. 12 are against teams with winning records. And the one game that isn't is at Portland, which historically has been a tough place for Denver to play.
Although they did all right against them.
Did fine against them
Here
this
in
week,
Denver,
obviously.
anyway.
But yeah, it's so if there's any I need to see against a tougher schedule, it's coming.
We're about to.
Yeah, it's coming. So that's if you want to use that as your criteria to not be on the Nuggets bandwagon right now, fine. To paraphrase my partner, we'll see.
Well, but I am feeling good about the starting 5. I'm
Mhm.
feeling good about all the original pieces from the trophy, and I'm curious to see, can you just find maybe a little bit more chemistry / consistency when Russ is back in there? But if he's coming off the bench, that shouldn't be too hard.
Right.
And as long as any one of the combinations, Sarge, DJ, or Najee, can just fill in with big man minutes so Nikola doesn't have to burn himself out, I like where they're at.
By the way, they were exactly 36-19 at the All-Star break a year ago.
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
And they were 4th in the West, but they were only 3 games back of first. Right now, 36-19, 3rd in the West, 8.5 games back. Hey, Safeway saves the day this Valentine's Day week. You have had a chance to win a Safeway gift card all week long. Well, we have got first off, we got a $50 Safeway gift card that we'll give a keyword out for at 420, and then we will announce our much ballyhooed $250 grand prize Safeway gift card at the end of the show today. Safeway is your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day, so slide in there today. Flowers, chocolates, and more, everything you need. Make it easy with delivery or pickup. Get started at Safeway.com. Your stat you don't need to know, Andy. From Dan Hyatt today, the history of Valentine's Day. And again, we'll give out that keyword coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Dan gives us this. Some believe the day is celebrated in mid-February to commemorate the anniversary of St. Valentine's death and burial, which probably occurred around 270 A.D. But others claim the Christian church may have decided to place a Valentine's Day feast day in the month of February in an effort to Christianize more people, making it a fertility festival. In other words, a big party so more Christians will hook up and make more Christians.
How do? Instead of a square dance, they just decided, let's have a holiday.
Exactly. Chris Marlowe would call that a scoring orgy right there. There is evidence that these festivals took place in Rome, and the festival began with a sacrifice, typically a goat. They would then take off the goat's hide, dip it into sacrificial blood, and gently slap both women and crops with the hide.
Crops?
Mm-hmm. Fertility, baby. We need those to grow as well. Roman women welcomed the touch. Again, there's evidence to show that they were slapped of the hides because it was believed to make them more fertile in the coming year. It was kind of their thing.
All right.
Later that day, after the hides had been slapped around, the young women's names
Come on.
would be put into a communal urn. City's bachelors would each choose a name and be paired for the year with the woman that they picked. Sometimes they ended in marriage, sometimes they didn't. But this is clearly the first versions of The Bachelor or dating apps.
Or spin the bottle.
Exactly. Today it's swipe left, but back then it was slap left. Same idea. All of that courtesy of History.com. And there's several television specials on this as well.
So this was a year-long deal.
Yep, it was you'd get hooked up. You get paired up. Because you gotta Christianize that world, Andy.
You know, you bring up a great point, or Dan does, or whoever pointed it out. We all thought we were breaking ground with The Bachelor. Nope, they just weren't televising their version of it back in Rome. And what was this, 290 AD, you said?
270, yeah.
270 AD, something like that?
Today it's it's the you get the rose on The Bachelor.
Or there's that Spanish deal that's been going around where, what's the guy's name, Montoya?
Yes.
Yeah, Montoya's got to watch his lady participate in this.
Wait, what?
Oh, it's a Spanish Temptation Island. She's all about the temptation.
Oh, I
and
gotta see this.
This woman host
sounds great.
Just sits there as they're just showing this one couple get back at each other over and over and over again on Temptation Island.
Oh, I'm interested.
Well, it won't be hard to find, my friend. I can tell you that.
Ooh, this will be good.
I still prefer, Rick Lewis and Floor Wax. They did Temptation Tough Shed one time. That was pretty funny.
As long as they weren't slapping anybody with a goat hide.
Do they really welcome it, by the way? Are you sure they welcomed it, or did you just decide they welcomed it?
Hey,
thanks for the goat blood on my backside.
What do they say, Andy? The story of history is written by the winners?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
That's a good call.
I think the dudes were like, no, they like it. They're into this
They
whole
love
thing. So there you go. The history of Valentine's Day. When you're out there buying your chocolates and your roses and your teddy bears tonight, just remember, it's all about a big old Christian bleep fest. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
You know, sometimes things come together perfectly, so let's talk Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know what? If you want to have your own St. Valentine's Festival, head on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Now, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction, and this would not let you participate to the fullest in this little festival, you go, you talk to them. They've got multiple options to help you with your ED. They'll get you fixed, and then when they're fixed, once you're fixed, you can go and celebrate with the festival like they did with the Romans. You could even tell them the story of that as you wait for your results. For what they can do for you. Just remember, though, with today being Valentine's Day, if you're maybe not going to have a traditional Valentine's Day because ED is something that you're suffering from, stop. Don't punish yourself. Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let them help you with their treatments that work when pills and herbals fail. Remember, they have treatments that have success rates well over 90%, and they've been in Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule your consult today with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. First visit's $99. Does include that medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, you'll get a test dose. If the test dose isn't working in the office, then your visit is free. 5 locations throughout Colorado to help you. Fort Collins and the Springs included. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Jeff Legwell coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And we'll give you our keyword to win a $50 gift card to Safeway coming up at 4:20. Plus, we'll give away the grand prize $250 Safeway gift card. We'll announce the name at the end of the show. Andy, it is Valentine's Day today.
Kind of a wild. I wonder how often this actually happens. But you've got Valentine's Day today, and I know a lot of the schools had today off, and then they have Monday off too. I wonder how many people are leaving, judging by the traffic report we heard about how long the drive is from Golden to the tunnel of 2 hours. It seems like a lot of people are out of work early and head to the mountains for a ski weekend.
But what is it from Wadsworth to the tunnel?
Well, I mean, that adds another.
Some stop and go from Wadsworth.
That's another 30 minutes, my friend. But so it's a nice long weekend. So here's what I'm curious about. Now that we just got done with the Super Bowl a week ago, it's long been stated that the Super Bowl, ideally, and it would be easy to get here if the NFL adds its 18th game and doesn't alter the schedule by jumping to Labor Day weekend to open their season.
We are getting that 18th game, by the way.
We are. At some point, whether the players can. Now, the players, I just saw an article last week saying the players are really pushing back on it at this point. Push back all you want. They're going to throw a number that you like, and we will get the 18th
Good
game.
on you for your push. You lose everything.
That's right. But if they keep the schedule, the start time the same, which in order for this all to work organically, they'd have to do it, this would be the weekend that you'd be playing the Super Bowl. Here's my simple question to you, and text in if you'd like, 303-504-0925. But for you, Nate, I thought it was interesting because we heard a lot of folks mention around the college football championship that, man, this championship game's just too late, right? I'm just kind of out of it. Now, you know, we also live in a region that's not bleeding college football. Let's be honest. We're not in SEC country. We're not in Big Ten country.
We didn't have a team in it.
We didn't have a team in it. And there really wasn't, I'm not even really sure, a Western team, right, to maybe draw your attention or whatever.
Arizona State.
Yeah, but
when
did they get done playing? Around New Year's Day? Right?
Yeah, they lost.
I remember taking the tree down to their game.
They lost the Peach Bowl.
So
great game against Texas. Double overtime. Best game of the playoff.
I do still think there were a few people that felt like, all right, you're kind of wrapping this up too late. And I do think it was a real sentiment, Nate, because a lot of the talking heads then later said, hey, and you and I even suggested it in a short conversation in early December, stop taking the time off after the conference champions. Just start playing. Go ahead and start playing the playoff games. Just get to it. Call them bowl games. Call them whatever you want to. You don't need to take 2-3 weeks of December off before you get back to playing football.
So they took 2 weeks off because championship weekend was December 6th. The opening round games, the first game was the it was what was that Friday night game? Was that Penn State SMU?
Yeah, it was right after Christmas.
No. It was the Indiana Notre Dame game.
Okay,
was the first time. Remember, it was snowing and everything like that.
Right.
Yeah, and so they took a week off after the regular season. Or after the championship games concluded, before they started the playoff, there was so they played the 20th and the 21st. Then the quarterfinals were, the first game was New Year's Eve. That was the Boise Penn State game that was played on that Friday night. And so then they played over the next couple of days. Remember, they had to push back the Sugar Bowl because of the tragedy in New Orleans. So that got pushed back a day. Then we played the semifinals, the 9th and the 10th, and the championship game, the 20th. So all told, the 4 rounds of the college football playoff took a month to play.
But people were saying the 20th, not just Twitter this time, people I talked to, shows that I was watching, college football live on ESPN.
Yeah.
We got to speed this up. They didn't, a lot of the college football observers, I'll call them, didn't love it being that late. And that ended up being Martin Luther King Day. It won't be that day every year.
But wasn't some of it also of just like this being the first time we ever did it, we have to reconvene our thoughts on a schedule for the whole thing?
Yeah.
It's a lot of teams. It's a lot of games. So it's like, damn, this thing goes late.
And we got to get used to it.
Right.
Now, in 10 years, nobody will probably notice.
Sure.
But
in year 1, you were like, wow, we're still playing college football.
But
okay.
could there be that effect for the NFL? Like, for example, I saw some tweets leaking out. I'm assuming the Rockies, I haven't even checked because unfortunately we don't have too much to check on.
Pitchers and
they're
catchers.
down there, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is the typical weekend, as I always remember, right after Valentine's Day is usually where you get pitchers and catchers reporting. We're starting to get baseball going.
Yeah.
So I'm asking you now that we're in the moment, would pushing it to President's Day, which is this weekend, in fact, now it's not always this late of President's Day, but it is this year. And it's usually around this time, the middle of February, that you get President's Day, because the NFL's yet to have that actually fall their way, where they would have the natural day off after the Super Bowl that everybody talks. But do you still want to be wrapping up the NFL season in mid-February?
So we're adding an 18th game.
And you'd have the Super Bowl literally this weekend.
And we would naturally get to this place. Yeah, I'm good with it. This works for me. I've always wanted the Monday off after the Super Bowl. I think that people would appreciate that, because it's, again, because the Super Bowl as cultural behemoth, you get together, you have a party, you have a few drinks. Hey, wouldn't it be cool if you could do that and not have to get up and go to work the next day? I think that would be a good way to do it. It's.
But I find it interesting because you're going to go skiing tomorrow. Not to divulge all your plans, but you're going to try to get up and enjoy the mountains. You're not going to be the only one, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
At what point?
Me and all my friends will be on I-70 in the morning. It's going to be great. Can't wait.
You can text me your angry text. I'll have my phone on vibrate, won't hear any of them. But when do you kind of want your freedom back from this, if you will?
Oh,
do you know what I'm saying? Does it matter? I mean, look, it's a cold and crappy time of year. It's not like you could get out and go camping or something. At least most people aren't going to go do that. I just wonder if they were to do this and we were all to process that we'd be watching the game Sunday, is there a point where you push it past? Like some people were saying, some of the folks were saying, I'm almost losing interest in how long the college playoff is taking. Now, again, to your point, as we stretch ourselves out in the sports calendar, it goes along, we'll get more used to it.
Yeah.
But I just wonder if some people would not be look, the Super Bowl is going to get watched whenever, but President's Day being a 3-day weekend is a time for people to go find other stuff to do if they choose to.
Okay, so the NFL is
the king right now.
It's so nationalized too. And so, even without the Denver Broncos playing in the game, I have massive interest in the game. Okay, and again, that's the NFL. It's a nationally televised thing. Sure, every city or region has their team or whatever, but they belong to everyone. Okay, so one of the things that to me was a bit of a phenomenon with the college football playoff is it's still a very regionalized sport.
Fair enough.
And so, as you extend it out deeper and give more games, again, we had Ohio State and Notre Dame playing for the national championship, two states that are directly next to each other, smack in the middle of the Midwest. And again, if you like college football, you were going to watch the game anyway, but without a massive base of passion from the national perspective, does it start to lose a little bit of steam? And I think that there probably is some truth to that. I think that, quite honestly, and we live in the day and age of you can watch everything and there's so much information and it's happening in the fall. But by the time you get to the World Series, two cities care.
You're right.
And I'm a baseball fan. I care. I watched the Dodgers and the Yankees this year. But again, does everybody care? Not really. That's the huge advantage that the NFL has. I think the NBA has some of that as well, of sort of being very nationalized like that. So a lot of people are still paying attention to it at the very end. But some of these other cities that are more, or sports that are more hyper-regionalized, They don't have that benefit. Now, again, college football, you've got massive brands, and people love to bet on those games, and the games are of huge consequence. I get all of that, but let me put it this way. This is a long-winded way of being able to say, I don't think there's a humanly possible way to make the NFL season too long.
Okay. I just wonder, and I'm not sure you're wrong, and you make a great point about how much different the interest in college football is regionalized compared to the NFL, especially with what we've gone through the last couple of years, where it just feels like it's really just the Big Ten and the SEC.
Yeah.
And nobody's really playing for the big, the big trophy. I do just wonder, if you have plans on this 3-day weekend, you're going up for a day, or I don't even know how long you're going, but some people will go up and try to get the whole weekend in. Are people going to want to
also like
break from the activity to.
But also, we live
in a cold spot.
We live in the state where President's Day weekend is the biggest tourist skiing weekend of the year. Like MLK and President's Day weekend are the biggest weekends of the year at the ski resorts. Most places, they don't have crap to do right now. They're just inside and cold.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I just wondered if it would have the same.
We have the advantage because we're Colorado and we're cool.
See, again, I do wonder as we talk about the 18th game on the schedule, would they have to go back to Labor Day? Because they used to open on Labor Day, which is how we got Super Bowls at the end of January that I remember.
Yeah.
But as we get the NFL on, you'd have to push to Labor Day to open and fit 2 bye weeks in if they're going to do this. We could be looking at. I do think that the fact that the NFL season is not as long as the World Series as the baseball season, as you pointed out, is something they should strive to maybe a little bit hold on to.
Jeff Legwold, what are the Broncos going to do with all that cap space? He will tell us next. Before we get to Jeff Legwold, we need to give out the keyword for you to text in to win a $50 gift card to Safeway. Andy, today's keyword, Safeway.
Easy enough.
Safeway. Text Safeway plus your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Safeway plus your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Once you do that, you are entered for today's $50 gift card prize as well as the grand prize, $250 gift card, which we'll give away today at the end of the show. Thank you to Safeway. Jeff Legwold time here on a Friday afternoon. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. You start with a job and you end with a career. Leggy, you, before we get to a coaching hire, let's get to the sexier stuff. You took a pretty deep dive into the Broncos' need to upgrade at the wide receiver position and what they could go looking to do right there. Cortland Sutton, brilliant this season. A couple of young guys coming up, and Marvin Mims sort of finding his role over the back half of the season. Before we even get to names, though, draw out for me a profile of the kind of wide receiver that this offense would do well to add.
Well, I mean, Sean Payton's made no secret he wants them big.
Yeah.
Like very big. Like I think in a perfect world, Mims doesn't really fit his profile. And, he's never said this out loud, so I don't want to speak for him, but I think in some ways that's why Marvin Mims has been slower into the lineup than his production would seem to indicate to me. And I think, upgrade at wide receiver could simply mean they play Marvin more efficiently and figure out how to use him. I think that could be an upgrade too. And, do they think Franklin will be more involved next year? What's that look like? But I think they will look at some of the big framed guys in the draft, because again, that's one position, even in what's considered a generally weak board, you can find wide receiver help in the draft, and Devon Vele is proof of that. Is all the proof you need. I mean, look where they got Devon Vele in the draft last year, and look at his production. And he's a different type of prospect too. That's another reason you got to look at least a little bit, because he was 26 when he got here. He'll be 27, when the season starts. So he's already down the road a bit.
Sean Payton likes big wide receivers, 6'4", 220 pounds. Let's talk about T. Higgins. That's an awfully big wide receiver. That's also going to be an awfully big paycheck that he is going to require on the open market if Joe Burrow is not able to convince Bengals management to redo everybody's contract. Does T. Higgins fit the mold?
He certainly does. And I think people in the league know Sean Payton likes him an awful lot.
He had very complimentary things to say about him after Denver played Cincinnati, and he killed him that day.
Yeah, no, I think he's probably the only Bengal player Sean Payton actually approached after the game on the field. So, I think it was the old, hey, how's it going? But it is what it is.
Let me slip you my business card. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see him seek out many of other, players throughout the year like that. But, maybe it's the old, you do the look away flyby so you're not talking directly at them. And, my owners are the richest in the league,
You know what that is, Leggy? That's an early start to the legal tampering period. That's what that is.
But I think everyone I know in the league believes the Bengals will likely franchise Higgins, or at least really think about it. It's not that they've been in the past, before Jamar Chase, before Joe Burrow, much of the time they've been a little slow to react on the contract side because they're a family-run team. They don't have the resources a lot of other people do. So that is one worth watching, but people in the league still think T. Higgins will get the tag, and then it'll be, a cat fight in Cincinnati because he isn't going to like that. And, they'll go from there. But I think that's where it stands right now. But he certainly fits what he likes.
So our friend Kay Adams having Sean on and talked to them last week, as you well know, and then Kay Adams comes out this week. We played the audio yesterday saying that the Broncos could be like the Eagles, and the Eagles have unlocked the key to the Chiefs, which, hey, I'm fine if that's the case. But, Jeff, you made it real clear when we talked to you the day after the Super Bowl that the Eagles are a draft-built team. Maybe a couple savvy trades in there as well, but they're a draft-built team. Who do you think?
15 starters, Andy. 15 starters for the Eagles in the Super Bowl out of the draft.
So who do you think, will there be I don't know if showdown's the right word, but will there be a little bit of a staring contest between Sean Payton and George Payton over what we do? Because again, $30 million doesn't seem like what George Payton was talking about at the end of the year.
Yeah, I just think, that the key, the unlocking is not a secret. The best, the Chiefs the year before started 16 of their own draft guys in the Super Bowl, including both teams' quarterbacks. I mean, the draft is where the successful teams are going, and then you use free agency for the frosting on the cake, as it were. You get Barkley, and he has one of the greatest running back seasons ever. But to say that Eagles have unlocked something secret, I think, people haven't been paying attention to the last, to what the Chiefs have done with a draft-built team, to what the Ravens do annually with a draft-built team. That is the secret, yes. And if they're going to look like the Eagles, they're going to have to run the ball a hell of a lot more than they have been. So I think that's also something to consider.
Jeff Legwold is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Leggy, we did some of it this week. Everybody does it. Okay. Philadelphia Eagles just won a Super Bowl. So what did they do that everybody else can take? And you know who else does this stuff? Every single owner around the NFL who is asking their general manager, how do we do what they just did? And I feel like one of the questions is going to get asked is this now a renaissance for running backs on the open market and their paychecks because Saquon Barkley in Philly, Derrick Henry in Baltimore. I think the thing that a lot of people are forgetting is those teams were already awesome, and then they added great running backs. Yeah, but for Najee Harris, for Rico Dowdle this upcoming offseason, for Nick Chubb, who I think has a chance of being available, like Aaron Jones, what's the market going to look like for running backs? Are these guys going to benefit from what Barkley and Henry did this year?
I think they'll benefit, Nate, because that's just the way it works. And I think people slowly in the league, play callers notoriously want to look smart and look innovative because that's the pressure they get from owners, from fans. Better to lose ugly than win, or lose pretty than win ugly is often the play calling mantra around the league. But it will help those backs. And I think Aaron Jones is certainly somebody the Broncos should look at. He fits that runner receiver mode, but none of those guys are Henry or Barkley in terms of talent and production over the long haul. So, I think that's the top of the market, those two guys. And I don't think it changes the actuarial tables on 30-year-old running backs. Raheem Mostert, another 32-year-old running back now in the open market today. So, it helps them, but I don't think anyone in the league looks at this group and says there's a Barkley or a Derrick Henry in there.
All right. I asked you beginning of the week about Deebo Samuel. Would it make sense? You talked about the contract that comes with the ugly, voidable years. Now there's rumors on the internet. Maybe they just release him. If he is released, do you have a different feeling about the Broncos chatting with him?
I think my feeling's the same. I think they're going to want to know where he's at, in terms of what's the number, what's it look like. And, at the combine, a lot of things get discussed. And that certainly will be a topic going around Indy the whole time. I think the feeling that they might release him is just simply based on the cap pain is roughly the same either way. So people are making the jump. Well, if they're willing to trade him and take the hit, then they're willing to release him and take the hit. No, they want something for him. John Lynch wants something in return if he's got to give up Deebo Samuel. So I'm not to the point where I think they're really going to release him or any of that. Now, maybe that changes after I roam Indy for a week, but we'll see. But knowing John Lynch for a very long time, I don't think he's sitting in his chair right now going, yeah, we could just release him and it's the same. He's not going to feel that way.
Keep it on the theme of, again, copying off what Philadelphia likes to do. Rush 4, drop 7. Again, I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of people around the NFL that are going, well, if you're going to rush 4, there's nobody better to add to your team than Myles Garrett. Did perhaps that Super Bowl performance, Leggy, did that maybe put some more teams on the Myles Garrett chase?
Yeah, I don't know that a lot of people have played as disciplined a look as Vic Fangio does for as long a time. That ain't easy to do what he did and still disguise coverage and still be assignment sound. I mean, those two things don't go together. It's very complicated, very difficult to play. It's very, very difficult to consistently give quarterbacks a muddy picture to look at. So the degree of difficulty makes that hard to duplicate. But the rush 4 thing is always the goal.
Sure.
Even if you
want a guy that wins one-on-ones.
Even if you're simulating pressure, you don't tell them what 4 you're rushing, but if you can get away with 4, you're going to play really good defense. And Myles Garrett instantly makes any team able to do that because he takes triple teams sometimes. But it's just, it's really difficult for them to trade him to a lot of places just because of the way the contract is, the cap the cap space you need to do it. But yeah, there'll be interest. He's too good. But I can't imagine the Browns are too excited about the prospect. And, I think they're hoping, I know some folks there, and I think they're hoping that they can show him, okay, we're making some moves. We're doing what we can. Are you willing to ride along with us a little bit? One more year maybe, or whatever they got to do. He's their best player, and to give up your best
future
player
Hall
in
of
any
Famer.
trade,
He's unbelievable.
Yeah, and I don't think in this environment you're going to get Khalil Mack return for him. And that, to me, if you can't get that, then you're going to end up looking stupid.
All right, let's continue a little bit with the Eagles theme, but more draft base, okay? I don't know that the Broncos would do this. It would be a surprise, but there is word that this is a strong defensive line class. The Eagles drafted that defensive line, Leggy. Now, the Broncos haven't done that, but the guys are playing well. Could we get shocked, and could there be a defensive lineman that gets picked by the Broncos? It would be a good addition. Is there a guy that you're excited to go watch at the Combine?
Well, it's a really good class overall, Andy. You can pick up any number of names down in the, in the 20s and into the second round. It was probably the strongest position overall at the Senior Bowl, too. So there are a lot of people. There are some names in free agency they could look at as well, but they need a defensive tackle. They need an impact guy in the middle, and I think they'll be looking for that, whether that's a draft player or one of their free agency signings could well be in the defensive front. So I think that is a position to keep an eye on for sure. And, I think if you're going to be really good, you got to be willing to, quote unquote, shock people in the first round and take a non-skill player once in a while. That should be the lesson from the Eagles. Look at and even the Chiefs, look at the draft capital they expended to make the big guys better. So I always think you shouldn't just make the first and second round. Day 1 and 2 shouldn't just be the skill player zone. It should be get really good players who help you immediately. And history has shown defensive linemen produce immediately. And that is always a good place to go early in the draft.
Leggy, take us through the hiring of Darren Rizzi as the Broncos' new special teams coordinator. Not terribly surprising, another New Orleans reunion here in Denver. But specifically, tell us about Darren Rizzi and what impact he should have on the Broncos' special teams.
Well, he just brings the familiarity that, you know, he was on Peyton's staff for three of his years in New Orleans were with Peyton. And, you know, it was weird. I know some of the New Orleans Saints coaches, and they were in this weird limbo. Many of them were waiting to hear their fate. You know, now, you know, Kubiak has gone to Seattle. They allowed him to do that. But some of the guys were sort of in this weird limbo. And Rizzi was one of them. He had been interviewed for the head coaching job as the interim, but he was one of the guys who was kind of caught up in the weird, we got to wait till they announce a head coach. So that's why this kind of looked odd from the outside. It's where Sean Payton's wanted to go. I mean, they told Chris Banjo, I've had multiple people inside the building tell me they basically told Chris Banjo, we don't think you're ready for the job, so we're looking elsewhere. And that's why he went to the Jets. So this has been the move, and they just had to wait for Kellen Moore to be introduced and for Rizzi to be formally told you didn't get the job, even though the rumors about Kellen Moore were swirling, you know, forever, it seemed like. But that's why this took a little longer than you would have expected, but this was his top target all along.
Darren Rizzi, the new special teams coach for the Denver Broncos. Hopefully he can teach the guys how to block on field goals. Jeff Legwold, everybody, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. You read Jeff Legwold at ESPN.com. His latest is up on the hiring of Darren Rizzi right now, but a great long-form piece on Sean Payton's pursuit of wide receiver talent from this week that was great that you should read. Leggy, well done as always, man. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas.
All right. The great Jeff Legwold with us right there. So, yeah, Andy, Kellen Moore was hired by New Orleans, as we know, which means that the coach hiring cycle is done. I have a really weird criteria for telling you who the next emerging NFL contender is going to be based on this hiring cycle, but I'm also convinced that my formula is correct.
Oh, can't wait to hear this.
I will tell you which hire will put his team over the top the fastest. Plus, text the word Safeway to 303-504-0925. You got a couple of minutes left to get in. That's Safeway to 303-504-0925, plus your first and last name, and you will be entered to win a $50 gift card to Safeway, as well as the $250 grand prize. Again, Safeway, the number to text, 303-504-0925. Sorry, Vic, I was in on Jamal all year, so it is you people. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Lot of great auctions available to bid right now at roller.bid. They got the local bakery, sports bar, and government restaurant equipment auction. Check that one out. Plus, today, bidding is now available on the government computers, police evidence, general surplus, and more auction. Yes, there is an unbelievable inventory of stuff at roller.bid that you can bid on right now. Genie Man lifts, audio equipment, automotive equipment, drones, generators, power tools, bicycles, sporting goods, landscape equipment, IT and electronics, comic books and trading cards. All right, and much more. Right now in that government computers, police evidence, general surplus, and more auction, lot 62 has a Callaway X Series golf bag and Callaway golf club set. Driver 3-wood, hybrid 6-iron sand wedge. That's right. Some good irons in there. 52 and 60-degree wedges, plus an Odyssey white hot putter. Check it all out at roller.bid. Get a great deal on a beautiful set of Callaway golf clubs. Again, that's roller.bid. Check it out right now. Roller auctions, government computers, police evidence, general surplus, and more. Hell yeah, getting heavy on a Ska Friday. Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You got a couple of minutes left to text in the keyword Safeway to 303-504-0925 to be entered to win a $50 Safeway gift card. We'll also give away the grand prize $250 Safeway gift card coming up later in the show today. Safeway is your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. Beautiful flower arrangements, savory chocolates, and more. So if you haven't picked up anything yet, you're on your way home. Stop by Safeway. Take care of it. Everything you need. You can make it easy with delivery or pickup. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. All right, Andy. I've got the full list of coaching hires from this coaching cycle. Okay?
Yep, let's do it.
Aaron Glenn to the Jets, Kellen Moore to the Saints, Mike Vrabel in New England, Pete Carroll is the new coach of the Raiders, Liam Cohen to the Jags, Shotty Shots to the Cowboys, Brian Schottenheimer, and Ben Johnson to the Bears. God, it feels like he was hired 6 years ago. So there you go. That's the full list right here. Which of those coaches, Andy, do you think most likely to succeed in their new locale?
Great question. I like Aaron Glenn. There's something about Aaron Glenn that I like. And if they're gonna strip it down and give him time, I'd be curious to see if he can't pull a Dan Campbell, right?
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Yeah.
Jets are tough. The Johnson family, if you laid out there, it's a weird deal.
I worry about him in that organization.
I do.
Yeah.
I do as well.
Situation is often large, plus you don't have a quarterback. I think Aaron Glenn has a chance to be a good NFL coach. Tough place to win.
Yeah. Look, Ben Johnson's the obvious answer because he's already got Caleb Williams to work with, who I don't think is a complete disaster. I think you got to fix some things, but I think he can.
He just needs coaching.
He just needs some coaching. And you got a pretty good roster.
Yeah, you need somebody to run a professional football operation, which hopefully Johnson's able to do.
But he came in cocky. I wonder if that'll bite him.
Uh-huh.
You know, kind of calling out LaFleur right away. Now I get it. You're probably just playing to the hometown team, but
yeah,
you're also going against your mentor in that same division. I think that could be interesting for him. I don't know if a clear-cut guy. I think Pete Carroll, much to Broncos fans, probably don't want to hear it, but I think I've said it before. I think Pete Carroll becomes their John Fox. Now, I don't know if he's going and getting them to the Super Bowl. I don't know that he's going and getting them completely fixed.
Stabilize
but I think he makes them competitive.
Stabilize
yeah,
it. Yeah,
we're not going to be dealing with what are you doing? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, Sean Payton took over a bad team here in Denver. Right away, he won 8 games because he just knows what the hell he's doing.
Right, and so I think there's a little of that going on with them.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. My question for you real quick is this, though. Why would you go hire Kellen Moore instead of Vic Fangio? Why would you go hire Kellen Moore instead of Steve Spagnuolo? Why are teams so allergic to hiring defensive coaches?
He hasn't failed anywhere yet.
All right.
That's a part of it. There's the defensive coach and the retread thing.
Right. But
and Kellen's younger. So there's that's always going to be the advantage when it comes to head coach hiring is young offensive guy over crusty old defensive guy. And so it's a fair question. I think if Fangio would have had a quarterback here in Denver, I think he could have done something. I think he could have had a chance to win here. He has said as much. He never did.
And look, he may just want to be.
He had this team playoff ready with Teddy Bridgewater. He really did.
He did. Well, yeah, remember until
really
he
did.
got hurt in that Cincinnati game and everything went south. I just am saying, and maybe Fangio's accepted, and maybe he really is just better as a DC. I just don't understand why you're going to. There's 2 guys that have coached now Super Bowl defenses, and you don't want to talk to either one of them?
Yeah.
That just was weird.
So
go ahead. Tell me why you know. Give me the formula, the Nate Kreckman formula for predicting such success.
Yeah, you gave all the wrong answers, but I'm not surprised by that.
Sure.
Yeah. We shouldn't be surprised by that.
You like yourself the dude in Jacksonville. That's your guy. Cohen?
So I do, but for a very specific reason, okay? What have we learned in recent years, okay?
The guy with the worst opening press conference is going to the Super Bowl?
If we have learned anything from Nick Sirianni and Dan Campbell, it is show up, weird everybody out, make the entire room uncomfortable, make everybody think
that
you have no clue what the hell you're doing.
Right.
And you're on your way to contender status, baby. That's how it's done. If anybody doesn't remember,
we're going to verbally, are we going to audioally?
Nick Sirianni when Nick Sirianni was hired to be the coach of the Eagles, this guy's been to 2 Super Bowls. He has won one of them.
And many think he should have won both.
He lost by 2,
I know.
35-33.
Yep.
Yeah. Nick Sirianni's opening press conference, he said this.
Next thing that's very important to me is that we build a smart football team, that we have a smart football team here. And I know we have the people in place to do that. The first part of that, the first part of being smart is knowing what to do. We're going to have systems in place that are easier to learn. All right, complicated to the defense or offense that they're going against, or the special teams group they're going against, but easy for us to learn. Because when we can when we can learn our system and we can get good at our system, then our talent can take over. Less thinking equals talent take over, but we need to have systems in place.
Less thinking equals talent takeover. One of the most important ways to be smart, Andy, is to know what to do.
Yeah, and easy.
Yeah.
It's easy for
you
to be smart if it's easy.
But it's hard for them.
But it's hard for them.
Uh-huh.
But it's easy because you know.
That was how he started. And that guy.
The first part of being smart is knowing what to do.
It is.
Yeah.
I agree with him.
We were like, what the hell is going on with this?
Thinking
First off,
equals talent take over.
Remember, not a lot of us knew. Now, another reason why Cohen's a good pick is not a lot of us knew who Sirianni was.
It's true.
We're like, where'd you dig this up?
There you go. Remember Dan Campbell's introductory press conference?
Please refresh my memory.
Let's bite some kneecaps with this damn weirdo.
All right, and so this team's going to be built on, we're going to kick you in the teeth, all right, and when you punch us back, we're going to smile at you, and when you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off, all right, and we're going to stand up, and then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down, all right, and on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap, and we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down, and when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you. Before long, we're going to be the last one standing, all right, that's going to be the mentality.
So let's recap what we just heard there.
Yeah.
First off, we always go with biting kneecaps. We forget he was talking about taking the kneecap clean off. Now, I don't know who we're fighting, okay? And I'm not going to tell you I'm the biggest MMA fighter or fighter fan out there. I think if you were to take one kneecap off, I don't know who the hell you're fighting that hasn't debilitated them. But in his scenario there, you come back up with biting the kneecap. You take 2 shots, you're back down.
Mm-hmm.
On your way back up, the other kneecap's gone. So you're now fighting something with no kneecaps.
You are.
But you're taking 3 shots. Apparently, whatever this person or whoever this is, they deliver a hell of a blow because you're back again. Now you're just free to take whatever chunk you want.
You're fighting the Black Knight from Monty Python is what you're doing. And
there you go.
Yeah. We'll call it a draw. That's the guy that you're fighting now. So, in case anybody forgot, like Dan Campbell, again, we heard that and we were like, the hell is this meathead talking about? They're 15-2 this year.
He's been biting a lot of kneecaps off.
Your entire defense got hurt.
Or it could have been different.
And you lost to the Manders, but the Lions still have a top, 4 roster in the NFL. They're contending this year. They could win it all next year. You keep Aiden Hutchinson on the field. You don't lose 11 dudes off your defense. You got a chance. So Liam Cohen is the new coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And, they have a chant there. They say Duval, okay? Because it's Duval County, that whole thing. And Liam Cohen decided I'll try and butter up my fans, show them I'm one of them. I can chant Duval. I can do it. The problem was it sounded like this.
Jacksonville, the community, Duval.
Weird face, too. Real weird face.
Yeah, the eyes were beyond creepy.
Weird face.
Don't look at me that way, dude.
Uh-huh.
Don't look at anybody that way.
Yeah.
Awkward. Don't look at a plate of macaroni that way.
But I don't remember a single other soundbite from one of the introductory press conference where I was like, that's cringe.
Yeah.
No,
what's this guy's deal?
Liam Cohen has won the head coaching press conference circuit by being the biggest weirdo out there. Trevor Lawrence is on his way to winning an MVP, and the Jags are going to an AFC championship game in the next 2 years if we're to believe the criteria of when you get hired, you have to sound like an idiot.
Duval.
Look, I can't argue against it. You and I made a lot of fun of Sirianni and Campbell.
How'd that work out?
And
for
look
us?
who's laughing now.
Exactly.
Not us.
Mm-hmm. Liam Cohen. Put this man in Canton. He's on his way. He knew. He knew what he was doing.
I'm a big ham guy.
Forgot about that drop.
See, he likes the bone-in ham we were talking about
He does.
yesterday.
He does. Dan Campbell would eat a bone-in ham.
Spiral cut, all that. Yeah.
Sure would. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was cool. Look out for the Jags, everybody. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here to tell you about my friends over at Colorado Off-Road and their exciting new product. The topper is the Workforce Pro. This is for contract workers that need a little more sturdier topper for your truck. They can fit it up with different options, as Jerry was telling you yesterday, but it's the Workforce Pro, and Colorado Off-Road is an exclusive dealer of the Workforce Pro. So if you're looking for one of these toppers to make your life easier as a contractor, whatever else you got going on, Colorado Off-Road is your place. Now, let's say you're like me. You probably know from my history, I am no contractor. I'm just a dude driving a truck. If you're a dude or gal driving a truck, or maybe you got a 4x4, you need the accessories. Colorado Off-Road's the place too, whether it's the bed covers, the step rails. Look, a lot of winter left. You don't want to have the cabin destroyed when you're done. I've got my my WeatherTech floor liners from Jerry as I got the truck. It's amazing how much stuff it's saved at the inside of the vehicle. He's got those, the remote starts. We know the cold weather won't be done. It's all at Colorado Off-Road. Go give them a visit today. You want to call Jerry about one of these Workforce Pro toppers, 303-761-1264. Visit them at cooffroad.com or find the showroom 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street.
Before we get to the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, which we will do here in just a moment, it's time to announce the winner of our $50 Safeway gift card. You've been texting Safeway plus your first and last name to 303-504-0925, but it is time to give away today's $50 gift card. Don't forget we have a $250 grand prize that we'll give away today at the end of the show. But Spring, who is winning $50 to Safeway?
That would be Bud Driver Buff.
Bud Driver Buff. Well done, Bud. Driver.
I think he drives Budweiser beer around town.
Our
His name's
guy.
Buff.
Yeah, good for him.
We sure he's not just a weed dealer?
It could be weed.
One of those Bud drivers. Anyway, way to go, Buff. You have won yourself a $50 gift card to Safeway. Let's hit it, Spring. We have got NFL news. Let's go.
It's the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. So the Stars have aligned with the Saints hiring Kellen Moore as their head coach. That means Darren Rizzi, the interim head coach who took over for Dennis Allen and their former special teams coordinator, could move elsewhere, and he has moved to the Denver Broncos.
The Broncos!
He is the Broncos' new special teams coordinator. Let's remember Darren Rizzi, the day of him getting his first win as an interim head coach with the New Orleans Saints.
No, man, I'm a pretty open guy, so this is how my day started. I get down here to the stadium, I get down here to Superdome, I go in the head coach's locker room, which I've never used before, right? So here I am early in the morning, I go to the bathroom, and this is how my day started. I clogged the toilet. And I'm like, this is going to be a crappy day, pun intended.
A lot of movement in that story right there, Spring. Yeah, he's moved to the Broncos, and he's known for his movements. When he became the interim coach, he got his own head coach's office, Andy, which comes with a private bathroom. George Costanza will tell you the value of a private bathroom. Now that he's got to go back to assistant coach life, is the Riz man going to be okay here in Denver?
He'll be fine. It's the other assistant coaches that may want to head on in first, if you will. Sheldon Cooper on Big Bang Theory had a bathroom schedule that he famously would make for everybody.
Okay.
May need to go that route. Maybe need to call Sheldon up and get that on the books.
Hey, Broncos led the league in punt returns last season. Marvin Mims, a Pro Bowler once again. Lutzy had himself a great season, kicked 31 field goals this year. Broncos special teams are in a good spot. Obviously, a couple of high-profile mistakes. You had the issue against Kansas City on the field goal block. You had the fair catch interference that happened in the Charger game, and then they hit the free kick field goal, which was awesome. But, yeah, the Riz man coming to Denver. Sean Payton just gets another one of his guys.
Band is getting back together. They just added the sax player now.
Okay.
They already had the drummer, the bassist, the guitarist. Yeah. Now the sax player's coming along.
The big man, Clarence Clemens, is
Keys.
here.
Maybe he's Keys.
Let's go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Travis Hunter will be attending the NFL Scouting Combine starting 10 days from now, February 24th. He is listed as a defensive back at the Combine.
Not surprised.
Yeah, so he wants to play both sides. If he wants to play both sides of the ball, you pretty much have to list as DB, right? Because you can play spot duty on offense. You can't really do that on defense. You gotta play. If you're a corner, you play all the time.
Well, and isn't it a little bit about the drills you're going to run through, too? I mean, the receiver drills are different than the DB drills. I'm telling you, I still think he's a better DB than receiver. I know that's not the most popular opinion, but I do think he is. And at the end of the day, I think being a DB gets him drafted higher. Now, getting him being a receiver would get him paid higher. Mm-hmm. So that's why once he's on a team, he wants to be allowed to play. But I'd tell anybody that is interested in this topic, go back to, what was it, around, I think, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day.
Yeah.
Jeff Legwald talked to Champ Bailey, and Champ said there's just going to be, again, he's got to make it to all the meetings. Champ, and I think a lot of guys are rooting for him to be able to play both sides of the football.
Yeah.
They just wonder if the way the NFL works, the meetings and all the stuff the coaches require, if they're really going to let him do it.
Yeah, if he's going to play both sides, he's got to commit more to corner. If he was picking one or the other, I would say take receiver all day long. You just make more money. But if the goal is to play two ways, I think he's doing it right. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, the Eagles had their Super Bowl parade in Philadelphia today. Let's hit a couple of audio clips from this. A.J. Brown took to the podium at the rally, and he said this.
They said I was a diva. They said all I care about was stats. If you're going to get all those things wrong about me, but one thing you can get right. I'm a champion.
My stats suck because Jalen Hurts is my quarterback, so now I'm a champion. Well done, A.J.
You
Brown.
are a champion. You're still a little bit of a diva. You can be both. It's okay.
That's okay.
It's all right.
Did he bring his book? I
I
didn't
know.
see.
Did you have the book? Did you read? You should have read from the book. Did
Yes.
you read from the book, Spring? Maybe just a passage?
A passage, perhaps. What else happened out there at the parade, Spring?
A couple of Eagles personnel folk got hit in the head with beer cans
They
today.
sure did.
One was Cooper DeJean. He took a beer can to the forehead. So did their GM, Howie Roseman, and he had a big cut on his forehead. You could see it when he took to the podium, and Howie Roseman said this.
I bleed for this city. Go Eagles! Our players, our staff have done an unbelievable job. We are two-time world champs, and we're coming back strong. Go Birds!
Good job by him, too.
You got to know your audience,
I am
man.
just here. I'm going to yell for you, and I'm doing this quick and getting out of here. I need some attention.
You got to know your audience. I bleed for this city. Eagles will eat it up 100%. The guy's a great GM. He's probably got enough booze in him, too, that it's not that bad. Tomorrow morning when that guy wakes up
He's
and
going
he's
to
got
not
a
like it.
goose egg growing out of his forehead, he's going to be like, I hate these people.
Yeah.
That's one of those, hey, Super Bowl, in any championship break, we stop with the beer throwing. It doesn't feel safe.
Well-
Jokic's wife got dotted in the face, remember?
Yeah, well, I think, look, a number of people got hit. It wasn't just these two.
Yeah.
And fans kept throwing beers as if these guys are paying attention to them. Stop, like you said.
Yeah, they're not looking.
They're not looking
There's
at you.
1,000 people
Right.
out there. It's again, it's like don't throw things at the band while they're performing.
Right.
They're kind of concentrating on other things. So, yeah, don't also, like, they have beer.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
Keep yours.
Right.
Yours. They've got free beer.
Not
Keep
a-
the one you had to purchase.
Not everybody is Stone Cold Steve Austin just looking to catch a beer and then chug the thing. So stop throwing the beer. That was a good Howie Roseman, that was good, though. A.J. Brown, that was good. I don't know if any of them were Eric Johnson good.
No, none of them was that good.
But they were, that was still strong out there today.
That is legendary.
These guys, everyone has a story,
guy.
right? Everyone has
guy.
a story. And I could go through every guy and the sacrifices they made for our team.
Love you, buddy.
God, it's just so dad at a wedding. Love it.
Is Brucey B going anywhere?
Hell
Hell no. Hey, we running the back. We running the back. Oh, yeah. Come on. Get loud. Get loud.
You know, the way the results notwithstanding, I still love that. Process over results, okay? Malone showed up. He made his pitch.
He partied.
He was raging. Obviously, Bruce Brown sobered up in the morning and said, Indiana's going to give me what?
Yeah.
See you guys. Hometown discount, what? I can't hear that. I still love that clip. It's still perfect. We got to run this bleep back.
Fortunately, the narrator said no, they wouldn't.
No, they wouldn't. That salary cap. That's the problem. Is that pesky salary cap?
The
Andy?
darn cap.
It's always sober.
Yeah,
that's the problem with that thing.
Yeah, it's the accountant waiting for you.
It really is.
It's that Dallas GM walking around taking beers out of hands.
You trashed how many hotel rooms? Let me show you the bill. And finally, Spring.
High five.
So the Super Bowl was just in New Orleans. Next year's Super Bowl will be in Santa Clara, where the Broncos won their Super Bowl 50. Then L.A. the year after that. Then Atlanta the year after that. And it looked like maybe Nashville was going to get the 2029 Super Bowl because they will be, it'll be like year 2 of their brand new stadium that they're spending a bunch of money on. But no, it looks like, according to reports, according to the Sports Business Journal, that the 2029 Super Bowl will be back in Las Vegas.
Tom Brady effect?
Could be. I just think Vegas is a fun town to have a Super
It's
Bowl
also,
in.
yeah,
and
it's just Vegas.
Yeah, it's Vegas. It's New Orleans. I do think the Super Bowl.
I've made the argument many times. If you wanted to have the Super Bowl in Vegas every single year, just do it.
Well, this is why I think the NFL ought to just pot a little money and take the Chargers back to San Diego because that was another great town. Just find the great towns that have a bowl game in and go do it.
Billion hotel rooms in Las Vegas, billion things to do, billion places to party. Perfect place to go and have a Super Bowl.
Nashville's fun. Don't get me wrong; it's a fun city. Quite honestly, though, I don't understand what's wrong with their stadium. That's a pretty nice stadium. So whatever.
Aren't they getting a new one?
Yeah, I can't believe they are. Yeah. It's called Nissan Stadium, or at least it was when I was there. It's a dang nice building.
Darn nice. Gad darn nice building. We'll take a break. When we come back, Jamal Murray scored 55. Where does that stand in the all-time great offensive performances in Denver sports history? We'll tell you next.
Dadgummit!
Want to reiterate those numbers I gave you earlier. Since returning from injury mid-December, remember he missed that 2-game stretch, including the loss in Washington. That still happened. But since returning from that little mini injury, and there's been, one-offs that he's missed here and there, but he's played 31 games. Jamal Murray, 23.6 assists, 4 rebounds per game, and he's rounding up, shooting 50, 40, 90 right now. That's what he has been since mid-December. So while the season was a slow start, bit of a awkward beginning to the year, coming off injury, coming off bad playoffs, coming off bad Olympics, this team has played 55 games, and for the last 31 that Jamal Murray has been on the floor, he's been excellent, including and culminating in him going for 55 the other night. This team's in great shape. Schedule's going to get tougher coming out of the break. We know that, but this team is in great shape. So, Andy, he goes for 55 points. Gave you the numbers yesterday on the show. It is the third highest scoring output in a single game in Nuggets history. David Thompson still has the franchise record. April 9th of 78, went for 73. Joker, ironically, scored 56 in that loss at Washington. That sucks.
It does.
That's so stupid. But yeah, he was 22 of 39 from the floor that night. 3 of 6 from 3. By the way, David Thompson, that was pretty 3-point line when he went for 73.
Really?
Uh-huh. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. He was 28 of 38 from the floor, 17 to 20 from the line. He added 7 rebounds and 2 assists. He did manage to find 2 open teammates that night. Did the great David Thompson, but he went for 73. So Jamal with 55, that is in his career, 4th time going for 50 or more. 2 of them were in the bubble. But Andy, let's go through the great offensive performances in Denver sports history. Broncos. Do you know who has the single game passing yardage record in a single game?
Is it Cutler?
Jake Plummer.
Of course.
Halloween against Atlanta, 04.
Oh, man.
Michael Vick was unreal that day. But don't forget, the Snake threw for 499, 4 tutties and 3 picks, including a pick 6.
Yeah, I remember that game because it was just back and forth and back and forth. They also had a pretty high-flying one like that with the Eagles, I want to say, that year too. But that was, yes.
Peyton Manning, October 5th of 2014, threw for 479 and a 41-20 to win over Arizona. He had 4 tutties that day.
Really? That was his best game of 2014, even over the Niners and Chargers that year that led to all the – because I think the Niners was the touchdown record and the Chargers was when he got mad for them showing Phillip Rivers on the screen.
By passing yardage, that was his best in a Bronco uniform. The 3rd highest passing yardage game in Broncos history, Andy. September 26th, 2010. In a 27-13 loss in Indianapolis, Kyle Orton slinging it for 476. 37 of 57.
Give me the date of it again.
September 26, 2010. Was that the Brandon Marshall 22-catch game?
No, because I thought that was late in the year, but you might be right. No, because that was the Brandon Marshall game was 2009.
Okay.
What?
No, actually, no, you're right about that. The Broncos' leading receiver that day was Jabbar Gaffney.
Of course it was. The former Patriot. What a shock.
12 catches for $140 that day for Jabbar Gaffney. But yeah, Kyle for 476. Gus Frerotte.
Random 10s from the Broncos for 1,000, Alex. Gus Frerotte had a good day. Let me guess. That would have been 2000?
2000 against San Diego. 462. Manning also threw for 462 September 5th, 2013 against Baltimore.
Yeah, that was the opening game.
That was the 7-touchdown game. Yes, by passing touchdowns, that is the Bronco record. 7 touchdowns in week 1 of 2013, coming off of the dreadful loss against Baltimore. And then the Ravens come in, and remember the Joe Flacco banner on the stadium that everyone was big mad about. Manning went out and threw for 7 that day. There have been let's see, 5 games of 5 touchdown passes. Elway did it in 84 against Minnesota. Gus Frerotte did it in that Charger game. Manning did it twice at Kansas City in 2013, at Oakland in 2014, and Andy, the great Frank Tripucka, the other number 18, threw 5 touchdown passes against Buffalo in October of 1962.
Can't say I remember the Tripucka game.
You missed that one? Mm-hmm. Yes, his son, the great Kelly Tripucka, played for the Hornets. Let's see. Rushing yardage, single-game rushing yardage record.
Was that Clinton Portis against the Kansas City Chiefs?
It was Mike Anderson.
Against the Saints.
Against the Saints in
Rookie
2000, ran for 251 and 4 tutties in one day. Pretty good day if you had Mike Anderson on your fantasy team. Clinton Portis, his record was 228 against Arizona in 2002. Noshawn ran for 224 at New England in 2013. Broncos lost that game in overtime, if you recall.
Do you remember that game, too? Because that was where Belichick said, we ain't letting Manning beat us. You can have your little shotgun runs all day long.
Yeah, it was light boxes, and Noshawn, was running against 4 and 5 in the box
they
all
were in
day.
the shotgun. They were spread. It was
Mhm.
almost like a college running back day.
Clinton Portis ran for 218 December of 2003.
That was KC.
Terrell Davis had a whole bunch of 200-yard rushing games, including his record was 215 against Cincinnati in 1997.
Yeah, all right.
Rushing tutties, that is Clinton Portis against Kansas City in 2003. 5 rushing touchdowns that day in his 218-yard game. Mike Anderson scored 4 rushing touchdowns in his 251-yard day. C.J. Anderson has 2 3-touchdown games. Mike Anderson's got 1. Otis Armstrong, Tatum Bell's got 1. TD had a bunch of them. Noshawn had 1, but there you go. That's 3 touchdown games in Bronco history.
I'll tell you this.
On the ground, specifically.
What I remember about the Clinton Portis day, because I can't even remember who his quarterback was in 2003. I should be able to. It probably was still Greasy at the time. Was Plummer? It might have even been Plummer. Portis was amazing. I mean, amazing.
It was Plummer that day.
That was the Trent Green, Priest Holmes, Dante Hall, Kansas City Chiefs. They were a machine.
Yeah, Trent Green had a day too. He threw for 397.
It's an incredible. If that game would ever come on TV, just watch it if you like offense. It was a lot of fun that day.
Single game receiving yardage record, Broncos history. Do you know who has it?
Yardage?
Yeah, yardage. Receiving yardage.
Is it DT?
Demarius Thomas, October 5th, 2014 against Arizona.
There you go.
That was also the huge Peyton Manning day that day. But DT for 226 in the air. Second highest in franchise history. Again, this is all in honor. We're celebrating great offensive performances with Jamal going for 55 yesterday. Shannon Sharp went for 214 in Kansas City in 2002.
Really?
Broncos won an OT.
Who was that the quarterback? Was that again? Because if Plummer was 03, I think that was still
Would have been
Greasy.
Would have been Greasy that day, right?
Wow.
Yeah, it was Greasy.
That tells you how great guys like Sharp and Smith, their greatness is proven by how many quarterbacks they had big days with.
Greasy threw for 376 that day. That aforementioned Jabbar Gaffney game, 213 yards for Jabbar Gaffney in a loss to Kansas City. Rod Smith had a 208-yard game, and Brandon Marshall in the famous 21-catch game went for 200 yards. So there have been 5 200-yard receiving games in Broncos history, but DT's got the record.
Now, hold on, because give me the date on, since you have the Marshall on the list now, wasn't that December
13th, 09? Yeah.
Because I think that's the last game he played. Remember it? He kind of shut it down after that.
You might be right.
Upset McDaniels. And basically his agent said, you're done.
Wasn't there the day in practice he was punting the ball?
Yeah, I think that was after that. Like, he just started screwing around, got suspended.
There's another day he didn't tie his shoes.
Yeah, and I think his agent, I don't know, he just basically got the idea that I've done all I need to get a fat contract. I'm out of here.
Is history on the side of Brandon Marshall because he hated McDaniels first?
Well, it was, but in part it's because
I guess Cutler really hated him.
Yeah, Cutler
first.
got frustrated with him, right? Well, yeah, Cutler hated McDaniels first. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I don't know. Brandon could have been.
Brandon was along for the ride. He
God,
got there
could have been
eventually.
so good if he wanted to just lock in. He never just fully did.
Never played in the playoffs.
I know.
His entire career.
Which is crazy.
He's one of the great NFL players to have never played a playoff snap.
This isn't the day for it, but one day we could go back and relitigate what you could have done with all the draft picks you got for Cutler and Marshall. But today is not the day.
That's a fun show.
So there you go.
Receiving touchdown record. You know who has the Broncos single-game receiving touchdown record?
DT?
Eric Decker.
Really?
December 1st, 2013, 4 tutties in Kansas City.
Well, there you go.
Yes. Pretty good game
Good
that
for
day.
Eric.
Yeah. There have been a handful, actually a pretty lengthy handful of 3 touchdown games. I believe the last to do it was Jerry Jeudy in 2022 against Kansas City. Jeudy had a 3 touchdown game that day. 8
Gosh,
catches
remember when the Broncos owned Kansas City?
for 73 yards. Well,
you don't. You probably don't. Not recently. Not for a decade.
That was 2022, so that was still prime Chiefs.
Remember,
ownage.
that was
Chiefs won that day. Don't worry.
But that also was that in KC or was that against?
That was at home.
Yeah,
against
you know what
the
that
Chiefs.
was? That was Coach. I think.
You're right.
Almost getting to him. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Rosberg. There you go.
I don't think we wanted him to win that day because I think we were full in tank and get a better draft pick by that point.
Eddie Mack had 2 3-touchdown games. Shannon Sharp had 3 3-touchdown games. DT did it twice. The great Al Carmichael did it once back in 1960. Deep cuts right there. Rod Smith had 1 3-touchdown game against Cleveland in 2000 in a 44-10 Broncos victory. This is good stuff right here, man. This is going way back. Celebrating.
Well, and you keep pointing out things from 2013, guys with multiple TDs and big yardage game. It's why that offense was so good.
It's the greatest offense statistically in the history of the NFL. And then what happened? All right. Single game points record, Avalanche history. For the sake of the discussion, I cut off the search at 95-96. We're not going back to the Stasneys and the Quebec days on this. So this isn't franchise. This is just Colorado Avalanche since 95-96. Single game points record, Andy. That's goals plus assists.
Forsberg.
Peter Forsberg has 2 6-point games.
Woo!
He did it in 99 against Florida and 03 against Nashville. Milan Hajduk did it against St. Louis in a 9-5 victory in 07. I don't remember that game. That's awesome, though. And Sakic had a 6-point game in 96 against Edmonton in a 7-2 victory. That was a goal and 5 assists that day by Super Joe.
Nice.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Yeah, so 4 6-point games.
No McKinnon in there, huh?
No. Nathan McKinnon, his record is 5, which he did as recently as he did it this year, didn't he? Yeah, he did it against Seattle.
There you go.
This year. Oh, and he did it again in Pittsburgh. He has 2 5-point games this year.
Yeah, man, it's kind of wild. You just went through the 6-point games, and there's no Mikko, there's no Nate, and there's no Makar.
Mm-hmm. Rantanen has a couple of 5-point games. Most recently this season, also that Pittsburgh game that we just mentioned with McKinnon. They both had 5 points that day. Unbelievable. Sakic put up 5 points a whole lot. But that's goals plus assists. Single game goals record, franchise history.
Single game goals.
No, not franchise history because I'm not including Quebec.
It's fine.
Avalanche.
I know what you mean. We're talking our era for anybody out there. I'm going to say Sakic.
Nathan McKinnon has 2 4-goal games.
Nice.
Yep.
Sakic was more the sniper, so that kind of surprises me.
December of 23 against Ottawa and January of 24 against Washington.
How about Hajduk? Is he on that list somewhere?
Let's see. In terms of then they start going into hat tricks, and there's 1,000 of them.
Oh, okay.
But only one dude has ever gone beyond the hat trick and had a 4-goal game.
Old Nate,
and that
Nate
is
Dogg.
the great Nathan McKinnon. Let's see. Baseball. Again, we're talking great individual offensive games. So actually, I'm kind of I was going to skip the Rockies, but we got time. Let's have a little bit of fun with
the
it.
Blake Street Bombers have had a few days, right?
Yeah.
Benny Castillo's probably had a day. Larry Walker,
Sure.
Todd Helton.
Oh, they play at Coors Field.
Right.
They've
right.
put up massive numbers low over the years.
Chris Bryant's in there. Oh, wait.
He's in there as in he's in the locker room. He's in the clubhouse.
Yeah, well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, just RBIs. I just pulled up RBIs. There have been 4 8 RBI games in Rockies history. 3 of them have been at Coors. 1 was on the road. That's fun. All right, so one of these names is not like the other. Big Cat, 96.
Nice.
At home against the Dodgers. 13-1 Rockies victory that day. Big Cat, 3 for 4, couple of bombs, 8 ribbies. Matt Holliday, September 05. Against the Padres. Oh, that was the 20-1 game. Remember that?
I do.
He was 4 of 5, 2 bombs, 8 ribbies. Larry Walker did it on the road.
Okay.
April of 99 in St. Louis. A 4 for 5. Let's see. That was a 3 home run day with 8 ribbies.
So far you got rid of the usual suspects. Give me the year of the 4th.
Okay.
And let me see if I can figure out who it would be.
It was September of 2003.
Clint Barmas?
No.
Garrett Atkins?
Again, one of these. Honestly, when I saw it, I was like, I barely remember this guy playing for the Rockies. You remember?
And it's not the great Preston Wilson.
Ronnie Belliard.
No, we'd be here all night.
Ronnie
if you
Belliard.
and I needed me to guess that to get out of this room, we'd have died in here. I don't even remember that was a person.
Ronnie Belliard.
Belliard
Played 1 year for the Rocks, and he had an 8 ribby game that day against the Padres.
Holy cow.
20-1.
What did he do after that? Anything?
He continued his journey playing for almost every single major league team.
Dude, one day we need to do the greatest one-offs ever. Best game of the life, only to never be heard from again.
I mean,
because that feels like that Ronnie Belliard, that feels like one of those type of games.
8 RBI day and a 20-1 victory at Coors Field. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Holy cow.
Career day for Ronnie
Belliard.
You know what, though? Like, that's baseball.
It is.
Again, that's...
Everybody gets their day.
Rando dude that you completely forgot existed. And he's got his moment.
I told you, I still remember Craig House, his 100-plus fastball that worked for 3 weeks until a couple people got a second look at him, and then it did not work anymore.
Ronnie Belliard, 1 year with the Rockies amongst a 13-year major league career.
All right, how about the Nuggets? Because we got the 55. Now, you went over some of these yesterday already, but we got the 55 for Jamal.
Again, it was 73 for David Thompson, 56 for Joker, 55 for Jamal. I'll give you every 50-point game in franchise history. Michael Adams went for 54, 91 against Milwaukee. Alex English, 54, 85 against Houston. Joker, 53, playoffs at Phoenix. Remember, they lost. Mahmoud, 51 at Utah in 95. English had a 51-point game in Miami in 89. Iverson, the 51-point game against the Lakers that I told you about yesterday when he had 49 through 3 quarters. Kiki went for 51 against Detroit in 83. Carmelo had 2 50-point games, one in 09, one in 2011. God, that must have been right before the trade.
Yeah.
February of 2011, he was moved a couple of weeks later.
He would, because remember, he was still Nugget at the All-Star break.
Yeah.
That's all anybody talked about during the All-Star break. And then I think he went on David Letterman.
Okay.
He was either Letterman or Conan, one of the late night talk shows, because he had a good All-Star game, had him on, and tried to get him to say what he was going to do.
Joker, 50 at Sacramento in 21. They lost. Jamal has 3 50-point games. 2 of them were in the bubble, and Kiki scored 50 against the Spurs January 11th, 1984 in a squeaker, Andy, 163 to 155.
Nice. Can't complain about the offense that day.
The early 80s NBA was so funny. It's both the players and the scores were on loads of cocaine. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
There you go. Greatest offensive performances in Denver sports history. Oh, okay. Hold on. I got one more fun one to give you because I love that Pro Football Reference tracks this. The greatest fantasy day ever, Broncos history, was the Clinton Portis game.
I was going to say.
In 03 against Kansas City. 55.4 fantasy points that day for Clinton Portis. Only Bronco game to go over 50, at least how they track it right there. Good stuff.
That was a fun game, man. Fun game.
Yep. Good stuff right there. Greatest offensive performances. Way to go, Jamal. We got the weekend preview before we wrap up, plus a $250 Safeway gift card. $250. Not bad. You can get like 2 dozen eggs for that. That's coming up next. Weekend preview coming up here in just a moment. Plus, we have to announce our winner of the $250 gift card to Safeway. Hey, stop it at Good Times. Get 6 authentic Hatch Valley green chili breakfast burritos for just $18. That's right, 6 breakfast burritos for $18 for a limited time at Good Times. Get in there this President's Day weekend. Also, while you're out and about, you want Four Nations hockey in your life. USA, Canada, tomorrow night. Go to number 38 in Rhino. Watch the game with DMac and Spring, win an autographed Gabe Landeskog jersey, and enjoy the next installment in the best rivalry in international hockey. Number 38 has live DJs and more TVs than you can count, all presented by New Amsterdam Vodka. Visit nmbr38.com to RSVP and see more information. We'll see you at number 38 for USA Canada. That's tomorrow night at 6 o'clock.
Spring and DMac will be there. Go say hey to our guy, Mark Springer.
Sorry.
I had a DMac too.
I stepped on it. Give it to me again.
Oh,
there.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's that guy. If you say hello to him, he makes that noise. He's like a Teddy Ruxpin.
Oh.
Okay.
Pillsbury Doughboy.
All right. Spring. We got to give away a $250 gift card to Safeway because Safeway is your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. Don't forget that special someone. Show them you care with beautiful flower arrangements, savory chocolates, and more. Find everything you need and make it easy with delivery or pickup. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Can I get a drum roll, please? Because we're giving away a $250 gift card to Safeway. $250.
You can make omelets and not fear.
This is the big one.
Yeah.
Yes. A whole plate of scrambled eggs.
A bushel of flowers.
Our winner, Spring?
Our winner is Travis Ryan.
Travis Ryan. You've got 2 first names, and you are going to be spending $250 at Safeway, courtesy of your friends at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Go load up, Travis.
And if he wanted to, he could go on as a country singer as Ryan Travis.
Or he could also be an NHL defenseman with that
Yeah,
name.
Yeah.
Which one is it again?
Ryan Travis, but he's Travis Ryan.
Travis Ryan.
In his everyday life, he's Travis Ryan.
Travis
Hunter Tyson?
Yeah, Hunter Tyson.
Yeah. Down at the Grizzly Rose, he's Ryan Travis.
Ryan Travis. Well put.
He goes to the Stampede as Ryan Travis.
It's such a dumb bit. I'm so proud of it. All right, you ready for? I got some fun breaking news for you. Former Nuggets star Carmelo Anthony was named a finalist for the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame today.
Well, good for him. He's also just got hired by NBC, as I understand.
He, in fact, has been named a finalist for the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame today twice. He is among 16 individual finalists for the 2025 class, 10 of whom were players. He was also part of the 2008 U.S. Olympic men's basketball team, the Redeem Team, that was recognized as a finalist. So the entire Redeem Team looking to go in, plus Carmelo Anthony, into the Basketball Hall of Fame. Andy, it's a no-brainer. 12th all-time NBA history in scoring, national championship at Syracuse, most outstanding player of the Final Four as a freshman on Jim Boeheim's team. What, he win 3 gold medals, I think, in the Olympic career for Carmelo Anthony, one of the all-time great international players, one of the great players in USA basketball history. Absolute no-brainer. Carmelo Anthony, first ballot Naismith Basketball Hall of Famer.
Put him in.
10-time All-Star. 6-time All-NBA, won a scoring title in 2013. Part of the NBA's 75th anniversary team. Yeah, he's an all-time great. All-time great.
How does it work? You know, we're always worried about hats and jerseys and who do you go in as. That's not.
They don't really do
basketball
that.
Doesn't do that.
Yeah,
right? There's
yeah.
not a jersey or anything like that.
They kind of celebrate the entire thing. I would hope that when it goes down, I would hope the Nuggets celebrate it. I really hope that they do. I hope that there has been enough distance between us because ultimately, like, and have the feelings you have about the divorce and the departure and the way that it went down. The reality is there's a lot of basketball fans in this town of a certain age that they fell in love with the Carmelo Anthony-led Denver Nuggets. He was an all-star every single year. He was one of the best players in the entire NBA. I would hope that, number one, put him in, and number two, I hope the franchise celebrates it.
I have no issue with that. I would agree with you as well. Be proud of your history. And again, he kind of revitalized, rejuiced Nuggets basketball in Denver when he got here. By the way, Travis has responded on the text line.
Okay.
Sometimes when we get a winner, we don't know if you're always, because this was the whole station.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, I wonder if the guy really listens to our show. But he responded with, cool, Carl, and
Cool,
his
Carl.
email.
Well played.
So I think he does.
Well played.
Or he just happened to be listening to In the Paint that night.
Good job, Ryan.
Either way.
Or wait, is it Travis? Travis, okay.
Yeah, but Travis, you weren't listening. We renamed you Ryan Travis, the country singer.
You
can go by Travis Ryan in your day job.
You just Tyson Huntered this thing so bad.
Yeah, there it is.
It's time for the weekend preview, Spring.
Everybody's watching sports on the weekend. Everybody wants to watch the games. Everybody's eating guacamole.
Mole, yeah.
Chips and guac are good when watching sports. You wanna go watch the game?
Voice of an angel, like the Bono of Denver. All right, Andy. We do have a lot of sports.
The Bono of Denver? Go ahead.
I could just stand up there at Red Rocks. It could be me. I'm under the blood red sky.
Yeah, dude, I talked to a guy that alleged at the show. He claimed there were not a lot of people that day, and they forced everybody to the front to make it look like they had a crowd because you two hadn't really popped yet.
That's cool.
So there you go.
That's awesome.
But that's not what we're previewing.
No, that's not. We're previewing the weekend. Let's start with the hockey. Yes, tomorrow, 2 games in the Four Nations Cup. Game number 1, 11 a.m., the Finns and